Shadows are inextricably linked to light, and when light departs from shadows, it encounters solitude. You are my other half, and I am yours. We were together before our birth, and shall remain so after our death. This interlude is merely a passing phase. Chapter 1. The Daily Life of Zierduo. The library in the eastern wing of the Nate Manor felt oppressively somnolent on a July afternoon. Zierduo Nate reclined languidly on a soft couch by the window, his pale, golden hair spread across the deep green velvet cushions like scattered moonlight. One hand rested upon his forehead, shielding his eyes from the rays filtering through the stained glass window, while the other dangled at the edge of the couch, fingertips hovering 3 inches above the ground. This distance was just sufficient to retrieve a fallen book without exertion. Yet no book had yet tumbled down, for he was not reading at all. The tome titled The Study of Modern Magical Family Political Alliances lay open beside him, turned to the chapter on the Malfoy family, and had not been flipped for 2 hours. Zierduo's midnight green eyes were half closed, his gaze aimlessly drifting over the ornate patterns of the ceiling, appearing utterly lost in thought. Yet he was indeed contemplating. His musings encompassed. His father would traverse this corridor to the greenhouse at 3 o'clock, according to the patterns of the past 73 days, and his brother Theodore should currently be engaged in the 4th silent spell practice of the day in the 2nd floor training room, which would conclude in 17 minutes. The latter piece of information prompted him to adjust his position slightly towards the door, ensuring that when Theodore entered, the first sight that greeted him would be Zierduo's languid demeanor. As anticipated, the door swung open 17 minutes later. Zierduo remained still, merely fluttering his eyelashes and emitting a vague murmur from his throat, reminiscent of a cat disturbed from slumber. Footsteps approached and halted beside the couch. Zierduo inhaled the familiar sense of fresh grass and parchment, along with a faint trace of residual magical energy. It was the ironclad charm. Theodore was undoubtedly practicing defensive rebound today. "You've been lying here all afternoon." Theodore's voice resonated from above, calm and devoid of emotion. Only then did Zierduo slowly open his eyes. His brother stood at the couch's edge, clad in a simple black training robe, his hair slightly disheveled from practice, with a few damp strands clinging to his forehead. His gray-blue eyes were fixed upon him. "Tired," Zierduo replied with a single word, then closed his eyes once more. "You haven't done anything." "That is precisely why I am tired," Zierduo replied, his voice elongated. "Thinking is quite exhausting, brother." Theodore fell silent. Moments later, a hand rested on his forehead. Theodore's hand lingered there for 3 seconds, confirming there was no fever. "Lying," Theodore stated, though his tone held no rebuke. "Your eyes are moving. The orbs beneath your eyelids are rapidly shifting. You've been pondering, and for at least an hour." Zierduo finally reopened his eyes, a flicker of exasperation crossing his green gaze, but more prominently, a sense of near satisfaction. "Look, his brother always knows. I was contemplating how many steps it would take to traverse from the cellar to the kitchen if you were sorted into Slytherin and I into Hufflepuff. You will not be sorted into Hufflepuff. What if?" "There is no what if." Zierduo blinked, Theodore's gray-blue eyes fixed intently upon him, imbued with a stubborn certainty. "Brother," Zierduo murmured softly, "the sorting hat won't heed your words. But it will heed the truth," Theodore straightened. "And the truth is, you and I have been together since birth. The sorting hat can perceive this. It understands the cost of separating twins." "What cost?" Theodore looked at him, enunciating each word. "I will climb into your common room every night and steal you away." Zierduo laughed lightly, a gentle sound imbued with the languor of the afternoon. "You will be expelled." "Then expel me," Theodore replied, his tone serious enough to suggest he was not jesting. "Hogwarts has thousands of students, yet I have only one brother. This arithmetic problem is simple enough for even Crabbe and Goyle to solve." Silvio's smile broadened. His arms rested beneath his chin, his light golden hair cascading, revealing his entire face. "You know, sometimes I feel that your obsession with we must be in the same house borders on the intensity of a magical contract." Theodore did not respond immediately. He merely gazed at his brother, as though confirming something. Then he said, "Because it is a contract." Silvio raised an eyebrow. "One that I signed unilaterally. It is a contract that is valid for life and irrevocable. So do not dwell on this, Silvio." Focus your intellect on more useful matters, such as contemplating what to have for dinner or devising a way to prevent Dodo from ironing your shirts so stiffly, which you complain about every time you wear them. Silvio chuckled again. This time, he buried his face in the crook of his arm, his shoulders gently shaking with laughter. Once he had laughed enough, he lifted his head, his green eyes still glistening with moisture. "Brother," he said, "you ought to take a bath. You carry the scent of magical backlash from your armor charm, and your left wrist is hurting, is it not?" Theodore's gaze flickered momentarily. Silvio languidly raised a finger and pointed. "When you sat down, your left hand rested on the armrest, but you only used 3 fingers, leaving your pinky and ring finger suspended. That is where your old injury is. You overexerted yourself in practice today." Theodore looked down at his left hand and then raised his gaze to Silvio. "You are lying here, yet you know when I came in, what spells I practiced, that my wrist is hurting, and even what I am thinking. My laziness does not equate to blindness," Silvio retorted, closing his eyes again. "And besides, your information is of utmost priority, brother. I need to know where you are, what you are doing, and whether you are injured. Otherwise, who will bring me the scones stolen from the kitchen?" Theodore stood up and approached the chaise lounge. This time, he did not touch Silvio's forehead, instead wrapping his arm around Silvio's back. "Hey!" Silvio exclaimed, caught off guard as he was lifted, instinctively grasping his brother's shoulders. "What are you doing? You smell too of old books, velvet, and a scent of laziness that comes from lying around all afternoon. It's rather unpleasant." Silvio ceased his struggles, allowing his brother to hold him. He rested his head against Theodore's shoulder. "I can walk by myself," he mumbled, though his hand still clutched Theodore's shoulder. "You are too lazy to walk," Theodore remarked bluntly. "Moreover, it takes 2 flights of stairs and 4 turns to get from the library to your bathroom. At your current pace, the water will be cold by the time you arrive." Silvio fell silent. He buried his face in his brother's shoulder, yet the corners of his mouth subtly lifted. Theodore was indeed correct. He was too lazy to walk. Chapter 2. Affirmative Contract. The bathroom adjacent to Sildo's bedroom was modest in size, adorned with deep blue tiles. Theodore placed him on a low stool by the edge of the bathtub and turned to fill it with water. Sildo sat there, observing his brother's silhouette. As Theodore bent down to test the water temperature, his dark hair cascaded down, obscuring part of his profile. "Do you need assistance?" Theodore inquired without glancing back. "No," Sildo replied, though his hand lingered hesitantly on the buttons of his shirt. Once satisfied with the water temperature, Theodore straightened up and turned to face him. Seeing Sildo still clad in his full attire, sitting vacantly, his gaze lost in the ether, Theodore sighed. "You truly are." He approached and crouched in front of Sildo. The younger boy lowered his gaze and saw his brother's slate blue eyes looking up at him, brimming with exasperation, indulgence, and a sentiment Sildo could not articulate but recognized all too well, a sense of resignation, as if to say, "I knew this would happen." Sildo remained still, allowing his brother to unbutton the first and second buttons of his shirt. "Raise your arms," Theodore instructed. Sildo complied, lifting his arms. Theodore's movements were deft and precise, devoid of any unnecessary contact. Eventually, Sildo sat on the low stool, his light golden hair curling slightly in the steam. He hugged his knees, watching the water level in the bathtub rise gradually. Theodore stood and retrieved a bottle of body wash from the shelf, pouring some into the water. The refreshing aroma of lemon and cedar wafted through the air, a fragrance Sildo cherished, one Theodore remembered well. "It's ready," Theodore announced, extending his hand toward him. "Stand up." Sildo grasped his brother's hand for support and stepped into the bathtub. The water was perfectly warm. He sank into it with a contented sigh, submerging until it reached his chin. Theodore did not leave. He pulled over another stool from the bathroom and sat at the edge of the tub, picking up a comb from the shelf. "Turn around," he instructed. Sildo obediently turned, presenting his back to his brother. He leaned against the edge of the tub and closed his eyes. The sensation of the comb gliding through his damp hair was soothing. Theodore's hand was steady, combing from the roots to the tips, each stroke gentle yet deliberate, as if he were affirming something, confirming that the hair remained, that his brother still existed. "Brother." Sildo spoke suddenly, his voice muffled against his arm. "What does it mean to be twins?" The combing paused for a moment. Sildo opened his eyes, catching a glimpse of Theodore's face reflected in the water's surface. His brother's gaze was lowered, fixated on the comb in his hand, his dark hair appearing soft amidst the steam. "You asked this question when you were 8, Theodore replied. "I remember, but I want to hear it again," Sildo insisted. The sounds of water and steam filled the air, accompanied by the subtle noise of the comb sliding through hair. Then Theodore's voice emerged, calm and clear, reminiscent of reciting a sacred scripture. It means you are my other half, and I am yours. We were together before birth, and shall remain so after death. This interim is merely a formality. Sildo closed his eyes, a faint, nearly imperceptible smile gracing his lips. So he spoke slowly. Even if the Sorting Hat attempts to place me in Slytherin, you would follow? I would first blow up the Sorting Hat, Theodore replied coolly, and then consider the feasibility of relocating to the moon. Sildo chuckled, the sound resonating in the tiled bathroom, warm and humid. The combing resumed. Theodore smoothed down the hair at the nape of Sildo's neck, and the younger boy felt his brother's fingertip linger there for a moment, gently pressing. It's tense, Theodore remarked. You've been lying down reading. Lying, Sildo corrected. You haven't read at all. You've been daydreaming. Daydreaming can be exhausting for the neck, Theodore retorted, falling silent. Yet Sildo sensed his brother's fingers beginning to apply gentle pressure at the nape of his neck, the force just right, neither too light nor too heavy. Precise as if casting a healing spell. Sildo surrendered completely, sinking deeper into the water, leaving only his neck and head exposed, allowing his brother's hands to work their magic. After a considerable time, just as Sildo was on the verge of drifting off, Theodore's voice broke through again. So what were you thinking? Sildo opened one eye. What? This afternoon, in the library. Theodore's fingers paused above Sildo's shoulder blade. Your eyes are moving, which means you are contemplating something. What is it? Sildo remained silent for a moment. The steam condensed into tiny droplets on his eyelashes, and he blinked. I was pondering what it would be like if we both ended up in Slytherin. The dormitory would be a dungeon, with stone walls and silver-green decorations. It's documented. No, I mean our dormitory, Sildo clarified. Theodore's fingers came to a complete stop. The bathroom was enveloped in the sounds of water and the subtle rise of steam. We would share a dormitory, Theodore finally said, his voice lower than before. That's the rule. First-year students are sorted by house and gender, and twins are placed together. I know, Sildo replied. I was considering the distance between our beds. Theodore offered no response. Sildo raised his hand from the water, his damp fingers tracing the edge of the tub. If it's a standard dormitory, there would be 2 single beds, perhaps separated by a nightstand, or possibly against the same wall, with only a narrow gap between them. He paused before continuing. If it's the former, the distance would be roughly 3 feet. If it's the latter, perhaps only 1 foot. So, Theodore's voice came from behind him. So I need to know in advance, Sildo said, his tone matter-of-factly. If it's a foot, I can reach you at night. If it's 3 feet, I would have to get out of bed, which is too troublesome. Theodore fell silent again. This silence lingered longer. Long enough for Sildo to think his brother would not speak again. Just as he was preparing to close his eyes once more, Theodore's entire palm enveloped his neck. No matter the distance, Theodore stated, each word resonating clearly amidst the steam, your place is beside me. Whether in Not Manor, Hogwarts, or anywhere else in this world. That is a predetermined fact, and does not require discussion. Sildo smiled. Understood, he murmured, brother. Theodore's hand lingered for a few seconds before withdrawing. The sound of water resumed as Theodore picked up the comb again, continuing to groom Sildo's half-dry hair. However, Theodore suddenly added, his tone reverting to its usual calmness. If you truly find it troublesome to get out of bed, I could push the 2 beds together, or simply request a double bed. Sildo laughed aloud this time. He turned his head, revealing a green eye peeking through his arms, gazing at Theodore. You would abuse your authority, brother. For you, Theodore replied evenly. I would willingly misuse any privilege. Sildo studied his brother intently for a long while. Yet Theodore's expression remained tranquil, his gray-blue eyes fixed on Sildo. Devoid of any hint of jest, he was entirely earnest. Sildo turned back, burying his face in his arms once more. Then it settled, a double bed. It must be soft. I detest hard mattresses. Understood. And I need an extra pillow. I'm accustomed to sleeping with something to hold. Very well. And, what else? A hint of amusement finally crept into Theodore's voice. Sildo pondered for a moment before replying, forget it. I'll inform you of the rest when I think of it. At any time. He mused. Perhaps the Sorting Hat would indeed place him in Slytherin. Not due to ambition, nor bloodline, but simply because Theodore was there. Wherever Theodore resided, so did he. It was the simplest of arithmetic problems. Chapter 3. Dinner took place in the grand dining hall of the Not Manor. The house elves served the meal silently. Roast chicken, stewed vegetables, mashed potatoes, and a plate of freshly baked scones placed beside Sildo. He gazed at the scones without touching them, engrossed in meticulously dissecting the chicken on his plate, as if performing a slow-motion autopsy. By the time he finished cutting his first piece, Theodore had already taken his 3rd bite. Old Not set down his wine glass and turned to his younger son. Sildo, his father's voice resonated low, echoing through the spacious room. Your pace of eating requires improvement. Sildo lifted his head, his green eyes appearing somewhat bleary in the candlelight. I am savoring the experience, father, he replied. then lowered his gaze to continue his careful cutting of the meal, which deserved to be treated with seriousness. Old Knot frowned, but chose not to comment further. He shifted his attention to Theodore. I have reviewed today's training report. Your proficiency with the silent spell has improved. Yet the stability of the shield charm's rebound still requires enhancement. We shall conduct an extra 2 hours of practice on Saturday. Yes, Father, Theodore responded, his voice steady. Silder's hand, cutting the chicken, paused imperceptibly. This meant that Theodore would not have time to accompany him to the greenhouse to inspect the newly arrived venomous tentacula seeds on Saturday afternoon. He silently noted the need to rearrange his schedule or devise a way to persuade his father to cancel the extra training. Silder resumed cutting the chicken, this time with slightly increased speed. He was hungry, and the scones were cooling. Finally finishing, he speared a piece of chicken with his fork and slowly chewed. He then reached for the scone, but his fingers halted at the edge of the plate. He glanced at Theodore. His brother was listening to their father discuss the recent faction changes in the Ministry of Magic, but upon sensing Silder's gaze, he turned his head. Silder subtly indicated the scone and then his own plate. Theodore understood. Naturally, he extended his hand, took a scone from the plate, split it open, spread it with jam and clotted cream, and placed it on Silder's plate. The entire process flowed seamlessly, not interrupting the conversation with their father. Silder picked up the scone and took a bite. Warm, soft, the sweetness of the jam and the richness of the cream melded perfectly. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Old Knot observed this scene, his brow furrowing once more, yet ultimately he said nothing. Dinner continued in silence. After Silder finished the scone, he signaled to Theodore again. His brother fetched him another piece, this time with more cream. By the time he reached the third scone, Silder felt finally satiated. He set down his fork and leaned back against the chair. Full? Theodore inquired softly. Yes, Silder replied, but there are still 2 scones left. Save them for breakfast. They won't be crisp. Then have the kitchen make fresh ones tomorrow morning. Silder contemplated this and nodded. All right. Dinner concluded. Old Knot rose and left the dining hall, leaving the 2 brothers behind. The candlelight flickered upon Silder's light golden hair as he half closed his eyes, appearing on the verge of slumber. Brother, he suddenly spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. You have extra training on Saturday. I know. The venomous tentacula seeds will arrive at the greenhouse Saturday afternoon. Theodore paused. I will accompany you after my training. Training ends at 5. The greenhouse closes at 6, Silder countered, and you'll be tired, hungry, and wanting to bathe after training. By the time you finish, the greenhouse will already be closed. Theodore set down his napkin, looking at his brother. What are you implying? I was considering, he replied slowly. Maybe you don't need extra training. Theodore raised an eyebrow. According to my observations from last month, your issue lies in the rhythm of your magical output. He leaned slightly forward. Silder extended his hand, fingers tracing an imaginary wave pattern in the air. The ideal model should rise steadily, peaking at the moment of rebound, then descend smoothly. Your fluctuations result in a deviation of 5 degrees, both positive and negative. Theodore stared at him. How do you know? I observed, Silder replied. Last month during your training, I counted the birds outside the window. Each time your spell deviated by more than 3 degrees, the birds would take flight. I recorded 47 training sessions, and the frequency of their flight correlated directly with the degree of deviation. Theodore blinked, then asked, You lay there counting birds? Silder replied. I had nothing else to do. Theodore fell silent for a long while. The flickering candlelight danced in his slate blue eyes, reflecting a complex array of emotions. So, he finally said, what is the solution? Adjust your breathing rhythm, Silder suggested. You inhale deeply before the rebound, but you draw in too much air, causing excessive expansion of your chest cavity, which affects the stability of your arms. You should take shallow breaths, exhale slowly, and hold your breath for 3 seconds at the moment of rebound. He paused, adding, though I don't exercise much, my breathing pattern is the most energy efficient. You may find it useful. Theodore regarded him, then suddenly chuckled, a light, gentle laughter. Silder, sometimes I truly wonder if your mind is filled with the entire data analysis department of the ministry. Silder shrugged. The lazy always find the most effortless methods. Theodore rose and approached Silder. Instead of urging his brother to stand, he lifted him into his arms. Hey, Silder protested, I can walk by myself. But you're too lazy to walk, Theodore retorted incisively. Moreover, from the dining hall to your room, you must ascend a floor, navigate 3 corners, at your current state. You would be asleep by the time you arrive. Silder fell silent. Theodore carried him out of the dining hall and up the staircase. Brother, Silder's voice came from above. Thank you. For what? Thank you for your data analysis. If it weren't for your laziness, these details might have gone unnoticed, Theodore replied. Silder buried his face in his brother's neck, his voice muffled. You're welcome. It's ultimately for my own benefit. Theodore refrained from arguing. He merely held his brother a bit more securely, and continued onward. Upon reaching Silder's room, Theodore gently nudged the door open with his foot, stepped inside, and laid Silder on the bed. Silder sank into the soft mattress with a contented sigh. "Do you want to change into pajamas?" Theodore asked. "I do," Silder responded, yet made no move. Theodore sighed, walked to the wardrobe, and retrieved a set of silk pajamas. After helping Silder into the soft nightwear, he even brushed his hair from the collar of the pajamas, his movements tender as if handling fragile glass. "All done," Theodore said, pulling the blanket over him. Silder nestled into the quilt, exposing only his pair of green eyes. "Will you still have extra training on Saturday?" he inquired. "I will try your method, if effective. Perhaps I won't need extra training. It will be effective." Sildo asserted that his data was never erroneous. Theodore reached out and tousled Sildo's hair. "Sleep now. I shall be next door. Call for me should you require anything." "All right." Chapter 4. Only Sildo. At 2 in the morning, Sildo awakened. His body seemed to have instinctively calibrated itself to this hour, poised in anticipation. He opened his eyes, remaining still, simply lying in silence while listening to the sounds of the night. The Knot Manor was anything but tranquil during the night. The ancient wood creaked softly. The distant forbidden forest echoed with the hoots of owls. Occasionally, the soft scurrying of house elves could be heard traversing the corridors. Yet, the sound Sildo awaited was fainter than all these. Ever since he could remember, Theodore had conducted his nightly inspections of Sildo's room at this very hour. As his brother would say, to ensure that Sildo was not engaging in any forbidden studies, or, at the very least, to ascertain that he had not kicked off his covers. The doorknob turned. Sildo closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing to feign slumber. The door creaked open. Footsteps entered. Halting beside the bed, Sildo felt the weight of a gaze upon his face, followed by an almost imperceptible sigh. "You're awake," Theodore suddenly remarked, his voice a mere whisper. Sildo opened his eyes, his green irises glimmering like two diminutive moons in the darkness. "How did you know? Your breathing pattern is irregular." Theodore settled himself at the edge of the bed, the mattress dipping slightly under his weight. "When awake, your breath is 14 times per minute. While asleep, it's 12. Currently, you are at 135. Sildo turned his face towards his brother's direction, only able to discern a vague silhouette in the dim light. "You could become a detective." "Brother, I am merely dedicated to uncovering you," Theodore replied, his fingers gliding from Sildo's hair to the nape of his neck. "Now, tell me, why are you awake?" Sildo hesitated for a few seconds. "I was contemplating the party." "The party? The noble gathering next month?" "I was pondering what I should say. You need only be present. I shall do the talking, you merely listen." "But what if they question me?" "I shall answer on your behalf." "What if father asks me to demonstrate magic?" "I shall inform him that you are unwell." "But Sildo," Theodore interjected, fixing his gaze upon him. Sildo turned his eyes towards the indistinct outline of his brother. "You need not partake in anything you do not wish to." Theodore spoke each word with deliberate gravitas. "You are never obliged, if you do not wish to speak. Remain silent. If you do not wish to perform magic, then do not. If you desire to avoid the party entirely," he paused, "I shall claim you are ill. Gravely so, and must remain in bed for a month." Sildo blinked. "Father would not believe that." "He will, for I shall convey it with utmost sincerity. And if you truly were ill, I would indeed ensure you rested for a month. This is neither a fabrication nor a jest. You would spoil me, brother. Then I shall spoil you. After all, you are my brother, and I have the right to indulge you." "Brother?" "Yes? You were 7 minutes later than usual for your nightly inspection." "Why?" "I was examining your breathing theory. I tested it in the practice room tonight. Shallow inhalation, slow exhalation. Holding my breath for 3 seconds at the moment of rebound." Sildo's eyes widened. "And then?" "The deviation reduced from plus or minus 5 degrees to plus or minus 2 degrees. There was an unmistakable satisfaction in Theodore's voice. "When father conducts his inspection tomorrow, I shall demonstrate. Saturday's extra practice should be cancelled. See, I told you my data never fails." Theodore ruffled his hair. "Indeed, you are correct. Now sleep. It is late. You should also rest." "I shall." Sildo turned onto his side, facing Theodore. "Brother," he called again. "What is it now? If the Sorting Hat truly wishes to place me elsewhere, would you really sneak in every night to steal me away?" Theodore met his gaze, the moonlight dancing in his gray-blue eyes. "I would, and I would not merely steal you. I would ensure that everyone understood. Wherever Sildo not is, there is where Slytherin ought to be." Sildo held his brother's gaze. Then, he extended his hand slowly, as if the very act required all his strength. His fingers gently brushed against Theodore's hand. "Then it is settled," he declared. "Settled on what?" "Settled on you coming to find me." Sildo closed his eyes, his voice growing softer. "No matter where I am, you will come for me." Theodore's hand turned, clasping Sildo's fingers. "It is settled. Sleep now." Sildo nodded, feeling Theodore's warm, steady grip upon his hand. He heard his brother's final words, soft yet clear. You shall always be my responsibility, Sildo, my foremost duty, my singular, unyielding obligation. Sildo offered no reply. He simply tightened his grasp upon his brother's hand. Theodore remained there, holding his brother's hand until Sildo's breathing became evenly measured, sinking into a deep slumber. Only then did he gently withdraw his hand, tucking Sildo's back beneath the covers and securing the edges. He rose, moving towards the door, ready to depart. Yet, before closing the door, he glanced back one last time. Sildo lay upon the bed, his pale golden hair splayed across the pillow, moonlight illuminating half his face, serene, tranquil, like some fragile work of art. Theodore observed for a moment longer. Then he whispered, his voice barely audible, "The eternal responsibility." The door closed softly behind him, footsteps fading away. The room was left with nothing but Sildo's steady breaths and the occasional hoot of an owl from outside. The moonlight continued its journey, illuminating the desk. Upon the desk lay an open notebook, its pages displaying neatly written notes. Hogwarts pre-planning priorities. 1. Ensure shared dormitory with Theodore. Plan, twin beds. 2. Gather information on Slytherin's internal personnel. In progress. 3. Study the operational principles of the Sorting Hat. Pending initiation. 4. Prepare for father's reproaches regarding laziness. Plan, Theodore. 5. The handwriting was tidy, the thoughts methodical, and the individual who penned these words was presently lost in slumber. As if aware that, regardless of what the future held, there would always be someone by his side, no matter where he was, no matter how lazy he might be. That would be Theodore, and he need only be Sildo. Chapter 5. The Lethargic Wand. Diagon Alley. Sildo not stood upon the steps of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. His light golden hair, nearly translucent under the sparse London sunlight. He furrowed his brow, not due to the crowd, but because Theodore had been inside trying on clothes for 17 minutes, a full 4 minutes beyond the expected time. Murmurs of indistinct conversations drifted from within the shop, Theodore's steady tone occasionally breaking through with a few discernible words. Madame Malkin was a short and plump witch, and as Sildo stood on the stool, he let the fabric drape around him, measuring. "What style do you prefer, dear?" Madame Malkin inquired. "Simple. Nothing too elaborate, no excessive buttons. And the collar should not be too tight. Just like your brother," Madame Malkin chuckled. "He says the same. Simple, comfortable, and unobtrusive to movement." The corners of Sildo's mouth curled slightly upward. Of course it is the same, for his attire has always been determined by Theodore. Since the age of 6, his brother has been responsible for curating his wardrobe. Theodore knows better than anyone what materials will not irritate Sildo's sensitive skin, which cuts will not constrain his languid posture, and what colors complement his hair and eyes. As the measurements concluded, Sildur descended from the footstool and donned his customary garments once more. "Pick it up in 3 days," Mrs. Malkin instructed. Sildur nodded and stepped out of the shop. Theodore was waiting on the steps, holding a paper bag. "I bought you ice cream, vanilla and blueberry swirl, with less sugar." Sildur accepted it, savoring small bites that aligned perfectly with his taste. Theodore had certainly sampled it, or at the very least, inquired about the recipe from the shopkeeper. "Ollivander's wand shop. I remember your father, laurel wood, dragon heartstring, 11 3/4 inches. Shall I go first, then?" Theodore stepped forward. "Try this oak, unicorn hair, 12 inches. He waved it. A crystal ball on the shelf cracked with fine lines. "Not this one. Beech, dragon heartstring, 13 inches. This time." A stack of parchment spontaneously ignited. Sildur leaned against the wall, observing his brother's repeated attempts. Upon the 7th wand, as Theodore grasped the handle, a warm breeze surged from the tip, swirling through the air before expanding like ripples. "Pine, phoenix feather, 14.5 inches. Ollivander nodded in satisfaction. "Sturdy, loyal, powerful. Pine symbolizes eternity, and phoenix feather, exceedingly rare. This wand will accompany you throughout your life, Mr. Knott." Theodore paid 7 galleons and carefully placed the wand into a special box. He turned to Sildur, a hint of barely perceptible tension in his slate blue eyes. "Your turn." Sildur approached. "Marvelous, simply marvelous," he murmured, climbing the highest ladder to retrieve a dusty box from the topmost shelf. Inside lay a wand of pale gold, its wooden grain resembling flowing moonlight. "Laurel wood, thestral tail feather, 10 4/3 inches. Only those who have witnessed death can wield a thestral tail feather." While laurel wood symbolizes wisdom and prophecy, Sildur accepted it. The wand felt warm in his hand, vibrating slightly as if alive, without any dramatic reaction. Yet all the wand boxes in the shop fell silent, the dust descent becoming slow and graceful. Ollivander gasped, a perfect match. He remarked that this wand was lazy, but astute enough to achieve maximum effect with minimal effort. Sildur lowered his gaze to the wand in his hand. "Will it heed my commands? It will understand you," Ollivander replied, emphasizing that this was the rarest quality. Most wizards command their wands, while a few collaborate with them. It knows when you truly need to exert effort and when you can afford to be lax. Silder's lips curled slightly. He paid for it and gently placed the wand back into its box. Stepping out into the blinding afternoon sun of Diagon Alley, Theodore walked beside him, blocking much of the light. Ollivander said it's lazy, Theodore suddenly remarked. Indeed, Silder replied, thus it is a fitting companion. Theodore halted, turning to face him. Silder, if you do not enjoy Hogwarts, we can, brother, Silder interrupted softly, where you are, I shall be also. It is the simplest of arithmetic. Theodore gazed at him for a long moment before reaching out to tousle his hair. Remember this phrase, and never forget it. Chapter 6, The Moonshadow Jellyfish. They proceeded to the final shop, the pet store. Theodore selected a gray-brown barn owl, naming it Helios, after the sun god of Greek mythology. Silder wandered the shop, eventually pausing before a tank in the corner. Inside swam a small, silver-blue magical creature resembling a jellyfish, yet with a translucent body that revealed twinkling stars within. Moonshadow jellyfish. The shopkeeper introduced, quite rare. They feed on moonlight, emit a gentle glow in the dark, and possess a gentle temperament, favoring quiet owners. Silder reached out, his fingertips lightly brushing the glass. The jellyfish glided over, its tentacles gently touching his fingertip through the barrier. I want this one, he declared. Theodore paid, and the shopkeeper placed the jellyfish into a special magical water sphere, allowing it to float and follow its owner. Silder accepted the sphere, watching as the jellyfish gracefully rotated within, its silver-blue luminescence softly glimmering. Why this choice? Theodore inquired as they exited the shop. Because it is quiet, Silder replied, gazing at the creature within the sphere, and it glows, so if I wake at night, I can see without needing a light. Theodore nodded, not pressing for further explanation. The Hogwarts Express traversed the autumnal hues of the Scottish Highlands. Silder not reclined against the corner of the compartment's plush seat, his pale golden head tilted to one side. His midnight green eyes half closed as if on the verge of slumber. Opposite him, Theodore not was engrossed in a black-covered spellbook, his long fingers occasionally flipping a page, producing a soft rustle. When the compartment door swung open, Silder did not even lift his eyelids. I knew you would be here, Draco Malfoy drawled as he entered, followed by the hulking figures of Crabbe and Goyle. What secret training has the Knott family kept you confined to at the manor all summer? Reading. Theodore replied without looking up. Draco squeezed into the vacant seat beside Silder, who subtly shifted away towards the window. Draco, accustomed to this, continued unabated. My father said Slytherin must demonstrate its strength this year. Potter is drawing too much attention. Silder emitted a vague nasal sound, his response. Your brother remains as he always was, Draco remarked to Theodore. Theodore finally lifted his gaze from the book, casting a fleeting glance at Silder, a faint smile gracing his lips. He is just fine. As the train continued northward, the compartment gradually fell into silence. Silder, lulled by the rhythmic swaying, drifted into a peaceful slumber, his head unconsciously sliding onto Theodore's shoulder. Theodore adjusted his posture to accommodate his brother's comfort, resuming his reading as though the additional weight did not exist. Draco observed this scene, raising an eyebrow, yet ultimately refraining from comment. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the first years queued for sorting. Silder stood half a step behind Theodore, half of his face obscured by his brother's shoulder, his green eyes lazily surveying the hall. Nervous? Theodore inquired, tilting his head slightly, his voice low. It is a bother, Silder mumbled, intending to convey that the entire process was overly cumbersome. Had he the choice? He would prefer to retreat to the library at Knott Manor, nestling beside his brother in the armchair reserved for him, watching as Theodore practiced nonverbal spells, eventually succumbing to sleep. It will be over soon, Theodore assured, as if reading his thoughts. In truth, Theodore often seemed to anticipate what he was thinking. This is a certain unspoken understanding between twins, or more precisely, a profound comprehension Theodore possesses regarding Silas's languid logic. The sorting ceremony commenced. Chapter 7, The Sorting. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, unfurling a roll of parchment. When I call your name, please come forward, don the hat, and take a seat upon the stool to await your house assignment. The hall fell into a hush. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. The second table on the right erupted in cheers. Hannah dashed over to take her seat. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. The names continued to be called. Silas stood quietly, while Theodore stood before him, his back as rigid as stone. Draco Malfoy. Draco strode confidently forward, and the hat had scarcely brushed his hair before it bellowed Slytherin. The Slytherin table erupted in enthusiastic applause. Draco walked proudly to the silver-green table, where Crabbe and Goyle immediately crowded around him. Silas's gaze swept across the Slytherin table. The upperclassmen appeared aloof and haughty, yet a few curious eyes fell upon him and Theodore, assessing them. Hermione Granger, the bushy-haired girl he had seen on the train, rushed forward. The hat hesitated for nearly a minute before declaring Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers as Hermione made her way over, her cheeks flushed. The names continued. Neville Longbottom. Gryffindor. Pansy Parkinson. The hat almost instantly proclaimed Slytherin. Pansy elegantly walked to the Slytherin table, taking a seat opposite Draco. Harry Potter. A low murmur rippled through the hall. Harry stepped forward, his complexion pale. The hat took an unusually long time, so long that Silas could almost hear Theodore holding his breath. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted with thunderous applause as Harry rushed over, enveloped in enthusiastic greetings. Theodore not. Theodore took a deep breath and stepped forward. He donned the hat and took his seat. The hat remained silent for approximately 10 seconds. Slytherin. Theodore calmly walked toward the Slytherin table. Silas's heart skipped a beat, yet his expression remained impassive. And then, Silas not. The hall fell silent for a brief moment. All eyes turned toward him, with his light golden hair, midnight green eyes, and a visage delicate to the point of fragility, complemented by an innate air of languid detachment. Silas advanced slowly, almost timidly, as if to avoid disturbing something. He paused before the stool, casting a glance at Theodore seated at the Slytherin table. His brother was watching him, his gray-blue eyes unwavering, filled with an almost unsettling intensity. Silas settled onto the stool. Professor McGonagall placed the hat upon his head. The hat was oversized, obscuring his line of sight. A faint voice whispered in his ear. Another knot. Intriguing, very intriguing. Silas remained silent, simply sitting there. His languorous demeanor prompted Professor McGonagall to regard him with a lingering glance. The voice of the sorting hat resonated in his mind. Intriguing, indeed, but your thirst for knowledge appears quite selective. You are not inclined to prove anything. Nor do you seek power, you merely desire tranquility. Silas mentally replied, and my brother. Loyalty, yet not toward a house, nor even toward family. Merely to one individual. So, where do you truly belong? Ravenclaw could offer you knowledge and peace, yet you would find the ascent to the tower too cumbersome. Gryffindor? No. You have no desire for adventure. Hufflepuff. Slytherin. Silas pondered Theodore and Slytherin. But Slytherin demands ambition, requires achievements. Silas's response was straightforward. Theodore. After a brief silence. The sorting hat seemed to grasp this logic. If Theodore Nott's ambition encompasses all of Silas's aspirations, if Theodore's accomplishments represent Silas's sole pursuit, then. The sorting hat proclaimed loudly, Slytherin. The first morning in the Slytherin common room. Silas sat on the settee by the window, cradling a cup of hot chocolate and sipping delicately. His light golden hair was tousled, and his midnight green eyes were half open, clearly still not fully awake. Theodore was already dressed, his deep green robe crisply pressed, and his tie impeccably knotted. He perched on the armrest of the settee, a timetable in hand, quietly reciting the day's schedule. The morning consisted of charms class with Ravenclaw, and in the afternoon, history of magic with the entire year in the Great Hall. Theodore paused, glancing at his brother. Do you need me to take notes for you? Silas shook his head, burying his face in the steam rising from the cup of hot chocolate. He mumbled, taking notes is too exhausting. Chapter 8, languid Silas. At the other end of the room, Draco had finished dressing, standing awkwardly with Crabbe and Goyle flanking him like two silent bodyguards. My father says. Draco's voice cut through the stillness of the room. Professor Flitwick was once a dueling champion, but due to being a half-blood, he could not become head of house, yet he managed to. He led Crabbe and Goyle out of the dormitory. Blaise Zabini sat up from his bed, stretching. His amber eyes scanned Theodore and Silas, finally resting on the wand lying across Silas's lap. Laurelwood? Blaise inquired. Silas nodded. Thestral tail feather? Silas looked up at him. How did you know? Just a guess. Blaise smiled. Laurelwood suits seers and observers, while thestral tail feathers can only be wielded by those who have witnessed death. You're only 11, Silas. What have you witnessed? The air suddenly grew heavy with silence. Theodore's grip tightened on Silas's shoulder, his gray-blue eyes fixed on Blaise, icy as the dark currents beneath the black lake. Blaise raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Apologies, just curious. Everyone has their secrets, I understand. He adjusted his tie and headed toward the door. As he reached the threshold, he glanced back at Silas. By the way, your wand is beautiful. It complements your eyes perfectly. The door closed. In the morning light of the charms classroom, Silas Nott was nearly asleep. He lay sprawled over his desk. His light golden hair splayed out amidst the incantations of Wingardium Leviosa and the soft thuds of feathers landing. Theodore sat beside him, his back straight. Gray-blue eyes focused intently on the professor. The feather successfully floated to the ceiling, now slowly descending in a graceful spiral. Silas had yet to retrieve his wand. His laurel wand remained nestled within the compartment of his bag, wrapped in the velvet pouch Theodore had prepared. Retrieving the wand seemed too cumbersome. Waving it was even more so, and casting spells was the most bothersome of all. After all, his brother would manage it. He could simply observe. Time passed. and someone took the vacant seat beside him. Silas cracked one eye open from the crook of his arm, finding Blaise Zabini's amber eyes fixed upon him. "You don't enjoy charms class?" Blaise asked softly. Silas shut his eyes once more. "It's quite noisy." Blaise chuckled. "But your wand is made of laurel, isn't it? It should excel at such delicate maneuvers. It would be a pity not to give it a try." Silas offered no reply. He was preoccupied with thoughts on how to dismiss Blaise, as engaging in conversation was exhausting, and explaining further was even more burdensome. Fortunately, Theodore interjected, "My brother is tired. Let him rest." Blaise raised an eyebrow but did not press the matter. He simply sat there, observing Silas's profile as he lay down. The pale golden hair appeared almost translucent in the morning light, and his long eyelashes cast tiny shadows on his cheeks. That face was so exquisitely delicate. It resembled a magical portrait more than that of a living being. "You know," Blaise suddenly remarked, his voice soft as if to himself, "you look like one of those ancient princes cursed into eternal slumber. Beautiful, serene, separated from the world by a glassy barrier." Silas's eyelashes fluttered, yet he did not open his eyes. Blaise laughed, rising to leave. Theodore's gaze followed him until Zabini returned to his seat. When the bell rang, Silas remained sprawled without moving. Theodore gently nudged his shoulder. "It's time to go." Silas sluggishly sat up, his eyes still half closed. Theodore had already packed his satchel for him. "Are you hungry?" Theodore inquired. The great hall, or back to the common room?" "Common room." They descended the stairs together. Upon reaching the third floor, they encountered Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle. Malfoy halted, his gray eyes scanning Silas. "I heard you were completely still in charms class today," Draco remarked. "Quite the embarrassment for the Knot family." "I could teach you, you know." Theodore stepped forward slightly. "Malfoy, mind your own business." Draco shrugged, unimpressed. Silas glanced at Draco, but said nothing, merely lowering his gaze again to fiddle with the buttons on his sleeves. Chapter 9. I am his half. Potions class was one of the few subjects that Silas did not find entirely tedious. Professor Snape's billowing black robes and deep, resonant voice possessed a hypnotic quality. Not. Professor Snape's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. "If you could divide your attention from staring out the door and direct half of it toward your cauldron, perhaps you might salvage this pot of failed potion for Scabbers." Silas slowly turned his head to observe the cauldron before him, emitting eerie green smoke. "It's boiling, Professor. It should be a smooth pale blue, not boiling green." Snape's voice was cold. "Now redo it." Silas sighed, another tedious task. He began to measure dried nettles again, his movements so deliberate that his nearby classmates grew anxious. Yet, oddly enough, when he finally completed the task, the potion presented a textbook-perfect pale blue hue. Professor Snape scrutinized the potion, then Silas, for a prolonged moment. "Acceptable. Mr. Knott, stay after class." As the other students trickled out, Silas leaned against the workbench, waiting for Snape to finish grading the others' assignments. At last, the dungeon was left with just the two of them. "Your brother is a gifted student. Rare talent," Snape stated. Silas nodded in agreement. "But you are not him." Snape turned, his black eyes resembling two deep pools. "You sleep in class, fail to submit assignments, and show no interest in the subject. You are wasting your potential, Knott." Silas pondered for a moment before responding. "Theodore has enough potential for both of us." Snape's expression shifted subtly for a brief instant. "Your family has expectations for both of you. Theodore will meet those expectations." "I do not require it," Silas replied. "Why not?" The question rendered Silas silent for a while. "Why? Because since the beginning of my recollection, my world has revolved around Theodore. When Theodore studied, Silas would either read or sleep beside him. When Theodore practiced magic, Silas played the role of the audience. When Theodore envisioned the future, that future always included a place for Silas. He did not need his own ambitions, for Theodore's aspirations were large enough to encompass both. "I am his half," Silas ultimately said, echoing Theodore's words from when he was 8. Snape stared at him for a long time before finally waving his hand. "You may go." As Silas exited the dungeon, Theodore was already waiting at the door, leaning against the stone wall with 2 books in hand. "Did Snape scold you?" Theodore asked. "No." "What did he say?" "He said I was wasting my potential." Silas yawned. "Do we have class next?" "History of Magic." Theodore replied. "You can sleep." "Professor Binns 1T notice." Silas nodded, trailing behind his brother toward the classroom, their hands naturally intertwined, reminiscent of their strolls through the corridors of Knott Manor during their childhood. October arrived, shrouding Hogwarts in a damp, chilly mist. The cold, unwelcoming environment of Hogwarts was a series of annoyances that Silas had to endure. Every morning, Theodore would promptly extract Silas from his cocoon, assist him in donning his robes, fastening his tie, and then half-dragging him to the Great Hall for breakfast. "You can't keep doing this every day." On a Wednesday of the second week, Draco remarked at the breakfast table, "He's your brother, not your pet." Theodore was spreading jam on Silas's toast, not lifting his gaze. So he needs to learn to get up by himself and attend his classes." Draco retorted, "You can't care for him like this forever." Finally, Theodore raised his head. His gray eyes calmly fixed on Draco. "Why can't I?" Draco was momentarily stumped. Blaise Zabini, seated opposite, watched the exchange with keen interest. "But Draco's right, Theodore. Doing so will hinder Silas's independence. He doesn't need independence, he needs me." Silas was nibbling on his toast when he heard this, his midnight green eyes shifting to his brother. Blinking in surprise, Theodore pushed the pumpkin juice toward him. "Are all twins like this?" Blaise inquired. "Only us," Theodore replied. Chapter 10, The Troll. During Quidditch practice, Silas would also don a thick cloak and sit in the stands, watching Theodore as he soared through the air as a substitute seeker. This is against the rules. One afternoon, Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain, could no longer restrain himself and said to Theodore, "Non-team members cannot be present during practice." Theodore had just dismounted from his broom, his cheeks slightly flushed from the cold wind. "He-s in the stands. He-s not interrupting practice. He comes every day," Flint remarked. "That-s strange." "What is strange about it?" Theodore calmly replied. "He-s my brother. He enjoys watching me fly." Yes, little Silas had always loved watching Theodore fly. But he does nothing. He just sits there. So, does him sitting there affect your training? Flint was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Silas Knott was like a quiet ghost, nearly motionless save for the occasional change in position. Yet it was this very presence that made Flint uncomfortable, as if he were being watched by some invisible eyes. "Next practice, don't bring him," Flint ultimately stated. Theodore said nothing in response, merely placing the broom back in its box and walking toward the stands. Silas had already fallen asleep, his pale golden hair gently swaying in the breeze. Theodore crouched down and gently patted his brother's cheek. "Wake up, we're going back." Sildar opened his eyes, and the sleepiness clouding his midnight green gaze began to dissipate. "Is it over?" he murmured. "Yes, on their way back to the castle." Sildar inquired about what Flint had said. "Nothing of great significance," Theodore replied, brushing the fallen leaves off Sildar's shoulder. "He doesn't like me being there. He doesn't need to." Sildar retorted after a moment of silence. "I can choose not to come." Theodore halted, turning to face his brother. Their gray and green eyes met, their similar features almost symmetrical in the twilight. "Do you wish to come?" Theodore asked. Sildar pondered for a moment and nodded. "Then come along." Flint's opinion is of no consequence. On the eve of Halloween, the castle was adorned with flying bats and enormous jack-o'-lanterns. The ceiling of the hall was thick with dark clouds, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning, enhancing the festive atmosphere. Sildar held little interest in the feast. Yet Theodore insisted he participate. "You need to consume some proper food, rather than the sandwiches I pilfer from the kitchen daily." "The sandwiches are sufficient," Sildar countered. But he was still dragged to the hall by his brother. As the banquet reached its midpoint, Professor Chilo burst in, shouting, "A troll!" in the underground classroom. Then he collapsed to the floor. Chaos erupted in the hall, and the prefects began organizing students to return to the common room. Amid the crowd, Sildar felt a hand grasp his wrist. It was Theodore. "Follow me, don't get separated." But the throng was too dense. And by the time they reached the entrance hall, Sildar realized his brother's grip had slipped away. He stood beside the spiral staircase, watching as students surged past him like a tidal wave, suddenly engulfed by an unfamiliar panic. "Theodore?" he called, but his voice was drowned out by the commotion. A Hufflepuff girl collided with him, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Regaining his balance, he found himself pushed to the other side of the staircase, farther from the Slytherin group. "Not," a familiar voice called out. Sildar turned to see Blaise Zabini attempting to navigate against the flow of the crowd. "What are you doing here?" "The Slytherin group is over there." Sildar only uttered Theodore's name, and Blaise immediately understood. "Grab my arm, we'll take a shortcut." Blaise illuminated their path with his wand, glancing back occasionally to ensure Sildar was following. The latter moved sluggishly, seeming utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation. "Can't you move faster?" Blaise exclaimed. "Why should I hurry?" Sildar asked. "Because there might be a troll nearby," Blaise retorted, "and your brother is surely looking for you." His words were abruptly interrupted by a loud crash. Ahead, a 12-foot troll was staggering towards them, dragging a massive wooden club. It emitted a low growl. Blaise gasped sharply, quickly pulling Sildar behind him as they began to retreat. "Stay silent." Yet the troll had already caught sight of them. "Stupefy." Blaise's spell struck the troll's chest, but merely caused it to wobble. "Damn it, that is not enough." The club came crashing down, and Blaise yanked Sildar aside just in time, debris flying around them. At that moment, a red beam shot in from the side, striking the troll's nape with precision. Petrificus totalis. Chapter 11. Just in time. The troll froze, maintaining its pose with the club raised, before crashing down like a statue. As dust filled the air, Theodore Knott emerged from another corridor, his wand still pointed at the fallen troll, his chest heaving from exertion. His gaze swiftly swept across the scene, locking onto Sildar. "Are you hurt?" Theodore's voice was taut. Sildur shook his head, his light golden hair dusted with grime, but seemingly unscathed. Theodore turned to Blaze, his tone slightly easing. Thank you for getting him away from the crowd. No problem, Blaze gasped. But next time, can you keep an eye on your brother yourself? That was a bit too heart-stopping. Theodore did not respond. He had already moved in front of Sildur, meticulously checking to ensure his brother was truly unharmed. Sildur allowed his brother to inspect him, his gaze fixed on Theodore's tense jawline. I'm fine, Sildur reassured. Theodore inhaled deeply, running his fingers through Sildur's hair to confirm there were no injuries. A troll in the underground classroom. How did you end up here? I got separated. If you get separated, stand still and wait for me, Theodore admonished, gripping Sildur's nape with a bit more pressure than necessary. Don't wander off. Don't follow anyone else, even if it's Zabini. Hey, Blaze protested. I just saved him. I know, and I appreciate it. But next time, wait for me to catch up. The last remark was directed at Sildur. Sildur nodded, as if this were the most natural rule to follow. On their way back to the Slytherin common room, they encountered Professor Snape on patrol. The professor's gaze flicked between the three of them and the petrified troll behind them, his eyebrows raising. Explain, Mr. Not, Mr. Zabini. Theodore succinctly outlined the situation. After listening, Snape fixed Sildur with a penetrating stare for several seconds. Mr. Not, it is exceedingly foolish to stray from your group in an emergency. 10 points from Slytherin. Professor, Blaze began to say. As for you, Theodore Not, you used an advanced stunning spell without permission, but you successfully subdued the troll, preventing more severe injuries. 20 points to Slytherin. Now, return to your common room at once. Once back in the Slytherin common room, Theodore led Sildur to a corner sofa, using a cleaning charm to rid them of the dust. Whispers filled the common room. Many eyes turned toward the twins. You nearly got squashed by a troll, Draco remarked as he approached, lowering his voice. And you still managed to earn points? That is not fair. What matters is that he is safe, Theodore replied. What if you hadn't arrived in time? I would have arrived in time. Theodore's tone was unwavering. Always. Draco, clearly displeased, walked away. Blaze settled on the opposite sofa, looking contemplatively at Sildur. Really, weren't you scared at all? The troll was right there. Sildur thought for a moment. Theodore would come. How do you know? Because he always does. Blaze chuckled. Such blind faith. It's not blind. Theodore corrected him. It's a matter of fact. That night, Theodore was still asleep, his arm loosely wrapped around Sildur's waist. Moonlight streamed in from the surface of the black lake, casting shifting shadows on the ceiling. Sildur gazed at the shadows, recalling the moment the troll had raised its club in the passageway. He had indeed felt no fear, not from bravery, but because, in his understanding, danger and Theodore could not coexist. If danger arose, Theodore would appear to eliminate it. It was a simple cause and effect logic, as natural as the sun rising and setting. However, he turned to face his brother. Theodore frowned slightly in his sleep, tightening his embrace. Theodore, Sildur whispered. Theodore mumbled, not opening his eyes. We can let go now? Theodore opened his eyes, the gray depths reflecting a sense of guilt that would never fade. Slytherin leaned closer to his brother without uttering a word. Theodore's warmth seeped through his nightclothes, dispelling the chill of the basement. Chapter 12, Nicholas Flamel. Late January at Hogwarts was thoroughly dominated by the frigid cold. Slytherin's aversion to winter had reached unprecedented heights. He had nearly transformed into a true hibernating creature, with his daily exertion limited to migrating from his bed to the sofa by the fireplace and back again. You'll end up with muscle atrophy, Blaze Zabini remarked one afternoon in the common room. Slytherin, curled up on the sofa across from him, was swathed in 2 blankets. With only the pale golden crown of his head visible, a muffled murmur emanated from beneath the blankets. What did he say? Blaze inquired of Theodore, who was engrossed in grading Slytherin's potions assignment. In truth, he was ghostwriting it, as Slytherin claimed that wielding a quill was too taxing. He said muscles are superfluous organs, and it would be better if they could simply be dismissed, Theodore replied, not lifting his gaze, seamlessly completing the assignment. Blaze shook his head. You two are something else. By the way, hasn't Professor Snape noticed? Slytherin's work fluctuates dramatically. I have my methods, Theodore stated. His methods entailed deliberately inserting a few inconsequential errors into Slytherin's work, making the handwriting appear more juvenile and the thought processes more eccentric. For instance, in last week's essay, Slytherin, actually Theodore, had written, the reason the Streelers can induce gills in humans is not out of love for the sea, but rather from a disdain for the land. It is a botanical form of rebellion. Professor Snape's annotation was poetic yet absurd. Mr. Slytherin, please analyze the potion's components from a scientific rather than philosophical perspective. When Slytherin caught sight of that A, he merely blinked. At least he didn't mention the T. What is that? Theodore had asked. An abbreviation for troll, Blaze replied. At that moment, the door to the common room swung open, and Draco Malfoy entered, accompanied by a gust of cold wind, his cheeks flushed with the chill. Following closely were Crab and Goyle, resembling two moving hills. You'll never guess what I've heard, Draco exclaimed, shedding his cloak and settling into an armchair by the fireplace. If it's about Flint secretly taking weight loss potions, we already know, Blaze interjected. Draco paused for a moment, bemused. No, I mean Potter. Potter and his friends are planning something. I overheard them discussing Nicholas Flamel in the library. Theodore's quill halted. Flamel? The alchemist? Indeed, Draco lowered his voice. They are seeking information about him. Why? Blaze chimed in. What is so special about Flamel apart from being the creator of the Philosopher's Stone? The Philosopher's Stone can produce the elixir of life, Theodore interjected. Which implies someone desires immortality, Blaze added. Slytherin poked his head out from under the blankets, his eyes wide. Professor Quirrell. All eyes turned toward him. What? Draco asked. Professor Quirrell, his garlic scent is meant to mask another odor, the stench of decaying flesh and herbs. He is consuming something to sustain his life, but it is not effective. A brief silence enveloped the common room. Blaze and Draco exchanged glances, while Theodore gazed thoughtfully at his brother. How do you know it's decaying flesh and herbs? Theodore queried. By scent. Last week during defense against the dark arts class, when he bent down to pick up chalk, the smell was faint but unmistakable. Draco's expression grew serious. My father once mentioned that certain dark magic rituals require unusual materials to sustain life. If Quirrell is indeed engaged in something, we should inform Professor Snape, Blaze suggested. Theodore shook his head. There is no evidence. A mere odor cannot substantiate anything. Besides, he glanced at Slytherin. I do not wish for Slytherin to be embroiled in this. I'm already involved. I know there is something wrong with the back of his head. Theodore's gaze sharpened. When did you notice this? Christmas. He was conversing while eating. Draco stood, pacing back and forth. This is increasingly concerning. Quirrell is a fool, as we all know. But if he is truly conducting dark magic experiments, he is the defense against the dark arts professor. How ironic. Perhaps that is precisely why Dumbledore appointed him to the position. Blaze speculated, to keep watch over him. Slytherin withdrew beneath the blankets once more, his voice muffled. The thing on the back of his head is growing stronger. The garlic scent is intensifying, meant to cover up the increasingly potent stench of decay. Theodore set aside his quill and moved to sit beside Slytherin, his hand resting naturally on the blanket enveloping him. From now on, keep your distance from Professor Quirrell. If you must attend his class, sit in the back row. Chapter 13, A Confession to Theodore. I always sit in the back row, Slytherin replied. Then continue doing so, and sleep through it. Do not look at him. Do not pay him any mind. Blaze raised an eyebrow. Are you teaching your brother how to ignore a professor in class? I am teaching him how to stay safe. Theodore stated. At the beginning of February, Hogwarts was gripped by a rare snowstorm. Classes were inevitably cancelled, and students found themselves confined to their respective common rooms. For Slytherin, this was sheer paradise. He could lounge on the sofa all day, watching Theodore read, listening to the crackling of the firewood in the hearth, and occasionally responding to Blaze or Draco's inquiries. However, on the afternoon of the third day, an unexpected visitor arrived. When Miss Fanfic knocked on the door of the Slytherin common room, her face bore a distinct flush, not from the cold, but from nervousness. She surveyed the room, her gaze landing on Theodore. Not. She approached, her voice a half-octave higher than usual. May I speak with you? Alone. Theodore lifted his eyes from his book. Here's just fine. The girl bit her lip, glancing at the sofa beside Theodore. Slytherin had fully emerged from his blanket, sitting upright, his eyes fixed on her like a cat observing humanity. It's a private matter, Fanfic insisted. Theodore sighed and closed his book. All right, 5 minutes. They moved to a distant corner of the common room, near the windows overlooking the Black Lake. Slytherin completely emerged from the blanket, sitting up straight. His gaze locked on the two. You're spying, Blaze remarked, settling beside him with a wizard chess set in hand. Not spying, merely observing. What is the difference? Spying is secretive, observing is overt. Slytherin's eyes remained unblinking. And I don't need to spy. I can hear. Blaze followed his gaze. You can hear them from here? No way, that is too far. Slytherin refrained from explaining. He could hear them, not because of particularly keen ears, but because he could read lips. This skill, he had never disclosed to anyone, not even Theodore. Sometimes, the library of his mind would automatically catalog information, regardless of his willingness. At that moment, her lips were moving. I've always admired you, Theodore. Your intellect, your composure. I feel we have much in common. Theodore's lips barely moved. Thank you. What I mean to say is. The girl's fingers twisted together. Perhaps we could get to know each other better. Study together, or visit Hogsmeade this weekend. This weekend, I shall accompany Sildu. Theodore said he can join us. She exclaimed too quickly, then corrected herself, implying that she was indifferent. Your brother is quite reserved. He does not enjoy large gatherings. Theodore remarked. Then the three of us can go, Sildu interjected. Theodore does not relish going out. He interrupted her. Moreover, I do not believe it is a prudent idea. We are merely classmates, and I am not even well acquainted with you." The girl's expression froze. Theodore stood still for a few moments before returning, his face devoid of emotion. "What did she say?" Bress inquired curiously. "Nothing of significance," Theodore replied, resuming his place beside Sildu, picking up the book once more. However, Sildu had noticed. The words she spoke before turning away lingered. "Your brother cannot be your excuse forever." Sildu gazed at her brother's profile, suddenly feeling an unfamiliar emotion swirling within her chest. It was not intense, but distinctly clear, a slight discomfort, akin to a clothing label rubbing against the skin, not painful but irritating. "She likes you," Sildu asserted. Theodore turned a page in his book, dismissing her claim. "She is not mistaken," Sildu insisted, her pupils dilating, heart racing, her body leaning forward, revealing a physiological manifestation of affection. Theodore finally turned to his brother. "Do you care?" The question left Sildu momentarily speechless. Did he care? Should he care? Someone like Theodore. What concern was it of his? Theodore remained unchanged, impervious to the affections of others. Yet, that discomfort persisted. "I do not know," Sildu admitted honestly. Theodore regarded him for a moment before reaching out to tousle his hair. "You need not know. It is inconsequential." Chapter 14. The Weight of Promises. Bress cleared his throat beside them. "Apologies for interrupting your tender brotherly moment, but I must say, she is neither the first nor will she be the last. Theodore, you are quite handsome, intelligent, and come from a prestigious family. It is an objective truth that girls will be drawn to you." "That is their affair," Theodore replied. "But you will marry one day," Bress insisted. "The Knot family requires an heir. It is the obligation of a pure-blood family." Silda felt that discomfort suddenly sharpen, like a fine needle piercing the skin. He looked to Theodore, awaiting his brother's response. Theodore closed his book, the emotions in his gray eyes inscrutable. "That is still far off." "Not too far. We can become engaged in 6th grade. Many families do so." "I will not," Theodore declared. "Will not what?" "Will not become engaged. Will not marry. The Knot family has Sildu and me. That is sufficient." Bress's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious? Your father would not approve." "He will." Theodore's tone brooked no argument. "Because he has no other choice." The conversation reached a standstill, yet Sildu's mind remained abuzz. That night, Sildu dreamt. In the dream, Theodore stood at the altar of the Knot estate, beside a blurred female figure. Sildu wished to approach, but found himself shackled in place. Chains extending from his mind, ensnaring his limbs. He looked down at the chains, discovering each one was linked to a black book. The titles embossed upon their covers read, "Pure Blood Laws, Family Responsibilities, Societal Expectations." Sildu struggled to break free, but the chains tightened further. He lifted his gaze to Theodore, longing to call his brother's name, yet no sound escaped his lips. Theodore turned, his gray eyes meeting his, yet they were unfamiliar, cold. Then Sildu awakened. He lay in his dormitory bed, his heart pounding. Theodore slept beside him, an arm draped over his waist, breathing steadily. Sildu turned to face his brother, extending a hand to gently touch Theodore's cheek. Warm, real his. "Did you have a nightmare?" Theodore suddenly spoke, eyes still closed. "Yes," Sildu replied, retracting his hand. Theodore opened his eyes, studying Sildu in the dim light. "What did you dream?" "You were married," Sildu confessed. Theodore fell silent for a few seconds before responding. "I will not," Bress said. Sildu began, but Bress was merely babbling. Theodore interrupted, fingers weaving through Sildu's hair. "Listen, Sildu, you are my other half. This was decided before our birth. There will be no marriage, no heirs, nothing that can alter this. Do you understand?" Sildu nodded. Yet within the dark recesses of his mind, a new book quietly emerged on the shelf, titled The Weight of Promises. February 14th, Hogwarts welcomed Valentine's Day. For Sildu, it was merely another bothersome occasion. The Great Hall was awash with pink heart-shaped confetti, owls delivering an array of sweets and cards. And the air was thick with a sickly sweet aroma. "Disgusting," Draco remarked at the breakfast table, pushing aside a letter doused in perfume. Sildu wholeheartedly agreed. To make matters worse, they had defense against the dark arts class today, requiring him to leave the common room, traverse the corridors scattered with heart confetti, and endure Professor Quirrell's garlic scent and potential back-of-the-head conversations. "We could skip class," Theodore suggested, noticing his brother's wrinkled nose. "Snape would find out," Sildu replied. "Then let's go." "And then sleep," Theodore said, spreading jam on Sildu's toast, just as he always did. But today was different. Upon arriving at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, they found the entrance crowded with students, not just Slytherins, but also Ravenclaws, as both houses attended class together that day. "What is going on?" Draco complained, exasperated by the throng. The situation inside the classroom was worse. Professor Quirrell stood at the lectern, appearing more anxious than usual, his purple turban askew, revealing more of the skin at the nape of his neck. Sildu immediately noticed that the skin appeared to be writhing beneath the surface. Today, we will learn about the defense against love potions, Coral stammered, given that today is Valentine's Day. A Ravenclaw girl giggled. Sildu took a seat in the back row by the window, Theodore naturally sitting beside him. Bress and Draco occupied the seats in front of them. Halfway through the lesson, Coral instructed them to practice identifying the ingredients of love potions. Sildu leaned on the desk, feigning sleep while actually observing the back of Coral's head. From that angle, he could see that beneath the turban, the shape of his skull was not normal. There was a peculiar bulge. Chapter 15, Sildu's Library. Did you see that? Sildu asked. See what? The bulge on the back of his head, and that black line. Theodore halted, pulling Sildu into a recess of the corridor to avoid other students. Black line? What black line? The one extending from beneath the turban. It was thin, like hair, but not quite. Sildu explained that it was moving, albeit slightly. It was indeed in motion. Theodore's expression grew serious. This matter ends here, Sildu. Do not observe Coral any longer. Do not think about it. Understand? But no buts. Theodore's hand rested on Sildu's shoulder, the pressure firm. Promise me. Sildur gazed into his brother's eyes and discerned the worry and fear that resided within them. Theodore was afraid that Sildur knew too much, afraid that Sildur might become entangled in danger. I promise, Sildur declared. Theodore released his grip, inhaling deeply. All right. Let us return to the common room. You need to attend the remaining classes today. I shall assist you in taking a leave. And you? Sildur inquired. The professor summoned me, Theodore replied, but I shall return as swiftly as I can. Sildur made his way back to the Slytherin common room alone. Approaching his usual spot on the sofa, he refrained from sitting down, instead standing there, staring into the flames. His mind was a bustling library. New tomes concerning Professor Quirrell were continually being added to the shelves, yet these volumes were bound by chains, preventing him from accessing them. Sildur closed his eyes, striving to concentrate. Perhaps, if he exerted enough effort, he could. What are you doing? Sildur jolted his eyes open to find Blaise Zabini standing at the entrance of the common room, a book in hand, observing him with curiosity. Nothing, Sildur replied. Moving to take a seat on the sofa, Blaise approached and settled across from him. Where's Theodore? He is occupied, Sildur answered. So he left you here alone? That is unusual. Blaise scrutinized Sildur's expression. You appear troubled. Sildur remained silent. After a moment, Blaise ventured. Is it about Professor Quirrell? The incident in class today? It wasn't an incident, Sildur stated. What then? Sildur hesitated. He had promised Theodore to refrain from dwelling on the matter, yet the information lingered in his mind, refusing to be dismissed. Furthermore, Blaise might offer a different perspective. There is something in the back of his head. It's not a tumor, it's something else. Alive. Blaise's expression grew serious. Are you certain? I saw it moving, Sildur replied, and there was a black line extending from it, connecting to his body. A black line? Blaise mused. That sounds like some sort of parasitic magic. But what kind of parasitic magic would require garlic to mask its scent? Unless that thing itself has a smell, Sildur interjected. A rotting smell. They fell into silence. You should inform the professor, Snape, or even Dumbledore, Blaise urged. No, Sildur retorted. Theodore is protecting you. I understand that, Blaise replied, but some dangers cannot simply be avoided. If Quirrell is indeed possessed by some dark magic, then all of Hogwarts is at risk. Sildur regarded Blaise. Why do you care? Because I reside here, Blaise replied. And while your symbiotic relationship with your brother may be somewhat extreme, I do not harbor any disdain for you both. In fact, I find you rather intriguing. Intriguing? Sildur echoed. Like observing a rare magical creature. Blaise chuckled. I've seen many twins, but you too are unique. Don't you think you're interesting? Sildur was at a loss for words, opting to remain silent. He curled back into the sofa, closing his eyes and feigning sleep. Blaise, too, fell silent, merely flipping through the pages of his book. The questions multiplied, yet answers remained elusive. Sildur sighed, deciding to set the matter aside for the time being. After all, he had promised Theodore he would not dwell on it. Yet some promises seemed to elude the will of the mind. That night, when Theodore returned to their dormitory, Sildur was already lying in bed, though not asleep. He awaited his brother. You didn't attend dinner, Theodore remarked, shedding his robes. I wasn't hungry. Theodore perched himself on the edge of the bed, his fingers instinctively running through Sildur's tousled hair. Blaise mentioned you spoke with him. Yes, Sildur replied. About Professor Quirrell. And the role of garlic? Theodore's fingers faltered momentarily before resuming their gentle motion. I asked you not to think about it. I cannot help but think about it. Sildur confessed. The information is lodged in my brain, and it connects itself. I cannot control it. This was the first time Sildur had articulated his thought process so directly. Theodore fell silent for a moment before asking, what kind of process? Like a library, Sildur explained. Everything I see, hear, smell, and feel transforms into books, placed upon the shelves. Then those books converse among themselves, generating new volumes, and I cannot halt this process. Theodore lay down, facing his brother. In the dim light, their eyes drew close. Chapter 16. Sildur was kissed. When did this start? Theodore asked. It has always been there, Sildur replied, but it has grown increasingly active of late. Particularly concerning the books about Quirrell, they are bound by chains, yet today, one of them had a loosened chain. Chains. Theodore pondered. Some of the tomes are indeed bound. But today, the lock on that one was slackened. Theodore contemplated these words before suggesting, have you considered that these chains might serve as a protective mechanism? To prevent you from acquiring perilous knowledge. But if that were the case, why would the chains loosen? Why would my mind permit access to some knowledge, but not all? Perhaps Theodore hesitated. Perhaps it is not your mind that is making the decision. Perhaps it is something else. Such as? Sildur pressed. A hereditary or imposed protective magic. Theodore explained. Pureblood families sometimes impose such magic on their children to shield them from premature exposure to certain truths. Sildur blinked. But our family has no such tradition. Father has never mentioned it. There are many things Father has not disclosed. Theodore's tone turned colder. He is more concerned with family reputation than with us. This was the first time Theodore had so candidly criticized their father. Sildur felt surprised, but not astonished. From his observations, he had indeed noticed that Theodore received more attention, as he was the promising one, while Sildur experienced a complex form of neglect. Do you think Father has cast a spell on me? Sildur inquired. I'm uncertain. Starting tomorrow, I will seek information. But until then, promise me you won't attempt to open those locked books. I will do my best. Not your best. You must refrain. Theodore's hand moved to the nape of Sildur's neck. Sildur, some knowledge is inherently dangerous. And knowing too much can sometimes be more lethal than knowing too little. Sildur recalled the bulge on the back of Professor Quirrell's head. Perhaps Theodore was right. Some things were better left unknown. Very well, I promise. Theodore leaned closer, their foreheads touching. Now sleep. Sildur closed his eyes. Yet Theodore did not withdraw immediately. His breath brushed against Sildur's cheek, warm and steady. Then, quite suddenly, Theodore's lips grazed Sildur's ear. The touch was light, fleeting, almost accidental. Yet Sildur knew it was intentional. He opened his eyes wide, his midnight green gaze reflecting his brother's face, which was so near. Theodore did not retreat, his gray eyes meeting Sildur's calmly, as if waiting for some reaction. Sildur's mind went blank for a fleeting moment. Then, the library surged into action, and several spinning volumes swiftly appeared on the shelves. Hand contact, conventional, nape grasp, soothing, forehead touch, intimate, ear kiss. Sildur was left in shock. Sildur was perplexed. He opened his mouth, his voice slightly hoarse. Why? I don't know, he wished to say, his tone as serene as if discussing the weather. Yet, he felt no aversion. This is not a question, but a statement, Theodore remarked. After a moment's contemplation, Sildur realized the truth in those words. He felt no dislike. The touch had not elicited discomfort, but rather confusion. Confusion over Theodore's actions, the implications therein, and why he felt no repulsion. He nodded, somewhat dazed. Theodore smiled. Sleep now. He stepped back, lay down, and closed his eyes. Sildur gazed at his brother's profile for a long while before also lying down, staring at the water-stained ceiling. Perhaps he was overthinking it. The touch had left a trace of warmth on his earlobe, like a small imprint. His mind endeavored to analyze, categorize, and comprehend it. Ultimately, the classification in that new book remained a question mark. Perhaps some things do not require understanding. Perhaps some touches merely exist. With this thought, Sildur gradually sank into slumber. Chapter 17. The Unfathomable Change. The following day, Theodore began frequenting the library with increased regularity. He forbade Sildur from accompanying him, claiming, "You need rest." However, Sildur understood that Theodore wished to shield him from the secrets that might unravel their chains. Sildur honored his promise, refraining from attempting to unlock any further sealed tomes. Yet, he could not cease observing, and February at Hogwarts provided ample fodder for scrutiny. For instance, the girl who had confessed her feelings to Theodore no longer sought to speak to him alone, but her gaze had transformed. It shifted from affection to a complex amalgamation of hurt, confusion, and a hint of resentment. Furthermore, Blaze's attitude towards Sildur had also altered. He began to initiate conversations with Sildur, posing seemingly casual inquiries. Did you sleep well last night? Where is Theodore today? What do you think of Professor Quirrell's appearance today? Sildur responded honestly, albeit withholding certain details. He was uncertain of Blaze's intentions, yet Theodore had advised him to trust no one entirely, except for himself. Thus, he proceeded with caution. Moreover, Harry Potter and his friends appeared to be encountering difficulties. Sildur observed them several times in the library, surrounded by a pile of books on Nicholas Flamel, yet the trio seemed increasingly disheartened. On the third Tuesday of February, Sildur, dragged by Theodore to History of Magic class, encountered Harry. The boy who lived sat alone on the windowsill of the armory corridor. Sildo initially considered walking past, but Harry looked up and noticed him. Not, Harry said. Sildo halted. Sildo, right? Harry added. Sildo nodded. Harry jumped down from the steps. I've been thinking about what you said before Christmas. About the mirror. Indeed. It was a matter of consequence. At that time, Theodore had been recounting a story to Sildo. Harry continued. I found it. The mirror of Ariste. It shows my deepest desire, my family. Sildo concealed his surprise, but his mind was cataloging the information. Harry Potter yearned for family, aligning with the psychological expectations of an orphan. Yet Professor Dumbledore had stated that the mirror was not meant to reveal truths, but rather to ensnare one's soul. Harry went on. He said the mirror is to be moved tomorrow. I just wanted to thank you. Though I don't know how you knew, you provided me with a clue. You're welcome. Sildo replied. Harry hesitated. If you looked into the mirror, what would you see? The question caught Sildo off guard. What would he see? Theodore, undoubtedly. But how would the mirror present it? Would Theodore be with him? Would Theodore merely gaze at him? Or something else? I don't know, he ultimately said. You should go see it before it's moved. It's in that abandoned classroom on the 4th floor. Tonight. Sildo shook his head. Theodore won't agree. You can go by yourself. I won't leave Theodore, Sildo stated. Harry regarded him, his expression a blend of understanding and confusion. You really never part, do you? Why would we? Sildo retorted. Harry smiled, though it bore a tinge of bitterness. Yeah, why would you? I truly wish I had a brother like you too. Sildo found himself at a loss for words, merely nodding before continuing towards the classroom. Yet Harry's words echoed in his mind. I truly wish I had a brother like you too. Like them? Inseparable? Symbiotic? Or something else entirely? That evening, Sildo recounted to Theodore the invitation from Harry regarding the mirror. Do you want to go? Theodore inquired. As they sat in the common room, Theodore immersed in writing an essay, while Sildo merely existed. I'm somewhat curious, Sildo admitted, though he had no desire to attend. Why not? Because if I go and see something that confuses me, Sildo articulated, Harry saw family. That is his desire. But what if I see something strange? Theodore set down his quill. You would see me. What is strange about that? Indeed. Chapter 18, The Inner Yearning. But how would the mirror present it? If my desire is you, how would the mirror depict it? 1 Theodore? 100 Theodores? What would Theodore be doing? With me? He paused, for Theodore suddenly stood, grasping his hand. Come on. Where to? The 4th floor. To see the mirror. Sildo looked at his brother in astonishment. Aren't you the one who didn't want me to encounter dangerous things? This is not danger, it is an answer. And I wish to know. Oh. They quietly exited the common room, traversing the dimly lit corridors. Theodore held Sildo's hand, his wand raised ahead, its tip emitting a faint glow. The abandoned classroom on the 4th floor was easily located, and they pushed the door open. The mirror reached the ceiling, adorned with an opulent golden frame. The top inscribed with a line of text, Eristra eru oit ube kafru oidon woser. Theodore whispered the words and translated, It does not show your face, but rather your heart's desire. They stood before the mirror. Sildo glanced into its depths and froze. In the mirror, he and Theodore stood together, just as they did in reality. Yet, the reflections appeared older, perhaps 17 or 18. They were situated in what resembled the library of Not Manor, though this library was brighter, with taller shelves and more books than in reality. In the mirror, Theodore was reading a book while Sildo leaned against his shoulder, asleep. Then, Theodore in the mirror set down his book, gently brushing his fingers through his brother's hair before leaning down to plant a kiss on Sildo's forehead. The scene was tranquil, warm, and perfect. Sildo blinked, and the image in the mirror vanished, reverting to their real reflections. What did you see? Theodore asked softly. Us, in Not Manor. You kissed my forehead. A smile crept upon Theodore's lips as he replied, I saw us too. However, what I beheld was us on a deserted isle. You reclined as I narrated tales, all centered around us. Sildur remarked. What else could it be? Theodore replied. Sildur turned towards the mirror, gazing once more. In every scene, they were perpetually together, forever revolving around Theodore, bound by an unspoken understanding and connection. It did not depict longing. Sildur asserted it portrayed reality, our future reality. Perhaps this is our desire, Theodore mused, a future that ensures we remain united for eternity. Sildur beheld the final image in the mirror. They appeared aged, their hair silvered. Seated side by side in armchairs by the hearth, a shared blanket draped over their knees. Their hands intertwined between the chair arms, eyes closed, as if in a peaceful slumber or quietly awaiting the end of time. Then that image too faded away. Sildur felt a warmth in his eyes, an emotion he could not quite identify, yet it was profound, so intense that he yearned to grasp Theodore's hand, to affirm that his brother was indeed present, and would always remain so. Let us depart, Theodore suggested, his voice slightly hoarse. They exited the classroom and returned to the dim corridor, enveloped in silence until nearing the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Sildur, Theodore suddenly said. Whatever the mirror reveals, it is a possible future, not an inevitable one. The future is crafted by our own hands, each day. I know, Sildur replied. But do you believe? Theodore turned to face him. Do you believe we will remain together as we are in the mirror until old age? Without hesitation, Sildur affirmed, I believe. Theodore stroked his head. That is sufficient. As long as you believe, nothing else matters. Chapter 19. Theodore is injured. That night, Sildur dreamt. Childhood, adolescence, adulthood, old age, every phase of their lives flitted through his mind like a rapidly playing film. At the dream's conclusion, they were indeed very old, seated by the hearth, hands clasped. The Theodore in the dream turned his head towards Sildur, saying, See, I told you we would always be together. Then Sildur awoke to find the real Theodore gazing at him, his gray eyes soft like morning mist. You smiled, Theodore remarked. I was dreaming, Sildur replied. A good dream? The best dream. At that moment, Sildur's smile radiated genuine joy. If he could, he wished to dwell in that dream forever. On the first weekend of March, Theodore announced he had uncovered a lead regarding the magic of the brain chain in the restricted section. After dinner, while in their dormitory, Theodore lowered his voice to convey that a book titled Ancient Mental Protection Magic mentioned similar phenomena. Certain wizarding families would impose knowledge filters on their descendants to shield them from premature exposure to perilous information or intolerable ancestral memories. Ancestral memories? Sildur inquired, leaning against the wall on his bed. Some magical abilities are hereditary, but not solely the abilities themselves. At times, memories are inherited as well, Theodore elucidated. The experiences of ancestors, family secrets, even some sealed magical knowledge. These memories exist in the descendants' minds in some form until certain conditions are met to unlock them. This notion rendered both of them silent. If it were the Knot family's abilities, then who endowed Sildur with such gifts? Why? Eventually, Theodore insisted, you must promise me. Regardless of what we discover, do not act impulsively, do not take risks, do not stray from my side. Sildur interjected, I know, Theodore, I have promised. Theodore regarded him. At times, I feel you are actually more astute than I, merely disinclined to demonstrate it. I would rather be a little foolish, a bit quieter, so I can remain by your side, unnoticed. Theodore sat on the edge of the bed, resting his hand on Sildur's head. Whether you are clever or simple, quiet or boisterous, I will always be by your side. There is no need for discussion. That night, Sildur again entered the library of the mind. He did not attempt to unlock the secured tomes, but walked through the aisles, observing them. Sildur paused before the shelf labeled the cost. The titles of the 3 books read Balance, Sacrifice, Eternity. He reached out to touch Balance, but as his fingertips neared, a potent sense of foreboding surged within him, prompting him to retract his hand. His consciousness exited the library, returning to reality. Theodore lay beside him, breathing steadily. Sildur stared at the ceiling, contemplating those titles, Balance, Sacrifice, Eternity. Each word felt heavy, imbued with an ominous premonition. 3 days later, Theodore had to leave for 2 hours due to Quidditch practice. He entrusted Sildur to Blaise. Yet Blaise was soon called away by Flint to assist with organizing Quidditch equipment. I'll be back shortly, Blaise assured as he departed the common room. Stay put, Sildur acquiesced, regretting his childhood self for expressing a fondness for Theodore's flying. Foolishness. However, 10 minutes later, a first-year Slytherin burst into the common room, breathless, exclaiming, Not. Your brother is injured. On the Quidditch pitch. Before Sildur's mind could process the veracity of the news, his body had already sprung into action. He dashed out of the common room. The outdoor air was painfully cold, the thawed ground muddy and slick. Sildur raced towards the Quidditch pitch. His mind fixated on a singular thought. Theodore was hurt. He needed to find his brother. How could he be injured? Theodore could not be injured. Yet, upon reaching the pitch, he found Theodore standing in the center, unscathed, conversing with Flint. Theodore, Sildur shouted, his voice fragmented from running. Theodore turned, his expression shifting from surprise to alertness. Silda, what are you doing here? Where's Blaise? How are you? Are you injured? I don't want you flying. I hate that you fly. Silda halted, realizing something felt amiss. Theodore appeared entirely unharmed. Theodore's demeanor shifted. He quickly approached Sildur, enveloping him in a tight embrace. I am fine, Sildur. Who told you I was hurt? I don't know. Sildur calmed down, tears welling in his eyes. Perhaps someone intended to lure me out. Why? Theodore's question mirrored Sildur's own. Then, they simultaneously arrived at the answer, to draw the tiger from the mountain, to separate them, or to distract Theodore and do something to Sildur. Back to the castle, Theodore urged, his voice tense. Chapter 20, Voldemort. They hurried back to the castle. Sildur's hand firmly grasping Theodore's, as if fearing he might vanish again. Yet, upon entering the entrance hall, they encountered Professor Quirrell. Quirrell appeared more flustered than usual. Upon spotting the Knot brothers, he hesitated before stammering, "And not Mr. Knot. Have you seen Harry Potter?" "No," Theodore replied, attempting to sidestep him. But Quirrell blocked their path. "I need to find him. It is very, very important." Sildo noticed that he seemed to be awaiting something. His posture was peculiar, with his weight resting on his heels, as if prepared to flee or strike at any moment. "We Haven Tea Spotted Porter," Theodore remarked, his tone growing colder. "Please step aside, Professor." Quirrell remained motionless. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and the stutter vanished. "You know something, don't you? Regarding the third floor, concerning the guards." Theodore pulled Sildo behind him, his wand already gripped tightly in his hand. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Professor. Now, please move aside." The atmosphere was tense. Sildo peered over Theodore's shoulder at Quirrell, noticing further details. Quirrell's hands trembled, not from fear, his pupils dilated, not due to the light. His breath was shallow and rapid, as if two beings were sharing the same breath. "Something on the back of your head is quite active today," Sildo suddenly remarked. Theodore interjected, "Sildo." Quirrell's expression froze. Then, very slowly, a completely different voice emerged from his mouth, a hoarse, malevolent tone. "Clever little boy." Theodore positioned himself entirely in front of Sildo, wand aimed at Quirrell. "Leave, whoever you are. Otherwise, I swear, you will regret it. The Knots twins. I've heard of you. An intriguing pair, but the observer has made a mistake today. He should not have voiced what he knows. He will not speak again." Theodore stated, "Now, this is your final warning." Yet he had no opportunity to finish the incantation. Quirrell suddenly raised his wand, a green light shooting forth. Theodore swiftly cast the shield charm, deflecting the green light, which struck the wall, leaving a charred mark. "The killing curse?" Theodore's voice was filled with shock. "You dare use the killing curse at Hogwarts?" "I dare do many things," the low voice retorted. "Now, hand over that observer. He is quite useful to my master." "Absolutely not," Theodore replied, casting another shield charm to repel another curse. Although Theodore was merely a first year, his magical prowess surpassed that of his peers. Yet the disparity was palpable. The strength of an adult wizard, even a parasitic one, was beyond that of a student. Sildo stood behind Theodore. And then he saw it. The turban on Quirrell's head had fully unraveled during the confrontation. There was a face. Sildo felt a wave of nausea. But he forced himself to continue observing. Where had he seen that face? Not a living person, perhaps a painting, or in the library of his mind. A locked book that suddenly burst open its chains. Those pages were filled with images, Ministry of Magic wanted posters, illustrations from history books. And then it stopped on one page. It was a photograph from his youth, but Sildo instantly recognized the vertical pupils, akin to a serpent Tom Riddle. Or by his more widely known name, Voldemort. "He is Voldemort," Sildo exclaimed. The battle abruptly halted. Quirrell and that face turned towards Sildo, their expressions one of shock. "How do you?" the low voice hissed, then transformed into a sibilance. "Kill him. Now." Chapter 21, The Priority Task. But just then, another voice rang out, "Professor Quirrell. What are you doing?" Professor McGonagall descended the stairs, her expression stern. Upon witnessing the remnants of the battle in the foyer, her wand was immediately drawn. Quirrell hastily wrapped his turban, the stutter returning. "Nothing, Professor. Just practice." "Yes, practicing defensive spells." Professor McGonagall regarded him with skepticism, then turned to the Knot brothers. "Really, Mr. Knot?" Theodore hesitated for a moment. In that moment, Sildo felt his brother's hand tighten around his wrist. "Yes, Professor," Theodore said, his voice steady. "Professor Quirrell was giving us some extra tutoring. Just a bit too engrossed." Professor McGonagall appeared unconvinced, yet lacked evidence. She stated sternly, "The foyer is not a place for practicing magic. Professor Quirrell, remember that. Mr. Knot, return to your common room." "Yes, Professor," Theodore replied, pulling Sildo away briskly. Once they had reached a safe distance, Theodore quietly asked, "Are you certain? Voldemort? That face. I've seen it in books. Tom Riddle, the young Voldemort." But that face had melted away, as if injured. Theodore took a deep breath. "So, Quirrell's head is Voldemort's, the Dark Lord whose name cannot be spoken. Disguised as a professor at Hogwarts, seeking the Philosopher's Stone to restore his power. We need to inform the professors," Sildo asserted. "How do we tell them?" "Just say we saw a face on the back of Quirrell's head, and that my mind's library told me it was Voldemort. Will they believe us? But we must do something. What we need to do is ensure your safety. Voldemort now knows you recognized him, which means you have become a target. From this moment on, you cannot leave my sight, not for a second." They returned to the Slytherin common room, where Blaise awaited anxiously. "Where have you been?" he inquired. "I returned to find Sildo missing. We encountered Quirrell," Theodore replied succinctly. "He attempted to attack us." Blaise's eyes widened. "What? Why?" Theodore glanced at Sildo, then decided on partial honesty. Because there is something on the back of his head, and Sildo recognized what it was. "What was it?" "Better not to know," Theodore replied. "The more you know, the more dangerous it becomes. Blaise scrutinized them, then nodded. All right, but what I need to know is, what do we do? If Quirrell is truly a threat, the entire school is in danger. Dumbledore will handle it, Theodore stated. I believe he has known for some time. What we need to do now is keep a low profile, ensure safety, and avoid getting involved. But Harry Potter and his friends are investigating, Blaise insisted. They LL run into danger. I'd love to see that unfold. That is their concern. Our priority is Sildo. Sildo listened to their conversation, feeling a swirl of complex emotions. But I feel you're in greater danger. We should. Theodore's tone was resolute. This matter ends here. Let the professors handle the rest, understand? Sildo gazed into his brother's eyes, witnessing the fear within. Not fear of Voldemort, but the fear of possibly losing Sildo. That fear was so intense that it overshadowed all other considerations. I understand, Sildo finally replied. Yet in the library of his mind, a new book was beginning to form. Chapter 22, Another Nightmare. On the first Friday of April, during the Care of Magical Creatures class, Hagrid brought in an injured unicorn foal. A deep wound marred its leg. Silver blood oozing slowly, glimmering ominously in the sunlight. This was found at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid said in a choked voice. Poor little thing. I don't know what beast attacked it. The students formed a circle, most wearing expressions of curiosity and sympathy. But Sildo saw more, at the back of the crowd. Professor Quirrell stood there, his turban wrapped excessively tight, his face pale as parchment. That was not sympathy, it was desire. Sildo felt a wave of nausea. He stepped back, colliding with Theodore. Theodore immediately steadied him, following his gaze towards Quirrell. We must leave, he murmured, pulling Sildo in the direction of the castle. However, Sildo did not move at once. Hagrid suddenly spoke up, his voice louder than usual. We ought to take the unicorn to Madame Pomfrey. Its wound may be poisoned. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. You're right, Mr. Knott. I'll go at once. Professor Quirrell abruptly turned his sharp gaze upon Sildo, his eyes glinting like blades. In that instant, Sildo's stammer vanished entirely. He could almost hear another voice in his mind shrieking about meddling. Yet, the next moment, Quirrell reverted back to the timid professor. Why yes, that should be done. Theodore hastened Sildo away. It was only upon entering the castle that he released his grip. His expression grave. What were you thinking? Remind Hagrid. Sildo felt a twinge of grievance. If the unicorn remains there, Quirrell may seize the opportunity to approach it. That is not your concern. But it is happening right before my eyes. Theodore, are we truly in the right? This was the first time Sildo questioned Theodore's judgment. Theodore was taken aback, his gray eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, with a hint of hurt. Are you blaming me for choosing to protect you? Theodore asked softly. Sildo immediately replied, No, I am eternally grateful that you wish to protect me. However, I feel we should stir the waters. Theodore countered. That would be quite troublesome. But we might possess the most knowledge, Sildo insisted. I am aware of the details regarding Voldemort's possession, what he desires, and his weaknesses. Weaknesses? Theodore seized upon the key term. What weaknesses? Sildo hesitated. It pertained to another book, its chains loosened but not fully unbound. Voldemort's weaknesses. He only knew the title, not its contents. I do not yet know, but that book is in my mind. The chains are loosening. If I could unlock it. Theodore's tone became resolute. Absolutely not. Attempting to forcibly unlock the book regarding Voldemort's weaknesses could be perilous. We do not know the cost. But what if that weakness could stop him? Then let Dumbledore find out. Theodore said, Sildo, I am asking you to prioritize your safety. If anything were to happen to you. He paused, his voice wavering. Then I would have nothing. This statement rendered all of Sildo's retorts caught in his throat. Ultimately, Sildo said, I will not attempt to open that book. Theodore breathed a sigh of relief, his fingers running through Sildo's hair. Good. Now, let us return to the common room. We shall forego the remainder of today's classes. Except for Transfiguration. I shall help you take leave. Just say you are unwell. This was, in fact, the truth. Sildo genuinely felt unwell, not physically, but mentally. That sensation of knowing too much yet being unable to speak or act weighed heavily upon his chest. That night, Sildo had a nightmare. In the dream, Harry Potter stood within a burning room, Voldemort advancing upon him step by step. Sildo and Theodore stood outside the door, peering through the keyhole. Theodore covered Sildo's mouth, whispering, Do not make a sound, do not interfere. Then Harry collapsed, green light flooding the room. Sildo wanted to scream, but no sound emerged. He turned to look at Theodore, only to see his brother's face morph into that of Quirrell, the melted visage upon the back of his head. Chapter 23, The Twin Bond. Sildo awoke, drenched in cold sweat. Theodore immediately stirred awake, illuminating his wand. What is it? A nightmare, Sildo gasped. You turned into Quirrell. Theodore fell silent for a moment, then extinguished his wand, pulling Sildo into his embrace. The position was intimate. Sildo's face nestled in his brother's shoulder, inhaling the familiar scents of cedar and parchment. Theodore spoke softly. What are you truly thinking? Sildo lifted his head, searching for his brother's eyes in the darkness. I worry for you. I am afraid, brother. I have said, Hogwarts has thousands of students, but I have only one brother. This arithmetic equation could be calculated even by Crabbe and Goyle. Indeed, that night, Sildo finally ventured once more into the library of his mind. Voldemort's weaknesses. Sildo hesitated, recalling his promise to Theodore. Yet, he also remembered the words upon the pages. Perhaps knowing this weakness was vital for the future. He extended his hand and opened the book. Upon reaching the 4th page, he halted. This page bore not text, but a complex diagram of a magical array surrounded by ancient runes. At the center of the design were 2 interwoven symbols, resembling a double helix, akin to 2 entwined serpents. Beneath the diagram, a line of small text read, Twin bond, soul resonance, can form a barrier, resisting the evil of soul splitting. Sildo stared at that phrase, feeling his heart race. Did twin bond refer to twins? Soul resonance? Barrier? He wished to read further. But the pages began to blur from that point onward, as if deliberately obscured. No matter how hard he tried, he could not discern the contents beyond. Yet, he had gleaned enough information. Voldemort's weakness was related to love, sacrifice, and bonds. Moreover, some connection between twins might forge a barrier against him. Sildo exited the library. Opening his eyes, he was alone in the dormitory. Theodore had gone to return books to the library. Moonlight filtered through the waters of the Black Lake, casting shimmering reflections upon the ceiling, reminiscent of the magical array's design. Twin bond, soul resonance. Sildo recalled the image displayed by the mirror of Ariste. He remembered Theodore's words, "You are my other half." This was determined before our birth. Perhaps this was more than mere metaphor. Perhaps their bond itself was a form of magic, a potent magic. The door creaked open, and Theodore entered, carrying several books. He placed them upon the table. I thought you were asleep. I was contemplating, Sildo replied. Theodore approached the bedside, sitting down. About what? Sildo hesitated for a moment, then resolved to partially confess regarding Voldemort's weaknesses. I opened that book. Theodore's expression froze. You promised. I know, Sildo quickly interjected, but I only glanced at part of it. And I discovered something significant. Voldemort's weaknesses are related to love and bonds. Furthermore, the special connection between twins may provide a defensive advantage against him. Theodore was silent for a moment before asking, what specifically? Sildo explained, there is a magical array design, along with a phrase, twin bond, soul resonance, can form a barrier, resisting the evil of soul splitting. Evil of soul splitting. Theodore echoed, referring to Horcruxes? Sildo affirmed, Theodore, our connection may not merely be emotional, it could be magical. Theodore pondered, his fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the bed. If this is true, it would explain certain things, such as why our father never worries about your abnormalities, and why he is so lenient regarding our inseparable bond. Do you think father knows something? He must know something, Theodore asserted. Pure-blood families harbor secrets, and the Knot family is no exception. Perhaps the bond that unites us is a form of hereditary magical characteristic. Theodore recalled the locked tomes within the cerebral library. I wish to unlock those books, he declared. That is far too perilous, Theodore retorted immediately. Let us proceed cautiously. I shall gather more external information first. But what if those tomes contain crucial insights about our abilities? Theodore persisted. If we could attain a deeper understanding of our connection, it might enable us to protect ourselves more effectively, and perhaps even assist others when necessary. Theodore gazed at his brother, his gray eyes appearing profound in the dim light. When did you begin to contemplate aiding others? They could at least stall the inevitable for a moment. Theodore sighed, reclining onto his bed, facing Theodore, who was evidently a decoy. What else could it be? Theodore pinched his fingertips. It was not until Theodore assumed his brother had drifted into slumber that he spoke. No. Chapter 24. Resonance. By the end of April, Hogwarts had entered the season of final examinations. The library was teeming with students, and the common room was alive with incantations and potion formulations well into the night. Yet for the Knot brothers, there were matters of greater significance beyond their studies. One evening in their dormitory, Theodore pointed at the pages of a tome. The ancient family records referred to this phenomenon as twin resonance, viewing it as a blessing from Merlin, while simultaneously cautioning against its potential costs. What are the costs? Theodore inquired. Theodore flipped through a few pages, revealing that the deeper the resonance, the more challenging independence became. One is injured, all are injured. One lives, all live. Ultimately, they could either become a flawless whole or fall into eternal dependency. Theodore pondered the implications of these words. If one of them were to be harmed or perish, would the other suffer the same fate? Perhaps, he mused. And eternal dependency does not sound entirely favorable. He recalled the bookshelf labeled abilities in the cerebral library. Perhaps it contained records on how to utilize their unique connection. I wish to attempt to unlock those tomes, he asserted. Theodore hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well. I shall remain by your side. Should anything seem amiss, I will rouse you immediately. Theodore reclined, shut his eyes, and entered the cerebral library. He made his way directly to the abilities bookshelf, which held 5 volumes, each bound with chains of varying thickness. He selected the one with the thinnest chain, its title reading Knowledge Sharing. Upon touching the book, the chain offered no resistance, and it opened easily. The first page read, "Once a twin establishes a sufficiently deep connection, knowledge acquired by one can be partially or wholly transmitted to the other without the need for language. The efficiency of transmission depends on the strength of resonance, the level of trust, and the emotional bond." The second page outlined the activation method. Physical contact is essential, and it is advisable to begin with simple information such as colors, numbers, or fundamental concepts. The third page warned of potential risks. Excessive sharing may lead to identity confusion, cognitive overload, and loss of privacy. It is recommended to establish psychological barriers to control the scope and depth of sharing. Theodore exited the library and opened his eyes. Theodore was gazing at him with concern. "How did it go?" Theodore asked. Sitting up, Theodore explained the contents. Theodore appeared both curious and cautious. "Do you wish to try it?" Theodore nodded. He extended his hand, grasping Theodore's, then closed his eyes, focusing on a simple piece of information, such as a number or color. "Try to send it to me." Theodore complied. Initially, nothing happened. He only felt the warmth of Theodore's palm and the steady rhythm of his pulse. Gradually, however, he sensed a presence that was neither image nor sound. He realized Theodore was thinking of blue, not sky blue, nor deep blue, but azure. "Lake blue," Theodore stated. Theodore opened his eyes, astonished. "Correct. How did you?" "I just knew. Now it's my turn." Theodore closed his eyes, envisioning the number 7. He attempted to convey this concept to Theodore. After a moment, Theodore inquired, "7?" Theodore opened his eyes. Success. They tried several more times, achieving a success rate of approximately 70%. "This requires practice," Theodore remarked, though his voice was tinged with suppressed excitement. "Imagine if we could refine this ability. We could coordinate in battle without uttering a word, rapidly sharing knowledge in our studies." "But there are risks," Theodore reminded him. "The tome warns of potential loss of privacy and identity confusion." Theodore reflected. "We could establish rules, for instance, not reading each other's thoughts without consent." "Agreed," Theodore replied. Chapter 25. The unspoken touch. That night, they attempted one final sharing before deciding to rest. They lay quietly, their hands gently entwined beneath the covers. Theodore felt an unparalleled sense of completeness, as if he had finally grasped a core aspect of his existence. He was not merely a flawed replica of Theodore, nor a mere dependent. He was Theodore Not, the twin brother of Theodore, and they shared an ancient magical connection. This realization brought him solace. If this ability were indeed real, they needed to learn to master it, asserting control rather than allowing it to dominate them. "Tomorrow, we shall explore the next book," Theodore whispered. "Very well," Theodore replied. In the hazy moments before slumber, Theodore felt Theodore's soft kiss upon his forehead. It was a tender, fleeting, yet deeply emotional touch, more natural than the previous caress, akin to a confirmation of their bond, a confirmation of their shared journey. Theodore did not open his eyes, yet Theodore was aware that he remained awake. May arrived, awakening Hogwarts to the breath of spring. Theodore cautiously welcomed the warm weather. Perhaps change was not entirely unfavorable. Perhaps there was beauty within the unknown. The Knot brothers made significant progress in their exploration of abilities. They opened the second book on the shelf, Emotional Resonance, learning to perceive each other's intense emotions. Meanwhile, Harry Potter returned from the hospital. He appeared somewhat fatigued, yet his gaze was resolute. Rumors circulated throughout the castle that Harry had indeed confronted Voldemort. He had protected the Sorcerer's Stone. He was a true hero. Dumbledore confirmed some of the rumors during the end-of-term feast, awarding sufficient points to Harry, Hermione, and Ron for Gryffindor to claim the House Cup. The Slytherins were incensed. Yet the Knot brothers remained relatively composed. They had more pressing matters to contemplate. When the final examination results were announced, Theodore unsurprisingly secured the top position in his year. Theodore passed, achieving marks of pass or good in most subjects, and unexpectedly excelled in potions, thanks to Theodore's tutoring. "At least you won't have to repeat the year," Blaise teased. "Though I suspect that even if you did, Theodore would accompany you back to first year." "I would," Theodore replied calmly. Blaise shook his head. "You two are hopeless." Meanwhile, Theodore silently observed their exchange. On the last day of term, students packed their belongings to return home. Theodore sat on the edge of his dormitory bed, watching Theodore adeptly organize their things. His gaze fell upon the nape of his brother's neck, where a stray lock of black hair had slipped free, glinting with a warm golden hue in the sunlight. For some inexplicable reason, Theodore suddenly yearned to touch it. Acting on impulse, he rose and approached Theodore from behind. As Theodore was folding his robes, he did not turn around. "What's the matter? Your hair is disheveled," Sildo remarked, extending his hand to gently tuck a stray lock back into place. His fingertips grazed the nape of Theodore's neck, where the skin radiated warmth. Smoother than the back of his hand. Theodore stiffened momentarily, but did not shy away. He turned his head, his gray eyes meeting Sildo's, filled with curiosity, yet devoid of displeasure. "What is it?" he inquired again, his voice softer this time. Sildo, at a loss for how to articulate the impulse, simply replied that he wanted to touch. Theodore regarded him for a few seconds before returning to fold his robe, though his ears tinged with a faint blush. "Oh." Sildo resumed his seat at the bedside, his fingertips still imbued with the warmth of Theodore's skin. The shelves in the library of his mind quivered slightly. Yet the chains remained unyielding. Perhaps some impulses require no explanation, and certain touches need no justification. Chapter 26. The Rosier family. The summer at the Knott Manor was as perpetually tranquil and desolate as ever. Old Mr. Knott spent most of his time ensconced in his study or attending to family matters, leaving them alone in the vast estate. Yet this suited them well, granting them ample time to delve into their studies and hone their abilities. That evening, old Mr. Knott unusually invited them to dinner. The long table in the dining hall was laden with exquisite dishes, yet the atmosphere remained as frigid as a cellar. "I have heard about your performances at Hogwarts," old Mr. Knott stated, slicing his steak without lifting his gaze. "Theodore, first in your year, excellent. Sildo, barely passing." Sildo sipped his pumpkin juice, remaining silent. Theodore calmly remarked that Sildo possessed special talents in certain areas, albeit not within traditional academic realms. Old Mr. Knott raised his eyes. "Oh? What special talents?" Theodore hesitated. They were not yet prepared to disclose the specifics of their abilities, especially to their father. Ultimately, Theodore stated that Sildo noticed many details that others overlooked, which could be valuable in certain circumstances. Old Mr. Knott scrutinized Sildo for several seconds, his gray eyes, similar to Theodore's, but more steely, seeming to pierce through him. "Observational acuity. Yes. I suppose that could be true. Your mother possessed that keen insight as well." Both Sildo and Theodore were taken aback. Their father seldom mentioned their mother, who had passed away when Sildo was 3, leaving scant memories behind. "Mother?" Theodore asked cautiously. Old Mr. Knott set down his cutlery and dabbed his mouth with a napkin. "Eloise Knott, born Rosier. She hailed from a pure-blood family in France, renowned for their sharp intuition and some degree of foresight." Sildo's heart raced. Did his mother also possess special abilities? "How did she die?" Sildo inquired, the first time in years he had actively asked about her. Old Mr. Knott's expression stiffened. "A magical accident. If you inherit some of her traits, you must handle them with care. The Rosier family's abilities can sometimes lead to trouble." "What kind of trouble?" Theodore pressed. Old Mr. Knott rose, signaling the end of dinner. "You may leave." He exited the dining room, leaving them to exchange glances. "Mother had foresight?" Sildo murmured. "Or something akin to it," Theodore replied. "This might explain the origins of your mental library. It could be hereditary from the Rosier line." Sildo pondered. If the ability stemmed from their mother, then their father might not fully comprehend it, which could account for his complex attitude towards Sildo. That night, Sildo rebelliously entered the library of his mind once more. He walked directly to the shelves, not completely open, but enough for him to flip to the first page. The page displayed a family tree, accompanied by a line of annotations. Extraordinary observational skills, limited foresight, cost, information overload, reality confusion, propensity for early demise. Propensity for early demise. A chill coursed through Sildo. Did their mother's death at 30 qualify as an early demise? If this ability bore a cost, what would his be? Sildo withdrew from the library, moonlight streaming through the curtain gaps, casting a silver line across Theodore's sleeping face. Sildo gazed at his brother, suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of emotion. If his abilities came with a price, if he were to meet an early demise, what would happen to Theodore? One's hurt is another's hurt. One's life is another's life. That phrase took on a new, terrifying meaning. Sildo gently leaned closer, resting his forehead against Theodore's shoulder. Theodore stirred in his sleep, instinctively pulling Sildo closer with his arm. Chapter 27. Another kiss. Holidays always pass swiftly. In the final week of August, they received the second-year book list. In addition to the usual textbooks, there was the complete works of Lockhart, the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, who was evidently rather vain. "At least he's better than Quirrell," Theodore remarked, flipping through the exaggerated covers. Sildo leaned against his brother's shoulder, lazily perusing the book list. "Back to classes, how troublesome. But we will be together, and this year we will have more time to explore our abilities. I've checked. There are places at Hogwarts suitable for private practice." Sildo lifted his head, his eyes meeting Theodore's. "Are you looking forward to going back?" "A bit," Theodore admitted. The manor is too vast, too empty. Hogwarts at least has some life. He brushed his fingers through Sildo's hair. I like our dormitory. It is our space. Sildo understood that sentiment. At Hogwarts, although they were Slytherins, within their little sanctuary, they were simply Theodore and Sildo. I look forward to it too, Sildo said. A rare expression for him. While packing the last of their belongings, Sildo noticed Theodore had also stowed the not bloodline, secrets and heritage into the trunk. Taking it to school? He inquired. Theodore replied, we need to study it, and I suspect the Hogwarts library may have more relevant materials. Sildo nodded, then suddenly recalled something. Theodore, if my abilities truly come with a cost, like the early demise mentioned in the book, what then? Theodore froze. He set the book down and turned to face Sildo, his expression serious. What did you see? Sildo explained the contents of Origins. Theodore remained silent for a long time after he finished. Then we shall find a way to avert the cost, he finally declared, his voice resolute. He paused, his voice growing hoarse. If it cannot be prevented, then I will use everything I have to protect you, to find any possible means to stop it from happening. But what if it cannot be stopped? Sildo asked. He grasped Theodore's hand. If it truly is one S hurt, is another S hurt. One S life is another S life. Then no matter what, we will be together. Sildo felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He nodded, speechless. Theodore leaned closer. This time not kissing his forehead or ear, but gently placing a kiss on Sildo's cheek, near the line of his jaw. Another brief touch. This is a pact. Theodore whispered, I am always here. Sildo raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, then reciprocated with a gentle kiss on Theodore's cheek, at the corresponding spot. The pact is sealed, he affirmed. The Hogwarts Express in September sped through the Scottish Highlands. Sildo not reclined in the corner of the compartment. His light golden head resting against the window, his night green eyes half closed, appearing to drift into slumber. Theodore not sat beside him, perusing the textbooks for the new academic year. Gilderoy Lockhart's gleaming smile on the cover winking incessantly. Theodore's expression remained composed, yet Sildo discerned a subtle weariness in his eyes. It was evident that his brother held no anticipation for the new defense against the dark arts professor. The train swayed gently, and Sildo's shoulder naturally brushed against Theodore's arm. This was not a mere accidental shift, but a conscious act of closeness. Throughout the summer, that yearning had burgeoned almost daily, a desire for proximity, for more touches, for the reassurance that Theodore was indeed present. Theodore did not flinch, nor did he divert his gaze from the pages of his book. He merely relaxed his arm slightly, allowing Sildo to lean in more comfortably. Chapter 28, You Are Mine. This tacit acknowledgement filled Sildo with warmth, radiating from the point of contact. The compartment door slid open, and Draco Malfoy entered. Draco, with a dramatic drawl, squeezed into the seat across from them. No news all summer. The Knott family has hidden you away again? Research. Theodore replied tersely, flipping a page. Research on what? Draco inquired, his gaze lingering on Sildo, who was nearly leaning against Theodore, their posture unusually intimate for siblings. Family magic. Theodore replied without elaboration. Blaise Zabini then entered, arching an eyebrow at the Knott brothers' posture, but choosing to remain silent as he took a seat beside Draco. My father says something significant is brewing this year, Draco whispered. Changes at the ministry, and Hogwarts too. Have you heard? Professor Lockhart is starting a dueling club. A dueling club? Blaise raised an eyebrow. Sounds like something he would do. Draco scoffed. My father says he's just a narcissistic fool, yet Dumbledore hired him. Perhaps Dumbledore has his own reasons, Blaise remarked, opening a chocolate frog card. Oh, look, another Dumbledore. I already have 27 of these. Sildo listened to the conversation, but was primarily focused on Theodore. The movements of his brother's fingers as he turned the pages, the slight protrusion of bone at his wrist, the small glimpse of collarbone visible at the neckline of his shirt, all these details magnetically drew Sildo in. He wished to touch that place, to confirm the shape and warmth of those bones with his fingers. Yet he remained still. The compartment was too crowded, and Theodore disliked excessive intimacy in the presence of others. However, it seemed permissible to seek closeness without overstepping. He extended his hand, not to brush aside hair, but merely to let his fingers glide gently through the strands illuminated by the sunlight. Theodore looked up at him, curiosity flickering in his gray eyes, but more prominently, a gentle understanding. Draco noticed this gesture, his expression shifting to something peculiar, yet he said nothing. Blaise merely smiled slightly, as if entertained by the scene. Yet, in that moment, Sildo cared little for their reactions. He was acutely aware of Theodore beside him, their hands softly intertwined beneath the table. Though he felt a fleeting pang of loss whenever Theodore reached for a drink, it dissipated as soon as his brother's arm returned to its previous position. Around 3 in the afternoon, the others vacated the corridor, leaving only the Knott brothers in the compartment. Theodore closed his book and looked down at Sildo, who was nearly resting against his shoulder. You've been quiet all afternoon, Theodore remarked. I'm listening, Sildo replied, then hesitated before adding, I also want to touch you. Theodore paused, a complex emotion flashing in his gray eyes. He set the book aside, his fingers naturally weaving through Sildo's light golden hair. You are touching me now, he said, his voice softer than usual. Not enough. Sildo lifted his gaze, his midnight green eyes locking onto his brother's. I want more. I desire more almost every day. Theodore remained silent for a few seconds, his fingers lingering at the nape of Sildo's neck, gently caressing that patch of skin. This touch made Sildo shiver slightly. Not from discomfort, but from that familiar, reassuring sensation. Why? Theodore inquired, not with skepticism, but with genuine curiosity. Sildo pondered how to articulate his feelings. In the library of his mind, there were tomes on this longing, yet he had yet to fully comprehend the words within. Eventually, he said, to confirm you are here. To affirm I am yours. You are mine. Touching makes those affirmations tangible. Theodore's thumb continued tracing circles on that skin, his movements tender and rhythmic. Sildo could almost feel his consciousness relaxing with that cadence. Chapter 29. How ambiguous. You started this during the summer, Theodore stated. You always sat closer than before, constantly brushing my arm while I read, and sleeping tighter beside me at night. Do you not like it? Sildo asked, a rare tension in his voice. Theodore shook his head. I do not dislike it. I merely need to adjust. We are evolving, are we not? Our connection is deepening. Our abilities are developing. Your desire for more intimate touches may simply be a natural part of this process. But do you not want more? Sildo pressed. Theodore did not respond immediately. His gaze fell upon Sildo's face, and then, very slowly, he lowered his head, resting his forehead against Sildo's. No, I want it too. Theodore's voice was barely a whisper. I just wish to be cautious. This connection, this longing, if left unchecked, could lead to danger. It poses a problem for both of us. I am not afraid of danger, Sildo declared. But I am, Theodore replied. I fear losing you, harming you, that our bond may become shackles instead of a blessing. Theodore gently pressed his forehead against Sildo's, prompting Sildo to lift his hand and let his fingertips graze Theodore's cheek. This action was light, almost tentative, yet Theodore did not shy away. It will not be shackles, for it is my choice. I choose to draw near to you, to desire you. This is my yearning. Theodore closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, there was a resolute determination in his gray gaze. Then we shall find balance. Discover a way to satiate this desire without allowing it to govern us. But we need rules, Sildo. For instance, we must avoid excessive intimacy in front of others, and refrain from indulging ourselves too deeply. Sildo nodded. Rules were Theodore's forte, and adhering to them was not a challenge for Sildo, as long as those rules allowed him to remain close to his brother. What now? Sildo asked, glancing around the empty compartment. Theodore's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. He shifted back slightly, turned his face, and planted a gentle kiss on Sildo's cheek. It was not the contractual kiss that marked the end of summer, but rather a more mundane, natural touch. Theodore whispered in his ear, I am here too. Sildo felt a wave of warmth wash over him, a satisfying surge coursing through his entire being. He mimicked his brother's action, bestowing a soft kiss on Theodore's cheek in return. The contract remains, he asserted. When the compartment door opened once more, they had resumed relatively normal postures. However, Sildo's shoulder still leaned against Theodore's arm, while Theodore's hand rested casually on the back of his brother's seat. Blaze was the first to notice this subtle shift. His gaze flitted between the two before breaking into a knowing smile. Draco was preoccupied with flaunting his newly acquired cufflinks, oblivious to the undercurrents around him. He was acutely aware, however, that from this day forth, such yearning would manifest almost daily, as natural as breathing, as relentless as a heartbeat. He found himself unable to restrain his desires, especially under Theodore's tacit approval. Hogwarts Castle loomed in the twilight, its windows radiating a warm glow. Silas followed Theodore down from the carriage, his gaze sweeping over the simultaneously familiar and alien grounds. Professor Lockhart stood out conspicuously at the staff table, occasionally tossing kisses and winking at students, which was rather nauseating. Silas noted that Professor Snape's expression was grimmer than usual, while Professor McGonagall appeared to be grappling with some internal struggle. This year's defense against the dark arts class promised to be a catastrophe, Blaze murmured at the Slytherin table. What is he doing? I must inform my father that Draco is utterly insufferable, Silas thought, feeling a wave of disgust as he observed Lockhart's antics. Silas exchanged a knowing glance with Theodore. Indeed, after the feast, the prefect led the Slytherin young wizards back to their common room. There were some changes in the dormitory arrangements this year. Theodore had successfully persuaded the administrator to allow the Knott brothers to share a double room privately, citing special academic needs, though Silas suspected Theodore had employed some less formal methods. Chapter 30. Silas felt elated. The new dormitory was smaller than last year's quadruple room, but offered greater intimacy. The two beds were pushed together, an evident arrangement by Theodore, creating a spacious sleeping area. Desks were placed side by side against the wall, with a shared bookshelf. Outside the window, the view of the Black Lake remained unchanged, its surface shimmering with green light. "Are you satisfied?" Theodore inquired as he opened his trunk. Silas approached the window, watching a giant squid glide beneath the surface. "Intimacy is excellent. At least we want to be seen by others." Theodore paused for a moment before continuing to unpack. "Are you worried about being observed?" "No. But you dislike it when I said not to be overly affectionate in front of others," Silas replied, striving to appear less aggrieved. Theodore stepped behind him, placing a gentle hand on Silas's shoulder. "I merely wish to safeguard you, Silas. Not everyone understands our bond. I do not care whether others comprehend it," Silas stated, turning to face his brother. "I only care about you." Theodore gazed at him, then drew Silas closer, resting his chin atop his brother's light golden head. This embrace lasted a few seconds, warm and solid. "But I do care, for I do not wish for anyone to cast you in an odd light. Nor for you to suffer due to our relationship," Theodore gently explained. Silas did not argue. He understood Theodore's protectiveness and even relied on it. Yet, deep within him, the yearning continued to grow, demanding fresh touches to soothe him almost daily. That night, as they lay in bed, Silas nestled close to Theodore as usual. This time, however, he seemed more proactive, wrapping his arms around his brother's waist, burying his face in Theodore's neck, inhaling that familiar scent. Birch, parchment, and the pure essence of Theodore. "Silas," Theodore murmured softly, his tone devoid of reproach, only reassurance. You are nearly draped entirely over me. Is that uncomfortable?" "Not at all," Theodore admitted, his arms encircling Silas in return. "I merely need to adjust. You have been craving contact lately. I have always needed it. I am just more aware of it now." Theodore fell silent for a moment, his fingers tracing gentle circles on Silas's back. "Is it due to the development of your abilities? The library of the mind? Our connection? Do these intensify your yearning for physical contact?" "Perhaps. In the library, there is so much information that it can be overwhelming, but when I touch you, I know where I am. I know who I am. Am I your calming presence?" Theodore concluded. "You are my everything," Silas corrected him. Theodore remained quiet, simply holding Silas tighter. In the haze before sleep overtook him, Silas felt Theodore's lips brush softly against his forehead, a habitual goodnight kiss. Just before his consciousness faded completely, Silas raised his face, leaning in to place a kiss as light as a feather on Theodore's chin. It was the first night of the new academic year, and their connection yearned more than ever. The second-year classes commenced. Silas's craving for touch manifested subtly almost every day. During potions class, as Theodore guided him in handling pufferfish eyes, Silas's hand would inadvertently brush against Theodore's wrist. In the library, he would pull his chair unusually close, their knees nearly touching. In the common room, he almost always sat beside Theodore, their shoulders brushing or resting his head against his brother's shoulder. Theodore did not reject these contacts, but he would set boundaries. When Silas's touches became too frequent or conspicuous, Theodore would gently pinch the back of his neck, a silent reminder. Silas would retreat slightly, but soon find another way to draw near. He acknowledged his delight. Chapter 31. Take a week off to play. Blaise was the first to voice the comment publicly. One afternoon, in the common room, Silas was dozing against Theodore, his hand loosely grasping his brother's sleeve. "You two are becoming increasingly like conjoined twins," Blaise teased. "I recall that last year, Silas would at least pretend to sit independently." Theodore calmly turned a page in his book. "He is resting. He is almost always resting, but he did not use to cling so much," Blaise remarked. Silas opened his eyes, his midnight green gaze lazily regarding Blaise. "Is there a problem?" "Absolutely not." Blaise raised his hands in surrender. "Just observing, but if I were you, I would tread carefully. Not everyone is as open-minded as I am." "What do you mean?" Theodore inquired, his voice tinged with caution. Blaise lowered his voice. "Some comments have been circulating among the girls regarding your overly intimate behavior. They claim it is unnatural, suggesting that heirs of pure-blood families should exhibit more decorum." Theodore's expression turned frosty. "Outrageous behavior. Of course, but you know how rumors spread, especially now that Draco has been assigned that task." Silas sat up straight. "Task?" Blaise glanced around to ensure no one was listening. "Mr. Malfoy has given Draco a mission related to the Chamber of Secrets. Draco has been quite anxious and excited lately." The Chamber of Secrets. Silas's mental library automatically retrieved pertinent information. Salazar Slytherin's secret chamber, said to house a monster, which only the true heir can unlock. "Does the chamber truly exist?" Silas asked. "Draco believes it does," Blaise replied helplessly. He paused, looking at the Knott brothers. "You aren't planning to get involved, are you?" Theodore and Silas exchanged a glance. Theodore replied, Our primary concern is each other's safety. Pureblood politics and the legend of the chamber are not on our priority list. Wise choice, Blaze acknowledged. After the conversation concluded, Silas leaned back against Theodore, though this time his mind was abuzz with thoughts. What are you pondering? Theodore asked softly, unconsciously running his fingers through Silas's hair. How we should position ourselves. Our positioning is remarkably straightforward. We shall not partake in any matters that contravene this principle. Silas closed his eyes, burying his face in Theodore's shoulder, inhaling deeply. This ritual was almost a daily necessity. He required Theodore almost every day. As anticipated, Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class was a calamity. He endeavored to have the students enact scenes from his book, resulting in a minor chaos. Neville Longbottom was left hanging upside down. Ron Weasley's wand ejected slugs, while Lockhart himself busied himself with posing rather than resolving the issues at hand. Silas and Theodore occupied the back row of the classroom, with Silas nearly sleeping throughout the session and Theodore engrossed in a tome on ancient protective magic. Occasionally, Theodore would gently tap Silas's arm, urging him to shift positions to avoid stiffness in his neck. Mr. and Mr. Knott. Lockhart suddenly pointed at them, his smile radiant. I see you studying privately. How industrious. But today, we shall delve into the art of defending against curses. Without lifting his gaze, Theodore replied to the professor. I believe a solid theoretical foundation is paramount. Lockhart paused momentarily, then resumed his cheerful demeanor. Theory. Indeed, theory is crucial. In my book, Weekends with Werewolves, I elaborate on how theory saved me during an actual encounter. He launched into yet another lengthy tale of self-aggrandizement. Silas furrowed his brow in his sleep, and Theodore reached out to smooth the crease on his forehead. Theodore pondered the possibility of collaborating with Malfoy to orchestrate the downfall of the illustrious professor. This subtle action caught the eye of Hermione Granger, who, seated in the front row, turned just in time to witness the moment. Her expression morphed into one of confusion, as if struggling to comprehend what she had observed. Chapter 32, responding to him. After class, Hermione intercepted them in the corridor. Mr. Knott, she addressed Theodore. May I consult you regarding a question about ancient runes? Theodore nodded toward the library. Very well, Hermione replied, then hesitated, glancing back at Silas. Does your brother always seem so exhausted? He has a rather unique way of resting, Theodore answered calmly. They made their way to the library, with Silas trailing slowly behind. Hermione frequently glanced back at him, her confusion deepening with each passing moment. In the library, Hermione and Theodore engaged in a discussion over a complex translational issue concerning runes. Silas sat beside them, resting his head on Theodore's shoulder, straddling the line between slumber and wakefulness. He could hear their exchange, but felt no inclination to contribute. Once their discussion concluded, Hermione lingered for a moment, observing the Knott brothers, and suddenly inquired, You truly are twins, correct? I mean, you don't quite resemble each other. Theodore set down his quill. We are fraternal twins. It's quite common. But your bond, Hermione hesitated in her choice of words. It sounds quite close. Closer than any siblings I've encountered. Theodore's expression shifted to one of caution. We have always been this way. Does this affect your independence? Hermione asked, her curiosity entirely academic. I mean, psychologically it said that excessive reliance can hinder personal development. Silas opened his eyes, his midnight green gaze locking onto Hermione's. I do not rely on him. I choose him. Hermione was momentarily taken aback. Theodore added, What Silas means is that our relationship is a mutual choice. Not a one-sided dependency. But choices can change. People grow, evolve, and may require their own space. Hermione interjected. We will not. Silas stated succinctly before closing his eyes once more. Hermione appeared perplexed, but chose not to pursue the matter further, gathering her belongings and departing. Once she was gone, Theodore looked down at Silas. You needn't be so forthright. She was mistaken. She doesn't understand, Silas replied, still with his eyes shut. Most people don't comprehend. But you need not make them understand. Our affair does not require the acknowledgement or approval of others. Silas raised his head, fixing his gaze upon Theodore. Yet you do care. You care about others' opinions, about rules, about how we are perceived. Theodore nodded. I have always maintained that it is because I wish to protect you. Silas felt a profound sense of satisfaction swell within him. Very well, protect me. He leaned closer, their foreheads touching in a fleeting yet intimate contact. I shall remember it, he said. That night in the dormitory, Silas remained nearly glued to Theodore, his hand resting on his brother's chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Theodore did not rebuff him. He merely adjusted his position occasionally to ensure both of their comfort. You seem quite unsettled today, Theodore whispered, his fingers weaving through Silas's hair. Is it because of Granger's words? Partly, Silas admitted. He lifted his gaze, seeking Theodore's eyes in the dim light. Then, almost impulsively, he leaned in, his lips brushing against the side of Theodore's neck, just below his Adam's apple. The contact was light and fleeting, yet it bore significant weight, one of their boldest interactions to date. Theodore stiffened slightly, his breath catching momentarily. Then, very slowly, his hand moved to the back of Silas's head, gently pressing his brother's head back onto his shoulder. "Sleep now. We have classes tomorrow," he murmured, his voice slightly husky. Silas did not argue. He merely nestled closer to Theodore. He could sense his brother's heartbeat racing faster than usual, feeling the restrained tension. Yet Theodore did not push him away, did not reproach him. He simply accepted the contact, embracing all that Silas was. Content. And before drifting off to sleep, Theodore lowered his head, placing a kiss on Silas's forehead, then on his temple, and finally on his cheek. 3 gentle touches, akin to a ritual, a confirmation, a silent acknowledgement. Chapter 33, The Basilisk. In mid-October, rumors of the Chamber of Secrets began to circulate throughout the castle. Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, had been petrified, and blood was smeared on the walls, proclaiming, "The chamber has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." Upon seeing the rigid cat, Silas's brain instinctively retrieved relevant information from the library. The basilisk, capable of killing creatures with its gaze, petrifies through indirect sight, such as reflections in water. A monster left by Salazar Slytherin. Only a Parseltongue can control it. This information did not stem from books he had read, but from fragments locked away on the shelves. Clearly, the events surrounding the chamber had triggered certain knowledge within his mind. "You know what did this?" Theodore stated in the dormitory, not posing it as a question. Silas nodded. "The basilisk, the monster Salazar Slytherin left in the chamber. Only a true heir, a Parseltongue, can control it." Theodore's expression turned grave. "Potter is a Parseltongue. I heard him speaking to a snake during last year's Quidditch match. But he is not Slytherin's heir, at least he shouldn't be. Yet someone wants people to believe he is." Silas shifted closer to him. "A frame up, making Potter the target while the true heir operates in the shadows," Theodore contemplated. Silas nodded. "Draco's task may involve opening the chamber or finding the heir, but if he is not a Parseltongue, he cannot control the basilisk." "Then he may be being used," Theodore remarked. "This is perilous. If the basilisk continues to attack, there could be fatalities, not merely petrifications. And if Draco becomes too entangled, he may face dire consequences. Should we tell him?" Cyril turned his head to inquire. Theodore gazed at Cyril, perceiving the turmoil within his brother's eyes. He sighed, his fingers gently threading through Cyril's hair. "Tomorrow, I shall have a word with Draco, without divulging everything we know. But I will caution him that the Chamber of Secrets is no trifling matter. The legacy of dark magic may backfire upon its wielder. How much he chooses to heed my warning is entirely up to him." Cyril nodded and then leaned into Theodore, burying his face in his brother's neck. This position had become one of his most comforting sanctuaries. "You always do the difficult yet righteous thing," Cyril remarked. Theodore conceded, "Not always, but for you. I shall endeavor to." The conversation between Theodore and Draco transpired discreetly in a secluded corner of the Slytherin common room. Cyril sat nearby, feigning interest in a book while keenly observing. He could see Draco's emotions shift from defensive to furious, and finally to a flicker of unease. Theodore's gestures were calm, yet resolute as his gray eyes locked onto Draco's. After their discussion concluded, Draco strode away briskly, his expression dark. Theodore returned to Cyril's side, stating that Draco claimed he could not listen, as his father had given him explicit instructions. Never mind, the basilisk should not harm him anyway. Days later, a second attack occurred. This time, it was a Gryffindor girl, nearly decapitated, and nearly headless Nick was petrified as well. Panic spread throughout the castle, particularly among students of Muggle descent. Hermione Granger suddenly developed a renewed interest in the Knott brothers. One day in the library, she approached their table and sat down without hesitation. "You know something, don't you?" she whispered, her voice low. "About the chamber, about the heir." Theodore looked up, his expression tranquil. "Why do you ask?" Hermione replied. "You always seem to know things others do not. Last year, Cyril knew I was searching for Nicholas Flamel." "How did you know?" Cyril kept his eyes closed, but responded, "The information is there. Most simply overlook it. However, some knowledge cannot be gleaned through mere observation." Hermione persisted. "Like the basilisk's traits. I searched for ages in books before I found it. But Cyril, when you first saw Madame Norris petrified, you quietly mentioned the basilisk. How did you know?" Cyril opened his eyes. "I have my ways. This may assist us," Hermione said. "Harry is suspected to be the heir, but I know he is not. We need to uncover the truth to prevent further attacks." Theodore set down his book. "Miss Granger, this is a perilous endeavor. You faced Quirrell last year and nearly lost your lives. This year could be even worse. Thus, we need information," Hermione insisted. "If you know anything, please share it with us, not for the sake of house rivalry, but to prevent any more deaths." Chapter 34, He. The basilisk kills through direct gaze and petrifies through indirect sight, Cyril suddenly interjected. It fears the crowing of a rooster, as it is lethal to it. It traverses through the pipes, which is why attacks occur in various locations. Only a true Parselmouth can control it, but a Parselmouth is not necessarily the Slytherin heir. Harry is proof of that. Hermione's eyes widened as she hastily noted this information. The pipes, this explains everything. But who is the heir, if not Harry? Do you know who it is? Hermione inquired. Cyril shook his head. The information is incomplete. But the heir is likely connected to the events of 50 years ago when the chamber was last opened. Investigating that history may yield clues. Hermione nodded, her expression one of gratitude. Thank you. This is far more than we already had. After she departed, Theodore looked at Cyril. You just broke our rule of non-involvement. But this is information sharing, not direct intervention, Cyril explained. And she is right. If this can prevent death, then even if we are not in danger, we can avert it. I understand, Theodore replied, his fingers gently brushing Cyril's face. Cyril grasped Theodore's hand, tracing the lines of his brother's palm with his fingertips. Are you not angry? Theodore shook his head. I am merely concerned. Each time we intervene, we increase the risk of drawing attention to ourselves. And I do not wish for anyone to notice you. But you have already noticed me, and that is sufficient, Cyril said. Theodore chuckled, leaning down to plant a kiss on Cyril's forehead. Never enough, but I am content with what we have, Theodore whispered. This interaction transpired almost daily. Touches, kisses, affirmations. For Cyril, it had become the rhythm of his existence, the cadence of his breath. Meanwhile, the events surrounding the chamber continued to unfold, the danger drawing ever closer. Yet, the Knott brothers found their equilibrium, providing information without direct involvement, safeguarding one another while not entirely disregarding the plight of others. After 2 petrification attacks, the atmosphere within the castle grew taut as a bowstring. Students of Muggle descent were particularly fearful, with rumors circulating that the Slytherin heir was purging Hogwarts of its impure bloodlines. Of course, this was of no concern to Cyril Knott, who remained nearly immune to this collective anxiety. His world continued to revolve around his brother, albeit now with a center that allowed, even indulged, bolder intimacy. After Transfiguration class today, as Theodore sat by the window in the common room studying an ancient runes text, Cyril simply plopped down onto his lap, not tentatively inching closer, nor hesitantly settling down, but rather with an ease that suggested it was the most natural place to be. Theodore froze for a moment, his quill leaving an errant ink blot on the parchment. His body stiffened. Yet, he did not push Cyril away. Instead, he adjusted his position to accommodate them both comfortably. It's warm here, Cyril murmured, his light golden head resting against Theodore's shoulder, his midnight green eyes half closed. Theodore glanced down at him, a swirl of complex emotions flickering in his gray eyes, surprise, indulgence, and a hint of concealed affection. His arm encircled Cyril's waist, securely cradling his brother while he resumed his study of runes. It was not that he was indifferent. Rather, he found himself feeling that if others were to notice, it would be for the better. Chapter 35, Audacious Acts. What are you looking at? Cyril lazily inquired, his fingers unconsciously toying with the collar of Theodore's shirt. Ancient runes concerning the protection against the basilisk, Theodore replied. If the attacks persist, we must safeguard ourselves. The basilisk fears the crow of a rooster, Cyril stated, his brain's library automatically supplying information. And the call of a male phoenix can also harm it, but it fears its own gaze the most. If it sees itself in a mirror or reflective surface, it will petrify itself. Theodore set down his quill. From which books did you derive this information? It unlocked automatically. The chamber incident triggered relevant knowledge. There are also some vague details about Horcruxes, but the chains remain tightly bound. Horcruxes? Theodore frowned. One of the darkest forms of dark magic, related to the chamber? Perhaps, but I cannot see any further. The chains are vibrating, but remain locked. Theodore paused for a moment, gently running his fingers through Cyril's hair. Do not force it open. That information may be more dangerous than the basilisk itself. Cyril did not respond, merely pressing closer to Theodore, his face nearly buried in Theodore's neck, his warm breath brushing against his brother's skin. This posture was intimately closer than that of ordinary brothers, yet the other Slytherins in the common room appeared to have grown accustomed to it, or perhaps had learned to turn a blind eye. In any case, unaccustomed as they might be, it mattered little, except for Pansy Parkinson. When she descended from the girls' dormitory and beheld this scene, her expression darkened noticeably. She approached her friend Daphne Greengrass and whispered something, both of them casting glances towards the Knott brothers, their faces a mix of disdain and bewilderment. Theodore sensed their gazes, his arm tightening slightly around Silas. Someone is watching. Silas lazily lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over Pansy and Daphne before burying it once more into Theodore's neck. They were of no consequence. Yet they could cause trouble, Theodore murmured. Pansy is already spreading rumors. Let her. Silas's voice was muffled against Theodore's shoulder. I don't care. But I do care. I don't want anyone to describe you with unkind words. Silas fell silent for a moment, then lifted his head to meet Theodore's eyes. Then let them understand. To speak of you is to speak of me. To attack you is to attack me. This declaration left Theodore momentarily speechless. Then, a genuine smile graced his face. Warm and rare. You are becoming increasingly brave. Not brave, merely stating facts, Silas corrected him. He leaned back again, this time his lips nearly brushing against Theodore's neck. Theodore could feel the warmth of his brother's breath, that intimate confirmation he needed almost daily. And this time, Silas made a bolder move. He gently nipped at Theodore's neck. Not biting, but more like a tentative nibble. Theodore's breath hitched, his arms instinctively tightening around Silas. Silas spoke, a rare possessiveness coloring his voice. You are mine. Theodore closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, his gray eyes held a decisive indulgence. Then you are mine too. He lowered his head, placing a soft kiss behind Silas's ear, then on the side of his neck. These touches were not expressions of desire, but confirmations of their connection, a silent response. I accept all of you, including your possessiveness, including your boldness. Chapter 36, Tom Riddle. When Blaise Zabini returned from outside, he happened upon this scene. He raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, but simply walked over to sit on the nearby sofa. Do you know what time it is? Blaise lowered his voice. The castle is rife with tension. And you two are here being intimate. Theodore did not cease caressing Silas's back. Tension does not solve problems. Moreover, we need to remain calm. Draco is on the verge of breaking down. He even asked me last night if I had heard the term Horcrux. Silas stirred in Theodore's embrace. He mentioned Horcruxes? Yes. But Draco doesn't understand what that means. Do you know? Theodore and Silas exchanged a glance. Theodore cautiously explained. A Horcrux is one of the most sinister creations of dark magic. It involves splitting one's soul and hiding it within an object, granting the creator a certain degree of immortality. But it requires murder to split the soul. Blaise's face paled. You mean the heir of Slytherin could have created a Horcrux? Or there could be a Horcrux hidden in the chamber? Silas interjected. The information is incomplete, but if it relates to the events of 50 years ago. He suddenly paused, his mind conjuring a book from the library about Hogwarts history, which opened automatically to a page. In 1943, the chamber was opened, a girl was killed, Hagrid was wrongfully accused and expelled, and Tom Riddle received a special commendation. Tom Riddle. The name echoed in his mind, connecting with information from another book, Voldemort's weakness. Tom Riddle, Voldemort's past. The heir could very well be Tom Riddle. Silas stated, perhaps he is involved. Theodore immediately grasped the implications of Voldemort's student days. If he had opened the chamber then, the current events might be a continuation. Blaise chimed in, a sort of continuation of a Horcrux. This hypothesis rendered the three of them silent. If the chamber incident is related to Voldemort's Horcrux, then the danger far exceeds that of the basilisk itself. Horcruxes are dark anchors that could influence or even control those who come near them. Should we inform anyone? Blaise asked. Inform whom? Theodore responded. To say we suspect there may be a Horcrux from Voldemort's student days in the chamber? Based on what evidence? Silas's intuition. Silas straightened from Theodore's lap, his midnight green eyes sharpening with focus. There is a way, without directly intervening, but providing clues. Let Harry and the others discover it for themselves. How? Theodore inquired. Hermione is investigating. She is clever and will follow the leads. If we provide her with the right guidance regarding Tom Riddle, concerning the events from 50 years ago, about the possibility of Horcruxes, not to say we know, but to suggest directions worth investigating. Theodore pondered, unconsciously brushing his fingers against Silas's nape. Finally, he nodded. That is acceptable. But be cautious. We must not expose Silas's abilities. Leave it to me. Blaise suddenly declared. I have little interaction with Hermione, but I can relay information through others. For instance, I could leave a note with clues on her usual seat in the library. The plan was thus set. That night, Blaise anonymously left a note in the library, inscribed with, Investigate 1943, Special Commendation, Tom Riddle. Note, some darkness does not truly die, but rather splits and hides. Ask Professor Binns about the true circumstances of the chamber's last opening. Chapter 37, The Monster. The note bore no signature, and the handwriting had been magically altered. Upon Blaise's return, the Knott brothers awaited him in their dormitory. It is done. Now we can only hope she finds the truth and prevents the next attack. Silas sat on the bed, leaning against Theodore. Theodore's arm encircled his waist, his chin resting atop Silas's light golden hair. This posture was intimately close, almost as if they were conjoined, yet both bore it naturally, as if it were their innate state. Thank you, Blaise, Theodore said. Blaise observed them, his expression complex. You know, sometimes I feel as though you two live in your own world, one that belongs solely to you. Yet, in critical moments, You still manage to do the right thing. This eases my concern that you might completely lose yourselves in one another. We will not lose ourselves, Silas stated. Blaze chuckled lightly before taking his leave. Once the dormitory door closed, Silas turned to face Theodore, kneeling on the bed, his arms wrapping around his brother's neck. Today, Pansy looked at me as if I were a monster, Silas lamented. He wasn't that aggrieved. Theodore's hand moved to Silas's face, his thumb gently caressing his cheek. You are not a monster. You are my Silas. Silas leaned in, his forehead resting against Theodore's. What if I am a monster? What if my abilities, my desires, everything about me is abnormal? Then we are both monsters, Theodore replied, his voice gentle yet firm. Together. I do not care for normalcy. I care only for you. This declaration touched a fragile part deep within Silas. He closed his eyes, burying his face in Theodore's neck, gently nibbling on the skin at his brother's nape. Not a fierce bite, but a tender, almost juvenile display of affection. Theodore shivered slightly, but did not push him away. His hand moved to the back of Silas's head, gently pressing down as if to say, What are you doing? Silas's muffled voice against the skin confirmed his presence, affirmed his acceptance, and acknowledged that even as a monster, he chose him. After a moment of silence, Theodore lowered his head and whispered near Silas's ear. Then I need to confirm whether you accept me. He placed a soft kiss on Silas's neck, followed by a delicate, tentative bite. This response sent a shiver through Silas, not from fear, but from a profound sense of satisfaction. That night, Silas nearly sprawled across Theodore, his face nestled in his brother's neck, arms tightly wrapped around Theodore's waist. Theodore's hand remained on Silas's back, rhythmically caressing him. Amidst the external dangers and suspicions, they found solace in this intimate space, where they could unconditionally accept one another. Silas's need for closeness grew almost daily, while Theodore consistently offered more indulgence. The boundaries shifted slowly, yet never vanished. They still refrained from excessive intimacy in public, maintaining a degree of restraint, but in their private moments, they allowed themselves to express their true selves more authentically. The clues left by Blaze began to bear fruit. Days later, Hermione discovered Tom Riddle's diary in the library, a blank book that faintly emanated dark magic. She brought it to Harry, who began writing in it and received responses. Silas, through observation, became aware of it all. He saw Harry growing increasingly gaunt, witnessed Hermione's frantic research on Horcruxes and basilisks, and noted Ron's deepening concern. He also observed Draco's escalating anxiety. By mid-November, the third attack occurred, resulting in nearly headless Nick and Justin Finch-Fletchley being petrified simultaneously. Panic reached its zenith. Hogwarts teetered on the brink of closure. Chapter 38, Deep Connection. The following morning, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley vanished. Along with them, Hermione disappeared, found petrified in the library, clutching a small mirror. When Silas saw Hermione being carried to the hospital, the book The Price of Silence vibrated violently in his mind. New words appeared on the pages. Warnings had been given, clues provided, but the moment had been missed. Theodore sensed his brother's tremors. On their way to potions class, he pulled Silas into a secluded corner, cradling his brother's face in his hands. Silas, what's wrong? Silas replied, his voice tinged with an unusual emotional fluctuation. The basilisk moves through the pipes. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in the girls' restroom. How do you know the entrance is in the girls' restroom? Theodore interrupted. The library, he finally said. It unlocked automatically. Theodore took a deep breath. Then we need to inform the professors immediately. When they found Professor McGonagall, she was overwhelmed with paperwork in her office. Upon hearing their information, she became serious at once. How do you know this, Mr. Knott? Professor McGonagall inquired, her eyes sharp behind her glasses. Theodore remained composed. We researched Hogwarts historical records and discovered that the events from 50 years ago are connected to Tom Riddle. The current attack patterns align with the characteristics of the basilisk. As for the girls' restroom, it is a logical inference based on the analysis of the pipe system and the initial attack location. Professor McGonagall scrutinized them for a few seconds before nodding. I will organize a search with the professors immediately, but you must stay in a safe place. Return to your common room, and do not come out. But Harry and Ron may have already gone to the chamber, Silas insisted. Professor McGonagall replied firmly, Very well, gentlemen. Now, return. They left Professor McGonagall's office, but did not head back to the Slytherin common room. Theodore led Silas toward the library but paused in a secluded corridor. But Harry might be facing the Horcrux and the basilisk if he doesn't know how to combat them. Theodore pondered before saying, There is a way. If we cannot go in person, we can provide the means. Fawkes, Silas suggested. Dumbledore's Phoenix. Dumbledore is in London. Fawkes may be in his office, Theodore replied. But if the entrance to the chamber is indeed in the girls' restroom, perhaps we can guide Fawkes there. How do we guide him? Theodore did not answer, simply grasping Silas's hand. We need to attempt an advanced technique in magic, remote guidance. It was risky, potentially doomed to fail, but it was the only thing they could do. They found an abandoned classroom, locked the door, and sat facing one another. He closed his eyes, concentrating. As information about the phoenix from the library automatically surfaced in his mind. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, loyal, capable of flying with extremely heavy burdens, his tears have healing properties. And his song can dispel darkness. He felt Theodore's magic flowing through their connection, warm and powerful. He melded his consciousness with it, not to dominate, but to amplify. Just as they did when casting spells together. Their thoughts began to synchronize, their intentions aligning. Guide Fawkes, assist Harry, confront the basilisk. The incantation lasted several minutes. Then Theodore paused and opened his eyes. His face was pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. It's done, but I don't know if it was successful. We can only hope. Silas opened his eyes, feeling a slight dizziness. This deep connection was more exhausting than any previous practice. He leaned against Theodore, burying his face into his brother's shoulder. Chapter 39, The Discussion of Intimacy. They returned to the Slytherin common room, sitting in a corner as Silas curled almost entirely in Theodore's embrace. Other students were gossiping about the disappearance of Harry and Ron, rumors swirling. Pansy and her friends occasionally shot glances their way, but this time Silas was unconcerned. His focus was entirely on Theodore, seeking comfort in the waiting. Hours later, news arrived. Harry and Ron were back, with the basilisk's fangs and a destroyed diary. Ginny Weasley had been rescued. The Gryffindor Tower erupted in cheers. But in the Slytherin common room, the atmosphere was complex. Draco appeared sullen, while Blaise visibly sighed in relief. That night in the dormitory, Silas and Theodore received the full story. Harry was indeed a Parselmouth, but not the heir. The true heir was Tom Riddle from 50 years ago. He had controlled Ginny through the diary Horcrux to reopen the chamber, while Harry used the sword of Gryffindor to slay the basilisk and destroyed the diary with its fangs. Fawkes had indeed appeared, blinding the basilisk at a critical moment and saving Harry. Theodore whispered in the dark. Fawkes received the message. Silas did not respond, merely pressing closer to Theodore. His hand sought Theodore's, fingers intertwining. Then, in the silence, he lifted his head and gently bit Theodore's neck, not hard, but leaving a faint mark. "You are marking me," Theodore said, his tone devoid of reproach. Sildar's words echoed with affirmation. Theodore turned to face him, gazing at his brother's face in the dim light. He then mirrored the gesture, leaving a symmetrical bite mark on Sildar's neck, equally tender, equally laden with significance. The events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets had concluded. While they did not directly intervene, their choices undeniably shaped the outcome. They safeguarded their own well-being. Yet they did not entirely remain passive. Through this process, the boundaries of their safety gradually shifted. Almost daily, Sildar craved such intimacy, and almost daily, Theodore indulged him further. As December arrived, the castle adorned itself with festive decorations for Christmas. Sildar held little interest in the holiday, yet he relished the pretext it provided. The colder weather afforded him greater justification to seek warmth by Theodore's side. On this day, during the defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart continued to teach. Despite having narrowly avoided expulsion due to the chamber incident, Sildar settled directly onto Theodore's lap, attentively listening throughout the lesson. Other students cast furtive glances, while Lockhart remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in reading a chapter from his book on how to tame a kappa. After class, Theodore embraced Sildar, indeed. Embraced him, since Sildar was too languid to walk on his own. They made their way to the library, and in the corridor, they encountered Professor Snape. Snape halted, his dark eyes sweeping over them, lingering for a moment longer on Sildar's position atop Theodore's arm. His expression remained inscrutable as ever. "I have matters to discuss with you," Snape stated, his voice low. "My office now." Theodore set Sildar down, and the two followed Snape to the dungeon. Snape's office was cold and cluttered with various potion ingredients and peculiar creatures steeped in liquids. "Sit," he commanded, gesturing towards two hard chairs. They complied, with Sildar instinctively leaning against Theodore, his arm encircling his brother's waist. Snape observed this gesture, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he refrained from commenting. "In regard to your unusual display of intimacy," Snape began, his tone grave, "some parents have expressed concern, believing it may tarnish Slytherin's reputation, even deeming it inappropriate." Theodore's expression turned cautious. "Professor, we simply share a close bond." "I am well aware of what constitutes normal brotherly interaction," Snape interrupted. "What you exhibit surpasses that boundary. I do not concern myself with your personal relationship, but as head of Slytherin, I must ensure the house's reputation remains intact. If you have not yet filled your minds with tales of giant behavior, then you ought to spare a thought for your old professor." Theodore's hand gently rested on Sildar's back, a soothing gesture. "We understand, Professor. We will exercise more discretion in public." Chapter 40, A Reduction in Touch. Upon returning to their dormitory, Sildar did not draw near Theodore as he typically would. He stood in the center of the room, his midnight green eyes fixed upon his brother. If I reduce our touch, if we appear more conventional, will you feel at ease? Theodore approached him, cradling his face in his hands. No, for that would not be you. I require the authentic you, not a facade. We shall find a balance, some restraint in public. But here, in this space, we shall be ourselves. Sildur closed his eyes, pressing his face against Theodore's palms. Father may not tolerate this. Father is not at Hogwarts. Theodore replied, and when we return home, I will manage it. I promise. This assurance allowed Sildur to relax, leaning fully into Theodore's embrace, burying his face in his brother's neck. I have not marked you today, he murmured. Theodore chuckled, a gentle sound reverberating from his chest. He lowered his head, lightly biting Sildur's neck, followed by a kiss. Now, do you wish to sit on my lap and rest, or would you prefer to retire to bed? Both, Sildur replied. First, I want to sit on your lap, then sleep in your arms. Theodore lifted him effortlessly, moving to the side of the chair and seating Sildur upon his lap, his back against Theodore's chest. Spoiled, Theodore murmured, though the tone was filled with indulgence. Spoiled by you, so you must take responsibility. I willingly accept that responsibility, Theodore declared, tightening his arms around Sildur. Outside, snow began to fall, and the castle gradually quieted. In that small dormitory within the Slytherin dungeon, the two curled together. On the morning the Christmas holidays commenced, the Hogwarts Express carriage was unusually tranquil. The snowy landscape outside reflected Sildur's pale face as he nestled in Theodore's embrace. His light golden hair tousled across his brother's dark sweater, resembling a miniature avalanche. This was not his usual languid posture. It was a defensive curl, akin to a small animal's stress response. Are you cold? Theodore whispered, his fingers weaving through Sildur's hair, sensing the subtle tremors. Sildur's voice was muffled against Theodore's chest. It's the not manner. Theodore remained silent, his arms tightening around him. He knew that every year, they spent the Christmas holidays at Not Manor, and during those days, Sildur would retreat into a silence akin to hibernation, as if seeking invisibility in their father's eyes. Yet this year was different. Snape's warning echoed in their minds. Rumors might have already reached certain ears. More importantly, they had transformed themselves. Sildur no longer concealed his yearning for touch, and Theodore no longer pretended that this intimacy was merely a brotherly coincidence. What would father say? Sildur suddenly inquired, his midnight green eyes lifting. Within them lay a raw vulnerability. Theodore looked down at him, complex emotions flickering in his gray eyes. Then, very slowly, he inclined his head, resting his forehead against Sildur's with an unprecedented gravity. Let him speak. Theodore's voice was calm, yet each word resonated with ironclad determination. Whatever he says, whatever he demands. You are mine. This is not his, nor the not family's, it is mine. Sildur closed his eyes, his breath hitching slightly at those words. What if he tries to separate us? Then let him try. Theodore's voice bore a trace of cold amusement. I will make him understand that the cost of separating us is beyond his means. This assertion was not youthful bravado, as Theodore spoke. Sildur could sense something resolute within his brother's chest. Chapter 41, Theodore's Initiative. The train continued its journey north, and the compartment held only the two of them. Blaise and Draco had departed earlier, each returning home to confront their families. In this confined space, Theodore made a decisive move. He leaned back slightly, cradling Sildur's face, compelling his brother to meet his gaze. Then, he lowered his head, not kissing Sildur's forehead or cheek as was customary, but pressing his lips to the center of Sildur's brow. That spot, delicately positioned between his forehead and nose, bore a significance that felt almost ceremonial. Sildur froze, taken aback. Theodore rarely took such initiative, such a dominant stance. This holiday, Theodore murmured, his lips still pressed against that patch of skin, I shall protect you, not merely from external dangers, but also from any utterances that might lead you to feel inadequate, abnormal, or unwelcome. Do you hear me? Silas nodded, a subtle movement, yet sufficient for Theodore to sense it. Not enough, Theodore insisted. Tell me you heard. Tell me you believe. I heard, Silas replied, his voice slightly hoarse. I believe. Only then did Theodore withdraw, yet his hand lingered on Silas's face, his thumb gently caressing Silas's cheekbone. And this holiday, I shall make you understand one thing. My need for you is as profound as your need for me. You yearn for touch. I yearn to give it. This is not indulgence, Silas. It is reciprocity. These words illuminated a previously obscured area within Silas's heart. He had always perceived himself as the taker, the dependent, the one who required tolerance. Yet Theodore spoke of reciprocity. What do you desire from me? Silas boldly inquired. Theodore pondered for a moment before responding honestly. Your presence. Your trust. Your unreserved honesty towards me. And, he paused, his voice dropping even lower, your response to my touch, just as I respond to yours. In the library of Silas's mind, a new tome entitled Reciprocity began to take shape. The pages remained blank, yet the mere existence of this book held significant meaning. The train arrived at King's Cross Station in the evening. As the Knott brothers disembarked, Silas instinctively drew closer to Theodore, gripping his brother's sleeve. This was the utmost intimacy he could muster in public, discreet yet enough for Theodore to sense his unease. At the opposite end of the station, a tall man clad in a black cloak awaited them, Mr. Knott, their father. His visage, in Silas's memories, was always as frigid as stone, and under the dim yellow lights of the station, that expression showed no sign of softening. Father, Theodore nodded slightly, his tone polite yet distant. Mr. Knott's gaze swept past Theodore's face, lingering on Silas for a brief moment. Those gray eyes, akin to Theodore's yet more ruthless, froze Silas's hand, gripping his brother's sleeve for a heartbeat. The carriage is outside, Mr. Knott finally stated, turning to walk away, clearly not expecting an embrace or a warmer greeting. Silas felt Theodore's arm gently brush against his back, a wordless comfort. They followed their father out of the station, where a carriage drawn by two ebony steeds awaited them. The skeletal frames of the night steeds were starkly visible in the twilight, discernible only to those who had witnessed death. Silas had seen them since his mother passed away when he was 3. The carriage's interior was adorned with deep green velvet, spacious yet oppressive. Mr. Knott sat across from them, while Theodore and Silas sat side by side. As the carriage began to move towards Knott Manor, Mr. Knott suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on Theodore. I received your report card. Top of your class. Excellent in all subjects, even that fool Lockhart's class. Very good. This was typical Knott praise, succinct, aloof, solely focused on quantifiable achievements. Thank you, Father, Theodore replied. Mr. Knott's gaze shifted to Silas, and you passed. Transfiguration satisfactory, potions excellent, other subjects barely acceptable. Silas remained silent, aware that this was not a question requiring an answer. Mr. Knott continued, his tone sharpening slightly. You exhibited a certain observational acuity, providing valuable information during the Chamber of Secrets incident. Silas felt Theodore's hand, resting between them, tightened slightly, a warning and preparation. Just noticing details others overlooked, Theodore interjected for his brother. Is that so? Mr. Knott's eyes narrowed. Eloise possesses this ability as well. She calls it second sight, always able to see what others cannot, to know what others do not. Chapter 42, Controllable Range. The name of their mother echoed within the carriage like a pebble cast into still water. Silas felt a pang, not of sorrow, for his memories of her were too faint, but a resonance at the genetic level. Eloise Rossier, the woman said to possess foresight. You never mentioned her, Theodore remarked, his voice calm, yet probing. Some matters need not be discussed, Mr. Knott replied, especially those abilities that may bring trouble. Women of the Rossier family occasionally exhibit such traits, but they often pay a price. Eloise passed away at 30, although officially it was deemed a magical accident. He did not finish. Yet the implication was clear. Their mother's abilities might be linked to her premature demise. Silas felt Theodore's hand completely envelop his own, concealed beneath their robes. Silas's abilities are different, Theodore asserted. They are controllable, beneficial. At Hogwarts, they aided us and others. Helped others? Mr. Knott's voice grew colder. Helped whom? Those who oppose our values? I have heard you provided information to Granger during the chamber incident. Silas's heart raced. How could their father know about this? Unless Miss Parkinson's father wrote to me. Mr. Knott confirmed the suspicion. He expressed concern over your conduct in Slytherin. Not only your intimate behavior, but also your tendency to assist non-pureblood students. The air within the carriage grew heavy. Theodore sat up straight. We did what we believed was right, he stated, his tone unapologetic. The monster in the chamber threatened all students, regardless of blood. Providing information was to prevent death, not to make a political statement. Everything has a political stance, Mr. Knott retorted coldly. Especially now, as the Dark Mark begins to reappear, and that Lord's followers are regrouping. Your actions cast doubt on the Knott family's loyalty. Voldemort, that Lord, Death Eaters. These words slid into Silas's stomach like ice cubes. And the shelves in his mental library concerning Voldemort began to tremble, chains emitting faint sounds. Our loyalty lies first with each other, Theodore declared unwaveringly. Then with family. If that Lord demands we violate this principle, the Knott family will not stand with him. This statement was audacious to the point of recklessness. Silas felt his father's gaze slice through him like a blade. You are too young to understand what you are saying. Mr. Knott's voice was low and dangerous. That Lord will not tolerate disloyalty. If you persist in this behavior, continue this relationship. His gaze swept over their closely positioned bodies. You will not only endanger yourselves, but also implicate the entire family. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt. Knott Manor had arrived. Nestled in the desolate highlands of northern Scotland, Knott Manor was a colossal castle-like structure crafted from black stone. On a frigid night in December, the manor loomed like a crouching beast, with the sparse light spilling from the windows resembling the eyes of a predator. Sildur had harbored a disdain for this place since childhood. It was too vast, too cold, echoing with too many sounds yet teeming with too little life. However, this evening, the estate felt particularly ominous. Yet, Theodore's presence in the manor was a comfort. They followed their father into the grand hall, where a snuffed crystal chandelier hung from the lofty ceiling, and the walls were adorned with portraits of the Knott family through the ages. The figures in those paintings regarded them with an air of indifference. One portrait captured Sildur's attention, a young woman with golden hair and emerald eyes. Unlike the others, her visage was not marked by haughtiness but rather imbued with a melancholic tenderness. Eloise Rosier Knott, his mother, the woman in the painting seemed to sense his gaze, turning her head slightly to offer him a sorrowful smile. Sildur was momentarily transfixed. Most portraits did not react to particular individuals. Chapter 43, The Cause of Action. An hour after dinner commenced, Mr. Knott interrupted his thoughts. "Stay in your rooms, do not wander about." Theodore nodded, pulling Sildur toward the staircase of the east wing. Their chambers were at the end of the second-floor corridor, two adjacent bedrooms with a door that was never locked between them. This arrangement had been made by their mother during her lifetime and had never been altered. Upon entering Theodore's room, Sildur immediately felt a familiar sense of comfort. The shelves brimmed with books, the desk was neatly arranged with parchment and quills, and the bed was draped with a deep green coverlet. The only difference was a small magical portrait hanging on the wall. A golden-haired woman cradled two infants, her smile warm in the sunlight. It was the only magical photograph they had with their mother. In the picture, a young Theodore lay quietly in their mother's embrace while Sildur clutched a strand of her golden hair, as if fearful she might depart. "Can she see us?" Sildur asked, staring at the portrait. "The magical portrait retains a fragment of the subject's personality and memories," Theodore replied, standing behind him. "But it is not her soul. Merely an echo." Sildur turned to face his brother and suddenly said, "Father is afraid. Not because of our closeness, nor our standing, but because of her. Mother's power. My power. Things he cannot control." Theodore pondered this statement before nodding. Perhaps. Father relishes control, order, the notion that everything proceeds according to plan. Our existence, particularly your ability, signifies the variables he cannot dominate. Thus, he attempts to control us, Sildur said. Through threats, through warnings, through instilling a sense of discomfort. Theodore's hand gently rested on Sildur's shoulder. "But he shall fail, for we have each other." This declaration resonated like a spell, dispelling the chill of the manor. Sildur leaned closer, resting his forehead against Theodore's shoulder, a simple yet intimate gesture. "On the train, you spoke of reciprocity," he murmured. "Now here, you may ask of me anything." It was an invitation. Theodore remained silent for a long moment before softly saying, "Then let me take care of you. Tonight. Allow me to decide everything. You need only to accept." Sildur lifted his gaze, a flicker of uncertainty dancing in his midnight green eyes, yet he offered no objections. For the next hour, Theodore took the lead. He directed Sildur to sit at the edge of the bed, personally assisting him in removing his robe and shoes. His movements as gentle as one would use with fragile items. He cast a warming charm to dispel the cold from the room, retrieving soft pajamas from the wardrobe for Sildur to change into. He even combed through Sildur's light golden hair, his fingers weaving through the strands with an almost ritualistic focus. Sildur remained compliant, enveloped in a sense of security, cherished warmth, and an unfamiliar satisfaction of being needed. Theodore required such care for him, just as he needed to be cared for. Once dressed in his pajamas, Theodore did not allow Sildur to return to his own room. He lifted the covers, gesturing for Sildur to lie down, and then joined him, his arm naturally encircling his brother's form. Father mentioned dinner would commence an hour later, Sildur reminded him. "We shall not attend," Theodore replied calmly. "We are weary and require rest. The house elf shall bring our food." It was a subtle act of rebellion, yet Sildur relished it. He turned to face Theodore, seeking his brother's eyes in the dim light. "You are being proactive, not waiting for me to draw near as you typically do." "Because I have come to realize something," Theodore said, his finger lightly tracing the contours of Sildur's cheek. "If I do not take the initiative, you will forever believe yourself to be the sole one yearning for closeness. The truth is, I need your proximity just as you require my touch." It merely took me longer to comprehend how to articulate it. In Sildur's mind, the book titled Reciprocity began to unfurl its text. Giving and receiving, initiating and responding, formed the complete cycle of their relationship. When one party takes the initiative, the balance shifts. Yet true equilibrium lies in the dynamic flow, rather than static equivalence. "Kiss me." Chapter 44, The Mark is Seen. Sildur boldly declared, much like on the train, yet with greater fervor. Theodore did not hesitate. He lowered his head, his lips delicately brushing against Sildur's forehead, right eye, and left eye, each touch as gentle as a butterfly's caress. Next, he kissed each cheek, symmetrical and solemn, followed by a small, nearly childlike kiss upon Sildar's nose. A wave of warmth surged through Sildar. These kisses were not passionate, but laden with significance, akin to a silent vow. I care for you. I cherish you. I accept all that you are. It is now your turn, Theodore murmured. Sildar lifted his hand, cradling Theodore's face. He first kissed his brother's forehead, the familiar spot, then moved his lips to Theodore's eyes, kissing those gray orbs that always watched over him. Next came the cheeks, the chin, and finally, he left a gentle but distinct mark on Theodore's neck, just below the Adam's apple, a place where all would see. Let everyone know you are mine, Sildar stated. Theodore chuckled, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Then you best allow me to mark you as well. He leaned down, placing a kiss on Sildar's neck in the same location, then suckling more forcefully, leaving a faint red imprint. This mark was more pronounced than the one Sildar had left. Now everyone is aware, Theodore declared. We belong to each other. At that moment, the door to the room was flung open. Mr. Knott stood in the doorway, his face a shade of stormy gray. His gaze fell directly upon the mark on Sildar's neck, then shifted to the symmetrical mark on Theodore's. For a fleeting instant, the room was silent enough to hear the snow fall against the window panes. Explain, Mr. Knott's voice was as cold as steel. Theodore sat up, though his arm remained protectively across Sildar. There is nothing to explain, Father. We are resting. Resting? Mr. Knott stepped into the room, the door closing ominously behind him. Does resting require leaving marks upon one another? Are you aware of what such actions signify? In pure blood circles, these marks are. They are a contract between us, Theodore interrupted, his voice calm, yet resolute. Unrelated to the pure blood circles, unconnected to the Nate family, this matter concerns only us. Mr. Nate's countenance darkened further. You are too young to comprehend the game you are playing. Such intimacy, such possession, holds specific connotations within the wizarding world. People will misconstrue, gossip, and assume things about you. Assume what? Theodore rose to confront his father. Assume that we are in love? Assume we are partners? Let them say whatever they wish. We define ourselves and do not require the validation or understanding of others. Silvio also sat up, his hand clasping Theodore's. This simple gesture captured Mr. Nate's attention, his gaze fixating on their intertwined hands, his expression a complex riddle. Eloise felt similarly. He suddenly remarked, his voice tinged with an emotion Silvio had never heard before. She always holds my hand, even in public, she said. That touch provides her with grounding, with authenticity. The mention of their mother resurfaced, but this time it bore a different weight. Her abilities, Mr. Nate continued, seemingly addressing himself, allowed her to see too much, to know too much. At times, she claimed she could hear echoes of the past, glimpse fragments of the future. Such knowledge could overwhelm her, and touch became her anchor. She said my touch reminded her of who she was, of what was real. Silvio felt a profound resonance. Touch as an anchor. That was precisely why he depended on Theodore. After her passing, Mr. Nate's voice grew weary. I prohibited discussions of her abilities at home. I forbade any mention of her peculiarities. I wished to protect you, to prevent you from following the same path. Such abilities exact a toll. What toll? Silvio inquired, marking the first time he had actively engaged his father. Mr. Nate turned to him, the indifference in his gray eyes seeming to fissure. A premature death. The women of the Eloise family rarely lived past 40. The mental burden. Too much information could ultimately crush the mind. And the allure? The allure? Theodore asked. The allure of darkness, Mr. Nate replied. Those fractured souls, those magic that teeter on the brink of life and death, are drawn to such abilities, much like moths to a flame. Eloise spoke of a dark figure approaching before her demise, a fractured soul seeking a vessel. Voldemort. Silvio's mind trembled violently. The chains binding the book on Horcruxes burst open, its pages flipping frantically. Images, diaries, rings, locket boxes, golden goblets, crowns, serpents, 7 Horcruxes. The fractured soul sought rebirth. And the possessor of the Eye of Insight can perceive those fissures, those dark anchors. Silvio suddenly declared, his voice calm, yet resolute. If Voldemort returns, if he becomes aware of my abilities, he will either desire me or wish to obliterate me. The room fell into an oppressive silence. Mr. Nate's expression shifted from exhaustion to shock, then to fear. How do you know that name? He whispered, his voice trembling slightly. Chapter 45, Mother. Theodore immediately positioned himself in front of Silvio, entirely shielding his younger brother. This is unimportant. What matters is that if this is true, you must choose a side, to protect your son or to submit to someone who may wish to harm him. Mr. Nate scrutinized them, time seemingly suspended. Then, very slowly, he approached the wall, standing before the portrait of their mother, gazing up at the smiling woman depicted therein. She implored me to protect you before she passed, he murmured, more to himself than to them. especially Silvio. She said he inherited her abilities, but in a purer, more potent form. She warned that if darkness returned, he would require special protection. He turned to face them, his expression subtly shifting. The habitual indifference cracked, revealing a tapestry of complex emotions, worry, fatigue, and perhaps a flicker of paternal love Silvio had never before witnessed. This Christmas holiday, Lucius Malfoy has requested a meeting, Mr. Nate stated. He wishes to discuss the alliances following the return of that Dark Lord. If those marks appear on your necks, he will notice and report. Then let him report. Theodore retorted defiantly. We do not hide. Foolishness. Mr. Nate's voice suddenly escalated. Do you think this is a game? This is life and death. If that Dark Lord truly returns, if he perceives you as a threat, or believes Silvio's abilities could be of use to him. Theodore interjected, we stand together. We possess power, Father. Not merely Silvio's insight, but our connection. This is an ancient magic, twin resonance. We can cast spells in unison, share knowledge, we can become a greater target. Mr. Nate interrupted. Do you not comprehend? Such abilities will make you glaringly apparent to the darkness, like a lighthouse. Silvio rose from the bed, moving to stand alongside Theodore. He did not cower behind his brother, but stood resolutely beside him, hand firmly clasped with Theodore's. Then we shall be a lighthouse, he stated calmly, but not to attract the darkness, rather to illuminate it. If my abilities allow me to see Horcruxes, to perceive fractured souls, then perhaps I can discover a means to destroy them. This assertion rendered Mr. Nate utterly silent. He stared at Silvio as if truly seeing his youngest son for the first time, not the lazy, unremarkable child, but a young wizard possessing terrifying potential and unwavering resolve. You resemble her, he finally uttered, his voice barely audible. Not merely in appearance, but in essence. That steadfastness beneath the calm. That courage to press forward despite knowing the cost. He approached the desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved an old diary. The cover was deep green leather, embossed with a golden letter E, Eloise's initial. It is left for you, Mr. Nate said, placing the diary upon the table. I was to give it to you a decade after her passing, and now it has been precisely 10 years. She said that when Silvio began to exhibit abilities, when darkness began to return, you would need this. Theodore stepped forward to grasp the diary, flipping open the first page. A familiar handwriting greeted him. To my dear Theodore and Silvio, if you are reading this, then my prophecy has begun to unfold. Darkness shall return, and fractured souls will seek completeness. Silvio, my child, you have inherited my eyes, but you possess something I did not, an anchor, a true half. Theodore, protect him, but not through concealment, rather by strengthening your bond. Only a complete soul can oppose a fractured existence. Only pure love can cleanse a tainted soul. Remember, together, you are stronger than when apart. With love, your mother, Eloise. The back of the diary was blank, but as Silvio reached out to touch it, words began to materialize upon the pages. These were the knowledge and warnings their mother had left behind, concerning her abilities, the costs, and how to control and harness the Eye of Insight. Chapter 46, Mother's Diary. Furthermore, it contained records of twin resonance, more detailed than any material they had encountered at Hogwarts. Eloise meticulously documented her observations of the twin abilities throughout the history of the Nate family, outlining how to deepen their connection, how to establish protection, and how to avoid codependent entanglement. When twins become overly reliant on one another, losing their capacity for independent existence. I need time to study this, Theodore declared, his eyes gleaming with newfound determination. This may be the key. Mr. Knott nodded, then made an unexpected gesture. He approached Sildur, his hand hesitatingly raised before gently resting upon his younger son's shoulder. Your mother believes that you can effect some change, he stated, his voice still stiff, yet softened from its usual chill. Perhaps I am too fearful of losing you both, attempting to mold you into inconspicuous figures. But maybe she is right. Perhaps concealment is not the solution. This concession bore the weight of an apology. Sildur felt an unfamiliar emotion wash over him. Not love, not warmth, but a complex understanding. His father was not a malevolent figure, merely a man terrified of losing more. When will Lucius arrive? Theodore inquired as he carefully stowed away the diary. The day after tomorrow, Mr. Knott replied. Before then, you both would do well to remain discreet, at least for the time being. Theodore glanced at the mark on Sildur's neck. A tad proud, he mused before nodding. We shall be cautious. After Mr. Knott departed, silence enveloped the room once more. Theodore returned to the bedside, and Sildur sat beside him, resting his head on his brother's shoulder. What are you pondering? Theodore asked. So many things. Mother, father, Voldemort. We are exceedingly complex. Theodore's arm encircled Sildur's shoulder. Yet one thing remains uncomplicated. We are together. That is the only certainty we shall never doubt. That night, they delved into their mother's diary until the late hours. Eloise's accounts were astonishingly detailed. She not only described her experiences with her abilities, but also chronicled the exceptional connections of 7 pairs of twins throughout the Knot family history. These included how they utilized resonance to amplify their magic, how to establish mental barriers to safeguard their privacy, and how to maintain individuality within profound connections. The most significant chapter bore the title Against the Evil of Division. Eloise wrote, "The black magic of soul-splitting contravenes the natural laws of magic itself. The soul ought to remain whole. Division inflicts painful fractures, and such fissures may be perceived through specific abilities. If my child inherits my eyes, he may perceive those fractures, those wounds of the soul. Yet, perceiving them is perilous. A divided soul will instinctively detest wholeness, drawn to it, seeking to defile or destroy it. The soul defense lies in a deeper integrity, a purer connection. Twin resonance, if nurtured to sufficient depth, can forge a completeness at the soul level, rendering the divided existence incapable of easily infiltrating." As Sildur read this passage, a chill coursed through him. So Voldemort will instinctively despise them, drawn to them, desiring their destruction? Yet there is an advantage. Theodore pointed to the next paragraph. Look here, divided existences are vulnerable before wholeness. When the bearer of a divided soul confronts the united magic of deeply loving twins, their defenses will crack, their power will wane. Love as a weapon, Sildur remarked, feeling the weight of the concept. Not merely emotion, but magical potency. Our connection, Theodore clasped his hand, may be more potent and perilous than we envision. Dangerous for us. And for our adversaries. They read until dawn, with Sildur curled in his brother's embrace as usual, yet this time his dreams were different. He envisioned his mother standing in a radiant place, smiling at him, then gesturing toward the distance. There, a dark figure approached, but it was thwarted by a double light. Unable to advance. Upon waking, Sildur found himself tightly held by Theodore, his brother's unwavering embrace conveying an instinctual protectiveness. Chapter 47. Lucius's Visitor. Lucius Malfoy arrived at Knot Manor on Christmas Eve. Clad in an expensive black robe and wielding a serpent-headed cane, he exuded an air of power and aloofness. Dinner was held in the manor's grand dining room, the long table laden with exquisite dishes, yet the atmosphere was taut, as if ready to snap. Sildur and Theodore sat at their father's side, their high-collared garments concealing the mark, though Sildur could feel Lucius's sharp gaze occasionally sweeping over them. "Hogwarts has been rather tumultuous this year," Lucius remarked, dabbing at the corner of his mouth with a napkin, his voice elongated and elegant. "The Chamber of Secrets incident, the petrification attacks, and that fool Lockhart. Dumbledore's management is indeed questionable." "Dumbledore has always had his unique methods," Mr. Knott replied cautiously. "Yet Hogwarts remains the safest magical institution." "Safe?" Lucius raised an eyebrow. "When Muggle-born students are attacked, when the legend of the heir of Slytherin resurfaces, that hardly constitutes safety." Sildur lowered his gaze to his plate, his mind rapidly analyzing Lucius's every word and micro-expression. He seemed to be probing, seeking allies, laying the groundwork for a grander scheme. The signs of his return grow increasingly evident, Lucius murmured, lowering his voice, despite the fact that only the 4 of them occupied the dining room. "The Dark Mark has reappeared, loyal servants are regrouping, and the moment of choice is nigh." Traditional stances of the Knott family. "The Knott family's tradition is one of self-preservation and continuity," Mr. Knott interjected, his tone calm, yet resolute. "Not blind allegiance." Lucius's eyes narrowed slightly. "In this new era, self-preservation may require redefinition. He will not tolerate neutrals. You are either allies or enemies." The air thickened. Theodore's hand gently brushed against Sildur's beneath the table. A silent reminder to remain composed and observant. "How is Draco faring at school?" Mr. Knott abruptly shifted the topic, deftly sidestepping direct confrontation. Lucius's expression darkened. "He needs to be more resolute. Too easily swayed." His gaze intentionally drifted over Theodore and Sildur. "I have heard he has some friends in Slytherin. Yet those companions may not provide the proper guidance." This was a clear accusation. Theodore set down his fork, staring intently at Lucius Malfoy. "Is that what you are implying?" Lucius regarded him, a frosty smile playing on his lips. "I have heard your brothers are unusually close at Hogwarts. And I understand you assisted those who ought not to have been aided during the chamber incident." "We helped those who might have been killed," Theodore retorted unflinchingly. "It has nothing to do with blood status." "Everything pertains to blood status." Lucius's voice turned frigid. "Especially now, with the return of he. The value of pure blood will be reaffirmed. Those of mixed and Muggle descent will return to their rightful places, and those purebloods who assist them will be deemed traitors." This was a blatant threat. Sildur felt their father's body tense slightly, yet Mr. Knott's expression remained composed. "Thank you for your visit, Lucius," Mr. Knott said, his tone polite yet distant. "The Knott family will decide its future course independently. Now, if you do not mind, The children are weary and in need of rest. This was a courteous dismissal. Lucius rose, the serpent-headed cane striking the marble floor with a sharp sound. Give it careful thought, he advised, casting one final glance at the Knott brothers. For the sake of your family, and for your sons. In this new era, a wrong choice may yield eternal consequences. After he departed, silence hung heavily in the dining room. Mr. Knott finally exhaled, appearing considerably older than usual. He would report on our stance, on your position. If Voldemort truly returns, we shall become targets. We are already targets, said Silas, finally speaking up. Not because of what we have done, but because of what we are. In the face of a fractured soul, Mr. Knott gazed at him in astonishment. How do you know? Chapter 48, Christmas Gifts. Clues from Mother's Diary. Silas remarked that Lucius bore traces of dark magic today, faint but present. He had come into contact with dark magical artifacts, possibly one of the Horcruxes. This statement drained the color from Mr. Knott's face. Theodore immediately grasped Silas's hand. Are you certain? Tom Riddle's diary, the one destroyed during the Chamber of Secrets incident, bears a similar energy signature to Lucius. Although faint, he might have handled that diary or something akin to it. This conjecture connected all the dots. Lucius had brought the diary into Hogwarts, attempting to reopen the chamber, sow chaos, and undermine Dumbledore's standing, paving the way for Voldemort's return. But the plan failed, and the diary was destroyed. Then the diary is one of the Horcruxes, Theodore whispered. Voldemort fractured his soul and concealed it in various objects. Lucius may be safeguarding one of them, and if he is aware of Silas's abilities. Mr. Knott's voice trembled with dread. Then Silas can not only sense the Horcruxes, but may also discover ways to destroy them, said Theodore. This rendered him the greatest threat, yet also the most valuable asset. Voldemort would seek to control him or eliminate him. It was a terrifying conclusion, yet also a lucid realization. They were no longer inconsequential students, no longer simply twin brothers. They were potential players in a magical war, whether they wished it or not. That night, in Theodore's room, neither could find sleep. Silas lay in Theodore's embrace, eyes fixed on the ceiling, his mind's library automatically sorting through all the information. Horcruxes, Voldemort, Death Eaters, Mother's abilities, twin resonance. We need a plan, Theodore finally declared, his voice unusually clear in the darkness. Not to evade, nor to hide, but to actively prepare, to study Mother's diary, deepen our connection. If war comes, we must be capable of protecting ourselves and each other, and perhaps assist others, Silas added, recalling Harry, Hermione, and even Draco, those caught in the fray. Theodore looked down at him. In the darkness, only his silhouette was visible, but Silas could feel his brother's gaze. You seem to care for a broader world, Theodore remarked, his tone laced with complex emotions. Silas shook his head, not to become a hero, but to survive. Theodore paused, then embraced him tightly. From tomorrow, we shall formulate a training regimen, learn the knowledge within the diary, practice deep connection, and research methods to counter dark magic. And, Silas interjected, gently placing his hand on Theodore's neck, caressing the mark there, we need not conceal this. Let everyone know we belong to each other. This is our strength, not our weakness. Theodore clasped his hand, pressing his lips softly to his fingertips in agreement. On Christmas morning, Knott Manor was blanketed in a delicate layer of snow. Upon waking, Silas discovered Theodore already awake, seated at the bedside, perusing their mother's diary. Merry Christmas, Theodore said, leaning down to kiss his forehead. Father said we can open our gifts after breakfast. Silas sat up, instinctively leaning toward Theodore, an action that had become second nature, requiring little thought. I have a gift for you, Silas said, retrieving a small box from the nightstand drawer. I had the house elf assist in purchasing it yesterday. Theodore opened the box to reveal a slender silver chain, the pendant a pair of intertwined rings, one a deep gray, the other a light green. The colors of their eyes. I have one too. He displayed the necklace already adorning his neck, identical in design, but with the colors reversed. So, help me put it on, Theodore requested. Chapter 49, Confirmation of Love. Silas took the necklace, his fingers brushing against Theodore's nape as he fastened the clasp. The necklace settled just below Theodore's collarbone, parallel to the kiss mark, like two distinct yet interconnected symbols. I also have a gift for you, Theodore said, retrieving a larger box from the desk drawer. Silas opened it to find a pair of bracelets crafted from a dark wood, their surfaces intricately engraved with runes. Made of you. These runes are protective magic from Mother's diary. When we wear the bracelets together, they activate, granting us a measure of protection even if we are temporarily apart. It was a practical yet thoughtful gift. Silas immediately donned the bracelet, feeling the wood warm against his wrist, as Theodore put on the other. The runes shimmered briefly before returning to normal, yet Silas sensed a subtle resonance establishing between them. At breakfast, Mr. Knott observed their necklaces and bracelets, but made no comment. He even bestowed upon each a gift, a rare tome on ancient magical theory for Theodore, and a finely crafted observational instrument capable of magnifying and analyzing magical traces for Silas. Your mother left this, Mr. Knott said to Silas. She mentioned you might need it in the future. This gesture felt almost like reconciliation. Silas accepted the instrument, a swirl of complex emotions washing over him. Thank you, Father. Mr. Knott nodded, then added, regarding Lucius, I have written to Dumbledore, anonymously alerting him to the possibility of the Malfoy family harboring dark magical artifacts. This is all I can do, not to confront directly, but to provide information. It was a compromise, yet Silas understood. His father was protecting them in his own way while avoiding direct conflict. And, Mr. Knott continued, his voice softer, if you need to further develop your abilities at Hogwarts, I consent, as long as you are cautious and safe. This was a significant concession. Theodore and Silas exchanged a glance, and then Theodore said, Thank you, Father. We will be careful. That afternoon, they commenced formal training. Guided by their mother's diary, they practiced deep meditation, learning to share a mental space while maintaining self-awareness. They attempted more complex joint spells, successfully casting an advanced protective charm strong enough to withstand attacks from adult wizards. Most importantly, they practiced soul resonance, the highest level of connection described in the diary. In this state, they could share not only knowledge and emotions, but briefly exchange magical cores, allowing one's magic to fully merge with the other, creating a transient yet potent magical amplification. During their first attempt, Silas experienced a peculiar sense of completeness, as if he and Theodore were no longer two separate individuals, but rather two parts of a singular, whole existence. That sensation was both reassuring and unsettling. The comfort stemmed from the profound connection, while the unease arose from the potential loss of self. This was the symbiotic entanglement their mother had warned about. After the practice session, Theodore gasped, expressing how easy it was to lose oneself in the connection, forgetting who he truly was. Thus, we require boundaries, said Sildur, leaning against him. Just like now, Theodore continued, gently cradling Sildur's face in his hands. I know I am Theodore Knott, and you are Sildur Knott. We are connected, yet distinct. This distinction is crucial. Sildur nodded, then made an impulsive gesture, kissing Theodore's lips. The contact lasted only a few seconds before Sildur pulled back. His midnight green eyes fixed on Theodore, awaiting a reaction. Theodore stood stunned, his gray eyes wide. Then, very slowly, he smiled, not in surprise or dissent, but in understanding. Brother, perhaps my strength surpasses yours, Sildur teased. But it is also a confirmation. Confirmation? He inquired, his voice slightly hoarse. Sildur leaned against him, affirming that this was love, albeit in their own manner. Chapter 50. Who is the puppy? Theodore did not respond verbally, opting instead to act. He lowered his head, kissing deeper this time, yet still restrained. It was an exploratory kiss. When they separated, both were slightly breathless. Sildur felt an unprecedented sense of completeness as Theodore rested his forehead against his. That night, as Sildur lay down, preparing for slumber, Theodore did more than simply embrace him as usual. He tenderly and methodically kissed every inch of Sildur's face, forehead, brows, eyelids, cheeks, nose, chin. Finally, he placed a kiss on his neck, one that felt almost healing. What are you doing? Sildur whispered. Memorizing you, Theodore replied. So that no matter what transpires, I can recall this moment, every detail of you. Sildur merely hummed in response, even teasingly lifting Theodore's chin. Sildur. I am not a puppy. Then let me be the puppy. Theodore remained silent, mimicking the earlier actions of Sildur. On the final day before the Christmas holiday concluded, Sildur stood for a long while before his mother's portrait. Eloise in the painting gazed at him tenderly, her lips moving, yet no sound emerged. Suddenly, the image transformed. The background shifted from a sunlit garden to a darkened space, and Eloise's expression turned serious and mournful. Her lips distinctly formed 3 words, though still voiceless. Sildur read her lips. He has returned. Then the portrait reverted to normal, and Eloise smiled once more, as if nothing had transpired. A chill surged up Sildur's spine. He turned and dashed towards Theodore's room, nearly breathless as he threw open the door. What is it? Theodore immediately rose. The portrait of Mother. She warned me that Voldemort has returned. Theodore's face turned grave. He approached Sildur, grasping his hand. When? Without words, but soon. They stood in silence for a moment. Then Theodore stated, after we return to Hogwarts tomorrow, we must accelerate our training. Learn all we can, prepare all we can. Sildur added, his hand tightly clasping Theodore's. We must inform Harry. About the Horcruxes, about Voldemort's secret of immortality. He needs to know. He is the chosen one, so let him end it. And we shall strive to remain whole. This was a momentous decision, direct intervention, sharing pivotal information, potentially altering the course of the war. Theodore pondered, then nodded. But we must be cautious, through anonymous letters, indirect methods. We protect ourselves while offering assistance. This became their new equilibrium, not engaging in direct combat, but providing weapons. Not becoming heroes, but being allies. Protecting one another, yet not turning a blind eye to the world. That night, they embraced while sleeping, closer than ever before. Silder's face nestled in Theodore's neck, inhaling his brother's scent, feeling the gentle resonance of the necklace and bracelet. Theodore's arms encircled him, his hand tenderly stroking Silder's back. The rhythm steady and soothing. In the hazy moments before slumber, Silder heard Theodore whisper, "No matter what happens, I am here. No matter how deep the darkness, we have each other's light." Then came a kiss, landing on his temple, tender yet firm. Silder did not respond verbally, but pressed closer to Theodore, his body language conveying everything that needed to be said. "I am here, I accept, I promise." The Christmas holiday had concluded, yet their journey had merely entered a new phase. The shadow of Voldemort loomed, threatening all they cherished, deepening their love further still. Chapter 51, Dementors. This year's journey was unlike any other. The train abruptly decelerated, ultimately coming to a complete halt, the lights in the carriage extinguishing in an instant. And the temperature plummeting. Silder, who had been dozing with his head resting on Theodore's lap, sensed this sudden shift. He opened his eyes. His midnight green gaze devoid of panic, only focused observation. "Something is amiss," he murmured, his hand already gripping Theodore's wrist. Theodore straightened, his wand appearing in an instant, its tip glowing faintly. The other two occupants of the compartment, Blaise Zabini and Draco Malfoy, also grew alert. "What is it?" Draco's voice carried a hint of tension. "Why have we stopped?" "It shouldn't be a technical failure," Silder said, his gaze piercing through the frosted window. "There is something outside, many things, dark, cold, Dementors, feeding on joy." The word plunged the compartment into a brief silence. Dementors, the guards of Azkaban, who feast on human happiness and hope, capable of consuming souls. Why were they here? Just then, the compartment door was slowly pulled open by some unseen force. A tall figure cloaked in tattered robes appeared at the threshold, faceless save for a gaping hole beneath the hood, emitting long, rasping breaths. A chill, palpable as a physical entity, swept in. Silder felt his breath freeze in his chest. Memories he wished to forget flashing through his mind. The blurred image of his mother's funeral, his father's cold back, and himself, crying alone in the corridors of Knot Manor at the age of 3. And far away, Theodore being taken away by the tutor for lessons. Then a hand covered his eyes, another arm wrapped around his shoulders, pulling him into a warm embrace. Theodore's voice resonated above, calm and resolute. "Expecto Patronum." A silvery light erupted from the tip of Theodore's wand, not in the form of an animal, but as a pure wall of light, filling the entrance of the compartment and keeping the Dementor at bay. The brilliance contained something warm and solid, not merely a happy memory, but a deeper essence, a significance pertaining to existence itself. "I am Theodore Knott. I have those whom I must protect. We are together, this is what matters." The Dementor recoiled before the wall of light, emitting a reluctant hiss before gliding away. Yet outside the compartment, countless more lingered, the entire train surrounded by a multitude of Dementors. "Dear Merlin." Breathless, Blaise exclaimed, his wand raised but no spell cast. "God knows what I saw you too." His gaze flitted between the sylvan tucked in Theodore's arms and the unwavering wall of light. "What kind of magic is this? A Patronus charm? But first years can't possibly." "Concentrate," Theodore interrupted, his voice taut. "Recall joyful memories, intense happiness, and then cast the spell. I can maintain this shield, but it cannot encompass the entire train." Draco's complexion turned ashen as he attempted several times, only to falter. I can't do it." At that moment, a more brilliant silver light erupted from a distant carriage. A colossal, stag-like Patronus dispelled the surrounding Dementors, racing along the train to drive away all dark creatures. It was the new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin. Once the crisis had passed, the train resumed its journey, the lights flickering back to life. Yet the atmosphere within the carriage had irrevocably shifted. Sylvan remained nestled in Theodore's embrace, his face buried in his brother's neck, inhaling the familiar scent to calm his racing heart. Theodore's hand rhythmically stroked his back, akin to soothing a frightened creature. "It's all right," Theodore murmured softly. "They're gone." Sylvan lifted his head, a hint of rare vulnerability glimmering in his midnight green eyes. "I saw bad memories." "So did I," Theodore replied. "But then I thought of you, of the way you sleep on my lap, of how you yawn in the library." He paused, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Of how you bite my neck," and then the darkness receded. Chapter 52, Lupin. This candid admission filled Sylvan with warmth. He leaned closer, pressing a gentle kiss on the faded mark on Theodore's neck, not to leave a new scar, but to affirm that their bond remained intact. Ahem, Blaise cleared his throat. "I realize we just faced a life and death moment, But could you perhaps be a tad more mindful of the occasion? I'm still here, and so is Draco. And we just narrowly escaped having our souls sucked away. Draco's expression was a tapestry of conflicting emotions, fear, disgust, and a tinge of jealousy. What spell was that? How did you perform a Patronus charm? ISNT that taught only at the OWL level? I learned it early, Theodore replied calmly, finally releasing Sylvan, but keeping his arm around his shoulders. Given the current circumstances, the more useful defensive magic we have, the better. But your Patronus. Blaze squinted. It's not an animal form. I've read that only extraordinarily powerful wizards, or those whose Patronus is based on exceptionally complex emotions, can maintain a non-animal form. Like Dumbledore's, which is a phoenix, but yours is pure light. Theodore did not respond to this inquiry. In truth, he too was unsure. When he cast the spell, he hadn't envisioned a specific joyful memory, but rather the very connection he shared with Sylvan, that inseparable sense of existence. Perhaps that was why his Patronus manifested as pure light, symbolizing the essence of their relationship, not merely happiness but the significance of being. As the train continued its journey toward Hogwarts, the discourse among the passengers shifted entirely to the Dementors and the escaped prisoner, Sirius Black. Rumors swirled that Black was a loyal servant of Voldemort, responsible for the deaths of the Potters, and had now escaped to kill Harry Potter. Sylvan listened to the discussions, his mind's library automatically cataloging the information. Sirius Black, a pureblood traitor, once the secret keeper for the Potters, had killed them in 1981, detonating an entire street of muggles. A prisoner of Azkaban, the first to successfully escape. Yet some details felt amiss. In Sylvan's mind, a book on traitors shuddered slightly, as if eager to convey something but failing to fully unlock its secrets. What are you thinking? Theodore asked quietly, his fingers gently combing through Sylvan's hair. About Black. Sylvan replied. Something doesn't add up. If he was such a loyal Death Eater, why escape now? Voldemort has been gone for 12 years. And the Dementors here today don't seem to be in pursuit. It feels more like. Like what? Theodore prodded. Like they've been allowed to, Sylvan concluded. The Ministry sent them to guard Hogwarts, yet they just attacked the entire train. This isn't normal. Theodore contemplated this, his gray eyes deepening. Then perhaps Black isn't the only issue. Perhaps the Dementors themselves are the problem. The atmosphere at Hogwarts' welcome feast was suffused with an oppressive tension. Dumbledore announced that the Dementors would be patrolling the school's boundaries, warning students against attempting to leave the premises. He also introduced the new faculty members, Remus Lupin, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, and Rubeus Hagrid, the new Care of Magical Creatures professor. Sylvan noticed a subtle shift in Professor Snape's expression upon hearing Lupin's name, not mere disdain, but a deeper, almost painful loathing. Meanwhile, Professor Lupin appeared gentle yet weary. His robes clean but heavily worn, with faint scars adorning his face. After the feast, the new Slytherin prefect led them back to the common room. As they passed through the entrance hall, Sylvan felt an unusual chill, not the cold of the weather, but the deep, soul-chilling cold that the Dementors brought. Instinctively, he moved closer to Theodore, his fingers gripping his brother's sleeve. They're in the school, he whispered, not just at the borders. Theodore followed his gaze, spotting a faint, drifting shadow in the entrance hall, something Dumbledore should not have permitted. Perhaps he had to. A gentle voice came from beside them. Professor Lupin stood there, holding a piece of chocolate. The Dementors are sent by the Ministry. Dumbledore doesn't have complete control over them. He handed the chocolate to Sylvan. Eating this will help you feel better. Chocolate has a remarkable effect against Dementors. Chapter 53, The Great Magic. Sylvan accepted the chocolate, but did not consume it immediately. He observed Lupin, his reddened eyes, prematurely white hair, and gentle yet vigilant demeanor. What was this man concealing, not only about his past, but also about his present? Thank you, Professor, Theodore replied on Sylvan's behalf. Lupin nodded, his gaze lingering momentarily on their close proximity, yet he made no comment, simply advising, if you sense the approach of Dementors, remember to concentrate on the happiest memory, not the most intense, but the most genuine. Sometimes, quiet joy is more powerful than raucous happiness. Once he departed, Sylvan broke the chocolate in half and offered Theodore one piece. What do you think of him? Theodore asked, taking a bite of the chocolate. A wounded soul, both physically and mentally, yet he possesses strength, not in magical terms, but in terms of survival. He has endured, despite having faced horrific experiences. What did you see? It wasn't so much what I saw as what I felt, Sylvan replied. There's a lunar energy surrounding him, cycling every 28 days, faint but present. Werewolf. The word surfaced from Sylvan's mental library. Remus Lupin was a werewolf, which explained why he appeared perpetually fatigued and bore scars. Yet Sylvan chose not to voice this deduction. Some secrets need not be unveiled, especially when the individual in question evidently strives to lead a normal life. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Blaze and Draco were already present, engaged in animated discussion with a group of third-year Slytherins regarding Sirius Black. But how did he escape? A girl inquired. No one can break free from Azkaban, let alone without a wand. It was a remarkable feat of magic, Draco replied enigmatically. Silas and Theodore exchanged glances. If Black truly possessed special powers bestowed by Voldemort, why had he waited 12 years to utilize them? Moreover, why target Harry Potter, a mere 13-year-old, rather than a more significant threat? I don't believe it, Silas suddenly declared, his voice low yet audible to those nearby. All eyes turned towards him. Silas rarely spoke up in public, let alone counter Draco. What did you say? Draco squinted suspiciously. Silas leaned against Theodore but held Draco's gaze. The timing is wrong. The target is incorrect. The method is flawed. There is a lack of information. Are you suggesting you know more than my father? Draco's tone turned menacing. I am suggesting there are logical inconsistencies, Silas asserted. If you possessed a key that could unlock any door, would you wait 12 years to use it? If you sought vengeance for your master, would you fixate solely on a child while ignoring a greater threat? This statement silenced the group. Blaise regarded Silas thoughtfully before asserting that he had a point. Black's actions resembled those of a madman rather than a rational Death Eater. Theodore interjected. Yet even a madman possesses a form of logic. Perhaps his aim is not Harry himself, but what Harry represents. Or perhaps he is not acting on Voldemort's behalf at all. Such speculation was audacious. Draco scoffed. Black is not a Death Eater? Then why did he murder the Potters? Why slaughter so many Muggles? I do not know, Theodore replied calmly. But the truth is often more complex than it appears. We must ensure our safety rather than rush to conclusions. The conversation concluded, yet Silas sensed that this matter was far from settled. The pieces, the enigma of Black, the Dementors, Lupin, Snape's animosity, and the peril posed by Harry Potter, needed to be assembled, and the vibrating chains of knowledge within his mind hinted that answers awaited, ready to be unlocked. Chapter 54. Yesterday, he had consumed strawberries. He sat on the bed, leaning against Theodore, who had his arm wrapped around Silas's waist, his chin resting atop his head. You wish to investigate the matter of Black, Theodore stated, not as a question. Yes, and the Dementors. They evoked unsettling memories for me today, and I need to comprehend why and how to defend against them. Mother's diary mentions Dementors, Theodore remarked, reaching for the green leather journal on the nightstand. She wrote that dark creatures are attracted to complete souls but are also repelled by them, much like the poles of a magnet. Silas accepted the diary and flipped to the pertinent section. Eloise's handwriting was elegant and clear. Dementors, the sorrowful creations of Azkaban, are the embodiment of despair in the magical realm. They are drawn to joy, for it is something they can never possess. They are drawn to complete souls because that is the state they long to obliterate. Yet, there exists a paradox, a truly complete soul. One founded upon profound connections and pure intentions, emits a light that Dementors cannot digest. It is not joy, but meaning. Meaning is like poison to Dementors. For their very existence is the antithesis of meaning. Our connection, Silas said, raising his gaze to Theodore. Today, your Patronus is based on this, not joyful memories, but the significance of our existence. Theodore nodded, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the U-bracelet on Silas's wrist. Thus, we must deepen that connection, not merely to combat Dementors, but to become our true selves, wholly. This is a subtle, yet crucial distinction. We are not preparing for battle. We are deepening existence. And this very deepening will serve as our defense. And Black, I need to unlock that book about the traitor. The chains vibrated, information awaited. Theodore hesitated. You know, every time you forcibly unlock a chained book, there is a price to pay. The last time you opened the book about Horcruxes, you endured a week of nightmares. But the information is necessary, Silas insisted. Theodore interrupted, his voice laced with evident concern. Silas, I am not saying you should remain ignorant. I am saying we need to be prepared. Together. Silas turned to face him, seeking his brother's eyes in the dim light. Then let us unlock it together. If the information proves too burdensome, you shall bear half. It was both a proposal and a plea. Theodore gazed at him for an extended moment before sighing, pressing his forehead against Silas's. Sometimes, I fear this bravery will lead to your harm. But you will be by my side, Silas replied. So I can be brave. This statement was simple yet profound. Theodore closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then acquiesced. Very well. Tomorrow night, after we are adequately prepared, we shall attempt it. For now, sleep. He did not allow Silas to return to his own bed, but instead pulled him down to lie together, permitting his brother to curl up in his embrace, as usual. What are you doing? Silas whispered, feeling a wave of warm tranquility emanating from their contact. Establishing anchor points. Theodore said, his lips still pressed against Silas's skin, covering the unsettling memories evoked by the Dementors with pleasant touches, so that the next time they draw near, the first thing you recall is this, not the darkness. It was a simple yet effective method. Silas raised his hand and mirrored the gesture. kissing Theodore's face gently and deliberately, ultimately leaving a new, faintly reddened mark on his brother's neck, right beside the old one. A new mark? Theodore inquired, caressing Silas's waist. Muggles refer to it as a strawberry. Theodore chuckled, tightening his embrace. Sleep now. Tomorrow marks the first day for 3rd years in care of magical creatures class. And I hear Hagrid has prepared a surprise. Chapter 55. The first lesson of care of magical creatures was indeed a surprise. Hagrid introduced Buckbeak, the hippogriff, a proud and perilous creature. Most students maintained their distance, yet Harry Potter successfully tamed it, earning Buckbeak's respect. Silas and Theodore stood at the edge of the crowd, observing. Silas's gaze did not linger on Buckbeak or Harry but shifted between Hagrid and Professor Lupin. Both stood at a distance, watching, Hagrid beaming with pride, while Lupin's expression was more complex. Professor Lupin had known Hagrid for a long time. Silas spoke in a hushed tone, barely audible to Theodore. It's not merely a familiarity of colleagues. It's a familiarity of old friends, sharing a history. Perhaps they are both individuals whom Dumbledore trusts, Theodore remarked. In such perilous times, Dumbledore would only allow those he trusts most to approach Hogwarts. Just then, Draco committed a foolish act. He insulted Buckbeak and was promptly scratched on the arm by the hippogriff. There were dramatic screams, exaggerated performances, and cries of "I'm going to die." Silas observed the scene, calculating in his mind the depth of the wound, the amount of blood, and the true extent of Draco's pain. The conclusion was a minor injury. Yet Draco would surely exploit it to its fullest. His father is making a grand spectacle of it, Theodore murmured. Another excuse to attack Hogwarts security. Indeed, the following day, the Ministry of Magic dispatched members of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures to deliberate on Buckbeak's fate. Draco's arm was exaggeratedly bandaged, paraded throughout the castle. The nauseating Pansy Parkinson loudly proclaimed in potions class that such dangerous creatures should not exist within the school, and Hagrid ought to be dismissed. Silas and Theodore, seated at the back, refrained from participating in the discussion. Silas had recently been observing Snape. The potions professor was particularly severe today, especially when Harry's group aired. This sternness transcended his usual disdain, bordering on anguish. Snape and Lupin shared a history. Silas's hand unconsciously traced circles on Theodore's knee. It was not merely a matter of professional discord, but something deeper, more personal. Theodore glanced down at his hand, then gently grasped it. What did you see? Snape, upon encountering Lupin, bore the pain of old wounds, not of the body, but of the soul, while Lupin harbored a sense of guilt towards Snape, albeit well concealed. These observations prompted Theodore to ponder Snape, Lupin, Sirius Black, and Harry's father, James Potter. They had all been students at Hogwarts, contemporaries. If there was a history between Snape and Lupin, then Black could very well be entwined in it. We need that book, Theodore finally declared. The one about the traitor. Let us attempt to open it tonight. Silas nodded, though a flicker of unease lingered in his heart. That evening, they prepared thoroughly. Theodore cast multiple protective charms around their dormitory, ensuring they would not be disturbed or overheard. They activated the runes on their bracelets, enhancing their connection. Then, seated face to face, hands clasped, foreheads touching, Theodore whispered, "Are you ready?" "Ready. If it becomes too burdensome, we can cease at any moment." Silas closed his eyes, delving into the library of his mind. He made a beeline for the book concerning the traitor, its black cover and silver chains. The title barely visible in the dim light. This time, when he reached out to touch it, the chains did not resist violently, but instead, as if recognizing him, slowly loosened. The book opened. The first page revealed an old photograph for young wizards of Hogwarts, laughing with arms draped over one another. The Marauders, James Potter, Harry's father, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. Below the photo was a caption, 1975, 7th year. The second page began with a written account, Sirius Black, the eldest son of the Black family, a pure-blood traitor, but not to Muggles or half-bloods, rather to a deeper loyalty. Loyalty to friends, loyalty to principles, a commitment to combating darkness. He joined the Order of the Phoenix in 1978, opposing Voldemort and his Death Eaters. The third page, in 1981, the Potters chose a secret keeper to protect their location. Initially selecting Sirius Black, they ultimately switched to Peter Pettigrew at the last moment, believing Black too obvious a target. However, Pettigrew betrayed them, revealing their location to Voldemort, resulting in the death of the Potters. Black pursued Pettigrew, who detonated a street full of Muggles and severed his own finger, disguising his death and framing Black. The fourth page, Black was sent to Azkaban without trial. Reason: the Ministry's eagerness to demonstrate efficiency, Black's family history, his cousin Bellatrix being a notorious Death Eater, and the public perception of Pettigrew's heroic demise. The truth remained obscured for 12 years. The fifth page, Peter Pettigrew, an unregistered animagus, in mouse form, currently resides with the Weasley family as their pet Scabbers. Black's escape target, not to kill Harry Potter, but to avenge the Potters by eliminating Pettigrew and revealing the truth to Harry. Chapter 56, Heavy Emotions. The information was overwhelming. Too weighty. Silas felt his consciousness begin to sway, the images and words hammering against his mind. Betrayal, injustice, 12 years of imprisonment, a living dead man. An innocent despised by the world. Silas. Theodore's voice echoed from afar. Disconnect. Now. But Silas could not sever the connection. The book continued to turn its pages. More information flooding in. Remus Lupin, a werewolf, a member of the Marauders, unaware that Pettigrew was alive. Snape's animosity towards the Marauders rooted in his bullying during school years. Elucidating Snape's hatred for Lupin and Black. Enough. Theodore's voice, imbued with magic, forcibly broke the connection. Silas jolted awake, gasping for breath, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Theodore held him tightly, his hand soothingly stroking his back, softly repeating, "It's all right. It's all right. I'm here. It's over." "Pettigrew is still alive," Silas panted. "Ron S. Rat, it's Peter Pettigrew. Black is innocent, and his target is not Harry but Peter." "I understand," Theodore replied, his voice calm yet taut. "I shared the information during the connection, Silas." They sat in silence for a moment, digesting this astonishing truth. The one deemed the most dangerous prisoner in the world was, in fact, wronged, and the true traitor, thought to have died 12 years ago, was actually alive, disguised as a pet in Harry's best friend's home. "Should we tell anyone?" Silas finally inquired. Theodore contemplated, his fingers unconsciously stroking the nape of Silas's neck. "Tell directly? Who would believe it? Two 13-year-old Slytherin students claiming they discovered the truth through some special ability? And involving Peter Pettigrew, the hero awarded the Order of Merlin? They deliberated for a long time, ultimately devising a multi-step plan, not to reveal everything outright, but to provide clues for Harry and Lupin to uncover the truth themselves. After all, as a member of the Marauders, Lupin would comprehend everything upon seeing Pettigrew alive in his mouse form. The first step, to draw Harry's attention to Scabbers' peculiar behavior. Silas would observe at the right moment, noting that Scabbers did not behave like an ordinary mouse. The second step, to hint to Lupin that Pettigrew might still be alive through anonymous letters, citing details known only to the Marauders. The third step, to ensure Black had the opportunity to tell his story rather than being immediately kissed by a Dementor. The plan was intricate and perilous. Yet they possessed advantages. Silas's keen observations, Theodore's magical prowess, and their inconspicuous positioning. Who would pay attention to two inseparable Slytherin twins? That night, as they finally lay down, Silas suddenly asked, "Did you see everything today in the connection? Those memories, those emotions, the despair of Black, the fear of Pettigrew, the guilt of Lupin, were heavy. But the heaviest were not those. What was it? It was your feelings." Theodore turned to face him, caressing his face in the dark. "The pain you endured while absorbing that information. I bore half of it, yet that half was enough to make me wish to destroy anyone who harmed you." Silas took Theodore's hand, pressing it against his face. "But you controlled yourself. You did not let anger consume you, because you would be disappointed." Theodore succinctly expressed that anger often leads us to err. "We must remain vigilant and precise." Silas leaned in, their foreheads touching, and murmured, "Thank you for sharing the burden. Forever." Theodore gently kissed the tip of his nose, urging, "Now sleep. Tomorrow we commence the execution of our plan." Chapter 57, The Marauders' Map. The initial step of the plan proved unexpectedly simple. A few days later, in the library, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were fretting over their divination assignment. While Scabbers, Peter, slumbered in Ron's bag, Silas and Theodore sat nearby, with Silas feigning to read, yet keenly observing. When the moment arrived, Silas accidentally knocked over his ink bottle, causing ink to splatter onto Ron's bag. Amidst the commotion, Scabbers awoke, darting from the bag and scurrying across the table. "Scabbers!" Ron cried out. Silas observed the mouse's escape route and calmly remarked, "It runs as if it knows the way. A typical mouse would scurry chaotically. Yet this one headed directly for the door, evading all obstacles as if it were aware of its purpose." Harry and Hermione exchanged puzzled glances. Hermione squinted. "How do you know the behavior of ordinary mice?" Silas replied, settling back into his chair, "My estate is home to many mice. Their behaviors follow patterns. And that one does not conform to them." It was a subtle clue, yet sufficient enough to provoke contemplation from a mind as astute as Hermione's. Silas noted the thoughtful expression that crossed her face. The first step was accomplished. The second was more intricate. Theodore employed a transfiguration charm to alter his handwriting, crafting an anonymous note that bore only a single sentence. "The mouse has lived too long. The predator knows why." He dispatched an owl from the school to deliver it to Lupin's office under the cover of night. However, the risk lay in the possibility of Lupin tracing the owl or intercepting the note. Nonetheless, Theodore had employed a counter-tracking charm to ensure its safety. 2 days later, the effects became apparent. Lupin began to observe Ron and Scabbers more closely, feigning an excuse to inspect Ron's bag during potions class and lecturing about animagi and loyalty during defense against the dark arts. He expressed his suspicions about Silas after class, but he required evidence. Thus, the third step awaited its opportune moment. The opportunity arose at the end of October, on the eve of Halloween. Sirius Black finally breached the Dementors' defenses and infiltrated Hogwarts. Rumors spread that he had appeared at the entrance of Gryffindor Tower, attempting to gain entry but was rebuffed by the fat lady's portrait, which he subsequently tore apart. The castle fell into a heightened state of alert. The number of Dementors increased, students were confined to the common rooms, and professors took turns patrolling. Silas and Theodore were in the Slytherin common room, absorbing the unfolding news. Blaise sat across from them, his expression grave. If Black managed to enter the castle once, he could do so again, Blaise remarked. The Dementors are not entirely reliable as a defense. The Dementors themselves may be the issue, Silas mused, leaning against Theodore's shoulder. They were dispatched for protection, yet they first attacked the train. If Black knows how to evade or control them, Dementors cannot be controlled, Draco interjected, seated by the fireplace. They are dark creatures, bound solely to the Ministry's commands. But dark creatures are drawn to darker forces, Theodore stated calmly. If Black truly has the aid of dark magic. His sentence trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. The atmosphere grew tense. That night in the dormitory, Silas was abruptly roused from slumber. He sat up, his heart pounding like a drum. What is it? Theodore awoke instantly, his wand illuminating the room. Peter, Silas said, his eyes widening in the darkness. He intends to escape. Tonight he senses danger. Lupin is too close to the truth, and Black is nearby. He must flee. How do you know? A dream. Or perhaps information from my library that automatically connected to this conclusion. Peter knows Black is searching for him, and Lupin is suspicious. He will seize the chaos of tonight to make his escape. Theodore swiftly rose, beginning to dress. Then we must ensure he does not succeed. But we cannot directly intervene in the plan. We should inform Lupin, anonymously yet urgently. But how do we convey this? He may be patrolling now. The Marauder's map. Theodore suddenly recalled. Harry possesses that map. It reveals the locations of everyone in the castle, and if Peter moves in his rat form, the map will display Peter Pettigrew, if Lupin sees the map. But Harry won't casually show us the map. That is unnecessary, Theodore replied. We merely need to make Lupin aware of the map's existence, an anonymous tip. Chapter 58, Harry's Stag. Time was of the essence. Theodore quickly pinned a message. Harry Potter possesses a map that reveals the locations and true names of everyone within the castle. Check tonight to see where the rat is. He then magically dispatched it to Lupin's office. They waited. Silas sat on his bed, while Theodore stood by the window. Both remained silent, attuned to the sounds echoing through the castle. Hours later, the commotion began. Cries, footsteps, and bursts of spells illuminated the night outside their window. Theodore tugged at Silas. We must see what transpires, but we cannot draw too close. They quietly departed the Slytherin common room, making their way along familiar paths towards the Whomping Willow. Silas's mind raced with thoughts of the library. There were secret passages that might lead them to the epicenter of the unfolding events. In the distance, they beheld the scene. Lupin, Black, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Snape suddenly appeared. Then Peter, in his human form, knelt on the ground, weeping and pleading for mercy. The truth was laid bare. Yet, things took a disastrous turn. The full moon ascended, and Lupin began to transform. Snape shielded the children, and amidst the chaos, Peter managed to escape, while Black and Lupin wrestled with the transformed werewolf. Then the Dementors arrived, dozens, hundreds, surging like a tide of darkness towards the area surrounding the Whomping Willow. Their targets were Black and Lupin, yet they also posed a threat to Harry and the others. Silas felt that familiar chill, that despairing pull. He grasped Theodore's hand. There are too many. Harry's Patronus is insufficient. Theodore watched as the Dementors encircled Harry, observing the boy struggle to raise his wand, unable to summon enough joyful memories. Then he made a decisive choice. We need to help, he declared, his voice resolute. But not directly. We must unite our magic, enhancing Harry's Patronus from a distance. But our position. The connection does not care for distance, Theodore asserted, pulling him behind a large rock. Close your eyes, focus your mind, imagine Harry. Envision the hope he requires. Envision the significance of our connection, and then channel it to him. It was an audacious plan, nearly impossible to succeed. Yet they had previously attempted to guide Fawkes from a distance to combat the basilisk. The principles were akin. Silas closed his eyes, clasping Theodore's hands. Their foreheads touched. Their consciousness intertwined. Silas merged his awareness, not to dominate, but to amplify. infusing their bond's essence into a transmittable energy. In the distance, the tip of Harry's wand began to emit a more potent silver light. Initially, it took the form of a vague animal shape, but gradually it sharpened into clarity. It was a magnificent stag, reminiscent of his father's. The guardian stag charged towards the Dementors, dispelling them and illuminating the entire area. They succeeded. Harry triumphed. Black was saved, and the Dementors retreated. Sildar and Theodore slumped against the boulder, utterly exhausted. The strain of long-distance magic was immense, leaving both pale and drenched in cold sweat. "You did it," Sildar gasped. "We did it," Theodore replied, his arm wrapped around Sildar's shoulder in a supportive embrace, "but we assisted." They sat there, watching as the chaos in the distance gradually subsided. The professors arrived, Dumbledore appeared, and Black was taken away, seemingly spared from the immediate fate of the Dementor's kiss. Harry and Hermione appeared shocked, yet safe. The plan had met with partial success. Peter had fled, yet the truth had been revealed. Black would not face execution without a trial. A semblance of balance had been restored. On their way back to the castle, they encountered Blaise. He stood in the shadows of the corridor, observing them with a complex expression. "I saw it," Blaise stated, his voice calm but tinged with incredulity. "Not everything, but enough to know it was you casting magic." The Patronus surged unexpectedly from afar. "Don't deny it. I know it was you." Sildar and Theodore halted. Theodore's grip on his wand tightened slightly. Chapter 59, The Mating of Beasts. Blaise raised his hands in a placating gesture. "I am not your enemy. I am merely curious. Perhaps even a bit moved, to be honest. You too often live in your own world, yet now you are aiding Potter, the very person you are supposed to despise." "We are not aiding Potter," Theodore corrected. "We are aiding the truth." "Same effect," Blaise observed. "And you are taking a tremendous risk. If it were known that Slytherin students were assisting Black and Harry Potter, would you speak of it?" Sildar asked directly. Blaise regarded him, then chuckled. "No. For one, I have no evidence, and even if I did, I wouldn't divulge it. You are my friends, though at times, you make me feel as if I am observing some peculiar mating ritual of magical creatures." "Blaise," Theodore warned. "Just joking." Blaise raised his hands again. "But seriously, you did the right thing today, and I noticed you did not intervene directly, but rather assisted indirectly. Clever." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Be careful. Draco may have seen something. He isn't as foolish as you might think, and you know his father's stance." The warning was clear. If Draco were to learn of this, he might inform Lucius, and Lucius would alert the Death Eater Circle. The Knot brothers were aiding those on the Order's side. "Thank you for the reminder. We will be cautious." Upon returning to their dormitory, Sildar collapsed onto his bed almost immediately. "I am so tired." Theodore sat at the edge of the bed, gently brushing his fingers across his brother's forehead. "You did well today, Sildar," he murmured. Sildar opened his eyes. His midnight green gaze unusually bright in the dim light. "Did we do the right thing? Peter escaped, and Black may still face trial. But we gave him a chance," Theodore said softly, cradling his brother's face in his hands. "The truth is now out in the open. Dumbledore knows, Harry knows, and Peter can no longer hide. Black has an opportunity for a fair trial, which is better than before." Sildar nodded, and then poked Theodore's cheek. "I felt your fear through our connection today. You were afraid of losing me, afraid of me getting too deeply involved." "Just as I thought," Theodore admitted, tilting his head to kiss the palm of Sildar's hand. "But I also felt your heart, your thoughts." Sildar sat up, leaning closer to Theodore. "I'm going to kiss you now." Without waiting for a response, he leaned in, initiating the kiss. Their lips met softly, intertwining gently, Sildar cradling Theodore's face, his thumb caressing his cheekbone. Theodore was momentarily taken aback before responding. His hands moved to the back of Sildar's neck, pulling him closer. The kiss was deep, yet filled with tenderness. When they finally parted, both were slightly breathless. Sildar rested his forehead against Theodore's, his hands playfully gripping Theodore's waist. Theodore's fingers trembled slightly against Sildar's cheek. Sildar noticed. "When can we?" Knowing the question he was about to ask, Theodore interrupted. "Not now." "Oh." Outside, Hogwarts remained on high alert, with Peter on the run, Black in custody, and Dementors patrolling the borders. With Peter's escape, Voldemort gained a crucial servant, accelerating his resurrection plans. Chapter 60, The Triwizard Tournament. October at Hogwarts was shaken by a singular announcement. The Triwizard Tournament would be held this year, with delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang set to arrive. The castle buzzed with excited discussions, with nearly every eligible student contemplating the possibility of entering, despite only one spot available for representation. Sildar was almost immune to this fervor. He sat by the window in the Slytherin common room, his head resting on Theodore's shoulder, eyes half closed, utterly oblivious to the surrounding chatter about honor, prizes, and everlasting glory. "Are you not the least bit interested?" Blaise Zabini asked from across the room, flipping through a book titled Comparative Studies of European Magical Schools. Troublesome, Sildur replied simply, his fingers unconsciously toying with the collar of Theodore's shirt, and perilous. Theodore calmly turned the page of his book. The death toll in the history of the Triwizard Tournament exceeds 20, and even with modern protective measures, the risks remain substantial. It's not a worthwhile trade. Draco Malfoy descended the stairs, his usual air of arrogance evident. My father says Durmstrang still teaches the practical applications of dark arts. Unlike that fluff from Lockhart. If I were selected. You're not old enough, Blaise reminded him. The Goblet of Fire only accepts students over 17. Draco's expression darkened. I know, but who can stop a Malfoy if he truly wants to do something? Sildur glanced at Draco, his mind automatically analyzing. Bluster. Genuine fear of failure, masking insecurity with provocation. Theodore gently pressed down on Sildur's hand that rested on his collar, a silent reminder, do not voice it. At that moment, the common room door swung open, and Pansy Parkinson entered with her friends. Upon seeing Sildur practically glued to Theodore, Pansy's expression twisted in disdain. How revolting. She deliberately raised her voice to her friend Daphne Greengrass. They're like conjoined twins, every day. Daphne cast a nervous glance at the Knott brothers, murmuring, Pansy, don't. Why shouldn't I? Pansy continued, her gaze defiantly trained on Theodore. This is a common room, not your private bedroom. Some people need to learn how to behave appropriately. Theodore didn't look up. Miss Parkinson, if you have an issue, you may address it with the headmaster. If not, kindly remain silent, and do not disturb others who are reading. Pansy's face flushed. You think I wouldn't dare? My father is also a board member. Then by all means, Theodore finally lifted his gaze, his gray eyes as cold as ice. However, prior to this, it is imperative to remember one thing. You are commenting on a person dear to me, and I do not appreciate anyone belittling him in any manner. Do you understand? The atmosphere abruptly grew tense. Blaise let out a soft sigh. All right, everyone, let us remain calm. The Triwizard Tournament is approaching, and we ought to unite, should we not? Pansy shot a fierce glare at the Knott brothers and dragged Daphne upstairs. Draco, meanwhile, contemplated Theodore thoughtfully. Do you truly not care about what others say? I do care. Theodore replied, gently running his fingers through Silas's hair, but I do not permit such concerns to dictate my actions. We are close, that is a fact. And if anyone feels uncomfortable, that is their issue. This statement, simple yet resolute, resonated with Silas, who felt a familiar warmth wash over him as he leaned up and planted a gentle kiss on Theodore's chin. You certainly have a way with words, brother. For heaven's sake, gentlemen, Blaise exclaimed, covering his eyes. You nearly warped my worldview. Does no one care about the opinions of others? What of social etiquette and the perceptions of others? Having each other is sufficient, Silas simply stated, leaning back against Theodore's shoulder. This minor conflict was soon drowned out by greater news. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were about to arrive. The entirety of Hogwarts was in preparation, and even Silas found himself taken by Theodore to participate in the welcoming ceremony, under the pretext of observing the newcomers and assessing potential threats. Chapter 61, Soul Sisters. On an evening in late October, all the faculty and students of Hogwarts gathered before the castle to await the arrival of the two schools. Beauxbatons descended in a grand flying carriage, while Durmstrang emerged from the Black Lake aboard a ghostly ship. The spectacle was magnificent, with nearly all students craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Silas and Theodore stood towards the rear of the Slytherin line, with Silas nearly pressed against Theodore's back, clutching the hem of his brother's robes. This position was inconspicuous amidst the crowd, yet intimate enough. As the students of Beauxbatons disembarked from the carriage, they were led by an exceptionally tall headmistress, Madame Maxime, accompanied by a group of elegant blue-robed students. One girl, in particular, captured everyone's attention. She possessed long, silvery golden hair and an exquisite visage, as if she had stepped straight out of a fairy tale. That was Fleur Delacour. Whispers circulated, suggesting she had Vila heritage. Yet, Silas's gaze was not fixed upon Fleur. He observed another Beauxbatons student, a dark-haired boy standing at the back of the line, scanning the Hogwarts crowd with sharp, vigilant eyes. His expression more wary than curious. That one, Silas murmured to Theodore. He is no ordinary student. His stance is that of a warrior, not a scholar. And he is evaluating defenses, searching for weaknesses. Theodore followed his gaze. And that hulking figure, Crumb, he's the seeker for the Bulgarian national team. But look at his eyes. He is not gazing at the scenery. He is surveying the terrain. Both groups exhibited palpable wariness, even hostility. The Triwizard Tournament, ostensibly a friendly competition, was rife with undercurrents. During the welcoming banquet, Dumbledore announced the rules of the Goblet of Fire, cautioning about the age restrictions. The Gryffindor Lions were nearly unanimous in their dissatisfaction with this limitation. Silas quietly consumed his pudding while his mind raced, analyzing the micro-expressions of each outsider, documenting their interaction patterns, and assessing potential threats. Hermione Granger sat at the Gryffindor long table, engaging in a fervent discussion with Harry and Ron. Silas noted her gaze flitting towards the Knott brothers several times. Her expression intricate, not the disdain of Pansy, but rather an academic perplexity. Sure enough, the following day in the library, Hermione approached their table directly. "May I speak with you?" she inquired, her tone polite, yet forthright. Theodore looked up. "About what, Miss Granger?" "About you two." Hermione took a seat, lowering her voice. "I am not here to judge. I wish to understand. Your behavior defies everything I have read concerning twin psychology. Even among identical twins, such an extent of physical contact and emotional dependence is rare." Silas lifted his head from Theodore's shoulder, his eyes calmly meeting hers. "Research based on statistics suggests we are an anomaly. But why?" Hermione pressed. "What makes you so close?" Theodore and Silas exchanged a glance. "It is difficult to explain," Theodore responded. "It is akin to asking why some prefer blue while others favor red. Our connection is an intrinsic part of our essence, existing since before birth." "That sounds like magic," Hermione mused thoughtfully. "Not metaphorically. I mean it in the literal sense of magic. I have read some literature on ancient magical connections, such as soul bonds and blood oaths." "Not those," Silas interjected. "We are halves of one another. We do not require magical contracts. That is a fact." Hermione scrutinized them for a long moment before suddenly stating, "Did you know that at Beauxbatons, some sisterhoods form soul sisters through magical rituals that establish profound connections, sharing emotions, and even partial thoughts? Their intimacy is sometimes misinterpreted by outsiders, yet it is an accepted tradition at Beauxbatons." This information piqued Silas's interest. "Is there any documentation regarding the effects and costs of such connections?" Hermione's eyes lit up. "I knew you would ask. I have some materials, photocopies borrowed from the Beauxbatons library. If you are willing, we could exchange information, your practical experiences for my theoretical research." This unexpected proposal prompted Theodore to respond cautiously. "Why? What interests you about us?" Chapter 62. Sleep. "Because of knowledge," Hermione replied simply. "And at this juncture, any unusual abilities may prove significant." Though unspoken, her implication was clear. In the shadow of Voldemort, any advantage was worth investigating. Theodore glanced at Silas, who gave a slight nod. "All right," Theodore acquiesced. "But in private, we do not wish to attract more attention." "Of course." Hermione stood. "How about the abandoned alcove at the back of the library on Saturday afternoon? It is seldom frequented." They reached an agreement. After Hermione departed, Silas leaned back against Theodore's shoulder. "She is clever, but not dangerous. Genuine curiosity, not prying. Yet she may inadvertently draw others' attention to us," Theodore remarked. "We must be cautious." Silas did not argue, merely closing his eyes. In his mind, the library was expanding its shelves with new tomes on magical connections, some of which stemmed from Beauxbatons records. On Friday night, a significant event transpired. The Goblet of Fire selected 3 champions. Victor Krum from Durmstrang, Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons, and Cedric Diggory from Hogwarts. The hall erupted in cheers and applause, especially from the Hufflepuff table, as their head boy had been chosen. Just as Dumbledore prepared to announce the conclusion of the feast, the Goblet of Fire erupted once more, a 4th parchment soaring into the air. The hall fell into a hushed silence. Dumbledore caught the parchment and read aloud the name, Harry Potter. Shock, disbelief, and anger ensued. Harry insisted he had not entered, yet no one believed him. Representatives from the other schools protested, and Karkaroff and Madame Maxime were nearly ready to leave. Cedric's friends regarded Harry with skeptical eyes. Silas observed the unfolding scene, his mind swiftly connecting the dots. Harry could not have entered himself, being too young and lacking motivation. So who was responsible? What was their intent? "Murder," Theodore whispered ominously, his voice audible only to the two of them. The Triwizard Tournament was perilous. An accidental death could easily be disguised, suggesting that someone desired Harry's demise to appear as misfortune. Silas nodded in agreement. He glanced toward the faculty table, where Snape wore a brooding expression, and Moody, the new defense against the dark arts professor, had his magical eye spinning wildly. Lupin had departed, now replaced by Moody. Silas's mental library summoned information. Alastair Moody, a retired Auror, known for his paranoia and extreme vigilance against dark wizards. Yet, something about this man felt amiss, not in his appearance, but in his magical aura. There was an air of disguise, akin to a garment that fits too snugly. Moody was questionable. Silas murmured that he was either not himself or under some form of control. Theodore squinted slightly. "Are you certain?" "The magical signature is inconsistent," Silas affirmed. There was a slight unnatural flow to his magic, as if a second layer of enchantment obscured it. And the way he looked at Harry was not protective, but rather scrutinizing. This observation was critical. If Moody were compromised, then Harry's peril extended well beyond the tournament itself. The dinner concluded in chaos. Harry faced furious inquiries from the Weasley twins and hostility from Cedric's companions, with only Hermione and Ron standing by him. Silas noticed Hermione hastily escorting Harry out of the Great Hall, her face a mask of concern and determination. "We shouldn't interfere," Theodore remarked on their way back to the Slytherin dungeon. Unlike last year, this time the threat was directed squarely at Potter, which was beyond their capacity to influence indirectly. "But if we discern the source of danger," Silas began. Theodore interjected, though his tone remained gentle, "All we know is that Moody may have issues. But we lack clarity on what those issues entail, who the puppeteer is, and the specific plan. Acting recklessly could render us targets ourselves." Silas fell silent, acutely aware of Theodore's correctness, yet the books in his mental library regarding conspiracy, disguise, and murder clamored for attention, their information yearning to be utilized. In the common room, Draco was loudly mocking Harry. "Potter cheats. He thinks he can disregard the rules just because he fancies himself a savior. I wager he had some house elf assist him in entering his name." "Shut up, Draco," Theodore suddenly said, his voice quiet yet laced with menace. Draco froze, and the entire common room fell silent. Theodore rarely confronted Draco directly, especially in public. Silas remained composed. Chapter 63, Moody. Draco's face flushed a mix of red and white before he abruptly turned and strode upstairs, offering no retort. He pulled Silas towards their dormitory, leaving Blaise standing in contemplative silence. On Saturday afternoon, Silas and Theodore arrived punctually at the abandoned library storeroom. Hermione was already there. A multitude of notes and several ancient tomes spread before her. "Thank you for coming," she stated directly. "I have organized records from Beauxbatons regarding Soul Sisters, along with some literature on ancient magical connections. But first, I want to confirm a few basic facts." She produced a list. "Based on my observations, you both, 1. Almost always exhibit physical contact. 2. Share nonverbal communication. 3. Have the ability to cast spells collaboratively. 4. Experience strong emotional synchronization. Is that correct?" Silas nodded while Theodore added, "Essentially correct, but our connection is more fundamental than those records suggest. It is not acquired through study or ritual, but exists innately." Hermione quickly jotted down innate magical connection. "This is rare, yet not without precedent. Throughout magical history, documented twins occasionally display phenomena of resonance, sharing dreams, sensing each other's pain, and even communicating over distances." She flipped to a page in one of the books. "However, your case is more profound. According to Beauxbatons records, the deepest soul sister connections can achieve complete emotional sharing and even a degree of thought fusion. Yet, they require regular magical maintenance. Otherwise, the connection weakens." Silas leaned forward with interest. "What is the cost?" "Any magical connection comes with a price," Hermione nodded. "According to the records, the most common cost is a loss of independence. Those deeply connected find it difficult to be apart for extended periods and will experience both physiological and psychological discomfort. Furthermore, if one party is injured or dies, the other may suffer severe trauma or even follow them in death." Silas and Theodore exchanged a significant glance. This echoed the warning from their mother's diary. "One wound, both wounded. One life, both alive." Additionally, Hermione continued cautiously, "Some literature mentions that this deep connection yields unique effects against certain dark magics, particularly against Dementors and the Killing Curse." "This information was invaluable," Theodore inquired. "Do you have specific cases?" Hermione rifled through her notes. "Here is one. In 1598, a pair of French twin sisters were accused of practicing dark magic. Investigations revealed they possessed an innate deep connection, allowing them to cast spells in unison to repel a swarm of Dementors from a village. However, the church deemed this connection unnatural and attempted to forcibly separate them. As a result, both died simultaneously, despite being 10 miles apart. The tragic tale revealed a crucial truth. Their connection could indeed combat dark creatures." Regarding the Triwizard Tournament, Hermione shifted the topic abruptly. "What are your thoughts on Harry's situation?" Silas replied calmly, "Conspiracy. Someone wishes for him to die, disguised as an accident." Hermione's expression grew serious. "I think the same. But who would do such a thing? Why?" Theodore cautiously replied, "We have some observations, yet we cannot be certain. Professor Moody appears somewhat off." Hermione's eyes widened. "You noticed too? I thought I was merely being paranoid. His behavior sometimes seems inconsistent, and his focus on Harry exceeds what is normal." "The magical signature is problematic," Silas stated. "It seems like a disguise." This technical observation left Hermione impressed. "You can perceive magical signatures? That is an exceptionally advanced form of perception magic," Theodore succinctly explained, "but we cannot disclose this information publicly. If Moody indeed poses a threat, exposing it could place us in danger." Hermione nodded in understanding. "I see. So what can we do? Harry is already in peril." "The first task involves dragons, which I've researched." She suddenly halted, realizing she had let slip critical information. Yet Silas was already aware. Hungarian horntail, Swedish shortsnout, Chinese fireball. Welsh green, 4 breeds, from which the champion must retrieve a golden egg. Hermione stared at him in shock. How do you? Chapter 64. Who is one? The information is readily available, Silas replied. It's just that most choose to overlook it. The castle is alive with dragon sounds. Large creature footprints are evident on the ground, and Hagrid has been frequently leaving school, returning with a peculiar burnt scent. Hermione inhaled deeply. All right then. What do you suggest we do? Warn Harry? Theodore pondered. A direct warning would invite inquiries about the source, while an anonymous alert might be disregarded. However, there is one method. Allow Harry to discover it inadvertently. How? Silas proposed. We could casually mention the dragon's characteristics, Theodore suggested. In a context where Harry can overhear without growing suspicious. The remaining pieces, Harry would connect himself. This was a subtle plan that required precise execution. Hermione nodded in agreement. Yet she inquired, but why do you wish to assist? Slytherin was typically indifferent. It is not our concern, Miss Silder interrupted. However, innocent lives should not be sacrificed for a conspiracy, and if any student of Hogwarts were to perish, regardless of their house, it would be a failure. This statement softened Hermione's expression as she murmured her thanks. Few could perceive this truth. They then discussed further details regarding the magical connections before parting ways. As they departed, Hermione suddenly remarked, regarding your relationship, I must say, at Beauxbatons, no one would raise an eyebrow. The magical world is far more inclusive of diversity than many realize. It is merely in Britain, particularly within pureblood circles, that things can be excessively conservative. This unexpected support elicited a slight nod of gratitude from Theodore. Oh, by the way, who is the dominant partner here? Silder raised his hand almost instantly, while Theodore lowered his. I am the elder, he stated. Hermione appeared to have discovered something quite remarkable. Leaving with a grin. On their way back to the dormitory, they encountered a few Ravenclaw students. Upon witnessing Silder nearly draped across Theodore, a girl blinked in surprise and then whispered to her companion, Wow, they really are like the rumors suggest. Her companion, a bespectacled boy, adjusted his glasses. According to the study of diversity in intimate relationships within the magical world, the probability of a deep connection between twins is approximately 0.03, typically accompanied by magical talent. This is likely an academic case rather than a personal one. Oh please, Carl, the girl laughed helplessly. Not everything requires an academic analysis. They seem quite suited for each other. Silder heard these comments, but remained unresponsive. Theodore gently squeezed the back of his neck in a soothing gesture. Yet this time it seemed to carry a hint of possessiveness. In the ensuing weeks, Hogwarts became divided into factions regarding the Triwizard Tournament and Harry's participation. The majority of Hogwarts students rallied behind Cedric. Beauxbatons supported Fleur, Durmstrang backed Krum, while Harry found himself largely antagonized, save for Gryffindor and a few Hufflepuffs. Silder and Theodore remained observers, executing their plan. One day in the library, while Harry and Hermione studied nearby, Silder casually spoke to Theodore. The frequency of dragon vocalizations ranges from 50 to 200 Hz, with the Hungarian horntail at the lower end and the Chinese fireball at the upper. Dragons exhibit defensive reactions to specific frequencies, such as high-pitched whistles that can momentarily confuse them. His voice was low, yet audible enough for Harry to hear. Harry indeed lifted his head, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Hermione glanced at Silder, her eyes glimmering with gratitude. Days later, the first task commenced. Silder and Theodore sat in the stands, Silder almost perched on Theodore's lap. This posture had become commonplace in Slytherin, even prompting a few younger students to mimic it, though older students quickly intervened. Draco suddenly exclaimed from nearby, feigning curiosity, How do you endure being stuck together all day? Blaise sighed, Draco, selective blindness is a useful skill. I suggest you cultivate it. Theodore ignored Draco, his focus fixed on the arena. Fleur employed a hypnotic charm against the Welsh green. Krum unleashed a hex on the Chinese fireball, and Cedric diverted the attention of the Swedish shortsnout with transfiguration, all successfully. Albeit with moments of peril. When it was Harry's turn, he summoned the firebolt and engaged the Hungarian horntail with adept aerial maneuvers, ultimately securing the golden egg. The crowd erupted in cheers. Even those who had previously harbored animosity towards him were compelled to acknowledge his performance. He was well prepared for the dragons, Silder muttered. Yet he remains in peril. Theodore tightened his grip around Silder's waist. The golden egg contained clues, and the second task would prove even more treacherous. Indeed, the clue for the second task pointed towards the Black Lake. Silder again managed to relay information about merfolk and the bubblehead charm to Harry through casual conversation. Meanwhile, the Hogwarts community's reaction to their relationship continued to evolve. One day in the corridor, a timid second-year Hufflepuff approached them. Excuse me for interrupting, but I have a question. Are you two a couple? Or brothers? I'm a bit confused. Theodore kissed Silder's forehead. These two relationships are not mutually exclusive. The girl blinked, her expression turning cheeky. Oh, just like my grandfather says, love comes in many forms. Thank you for clarifying. She joyfully scampered away. Another instance occurred during Charms class when Professor Flitwick observed Silder seated beside Theodore, resting his head on his brother's shoulder while practicing wand movements, and simply remarked, Mr. Knott, please ensure one's safety. Otherwise, well, everyone has their own learning style. Such understated acceptance began to permeate Hogwarts. Beauxbatons students smiled and nodded when they saw them, clearly unperturbed by such intimacy at their school. Durmstrang students largely remained indifferent, focusing more on the competition and training. Only within Slytherin did some chatter persist, though even Pansy Parkinson had diminished her public commentary. This was partly due to Theodore's silent yet unmistakable warning, and partly because of more pressing gossip, such as the rumors surrounding Krum and Hermione, which garnered attention. In Silder's mental library, tomes on social acceptance were being updated. By December, the announcement of the Yule Ball arrived. This time, Silder and Theodore received formal invitations, as Hogwarts champions could bring partners, while other students needed to invite or be invited. We shall not attend. It is too public, too crowded, and unnecessary, Theodore declared as he embraced Silder upon entering their dormitory. Silder nodded in agreement, but added, however, we must observe. The ball is an important social event, and things may transpire. They resolved to attend while maintaining a low profile, refraining from dancing, merely observing. Theodore wrote to his father to explain the situation, and Mr. Knott's reply was brief yet supportive, advising caution regarding the Malfoy family's recent close ties with Karkaroff. After Theodore finished reading the letter, Silder decisively tossed it aside and seated himself on Theodore's lap. Silda? Theodore queried, though he felt little concern, having grown accustomed to such behavior. Silder remained silent, uncertain of what to articulate, as he busily fidgeted with Theodore's buttons. Theodore did not resist Silder's actions. Why do you only call me Silder? Why can I not take the dominant role? Why can't I do this? Why? Theodore was genuinely taken aback, unable to fathom why Silder would ponder such matters. Yet, by the time he processed this, his shirt had nearly slid to the floor. Fortunately, the dormitory had already turned on the heating. Even stripped of his shirt, Theodore did not feel particularly cold. First question, if not Silder, then what shall I call you? Theodore asked, reluctantly binding his hands with Silder's tie, pressing them down on his lap as he attempted to respond with restraint. Is it that you wish for us to call you brother during our more passionate moments? Silder's cheeks flushed slightly, yet he remained insistent. Even muggles call each other that, referring to one another as baby. Theodore chuckled, finding Silder's adorability utterly irresistible. Well, little baby, the second question. What does it mean? Why can't I be the top? The old Sierra, the former little baby, didn't understand these things. And Silder is now feeling dizzy. Brother calling him baby over and over is really sexy. A book by Blaze. Theodore knows that since we were little, you've been lazy, and since I'm older, I'm more suitable. Silder retorts, but I have good stamina. The younger one can be on top too. You're a child. You're not that much older than me. Silder pouts, uses all his strength to pull his hand free, and ties the tie around Theodore's hand. Baby. Theodore looks at him helplessly. He doesn't want to argue with Silder. Shut up, brother. From Theodore's perspective, Silder is like a horny little dog, nibbling and licking him. You can be on top, okay? Hearing this, Silder, who was still nibbling on Theodore's abdomen, stops and looks at him dazedly. Really? MHM. Silder is happy and doesn't press for the answer to the third question. Only, Theodore is left covered in red marks. Late at night, Theodore holds the sleeping Silder and murmurs softly, I'll get back at you, you silly puppy. On the night of the Yule Ball, Silder and Theodore, wearing simple dark green robes, sit in a corner of the Great Hall. They sit close together, Silder's hand resting on Theodore's knee. Hermione and Krum's entrance causes a stir. Fleur and her partner are elegant and dazzling. Cedric and Cho Chang look perfect. Harry and Parvati Patil seem a bit awkward. Silder's gaze moves through the crowd, observing Karkaroff and Snape talking quietly in a corner, Madame Maxime and Dumbledore being polite but distant, Moody sitting alone, his magical eye constantly rotating, occasionally stopping on Harry. Then he spots something unusual. Mr. Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, looks ill and is behaving strangely. He leaves the hall hurriedly, muttering incoherently to himself. They continue observing, noting various details. Midway through the ball, Harry and Ron have a fight, and Harry storms off angrily. Silder notices Krum following Hermione into the garden. Then, about an hour later, a commotion erupts. A student runs screaming back into the hall. Mr. Crouch, in the Forbidden Forest. He's gone mad. The professors spring into action, Dumbledore leading others to the forest. The ball ends early. Students are told to return to their dormitories. On the way back to the Slytherin dungeons, Blaze walks up to them. What a thrilling night. Crouch gone mad. Potter and Weasley fighting, Crumb and Granger in the garden. Oh, and you too. Like two owls observing prey all night. Observation is the best way to gather information, Theodore says. The Crouch matter could be important. Draco joins the conversation. His voice uncharacteristically serious. Some in the ministry say he had family problems, son died, wife went mad. But my father says he might have been under the Imperius curse. The Imperius curse. The word sends a tremor through Zilder's mental library. If Crouch was controlled, then who was controlling him? Back in their dorm room, after Theodore sets up protective charms, he says, Crouch. Moody. Harry's entry. Crouch's son's death. These fragments need connecting. Zilder lies on the bed, closes his eyes, letting his mental library work automatically. He suddenly opens his eyes and says, Moody is fake. The real Moody is imprisoned. The fake Moody controlled Crouch, made sure Harry entered. Goal: to make Harry win the Triwizard Tournament. Theodore sits beside him. If they just wanted to kill Harry. There are simpler ways. Zilder thinks. The Goblet of Fire is a powerful magical object. The winner has a magical connection with the cup. If the cup was made into a portkey. A gateway, Theodore continues. To transport Harry somewhere, where someone is waiting for him. Voldemort. This deduction is logical. Fits all the anomalies. Fake Moody ensures Harry gets through the tasks, ensures he touches the cup, and gets transported. Do we need to warn anyone? Zilder asks. Chapter 67, Skin Memory. Theodore says, Dumbledore isn't stupid. He probably suspects already. And Harry's been through worse. Zilder turns over, burying his face in Theodore's abdomen, arms wrapping around his brother's waist. A gesture seeking comfort. Theodore's hand gently strokes his hair. Sometimes, the best way to help is not to become another person who needs saving. We stay ready to observe. Capable of acting if needed. But not now. Zilder nods, then lifts his head. His green eyes glint in the dim light. Kiss me. It's not a request, almost a demand. Theodore leans down, his lips gently meeting Zilder's forehead, then finally his lips. A soft but deep kiss that lasts for seconds. Remember, we're together. No matter what happens out there. Zilder kisses him back, just as gently. Always. Outside the window, Hogwarts Christmas decorations sway gently in the night breeze. The castle lies serene and beautiful under the moonlight. But beneath that tranquility, undercurrents swirl. A plot is in motion. A boy's fate is being pushed toward an unknown abyss. June at Hogwarts should have been filled with the tension of final exams and the languor of summer. But the arrival of the third task has cast a foreboding silence over the castle. The maze is ready, the enormous hedges casting twisted shadows on the Quidditch pitch. Like some creature waiting for prey. Zilder not sits on Theodore's lap, his back against his brother's chest. The two curled up on the sofa in the farthest corner of the common room. His fingers absently trace circles on the back of Theodore's hand, encircling his waist. Not letters or patterns, just skin contact, fingertips sensing temperature, texture, the outline of bones. Tomorrow night. Theodore murmurs softly, his chin resting on Zilder's head. The third task. According to our deduction. The cup is a portkey. Zilder gives a soft MHM, his fingers not stopping their movement. He hasn't spoken much for 3 days, his mental library running at full speed. Piecing all fragments together. Fake Moody, Barty Crouch Jr. in disguise, Mr. Crouch's madness and death, Bertha Jorkin's disappearance, the resurrection ritual at the Riddle House. He will succeed tonight. Zilder finally says, his voice calm. Voldemort will return. Harry will be transported, we'll witness it, and then, if he's lucky, we'll come back alive. Theodore's arm tightens. We can't change it. It's too late. The chain is already linked. Zilder turns around, facing him, straddling Theodore's lap. He cups his brother's face with both hands. But we can choose afterwards. When everyone is terrified, when the dark mark burns in the sky again. Which side will the Knott family stand on? Theodore's gray eyes in the dim light are like polished flint. On our own side. On each other's side. That's not enough anymore. Zilder's forehead presses against his. Father will be forced to choose. The Malfoys have already chosen a side, other pureblood families too. When war starts, there is no middle ground. This is the brutal truth. They could be bystanders during the Chamber of Secrets incident, intervene indirectly during the Sirius Black incident. But Voldemort's official return means war, and in war, bystanders are seen as potential traitors or enemies. Theodore's thumbs gently stroke Zilder's cheeks, then slide to the sides of his neck, feeling the pulse. Then, tonight, Theodore proposed a pact before everything changed. What kind of pact? Theodore's hand moved to Silas's nape, gently drawing him closer until their breaths intertwined. No matter what transpires, no matter which side we stand on, regardless of how the world transforms, he whispered. His lips brushed against Silas's forehead, then his cheek, followed by the tip of his nose, and finally his lips. Unchanging, forever unchanging. Silas closed his eyes, feeling those touches stamped onto his skin, imprinted in his memory and soul. He reciprocated with a kiss, tender yet adding a touch of his own. He pulled open his brother's collar, pressing his lips against the bare skin above his collarbone. Not a kiss, but a still contact, feeling the warmth and pulse of life. The memory of skin lasts longer than that of the mind, Silas murmured, his voice muffled against the skin. So wherever we go, whatever happens, I will remember this warmth. Chapter 68. The Clear Resolution. Theodore's breath hitched, his fingers delving deep into Silas's light golden hair. Then remember a little more. He unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing more of his chest, then guided Silas's hand to rest over his heart, beneath Silas's palm. The heartbeat was steady and strong, the skin warm and smooth, with the subtle outline of fine hairs and muscle. Silas's fingertips began to explore the dip of the collarbone, the rise of the sternum, the curve of the ribs. Every inch was Theodore, his other half, his anchor. Then it was Theodore's turn. His hand slipped beneath the hem of Silas's shirt, not to explore upwards, but simply resting his palm against his brother's lower back. Feeling the warmth and the slight dip of the spine. Here, Theodore said, is where you rise and fall with your breath. Here, he continued, as his hand moved slightly lower, is where you bear weight when you sit. Remember my touch here, just as I remember yours here. They remained in that tranquil state for a long while, exchanging the sensations of skin and the affirmation of warmth in the deepening twilight of the common room, a ritual to remember each other's existence before the impending storm. On the third item that night, Silas and Theodore did not attend the maze's exhibition match. Instead, they sat by the dormitory window, watching the flickering magical lights above the maze across the Black Lake, awaiting the news that was destined to arrive. Theodore's hand remained clasped around Silas's, his thumb tracing repetitive patterns on the back of his brother's hand. This was not mindless. It was the ancient protective runes recorded in their mother's journal, inscribed through touch rather than wand. Nervous? Theodore asked softly. The waiting is more exhausting than the event itself, Silas replied, resting his head on Theodore's shoulder. My mind is simulating all possibilities, calculating probabilities, preparing contingencies. It won't stop. Then let it work, Theodore said. But remember, no matter what outcome it calculates, I am here. At midnight, the disturbance began. Chaotic shouting erupted from the direction of the castle, followed by more sounds of running and gasping. Theodore stood up, but did not rush outside. Wait a moment, he said, until the news is clearer. Half an hour later, Blaise burst into their dormitory, his face as pale as parchment. Merlin, Potter's back, he said. With Diggory's body. The Dark Lord has returned. Diggory is dead, right there in the maze. The room fell into a heavy silence, even though it had been anticipated. Hearing the confirmation felt like a hammer to the chest. Details? Theodore asked calmly, though his hand trembled slightly. What happened? Blaise sank into a chair. Potter said the trophy was a portkey, transporting them to a graveyard. Wormtail was there, and a cauldron. The Dark Lord emerged from it. Diggory was killed, Potter barely escaped. Also, Moody was a fake. It was Barty Crouch Jr., and he has been subdued. Information rained down like a tempest. Silas's mind raced to piece together the fragments. Graveyard. Riddle House, father's bones, servant's flesh, enemy's blood. The resurrection ritual was complete. Voldemort had returned. What about Dumbledore? Theodore inquired. He summoned the order, Blaise replied. The ministry doesn't believe Potter. Fudge says he's lying, but Dumbledore believes him and is organizing. The door swung open again, and Draco stood at the threshold. His expression one Silas had never seen before. Fear, excitement, confusion, and a heavy sense of familial obligation. Draco's gaze swept over the Knott brothers, lingering on their hands. Theodore still holding Silas's, their fingers entwined. You know what this means. The time for choice has come. My father says the Knott family must clarify its position. This was a veiled threat. Theodore rose, but did not relinquish Silas's hand. Tell Mr. Malfoy that the Knott family will make decisions in accordance with our family's interests. For now, our interest lies in completing our education at Hogwarts. Draco nodded, his expression easing slightly. I think so too. But by summer, we will know more. After he left, Blaise turned to the Knott brothers. Do you truly believe you can remain neutral? Not neutral, Theodore replied. Hasty choices are often the wrong ones. That night, no one at Hogwarts slept soundly. Silas and Theodore lay in bed, not pressed together as usual, but facing each other, fingers entwined beneath the covers, foreheads touching. He has returned, Silas whispered. I can feel it. The darkness was coalescing, like a wound beginning to fester. Chapter 69, Accepting the Cost. You felt it? Theodore asked, astonished. In the library of his mind, all the volumes concerning him were glowing, chains breaking, information flooding in, relentless. Silas's voice was laced with suppressed pain. The locations of the Horcruxes, the list of servants, plans, there's too much. Theodore's hand moved to Silas's neck, gently massaging. Don't bear it all at once. Take it bit by bit. I can't stop, Silas said, his eyes wide in the dark, reflecting the glimmering water outside. Like a dam bursting, crowns in the room of requirement. Rings in the Gaunt house, a locket in a cave, a gold cup in Gringotts, a snake by his side, and Harry too, the seventh unexpected Horcrux. This revelation left Theodore utterly still. Harry Potter is a Horcrux? That living boy, with a fragment of Voldemort's soul within him? Is that why he can speak Parseltongue? Why his scar hurts? Why he connects? Theodore murmured. Merlin. Oh. We can't tell anyone, Silas insisted. Especially not Harry. Knowing he is a Horcrux would destroy him. But Dumbledore might already know, Theodore said, recalling the sadness in Dumbledore's protective gaze towards Potter. They remained silent for a long while, digesting this dreadful truth. Then Silas said, so our position has become more complicated. If Voldemort is to die, all Horcruxes must be destroyed, including the one within Harry. But Harry might not have to die. Silas continued, his mind racing through more information. There are ways to separate without killing the host, but it's extremely difficult, nearly impossible unless what? Theodore pressed. Silas closed his eyes. Unless there is a more powerful magic to cover it. Like how our mother's sacrifice protected Harry. That is an ancient magic based on love. If there exists a force capable of combating the fragmentation of the soul, it is the essence of complete love, deep, pure, and sacrificial. His hand gently rested upon Theodore's heart, attuning to its rhythmic pulse. Should we cultivate this bond to a sufficient depth, perhaps it could serve as a model, a weapon against the darkness. This notion, bold and almost terrifying, speaks of their love, their unique, profound, and unbroken connection, potentially holding the key to counteracting Voldemort's shattered soul. Theodore clasped his hand, pressing it against his heart. Then let us deepen it, not for the sake of war, but for ourselves. Yet if it can become a force in battle, then that is our choice. We will not stand with the Order of the Phoenix or the Death Eaters, but with love, standing for wholeness against fragmentation. This positioning was clear and resolute. Silas felt an unprecedented clarity wash over him. He leaned closer, their lips barely touching in a kiss that was not born of passion but rather a confirmation, a seal of their pact. Agreed, he murmured. Upon returning to Knott Manor for the summer, the atmosphere was tenser than ever. Old Mr. Knott appeared to have aged a decade. The study overflowing with letters and the Daily Prophet, its front page dominated by Fudge's denial of Voldemort's return, while the inner pages contained more cautious reports, a rise in disappearances, sightings of the Dark Mark, and unusual activities among former Death Eaters. At dinner, Mr. Knott was direct. Lucius Malfoy has given me an ultimatum. Before the summer concludes, the Knott family must declare its position. Either support the Ministry's official stance, denying Voldemort's return, or acknowledge that change is imminent. What is your choice? Theodore asked calmly, his hand gently clasping Silas's beneath the table. Mr. Knott's gaze lingered on their close proximity and subtle touch. My choice is to protect this family. And at its core are the two of you. He took a deep breath. Theodore, you are the heir, but Silas's abilities may render him a target. Voldemort would seek to control one who can perceive Horcruxes or destroy him. We understand, Silas replied, his voice steadier than usual. We are prepared. Mr. Knott looked at his youngest son in astonishment. Prepared for what? To deepen our connection, Theodore stated. To make it a shield and also a potential tool. If wholeness can combat fragmentation, then we are living weapons. This declaration left Mr. Knott in silence for a long while. Finally, he spoke. Eloise's diary contains more than I recently deciphered, regarding the final stage of twin resonance, the merging of souls, not a loss of self, but achieving a harmonious wholeness that can generate a field to purify dark magic. But the cost is dire. If one dies, the other cannot survive. Truly, one life intertwined with another, one death entwined as well. We have accepted that cost, Silas asserted, from the moment we understood what our connection entails. Mr. Knott closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a decisive glint shone within. Then I shall teach you the protective magic of the Knott family, the defenses of the manor, and how to vanish when necessary. If war comes, if choices become untenable, you must possess the capacity to safeguard one another. Away from all threats. The ensuing weeks were filled with intense training, not the curriculum of Hogwarts, but practical skills, apparition, protective spells, concealment enchantments, and even some ancient family magic. Theodore learned quickly, while Silas, though often languid, displayed an unusual focus when it came to their safety. Chapter 70. Deepening the connection. Simultaneously, they continued to deepen their bond. Guided by their mother's diary, they practiced the higher stages of soul resonance. In this state, they could perceive each other's emotions, physical states, and even sense each other's dangers to a degree. One afternoon in the manor's practice room, they endeavored to achieve the deepest connection. Sitting face to face, their hands touching, foreheads aligned, their consciousness fully open. Silas was the first to feel, not images, but sensations. Theodore's protective instinct enveloped him like a warm cloak. The longing for him flowed like a serene river. The fear of losing him was a chilling undercurrent. and love, complex and multifaceted, eluded simple description, an anchor. A reason for existence. Theodore sensed Silas's trust in his dependence, a keen observation beneath his apparent laziness, indifference to the world but a profound concern for him. And that deep, almost instinctual sense of belonging. He was his, just as he was Silas's. Then, they delved deeper. Memories of childhood exchanged, not observed, but experienced. Silas felt the pride of Theodore when he first successfully cast a silent spell at the age of 7. Theodore sensed the confusion and coldness Silas felt on the day his mother passed away when he was 3. Deeper still, fragments of inherited memories. Eloise's warmth as she held her infant. Old Knot's complex emotions upon first seeing the twins. Echoes of connections from other twins in the Knot family history. At the deepest level, the resonance of existence itself. The frequencies of their two souls gradually synchronized, not merging, but harmonizing, like two voices singing a perfect harmony. In this harmony, something emerged, a faint yet distinct silvery light radiated from their touching skin, not the brightness of a Patronus, but softer, more essential, like the glimmer of the soul itself. Theodore opened his eyes, softly speaking of what was mentioned in their mother's diary, the natural manifestation of a complete soul. The light lasted mere seconds before dissipating as they severed their connection. Both were drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, yet their eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. This is the weapon, Silas gasped, breathless. Not one of aggression, but of existence. Before it, fragmented souls shall suffer. Yet we must control it, Theodore cautioned. It cannot be wielded carelessly, the toll is too great. They collapsed onto the floor, lying side by side, still holding hands. Sunlight streamed through the high window, dust motes dancing in the rays. After the summer ends, Silas mused, Hogwarts will be different. Dumbledore will bolster defenses. The children of Death Eaters will become spies, while those from the Order will become targets. And we, Theodore turned to face him, fingers gently brushing his cheek, will be observers, but no longer bystanders. We will choose when and how to intervene, in our own way. Silas leaned closer, their foreheads touching. Kiss me. Theodore complied, gentle yet profound. Then, his lips trailed down to Silas's neck, where his shirt collar fell open to reveal the collarbone, and further down, pausing just above his heart. Feeling its rhythmic beat against his lips, Silas shivered, not from cold or fear, but from the depth of this contact. His hand slipped beneath Theodore's shirt, palm flat against his brother's lower back, feeling the texture of muscle and warmth. Chapter 71, 5th Year. The atmosphere on the Hogwarts Express for their 5th year was markedly different. Dementors once again guarded the train, but this time more numerous and denser. The compartments were devoid of laughter, replaced by hushed whispers of vigilance. Silas and Theodore sat in a compartment alongside Blaise and Draco. Draco appeared more gaunt, shadows lingering beneath his eyes, his fingers nervously tapping against his knee. The transformations at Hogwarts unfolded as anticipated. Umbridge had arrived, the pink toad, her saccharine voice announcing the educational decrees. Gatherings were prohibited, curricula controlled, and particularly, the defense against the dark arts had devolved into a mere theoretical discourse. Yet what truly set Theodore on edge was not the educational mandates or the detentions, but the incessant warnings echoing within the library of his mind. A timeline was constricting. A death loomed imminent, one that could alter the very fabric of reality. One fateful night, a nightmare revealed all to Theodore. He gasped, foreseeing Sirius plummeting in early June. Harry would be deceived into believing Sirius had been captured, but it was a trap. Voldemort sought the prophecy orb. Fragments of information surged forth, laden with vivid imagery. The corridor housing the prophecy orbs, the luminescent glass spheres, Bellatrix's maniacal laughter, and Sirius collapsing backward, disappearing behind the ancient drapes. Theodore sat upright, his hand brushing against Theodore's nape. Unlike last year, this time we have forewarning, months to prepare. Theodore opened his eyes, the midnight green depths glimmering in the darkness like two deep pools. Altering the timeline was perilous, as Dumbledore had cautioned. Intervening in significant events could yield unpredictable repercussions. Finally, Theodore suggested that if they did not directly prevent the event from occurring but instead introduced a variable, one that Voldemort could not anticipate, a factor that Dumbledore might foresee, yet we would not rely upon. What variable could that be? Theodore turned to face him, their faces mere inches apart in the dim light. Ourselves, at the critical moment, positioned strategically, employing our abilities to conjure a small miracle. Plans began to take shape the very next day. First, they would study the layout of the Department of Mysteries. Drawing from the knowledge stored in Theodore's mental library regarding the ministry's architecture, supplemented by the limited resources at their disposal, primarily old files borrowed from Blaise's father's study. Next, they analyzed the timeline. The event was most likely to transpire on the second Saturday of June, the day Umbridge had scheduled additional detentions. The majority of ministry officials would be attending the summer meeting at the Wisingamot, resulting in a shortage of personnel. Thirdly, and most crucially, how to remain undetected. Theodore leaned against his brother's shoulder, observing him at work. We must also consider an escape route. We cannot utilize the ministry's FLA network, nor can we apparate. The ministry has counter curses, and we cannot rely on port keys. A flu powder disruptor, Theodore recalled, remembering an obscure spell. It would temporarily confuse a designated area of the flu network, rendering both the starting and ending points untraceable, paired with a disillusionment charm. They could depart from any fireplace unnoticed. But we first need to enter the ministry, Theodore pointed out. As students, they lacked legitimate reasons. During the Easter holidays, Theodore paused his writing. Father will attend the quarterly meeting of pure-blood families at the ministry. We can accompany him as family members. The Knott family holds that privilege, allowing us to scout ahead and establish anchor points. Chapter 72, Dumbledore. During the Easter holidays, the Knott brothers accompanied their father to the ministry. Mr. Knott's recent demeanor had been subtle, aware his sons were concealing something from him, yet he did not press further, merely cautioning. Whatever you are planning. Remember, the Knott family cannot endure a second misalignment. The ministry's atrium remained bustling, yet the atmosphere was palpably tense. The wizards at the front desk scrutinized everyone's credentials with vigilance. Security had been heightened, and undercover aurors patrolled around the magical brothers' fountain. Theodore feigned boredom, leaning against Theodore. While his mind raced, the east corridor, the third fireplace, he whispered to Theodore. The defenses are weakest there, with blind spots. It can serve as an anchor point. Theodore nodded slightly, his hand gripping a small piece of specially crafted charcoal within his pocket, infused with their magical signatures and locator runes. As their father conversed with Lucius Malfoy, he inadvertently dropped the charcoal, discreetly kicking it into the ashes of the fireplace. Careless, Theodore remarked coldly. Lucius's serpent-headed wand tapping lightly against the marble floor. The heir of the Knott family should be more attentive to details. My apologies, Mr. Malfoy, Theodore replied calmly, his hand resting naturally on Theodore's shoulder. Lucius's gaze shifted between them before landing on Mr. Knott. Your sons remain quite close. They are twins. Always have been, Mr. Knott replied tersely. In these times, certain traits may be misinterpreted. There was a veiled warning in Lucius's voice. With the Dark Lord's return, the demands for loyalty are absolute. Any behavior deemed unusual may come under scrutiny. Theodore sensed Theodore's body tense slightly. He gently squeezed his brother's shoulder, a silent reassurance, then fixed his gaze on Lucius. The Knott family's loyalty need not be demonstrated through performative actions, Mr. Malfoy. Actions speak louder than gestures. The statement was bold to the point of provocation. Lucius's eyes narrowed slightly, but Mr. Knott interjected, the children should return. Lucius, we shall discuss this another day. On the train back to Hogwarts. Theodore remained silent until they entered their compartment. Lucius is suspicious, not of our plan, but of our integrity. He senses something. But as long as we do not overtly oppose him, he will not prioritize targeting us. The Death Eaters have larger goals. Harry, Theodore mentioned the prophecy orb. Voldemort believes the prophecy will give him an advantage. But the prophecy has already been destroyed, Theodore countered, recalling Dumbledore's words to Harry. Yet Voldemort remains unaware. Closing his eyes, Theodore allowed the information to coalesce. The content of the prophecy orb was not the crux. What mattered was Voldemort's belief in its significance, which was sufficient to drive everything. This was the tragic logic of war. It was not the truth that dictated actions, but the truth one believed in. By May, Hogwarts had become increasingly oppressive under Umbridge's rule. The Inquisitorial Squad, composed mainly of Slytherin students, patrolled the grounds, deducting points, issuing detentions, and spying. Yet the Knott brothers maintained a low profile. Their plans required discretion. Privately, their research entered a new phase, drawing from their mother's diary. They began practicing the soul-weaving technique, a method of interlacing their connected energies to craft an invisible magical network. This network could sense magical activity within a specific area, providing early warnings. One evening, in the room of requirement, a secure space they needed, Theodore and Theodore sat facing each other, hands clasped, foreheads touching. A silvery light of their souls emanated from their contact, weaving invisible threads into the air, forming a complex network. Imagine it stretching to every corner of the castle. Theodore whispered, guiding Theodore's focus. Theodore concentrated, the library of his mind assisting in calculating the optimal structure of the network. The strands spread, penetrating walls, traversing corridors, enveloping key areas, the entrance of Gryffindor Tower, outside Snape's office, Umbridge's office, the astronomy tower. Once completed, they severed their connection, exhausted yet fulfilled. Now, if there is any unusual magical activity, particularly involving Voldemort or the dark arts associated with the Death Eaters, we will know. The system would issue its first alert by the end of May. Sildo suddenly froze in potions class, his hand gripping Theodore's arm. Dark magic, he murmured. In Umbridge's office, Harry, filled with intense anger, was viewing Snape's memories. The library of his mind provided additional insights. Umbridge had apprehended the DA, Dumbledore's army. Harry was being interrogated, and Snape had refused to provide Veritaserum. Harry gazed into the pensieve, while Theodore held his hand beneath the table. The next critical juncture was early June. Are we prepared? Sildo nodded, though his expression remained grave. There's another variable, Dumbledore. How much does he know? This question received a partial answer in the first week of June. That night, Sildo was awakened once more by a premonition, but this time it was not Sirius's death, but rather Dumbledore. The gray-haired, aged Dumbledore, with his right hand charred like coal, stood atop the astronomy tower, calmly facing Snape's wand, saying, "Severus, please." Then came the green light. Chapter 73, The Resurrection of Sirius Black. The revelation struck like ice water. Dumbledore was aware of his impending death. He was orchestrating it as part of a grand design. Snape's act of killing was not betrayal, but the execution of a command. Even his own death was factored in, Theodore whispered. This realization shifted the paradigm. If Dumbledore knew of his demise, if he had planned everything to the very end, did their intervention to save Sirius fall within his calculations or beyond them? We need to speak with him, Theodore asserted, his voice resolute. Sildo remarked that if Dumbledore knew of their premonitory abilities. Consider this, Theodore replied. Why does he never question our closeness? Why does he permit our special studies? Why does Snape, while vigilant, never truly interfere with us? Dumbledore is aware of our unique capabilities. He is observing, waiting for us to choose how to wield them. This deduction was sound. Dumbledore was not one to overlook anomalies, especially those concerning Harry's safety. They composed a cryptic letter, employing the most careful phrasing, to the headmaster. There are 2 timelines that require attention. The second Saturday of June, the Department of Mysteries, the Veil. Next year, Astronomy Tower, the planned sacrifice. We know you are aware. The question is, are our ripples permitted? The letter was transmitted through specialized magic, enveloped in their soul's essence, decipherable only by Dumbledore and untraceable in origin. A response arrived 3 days later, equally encrypted. Appearing on their dormitory desk, Sirius Black is worth saving, provided the method is discreet. Recommendation, do not alter the fall, alter the landing. The veil is not the end, merely a waypoint. As for the other node, that is a necessary sacrifice. Do not interfere. Remain concealed. Your integrity will be more crucial in the future than you can imagine. AD. The message was unequivocal. Dumbledore knew everything, permitted them to rescue Sirius, yet cautioned against intervening. Moreover, he hinted at something significant. The veil was not death, but some form of transit. What is the veil? Theodore inquired. Sildo closed his eyes, his mind's library searching for ancient magical doors, their ages and functions unknown. Some believed it led to the realm of the dead, others thought it a dimensional portal. Some merely regarded it as decorative, yet Dumbledore knew more. Plans were once again adjusted. They would no longer prevent events from transpiring, but rather create a small miracle within the events. As Sirius plunged towards the veil, they would subtly, almost imperceptibly, alter his trajectory with a delicate spell, guiding him to land beside the veil rather than pass through it. Simultaneously, a confundus charm would lead those present, primarily Bellatrix and Harry, to believe he had vanished beyond the veil. Thus, Voldemort would remain unaware of his rescue and would not pursue the matter. The second Saturday of June arrived. Umbridge apprehended Harry as he attempted to use Floo powder to reach Grimmauld Place. The DA was discovered, and chaos erupted. Sildo and Theodore sat in their dormitory, hands clasped, with the ministry map and calculated coordinates laid before them. Now, Theodore said, and as Sildo nodded, they both closed their eyes simultaneously. A deep connection activated. Their soul's light emanated from them, yet remained contained around their bodies, not dispersing, through the web of their souls. They sensed the battle at the ministry, Harry and his friends clashing with Death Eaters, the prophecy sphere collapsing, and Sirius dueling with Bellatrix. Then came the crucial moment. Sirius was struck by a spell, tumbling backwards towards the veil. Now, Theodore bellowed. The combined magic unleashed. The very fabric of space shimmered, as though an invisible slope had been placed along his falling path. Sirius's trajectory altered by nearly imperceptible degrees, brushing the edge and landing heavily in the shadows behind the veil. Concurrently, the confundus charm took effect. To Bellatrix, Harry, and the others present, it appeared as though Sirius had passed through the veil and vanished. Bellatrix's maniacal laughter, Harry's screams, all unfolded as per the original timeline. Yet in the shadows, Sirius lay unconscious but alive, his breath faint yet steady. A silencing levitation charm gently set him down, an invisibility charm rendered him unseen, and a stabilization charm sustained his vital signs. Sildo gasped, severing the connection, his body drenched in sweat. He was alive, albeit gravely injured. Dumbledore will handle it, Theodore said. Equally exhausted, they collapsed onto the floor, hands still intertwined. In the distance, through the castle windows, they could see unusual magical flashes illuminating the sky towards the Ministry. Chapter 74, Neutrality. They were aware. Dumbledore's death, Snape as headmaster, Death Eaters controlling Hogwarts, and the pursuit of Muggleborns. Yet at least they had saved one life. And they had not been discovered. During the summer, they returned to the Knot Manor, where old Mr. Knot bore an even graver expression than usual. At dinner, he announced that Scrimgeour had replaced Fudge, rallying forces and demanding all families publicly declare their stance. The Knot family needed to make a decision. What is your decision? Theodore asked calmly. Mr. Knot regarded them, his gaze lingering on their closely seated positions and subtle physical contact. My decision is to protect this family. And you have Dumbledore himself writing to me, requesting that I ensure your safety. Sildo and Theodore exchanged a glance. Dumbledore had intervened directly. He stated that you possess special value, not merely as students, Mr. Knot continued, his voice tinged with confusion and a hint of pride. He set down his knife and fork. Thus, the Knot family's position is to not publicly oppose the Ministry, not to join the Death Eaters, but to clandestinely assist the Order of the Phoenix with intelligence gathering, should you be willing. This was an astounding proposition. The Knot family, a traditional pure-blood lineage, had chosen to discreetly ally with the Order while publicly maintaining neutrality. We are willing, Theodore replied without hesitation. But we have our methods, not engaging in direct combat, not exposing our abilities, but providing intelligence to offer indirect protection. Mr. Knot nodded. Yet you will require further training, not only in magic, but in survival. The ensuing summer saw intensified training. It encompassed not just defensive spells, but also disguises, counter-tracking, cryptography, and even some Muggle concealment techniques, as enemies would never expect wizards to employ Muggle methods. Meanwhile, the Knot brothers continued to deepen their connection. Following Dumbledore's counsel, they explored the application of the Soul Light in defending against Dementors. Experiments revealed that when they activated the Soul Light, it not only dispelled Dementors, but also provided a temporary sanctuary of integrity for those nearby. It was akin to illuminating a lamp in the darkness, allowing those around to bask in the warmth of a complete existence. After one such experiment, Theodore remarked that when Dementors swarmed over Hogwarts, they could create a safe zone. Slither wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging that it could not last long. Then we must be intermittent, Theodore mused. They also delved into how physical contact could enhance their connection, not in a carnal sense, but in terms of existence itself. At times, they would sit quietly, reminiscent of that night at Hogwarts, with their hands resting on each other's hearts, feeling the synchrony of their heartbeats. Alternatively, they would sit back to back, their spines aligned, resonating with each other's breaths. One afternoon, Slither reclined upon Theodore's lap as his brother's fingers tenderly traced his arm. Their mother's diary spoke of how physical contact could deepen the resonance of souls. Theodore's thumb circled the inside of Slither's wrist, wanting to touch him. This was the 21st time he borrowed their mother's words. He lowered his head, his lips grazing the inner side of Slither's wrist, where the pulse throbbed distinctly. What of it? Did not his brother enjoy it as well? Slither raised his other hand, gently resting it against Theodore's neck, feeling the rhythm of the artery and the subtle movement of his Adam's apple. I like it, brother. Our heartbeats are synchronized. On the eve of their return to Hogwarts, Theodore performed a particularly special act. He had Slither sit at the edge of the bed, then knelt before him, not in a proposal stance, but as equals. He unbuttoned Slither's shirt, revealing his chest, and then bowed his head, his forehead gently resting upon that expanse of skin, just above the heart. What is this? Slither inquired, placing his hand upon Theodore's hair. A soul mark, Theodore replied, his voice vibrating through the skin. Thus, wherever we may be, whatever may happen, this part of me will always remember you here. Slither mirrored the act, his forehead pressed against Theodore's heart, feeling the cadence of the heartbeat and the warmth of the skin. The same mark, he affirmed. That night, they embraced in slumber, their skin in extensive contact, storing memories of each other's presence before the impending storm. Chapter 75, 7th Year. The 6th year commenced amidst war. Dumbledore appeared markedly aged. While Snape finally took on the role of defense against the dark arts professor, Draco's tasks became evident. He executed something in fear, growing increasingly haggard. Within Slither's mental library, the tome concerning the Half-Blood Prince unlocked automatically. Upon seeing Snape's old textbook, the information connected. The Half-Blood Prince was Snape, the young potion prodigy who deeply loved Lily Evans, only to be consumed by love turned to hatred, seeking redemption through that very hatred. Snape is a spy, Slither confided to Theodore in their dormitory. A double agent, working for Dumbledore, but also for Voldemort, his loyalties being quite complex. Theodore understood love and guilt, the deepest motivations that drive a person. They continued to observe and record. Harry was tracking Draco, while Snape protected him, yet followed Dumbledore's orders. Everything pointed towards one conclusion: Dumbledore's death. Slyther was aware, yet he could not voice it. Some fates must be endured, some sacrifices made for the greater victory. Dumbledore was cognizant of his demise. He orchestrated everything, including Snape's killing and Harry's mission. He had also conveyed to them, "Children, my death is inevitable. Do not attempt to save me, but please protect all the students as best as you can." On the night of the Astronomy Tower, Slyther and Theodore chose not to partake in the commotion. They sat in their dormitory, hands clasped, awaiting the inevitable. When the turmoil erupted, when the green light streaked across the sky, and when Dumbledore fell, Slyther closed his eyes. "He is dead," he stated, his voice calm, yet heavy with gravity. "The plan continues." Theodore pulled him into an embrace. "What of us? Our plan?" Slyther lifted his gaze to him. In the darkness, their eyes adjusted to the dim light, allowing them to see one another. "When the final battle arrives, we will have roles to play." The Hogwarts of their 7th year was no longer a school. Slyther leaned against Theodore's shoulder, the two seated in the far corner of the Slytherin common room. As the waters of the Black Lake shimmered ominously in the dim green light outside, a heavy silence enveloped the castle. No longer akin to the atmosphere of study, but rather the tense anticipation characteristic of a fortress besieged by hunters. The Caro siblings had once again punished 3 second-year Hufflepuffs. Blaise Zabini whispered from his chair across from them. The reason? Gathering in the corridors to conspire. In truth, they were merely discussing their potion homework. Theodore's fingers absently combed through Slyther's light golden hair, his gray eyes fixated on the eerie green flames in the fireplace. Their intent was not to maintain discipline, but to instill fear. Fear silences, and silence isolates, making the isolated easier to control. The effect is evident. Blaise remarked with a grim smile. Now even Slytherin is beginning to worry. Pansy asked me in secret yesterday if I could help her hide a few forbidden books. Slyther opened his half-closed eyes, his midnight green irises resembling a deep pool in the dim light. Electo Caro's hands trembled slightly as he punished students, not from excitement, but from anxiety. He feared losing control, feared rebellion, feared failure. Such unsettling observations had become Slyther's daily routine in his 7th year at Hogwarts. His mental library was operating at full capacity, documenting every detail, the patrol routes and timings of the Death Eaters, the emotional fluctuations of the Caro siblings. Which professors resisted in secret: McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, those who complied under duress, Slughorn's complex guilt, and those who secretly aided students in their escape, various portraits and ghosts. And then there was Snape. Within Slyther's mental library, the chapters concerning the Half-Blood Prince and the Double Agent were complete. He understood that Snape was walking a tightrope, protecting students while maintaining Voldemort's trust, executing Dumbledore's final plan while bearing the hatred of all. He had witnessed Snape standing alone in empty classrooms, hands resting on the podium, shoulders slightly trembling, not from tears, but as a physiological response to immense pressure. "We need a system," Theodore said, his fingers pausing at the nape of Slyther's neck, gently massaging the taut muscles. "Not to partake in the war, nor to join the resistance, but merely to protect. To safeguard those who cannot protect themselves." "What does Blaise sitting up straight mean?" Theodore inquired. Slyther's mind can process vast amounts of information. "We can predict the patrol routes of the Caro siblings, provide warnings for searches, and locate safe paths and hiding places through indirect means, anonymous notes, magical interference, and fortuitous coincidences." Slyther nodded, his fingers tracing complex runes upon Theodore's knee. Not a true magic circle, merely a habitual gesture when deep in thought, something he had already begun. Over the past 2 weeks, for searches had missed the room housing Muggle-born students, and 3 curfew patrols had fortuitously altered their routes. Yet, a more systematic approach was required. Blaise regarded him with a complex expression. "Sometimes, I perceive you two as the most perilous entities at Hogwarts, not due to your formidable strength, but rather because of your unpredictability. The Death Eaters consider you merely 2 overly intimate pureblood siblings, yet you operate in the shadows." Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from outside, followed by a scream. The 3 of them sprang to their feet, and Theodore's wand was instantly in hand. "Towards the Quidditch pitch," Silvio remarked, already moving toward the entrance of the common room. The Caro siblings were conducting a training session for the students, an alleged practical lesson in defense against the dark arts. Upon their arrival, they were met with a nauseating scene. Electo Caro stood at the center of the pitch, with 3 Ravenclaw students kneeling before her. Her wand aimed at them, a twisted excitement etched upon her face. "The Cruciatus curse is not lethal," she intoned sweetly, "but it will teach you respect." Now, say it again. Is a muggle born a stain upon the magical lineage? One of the girls had begun to weep, yet she clenched her jaw in silence. Alecto's wand began to emit a crimson glow. In a sudden flash, a silvery beam shot forth from the side, not an offensive spell, but a pure wall of light that shielded the students. The Cruciatus curse collided with the light barrier, hissing and evaporating like water upon hot iron. Everyone stood frozen. Theodore stood at the edge of the pitch, wand raised, while Silvio gently placed a hand on his brother's wrist. The protective charm just executed was not solely Theodore's power, but a manifestation of their combined magic after their bond was established. Professor Caro, Theodore spoke calmly, his voice resonating across the silent pitch. According to Article 37 of the Hogwarts Educational Regulations Amendment, the unforgivable curses are prohibited for instructional purposes, even in exceptional circumstances. Alecto Caro turned, her face contorted with rage. You dare to interfere with the professor's teaching? We are merely reminding the professor to adhere to the regulations, Theodore replied, showing no sign of retreat. If the ministry were to discover that a Hogwarts professor employed the Cruciatus curse on students, even in these times, they would be embarrassed. And an embarrassed superior often seeks a scapegoat. This statement struck Alecto at her vulnerable core. She glared at Theodore, then glanced at Silvio, and sneered. I've heard of you. The Knot twins. Too close, behaviorally peculiar. Your father's position in the ministry is not secure. Remember that. She stowed her wand and bellowed at the three students. Get out. If you dare to defy a professor again, it won't be so simple next time. The students stumbled away in haste. As Alecto passed by the Knot brothers, she lowered her voice and hissed. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. You'll find yourselves as fragile as those mudbloods. After she departed, Theodore lowered his wand, his hand trembling slightly, not from fear, but from a physiological reaction to the suppressed rage. Blaise approached, his expression grave. She will retaliate. You publicly challenged her, and she will hold a grudge. Let her remember, Theodore said, turning toward the castle. That night in the dormitory, Theodore did something he had never done before. He had Silvio sit at the edge of the bed, then knelt before him, burying his face in Silvio's lap, arms encircling his brother's waist, remaining motionless. Brother? Silvio inquired softly, his fingers threading through Theodore's deep brown hair. Sometimes I feel powerless. Theodore's voice was muffled against Silvio's legs. Silvio's hands gently cradled his face, compelling Theodore to look up at him. I have always been here. Theodore gazed at him, then rose, pulling Silvio into his embrace, tightly, as though to merge him with his very being. His lips brushed against Silvio's ear, his voice barely audible. I truly adore you. So do I. They began a new regimen of training. Exhausted from practice, they collapsed onto the bed, fingers still intertwined, foreheads touching, breaths synchronized. The following day, they underwent testing. While stealthily traversing the castle to update the security network map, they encountered Peeves. The usually bothersome poltergeist had been unusually silent. As if the castle's darkness had even affected his spirit, Peeves floated down the corridor, devoid of his usual mischief, staring vacantly out the window. Silvio and Theodore exchanged a glance, and then Theodore extended his hand, not to cast a spell, but simply to lightly activate their connection. A silvery glimmer seeped from his fingertips. Faint and nearly imperceptible. Peeves suddenly turned, his small eyes widening. Oh, what is that? Warmth. Peeves feels warmth. He glided closer, passing through the faint glow, emitting delighted squeaks. Like sunshine. Like summer. Peeves likes. The light lasted only a few seconds before dissipating, and Theodore's face grew pale. Even this slight manifestation drained his energy. Yet the effect was evident. Peeves regained a semblance of his former vitality, beginning to perform somersaults in the corridor. It can affect non-corporeal entities, Silvio remarked, steadying Theodore. It is effective not just on the living. This signifies greater possibilities. In the ensuing weeks, they secretly wielded this ability, not on a grand scale, but in subtle instances, alleviating the suffering of victims after the Caro siblings punished students, dispelling gathering dementors when they approached the castle, purifying areas tainted by dark magical curses. The effects gradually became apparent. Hogwarts' network of resistance began to notice these coincidences. Punished students recovered more swiftly than anticipated. Dementors were reluctant to approach certain areas, and dark magical items inexplicably became ineffective. Blaise unexpectedly became their ally. One evening, he arrived directly at their dormitory, depositing a bag. I know what you are doing. These might be of use. Inside the bag were several vials of advanced healing potions, some anti-tracking charms, and a rare book on ancient protective magic. How do you know? Theodore began to inquire. I have my eyes, Blaise replied. And I have resources. Take them. Use them where needed. Silvio said, what if we are discovered? If we are discovered, we shall claim we are conducting academic research. Blaise chuckled, though his smile did not reach his eyes. After all, we are Slytherins. We ought to excel at circumventing risks, should we not? This small alliance enabled them to achieve more. Through Blaze, they connected with other students and professors who were secretly resisting. Professor McGonagall would occasionally patrol dangerous areas to interrupt punishments. Professor Flitwick discreetly taught genuine defensive magic during Charms class. Even Snape, when they inadvertently encountered him while tending to a student gravely injured by dark magic, silently accepted their assistance. Silvio used the stored light to alleviate the student's suffering, and Snape observed in silence, nodding slightly, a flicker of complex acknowledgement in his gaze. He knows, Silvio said. He knows what we are doing. But he does not stop Theodore, which signifies he is permitting, even protecting, our actions. This formed an unspoken understanding. In the shadowy halls of Hogwarts, a small network of resistance silently took shape, connecting individuals from different houses and differing positions, united solely by the desire to protect the innocent. Regardless of their respective houses, all students were afforded protection. On a frigid night in March, Silas found himself enveloped in a haunting dream, a scene of the Shrieking Shack, where Severus Snape was beset by Nagini, blood gushing forth as life ebbed away. He awoke, drenched in a cold sweat, consumed by the dread that Snape would perish that very night. Theodore immediately roused, his wand illuminating the darkness. The Shrieking Shack echoed with the imminent threat of Nagini's attack, the venom of dark magic palpable in the air. Theodore hastily donned his clothing, resolute in his determination. They could not allow him to die. Snape had safeguarded them, tacitly permitting their actions, and above all, he was a man of complexity, torn asunder by love and hate. Much like Voldemort, whose soul was fractured, Snape's loyalty was equally divided. A complete existence ought to strive to salvage the fragmented, rather than stand idly by as it perishes. Professor Snape was a gentle soul. Silently, they departed from the castle, traversing the familiar path towards the Whomping Willow. The night air was frigid, and Dementors floated ominously in the distance. Yet they summoned the faint light of their soul protection, which deterred the dark creatures from approaching. Upon reaching the Shrieking Shack, they were met with the sounds of a struggle. Harry's voice, muffled beneath the invisibility cloak, intertwined with another, the cold and high-pitched tone of Voldemort. Your service ends here. Severus, I require the true allegiance of the Elder Wand, which now belongs to the one who killed Dumbledore. But since Draco disarmed Dumbledore, and I have slain Draco. Oh, but wait, I still live, so the true master of the Elder Wand is. A flash of green light pierced the darkness, followed by the sound of a heavy body collapsing. Silas and Theodore exchanged a glance, swiftly yet silently entering the shack. The sight before them was suffocating. Snape lay in a pool of blood, his neck torn asunder, Nagini's venom mingling with his life's essence. Dark magic sizzling upon the wound. Voldemort and Nagini had departed. Harry emerged from beneath the cloak, kneeling beside Snape, his face a mask of shock and confusion. Snape's eyes sought Harry's, his lips moving in silent entreaty. What was he imploring? Chapter 78. The Rescue of Snape. Theodore stepped forward without hesitation, his wand aimed at the wound, as Harry pressed his hand against him. Silas light. Harry gazed in astonishment at the suddenly materialized not brothers, but quickly complied. Theodore commenced a complex healing incantation, striving to stabilize Snape's injuries, but the dark magic venom resisted conventional spells. Snape's life was rapidly waning. Silas knelt on the opposite side, his hands gently resting on either side of Snape's chest, eyes closed, activating the deepest connection. A silvery light emanated from his palms. Not fierce, but gentle, a pure essence. The light seeped into the wound, hissing softly upon contact with the dark venom, purifying it and transforming it into harmless magical remnants. Snape's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Silas, then shifted his focus to the light. His lips moved, uttering the name Lily, not merely calling her name, but indicating that this light resembled Lily's protective magic, an ancient spell rooted in love and sacrifice. The purification process endured for several minutes, Silas's complexion growing increasingly pale, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Theodore maintained the healing spell with one hand while grasping Silas's wrist with the other, channeling his own magic through their connection. At last, the bleeding ceased, the dark magic taint eradicated. Snape remained gravely injured, yet he was no longer on the brink of death. His gaze fixed upon Silas, then shifted to Theodore, and finally rested on Harry. Memory. Pensive, he rasped, his finger pointing to his temple. Harry comprehended swiftly, extracting Snape's memory with his wand. Silver threads flowed into a vial as Snape closed his eyes, his breathing faint yet steady. We must move him, Theodore urged. This place is unsafe. To Hagrid's hut, Harry suggested. He stands with us, and there are protections there. They levitated Snape with care, retracing their steps along the secret path back to the castle. Hagrid's eyes widened upon seeing them, yet he posed no questions, immediately ushering them into his hut and laying Snape upon the bed. Will he survive? Harry inquired, clutching the vial of memories tightly. The injuries are severe, but the dark magic taint has been cleared, Theodore replied, checking Snape's pulse. Now it rests upon his will to live in conventional healing. We must inform Professor McGonagall, but it must be done discreetly. Hagrid nodded. I shall seek Pomfrey. She can be trusted. Madame Pomfrey arrived an hour later, her breath hitching at the sight of Snape's injuries, yet she promptly set to work with professional care. Once finished, she turned to the Knot brothers. That purification was not of conventional magic. What was it? Ancient family magic, Theodore replied, downplaying its significance. It can only be employed sparingly. Madame Pomfrey scrutinized them for several seconds before nodding. Regardless, you saved his life. Now you must return before you are discovered. As they exited Hagrid's hut, Harry called out to them. That light. I've seen something similar at Dumbledore's, he remarked. It is a form of love magic. The oldest and most powerful. Love manifests in myriad forms, Theodore responded, his hand gently encircling Silas's waist. Ours is but one of them. Now go, Harry. That vial contains what you need to know. Harry nodded, casting a final glance at them before sprinting back toward the castle. On their way back to the Slytherin dungeon, Silas was nearly spent, entirely reliant on Theodore for support. The overexertion of the soul light had taken a tremendous toll, depleting not only magical energy, but also mental fortitude. Upon returning to their dormitory, Theodore promptly urged Silas to lie down, employing a healing spell to assess his condition. He lay beside Silas, his arm encircling him. Palm pressed against his brother's heart, feeling the rhythmic thrum of life. His lips gently brushed against Silas's, a kiss imbued with concern. Do not let me lose you, Theodore whispered, his voice laced with rare vulnerability. I cannot bear to lose you in my effort to save others. Silas's hand tenderly caressed Theodore's face. I will not. Remember, we have each other. One wound, one life. So I shall be cautious, for my life is not solely my own, it is yours as well. This promise offered Theodore a measure of solace. They embraced and succumbed to sleep, within the dark confines of Hogwarts, their small dormitory transformed into an isolated sanctuary. The soul light flickering softly in slumber, akin to a lighthouse, a beacon of commitment. Snape's death was believed by Voldemort, granting Snape the opportunity to hide and heal. Under Madame Pomfrey's clandestine care, he gradually recovered, though he bore permanent scars and a hoarse voice. He did not emerge publicly, yet began to assist the resistance through covert channels. Theodore and Silas occasionally received anonymous missives detailing the patrol schedules of Death Eaters or potion recipes to counteract dark magic taint. No signatures adorned the notes. Yet their source was unmistakable. By April, the situation had deteriorated drastically. Voldemort openly seized control of the Ministry of Magic, forcing Muggleborns to register, with the hunt intensifying. Hogwarts had become the last bastion, yet internal pressures were mounting. The Carrow siblings grew increasingly cruel, with punishment becoming a daily occurrence. One afternoon, Silas inadvertently overheard a conversation between two younger Hufflepuff students in the library. My brother was captured. They say he will be sent to Azkaban for attempting to flee abroad. But my father says. But what? Chapter 79. The placement of students in truth. Some individuals had disappeared, not into Azkaban, but into oblivion, leaving no trace behind. Silas's cerebral library immediately connected the information. The number of missing persons was rising, not due to official arrests, but rather clandestine abductions. The motives behind these actions could range from interrogation and torture to serving as offerings in some dark magical ritual. That night in the dormitory, Silas shared his observations with Theodore. The gravity of Theodore's expression was palpable. The resurrection ritual had already been completed. What more did he desire? To consolidate power? Or perhaps to seek other means of immortality? Such speculations were deeply unsettling. On a fateful night in May, a nightmare descended upon him. Silas envisioned a complete scene. Hogwarts besieged, the army of Death Eaters pressing in, battles erupting throughout the castle, amidst the dead, the wounded, and the despairing. Then, Voldemort himself appeared on the battlefield, not in search of Harry, but in pursuit of light. Pure, unblemished light. He awoke, chilled to the bone. He was coming, and soon, within days. Theodore immediately sat up. Are you certain? He inquired. Dreams, premonitions, the connection of the cerebral library confirmed it. He would come to Hogwarts, not solely for Harry, but for them all. He sensed the light. This revelation spurred them into immediate action. They discreetly reached out to everyone they could, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout. And even through Blaise, the leaders of the other houses engaged in covert resistance. This was not about organizing combat, but about establishing evacuation and protection protocols. We need to ensure that all younger students have a safe route to the Chamber of Secrets or other secure areas, Theodore stated at the clandestine meeting. As a map lay before them, Older students can choose to fight or evacuate, but choices must be available. Silas proposed setting up secret medical stations in all 4 houses. Theodore added solemnly, Voldemort himself will come. His targets may extend beyond Harry. Any abnormal magical phenomena could draw him in. We need to divert his attention. Plans were swiftly devised. Over the next 2 days, Hogwarts operated under a veneer of tranquility while frantic preparations ensued. Secret passages were cleared, protective enchantments reinforced, and medical supplies discreetly distributed and concealed. On the eve of battle, they sat by the dormitory window, gazing out at the eerily quiet grounds. Silas leaned against Theodore, his hand resting on his brother's heart, feeling its steady rhythm. Are you afraid? Theodore whispered. Not afraid, Silas replied, his fingertips gently touching his brother's Adam's apple. Theodore's arm tightened around him. If it weren't for that prophecy, you wouldn't have to worry so much. Silas turned to face him, in the dim light. Their eyes drew perilously close. Your safety is paramount. Theodore bowed his head, his lips tenderly brushing against Silas's, followed by a deeper kiss. His hand found its way to the nape of Silas's neck, gently pressing, deepening the kiss until both were slightly breathless. When they parted, Silas rested his forehead against Theodore's. Remember this warmth, brother. Always remember, Theodore replied, his voice slightly hoarse. The battle commenced before dawn. Professor McGonagall's voice echoed through the corridors. Magically amplified, all students to the Great Hall. Immediately, younger students in front, older students assist. A chaotic yet orderly evacuation began. The Knott brothers assisted at the entrance to the hall, with Theodore magically directing the flow while Silas used his keen observational skills to identify panicked students, soothing them with a calm voice. As the first wave of Death Eaters appeared at the castle gates, the protective enchantments activated. Centuries-old magical defenses unfolded, repelling the initial assault. Yet the onslaught persisted, the barrier trembling under pressure. They cannot enter. Professor Flitwick stood in the atrium, wand raised high. The last group comprised a dozen first-years, some crying, others in shock. Theodore and Silas each took a side, using levitation charms to swiftly guide them through the corridors toward the girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor. The public entrance to the chamber had been sealed, but moaning Myrtle knew of another secret entry. Oh dear. Myrtle sobbed upon seeing them. Are we to battle again? Always battling. Myrtle, we need to enter the chamber, Theodore urged. Myrtle pointed to an inconspicuous pipe. But only Parseltongue can open it. Oh, but you're not Potter. Silas stepped forward, not using Parseltongue. He would not. Instead, he placed his hand upon the pipe, activating a faint soul light. The light seeped into the stone. Ancient magic recognized that this was not darkness nor an attack, but a plea for protection. The pipe slowly opened, not as a typical serpentine entrance, but as a simple passageway. Theodore instructed the children, proceed down the passage. Someone will be waiting for you. Do not look back. Do not stop, until the last child vanished within. They hurried to the nearest medical point, where the first wave of injured had begun to arrive. A Ravenclaw student with lacerations from an explosion. A Hufflepuff with a broken leg. A Gryffindor afflicted by a dark curse. Theodore immediately began to assist in treatment, his potions and healing spells among the finest in their year. However, the battle escalated. The protective barrier was breached, and Death Eaters infiltrated the castle. Combat erupting in various corridors. They could hear distant explosions, the clash of spells, and the cries of terror. Suddenly, a powerful wave of dark magic surged forth, nearly suffocating everyone. Silas sensed the cerebral library screaming in warning. Voldemort himself had entered the castle. Silas grasped Theodore's arm as they stood in the marble staircase hall. Suddenly, a violent explosion interrupted them, shaking the castle. Dust fell from the ceiling, and more screams echoed in the distance. Continue working. Do not stop, Madame Pomfrey shouted. Though her own complexion was ashen, they pressed on, treating one injured person after another. Theodore cast healing spells until his magic began to wane, while Silas used his faint light to alleviate the most severe pain. Yet the influx of the injured was relentless. The room quickly filled with students and professors lying on the floor. Then, the most terrifying event occurred. A cold, dark, malevolent consciousness swept through the castle, like invisible tendrils searching for something. Silas and Theodore froze simultaneously, their connection activating instinctively, the soul light flickering momentarily in resistance against the dark probe. Just that instant was sufficient. The dark consciousness locked onto them. Found you. A voice echoed directly in their minds, cold and euphoric, the perfect split of opposites. Chapter 80. The Knott brothers and Voldemort. They dashed toward a side door, emerging into an open space outside the castle. The night was frigid, yet the air crackled with the remnants of magical combat. Spells wove luminous patterns in the air, the dark mark blazed in the sky, and distant sounds of battle echoed from the forbidden forest. Voldemort appeared before them almost suddenly, without sound or warning. He stood in the clearing, tall and pale, with a face reminiscent of a skull. Nagini coiled at his feet, her massive form undulating. The Knot twins, unusually close, displayed behavior that was eccentric but now made sense, not oddity, but a rare manifestation of complete souls. Theodore positioned himself protectively in front of Silas, wand raised. There is nothing here that you seek. Voldemort's expression twisted momentarily, yet it swiftly returned to its previous state. What I desire. You possess that which I yearn for. Not acquired through study, nor conjured by magic, but innately bestowed. This is unjust. Then you are weak, said Silas, stepping forth from Theodore's shadow, clasping his brother's hand. You chose division, we chose wholeness. Voldemort raised his wand, not to extinguish your lives. Oh no, that would be wasteful. I seek to study, to comprehend, to absorb. A green light erupted, a complex binding curse, aiming to ensnare them. Theodore and Silas simultaneously raised their wands, activating a joint protective spell. A silvery barrier materializing before them as the green light collided and dissipated. Fascinating, Voldemort remarked, his eyes glinting with a morbid intrigue. Joint incantation, yet not merely soul resonance. How exquisite. Allow me to witness more. More spells, darker, more intricate. Theodore and Silas were compelled to separate to counter the threat, their connection operating at full capacity. Sharing thoughts, coordinating movements, alternating between combined magic and individual spells, just managing to withstand the onslaught. Yet the disparity was too vast. Voldemort was the most formidable among adult wizards, seasoned and profoundly powerful. They were but students, and even with their unique bond, they struggled to hold firm. Theodore, to your left, Silas shouted telepathically, and Theodore immediately sidestepped, a slicing spell barely missing him. Silas shield. Theodore responded, and Silas waved his wand, conjuring a protective barrier that deflected a piercing curse. They fought as one, two bodies, a singular consciousness. Yet Voldemort was observing, learning, relishing the spectacle. His voice dripped with a twisted admiration. How intriguing. Let me see what happens if I disrupt this. He abruptly altered his tactics, not attacking them directly, but rather targeting their connection. A bizarre purple curse shot towards the space between them, not a physical assault, but a magical interference, attempting to sever their resonance. Instinctively, Theodore and Silas grasped each other's hands tighter, deepening their connection to combat the disruption. But Voldemort chuckled. No, no, release your hands. Let me see if you can maintain such coordination without physical contact. More interference spells followed, forcing them to continually adjust their positions in combat, until ultimately, under the impact of an explosive curse, their hands slipped apart. Once again, they were separated, just for a second. But in that fleeting moment, their connection weakened. Not severed, but diminished. Their coordination faltered for an instant. Voldemort seized upon this opportunity. A silent curse shot towards Theodore, and Silas saw it coming, shouting, Theodore, get down. Theodore dodged. Yet the spell grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep wound, dark magic corroding him. He stifled a grunt, but remained standing, his wand still raised. Silas rushed towards him, reaching out, yearning to re-establish their grip, to reconnect. But another curse from Voldemort was already en route, this time aimed at Silas. Not a lethal curse, but a binding spell, intent on capturing him alive. Theodore saw it. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Silas, positioning himself as a shield against the spell. Theodore screamed, not from physical pain, but from a soul-wrenching agony. Their connection trembled violently, as if on the brink of rupture. Theodore, Silas cried, grasping him. His hand pressed against Theodore's heart, channeling the light of their souls with all his might, striving to mend the fissure. Voldemort watched, ecstasy radiating from him. Yes, repair with light. Let me witness the limits of wholeness. He awaited, like a scientist observing an experiment, anticipating the light to reach its zenith. Then the true assault would commence. Not directed at Theodore, but at Silas. Voldemort's true target had always been the one who embodied completeness. Silas, with his light more pure, more radiant. Chapter 81, Voldemort Shattered. Avada Kedavra. The green light blazed through the night, swift and blinding. Theodore caught sight of it, attempting to push Silas aside. But the agonizing rupture of his soul slowed his movements. Silas perceived the threat, wanting to evade, but in a bid to protect Theodore, he positioned himself in front. The green light struck Silas's chest. Time seemed to freeze. When the green light made contact, Silas felt no pain. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to being submerged in deep water, all sounds becoming distant and distorted. He could see Theodore's horrified face, could see Voldemort's eyes, ablaze with a sickly ecstasy, could see the spell's luminous dance across the night sky, resembling a bizarre fireworks display. Then the cold enveloped him, not a chill of the body, but a deeper one, seeping from his marrow, from his very soul. He looked down, witnessing his hands growing translucent, not genuinely transparent, but the silver light beneath his skin fading, retracting from his fingertips towards his heart like a receding tide. He collapsed. Theodore caught him, his hands trembling as they reached for his brother's face. Silas! Silas! Theodore's voice sounded as though it came from a great distance. Silas felt himself being embraced, cradled in a trembling yet steadfast hold. He could smell Theodore's familiar scent, cedar, parchment, and the essence of pure Theodore. But now that scent was tainted with the metallic stench of blood and dark magic. Cold, Silas whispered, his voice barely audible. His lips trembled, not from fear, but from the internal erosion of the cold. Theodore's hand rested upon his chest, the heartbeat still present, albeit faint and sluggish, as if gradually fading. Theodore, he rasped, his voice hoarse, uncharacteristic. Hold on, Silas. Look at me, stay conscious. Silas felt his hand gripped tightly, Theodore's fingers almost crushing his bones. Yet that pain was welcome, it was real. He struggled to open his eyes wider, gazing at Theodore, at those gray eyes fracturing before him. Voldemort's voice resonated, laden with a nauseating tone of a scientific observer. Observe this. The killing curse strikes, yet does not yield immediate death. The soul's light protects him. What a fascinating phenomenon. Let me calculate. At this rate, extinguishment will require, approximately 15 minutes. Ample time for thorough study. Theodore shot his gaze upward, locking eyes with Voldemort. In that moment, Silas perceived an unfamiliar expression on his brother's face, an icy desire for destruction. Stay away from him, Theodore said, his voice eerily calm. Voldemort chuckled. Oh, you intend to protect him? With your paltry magic? You see, Theodore not, your half is dying. However, I shall preserve his consciousness, allowing him to experience the disassembly, the analysis. I will. Theodore gently laid Silas down, rising to his feet, wand in hand. Stay away from him. Light began to emanate from him, not the soft, warm silver of Silas, but a fierce, blazing platinum hue. This was not the light of the soul, it was something else. Anger, despair, the fear of losing half of himself transmuted into pure destructive energy. Voldemort tilted his head, intrigued. Ah, the magic of emotion, mutated by anger, fear, and despair, a powerful catalyst. But emotions are fleeting, child. When they fade, what remains? Theodore offered no reply. He merely advanced, the light moving with him, scorching the ground beneath. Nagini hissed and recoiled, her scales smoking and bubbling in the luminescence. Voldemort commenced his incantations, unleashing various dark magics. Yet light consumed all. Theodore did not evade or defend himself. He merely advanced, the spells dissipating upon contact with the light, akin to snowflakes falling onto a roaring hearth. It was unfathomable. This was the first time Voldemort exhibited a visage of astonishment. What manner of magic is this? Theodore refrained from responding. He raised his hand, not a wand. Merely his hand. Light coalesced within his grasp, forming a sword forged entirely of radiance, intangible yet warping the very fabric of space around its blade. Voldemort attempted to apparate, but the field of light barred his escape. He sought to summon his Death Eaters, yet the tumult of battle echoed distantly, as Harry Potter and the other members of Dumbledore's army engaged their foes. You cannot kill me, Voldemort hissed, raising his wand in a final act of defiance. I possess Horcruxes. I am immortal. Then I shall destroy you, Theodore declared, bringing down the light sword. Once, twice, until you are no more. The strikes were soundless, devoid of collision. The light sword glided through Voldemort's form without contact, yet his body began to radiate. From within, white light seeped from his eyes, mouth, and every pore. He screamed, but his cries were devoured by the light. Then came the explosion, not of flesh and blood, but of magic. All the dark sorcery within Voldemort. Every fragmented piece of his soul, all the shadows of his being, could not coexist in the fury of pure light, compelled to erupt. The blinding brilliance caused the entire battlefield to pause for a heartbeat. Every gaze turned towards the source of illumination, witnessing Voldemort's form disintegrating in the radiance, vanishing like a sand sculpture collapsing in the tide. When the light receded, Theodore fell to his knees, the glow fading from his being. His eyes returning to a gray hue, yet laced with blood vessels. He coughed, spewing forth blood. The price of overexerting such power was exacting its toll. Yet, he paid it no mind. He crawled back to Silas, trembling hands brushing against his brother's face. Chapter 82. Silas lay fallen. His eyes remained open, yet their focus was lost. The light had nearly entirely dissipated from him, leaving only a faint flicker of silvery brilliance at his heart, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Silas, Theodore whispered, his voice fractured. Look at me, please. Silas's lips moved slightly. Theodore leaned in to listen. This time, I am the one descending. Theodore shut his eyes, tears finally cascading down. Forget that, Theodore cried, his voice sharp in a manner Silas had never heard before. You can be in that position if you wish. Haven T, I always defer to you. We still have much to experience together. Silas's hand weakly stirred, fingertips brushing against Theodore's hand. You are injured. I do not care. Theodore nearly shouted, his voice echoing across the desolate expanse. I do not care if I am hurt. Do not care about those students. Do not care about this damned war. I only care about you. Do you understand? Only you. Tears fell upon Silas's face, warm against his cold skin, creating a stark contrast. Clearly, I promised you I would never let go of your hand. Silas struggled to lift his hand to wipe away the tears, but it would not rise. Do not cry, he murmured. Theodore never cries. That is because you never allow yourself to be in this position. Theodore's voice trembled, stifled sobs causing his shoulders to shake. You are always safe, always behind me, always allowing me to protect you. Why did you not evade this time? Why did you stand in front of me? That was the killing curse, Silas. The killing curse. Silas's eyes slightly focused, gazing at Theodore. You are injured. I saw the soul tearing. So what? Theodore's hand clutched Silas's tightly. So what? Soul tearing can heal, can be mended. But the killing curse, Silas, that is the killing curse. I am not dead, Silas replied, his voice growing ever fainter. Only, the light protected a fraction. A fraction is insufficient. Theodore nearly screamed. A fraction is not enough. I need all of you. I need you here, by my side, as always. I need you leaning against me, need you clutching my sleeve, need your kisses, need everything of you. A fraction is not enough. He broke down. The Theodore not, who was always composed, always had a plan, always possessed the answers, crumbled. He buried his face in Silas's neck, trembling from sobs, hands gripping his brother's clothing as if a drowning man clung to driftwood. I beg you, he whispered, his voice so fractured it was nearly inaudible. I beg you, Silas. Do not leave me. I cannot exist without you. You are my everything, do you understand? Without you, I am nothing. Others say you depend on me. But it has always been I who sought your dependence. It is I who spoiled you thus. It is I who cannot be without you. He pleaded. Silas felt his heart constrict, not due to his injuries, but because of Theodore's anguish. His elder brother, who had always been his protector, his stronghold, now shattered before him. All because of him. He wanted to say something, to comfort, to promise. But his consciousness was fading, the cold consuming his final sensations. He could only muster the last of his strength to utter the most vital words. Live. He breathed, each word draining immense energy. Theodore, promise me you will live. Theodore jerked his head up, eyes swollen and face streaked with tears. I will not promise. If you die, I will not continue living. We agreed. An injury to one is an injury to all. Life to one is life to all. Death to one is death to all. Do you remember? That was our pact. Breach of contract, Silas murmured, his lips striving to form a smile, yet failing. That pact I long ago shattered. Theodore nearly roared. Why? I will not allow it. Do you hear me, Silas? Not. You must survive, you must. For if you die, his voice shattered once more, unable to continue. He merely clutched Silas tightly. His face pressed against his brother's, their tears mingling. I truly have nothing left. Chapter 83. Theodore was unraveling. The distant sound of footsteps approached. Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and others. They were shouting something, but Theodore could not hear. His world had contracted to this embrace, this progressively cooling body, this life slipping away. Theodore. Harry's voice rang out as he knelt beside them. We need to take him to the infirmary. Do not touch him. Theodore screamed without lifting his head, his wand instinctively pointing towards the source of the noise, its tip glimmering with a menacing light. Harry took a step back, raising his hands. Theodore, calm down. He is still alive. We can save him. Safe. Theodore laughed, a fractured and deranged sound. How can you save him? The killing curse struck. The light of his soul is nearly extinguished. Life is ebbing away. What can you do? With your healing spells? With your potions? It is futile. All of it is futile. We have to try? Hermione urged, her voice laced with concern and fear. Theodore, let us take him to Madame Pomfrey. I said do not touch him. Theodore's wand emitted a warning red light, exploding a crater at Harry's feet. He is mine. Do you understand? Mine. My beloved, my very existence mine. I will not allow anyone to touch him. I will not permit anyone to take him away. Ron attempted to approach from the other side, but Theodore immediately turned to him, his eyes wild. Take another step, Weasley, and I swear I will make you regret it. Theodore, you've lost your mind. Ron exclaimed, but he did not advance any further. Yes, I am mad, Theodore admitted, his voice laced with a dreadful calmness. I am mad. The person I have loved my entire life is dying, all because of my existence. My world is collapsing. So stay away from me, stay away from us. Let us end this quietly. Silvio's hand twitched weakly. Theodore instantly lowered his gaze to him. Let them, Silvio whispered, his voice barely audible. Silvio's eyes began to close. No. Theodore shook him. Don't close your eyes. Look at me, Silvio. Look at me. Silvio's eyes barely opened a crack, but they no longer held focus. His breaths became shallow and rapid, the faint light in his chest flickering like a final struggle. Madame Pomfrey is coming. Someone shouted. Theodore looked up to see Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall rushing towards them. Madame Pomfrey immediately knelt to examine Silvio, her face paling. The killing curse struck, but was partially blocked by some form of light magic. She said swiftly, "Vital signs are extremely weak. Magical core nearly dissipated. Immediate stabilizing treatment is required." "I told you not to touch him." Theodore roared again, his wand aimed at Madame Pomfrey. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, her voice calm yet firm. "Theodore, put down your wand. We want to help him." "You can't help," Theodore cried, tears welling up again. "None of you can help him." His voice diminished as he realized he didn't know what he could do. All he knew was he could not let them take Silvio away. Could not let them touch him, could not allow them to turn Silvio into a medical case, a treatment subject, into something that was not his Silvio. "Theodore." Professor McGonagall's voice softened as she looked at him. "He truly needs help. If you love him, let us assist him." Love. The word struck Theodore deeply. He looked down at Silvio, gazing at his brother's pale face, weak breaths, the light gradually fading. Love. Yes, he loved him. More than a brother, more than anything. But what should love do? Hold on tightly, or let go to seek help. Theodore's hands trembled. His wand quivered. His entire body shook. Finally, the wand slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. He knelt on the floor, hands still cradling Silvio, but he no longer resisted. "Save him," he murmured, his voice breaking. "Please save him." Madame Pomfrey immediately began casting spells, complex, stabilizing incantations, potions flying from her bag, automatically pouring into Silvio's mouth. Professor McGonagall assisted as other professors arrived. Theodore merely sat there, watching, his hand still holding Silvio's, but no longer gripping tightly, just a gentle hold, as if afraid to shatter something fragile. Chapter 84, The Mad Theodore. "We need to take him to the hospital wing," Madame Pomfrey said, levitating Silvio. "Theodore, you can come along, but do not interfere with the treatment." Theodore nodded, mechanically rising to follow the floating form of Silvio. His eyes never left his brother's face. Step by step, like a somnambulist. Upon reaching the hospital wing, it was already filled with the injured, groans, cries, the light of healing spells, the scent of potions. Yet Theodore heard nothing, smelled nothing. His world consisted solely of that white hospital bed and the person lying upon it. Madame Pomfrey let Silvio down and began more complex treatment. Theodore stood by the bed, his hand resting on the edge, knuckles whitening from the pressure. "Theodore." A voice sounded beside him. It was Blaise Zabini, his face smeared with ash and blood, yet his gaze was clear. "What happened?" "I heard. Get out," Theodore said, not looking at him. "Theodore." "I said get out. Please." Theodore turned, his eyes bloodshot. Professor McGonagall approached, placing a hand on Theodore's shoulder. "Theodore, you need to calm down. Silvio needs treatment, and you need. What I need doesn't matter." Theodore snapped, shaking her hand off. "Nothing matters. Only he matters. Now please. Please." His voice broke once more, his body beginning to tremble. The backlash of overexerted power, the collapse of emotions, all of it bore down upon him. He knelt at the bed's edge, clutching the sheets, his forehead resting against the bed frame. He whispered, his voice almost inaudible. "I just wanted to protect him, from childhood to now. I only wanted to protect him. Why couldn't I do it this time?" Blaise observed this scene. His expression complex. His friend now resembled a mad concubine in the cold palace of ancient China. He turned to Madame Pomfrey. "What can I do?" Madame Pomfrey glanced at Theodore and then said, "Take him to the adjacent bed. He needs rest and treatment." "But he want to leave." Blaise nodded. Moving to Theodore's side, not forcibly pulling him, but crouching down, speaking softly. "Theodore, you need to rest. If you collapse, who will be here when he wakes up?" Those words struck Theodore. He lifted his head, looking at Blaise, bewildered. "Wake up," Blaise said, his voice unexpectedly calm. "Madame Pomfrey said he still has vital signs. So he will wake up, but it will take time. And you need to be here when he wakes up, alert, capable of caring for him, not unconscious in the bed beside him." Logic. Simple logic. Theodore's mind grasped this logic as if it were a lifeline. He needed to be here, awake, waiting for Silvio to awaken. So he must rest, must receive treatment, must stay alert. He allowed Blaise to assist him to his feet, leading him to the adjacent bed. Madame Pomfrey immediately began examining him, treating the aftermath of soul tearing and the backlash of overexertion. Theodore did not resist, his eyes remaining fixed upon the adjacent bed, watching Silvio. During the treatment, he overheard snippets of conversation. The killing curse was partially blocked, a miracle. The magical core is nearly dissipated. He may lose his ability to cast spells permanently. The soul light has completely extinguished, that special connection. Critical danger period is approximately 48 hours. Each word struck him like a knife. But he did not react, merely watched, waiting. Chapter 85, Silvio awakens. After the treatment concluded, Madame Pomfrey said, "You may go to his bedside, but do not interfere with the monitoring magic." Theodore immediately rose from the bed, returning to Silvio's side. He sat down, gently holding the hand that was not connected to the monitoring magic. That hand was cold, unresponsive. He bowed his head, resting his forehead against that hand, softly kissing the icy skin. "I am here, baby," he murmured. "I am here. I promise to survive, so you must promise to awaken too, all right?" No response. Only the rhythmic ticking of the monitoring magic and Silvio's faint, yet steady breaths. Theodore closed his eyes, tears streaming down once more, but he made no sound, silently weeping, quietly awaiting, and softly promising. Outside the window, dawn breaks. Sunlight streams into the hospital room, illuminating two clasped hands, casting a glow upon Silder's serene yet pallid visage, and shining upon Theodore's weary but resolute posture of guardianship. The war rages on, yet within this hospital room, a more intimate battle ensues, a tug-of-war between life and death, a confrontation between love and loss, and the question of whether something shattered can be mended. And Theodore not, the one who always possessed the answers, now finds himself with but a singular response: to wait, to endure, to believe that his beloved will return, to believe that their connection, even in its fractured state, still endures. On the day the war truly ended, a gentle rain fell upon Hogwarts. Theodore not sat by the hospital window, a book spread open in his hands, though his gaze did not settle upon the pages. His eyes remained fixed on the bed, on the figure with golden hair, observing the subtle rise and fall of his chest with each breath, as if confirming a miracle. Silder not had awoken for 3 days. 17 days had passed since the curse of killing struck him. For the first 14 days, he lay in a coma, his vital signs faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Theodore scarcely left the room, sleeping on the adjacent bed, eating at its side, while Madame Pomfrey was compelled to cast cleansing and nourishment charms upon him. On the morning of the 15th day, Silder's fingers stirred. Theodore was holding his hand at the time, his forehead resting against the edge of the bed, dozing. That slight movement jolted him awake, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. He stared at that hand, watching as the fingers curled once more. Then Silder's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening. Green eyes, dim and bewildered, but open. Theodore dared not speak, afraid of shattering this fragile reality with sound, fearing it might all be a dream. He simply gazed, tears silently streaming down, falling upon their clasped hands. Silder saw him. His lips moved, soundless, yet the shape of his mouth was unmistakably Theodore. In that moment, Theodore crumbled. It was not the madness of previous despair, but a soft, liberating collapse. He buried his face in Silder's palm, his shoulders trembling as the fears, guilt, and despair he had suppressed for 14 days transformed into silent sobs. Now, 3 days later, Silder remained too weak to sit up, his voice a mere whisper, yet he was recovering. Slowly, delicately, but undeniably he was healing. "Theodore." Silder's voice emerged, slightly stronger than the day before. Theodore instantly set down his book and approached the bedside, naturally taking hold of Silder's hand. "What is it? Are you uncomfortable? Do you need water? Or just calling you?" Silder managed to say, a fragile smile attempting to lift the corners of his mouth, though it resembled fragile glass. Theodore's hand gently caressed his cheek. "I'm here. Always." This had become the routine over the past 3 days. Whenever Silder made a sound, Theodore would immediately respond. Madame Pomfrey insisted that Silder needed rest. Yet Theodore could not bear to avert his gaze from his brother for a single moment while he was awake. The door to the ward creaked open gently, and Blaise Zabini poked his head in. "Is he still alive?" "Shut up, Zabini," Theodore replied without turning, though his tone held no real anger. Blaise entered, a basket of fruit in hand. Madame Pomfrey said visits are allowed for 10 minutes. "I brought some gifts, along with the latest news." He settled into the chair beside the bed, looking at Silder. "You look a bit better than yesterday. Your eyes have some life to them." Silder nodded slightly. "Thank you for the fruit. Not from me. It's from Hermione Granger. She said you saved many, including her parents. They were injured in the ministry attack, and your light healed them." Blaise paused. "Potter also inquired about you. He's busy as a bee with the ministry's reconstruction and the trials of Death Eaters. But he asked me to convey, thank you, and I'm sorry." "Sorry," Silder repeated softly. He felt that if he had not been at Hogwarts, Voldemort wouldn't have come, and Theodore wouldn't have been hurt. Blaise shrugged. Typical savior-esque guilt. "But honestly, you too," he glanced at Theodore, who was almost glued to the bedside, never straying far. "Your brother acted like a madman on the day the war ended. When he heard the last Horcrux was destroyed and Voldemort was truly dead, I thought he'd cheer, but instead, He just sat at your bedside, holding your hand, and wept for half an hour. A bittersweet joy, but Merlin, what a sight. Theodore did not dispute this. He merely picked up an orange, meticulously peeling it, removing every trace of white pith, then breaking off a segment and offering it to Silder's lips. Have some fruit, replenish your vitamins. Silder opened his mouth to accept it, chewing slowly. Each simple action drained him of energy. Theodore patiently waited, gently wiping a bit of juice from the corner of Silder's mouth. Blaise observed the scene, his expression complex. Honestly, you two like this is a bit unsettling. Theodore, you cared for him before, but not to this extent. Now you're like I don't know, his shadow, or he has become your appendage. He is not an appendage, Theodore replied, his voice calm yet firm. He is injured and weak, so I care for him. That is all. But feeding him? Telling stories? Massaging? Blaise raised an eyebrow. When I came yesterday, you were giving him a leg massage because lying for too long causes muscle atrophy. You, Theodore, not a potion genius and expert in ancient runes, are giving someone physical therapy? If necessary, I will learn anything, Theodore stated, feeding another segment of orange to Silder. Silder finished the piece and softly said, Theodore, it's good. See. Theodore turned to Blaise, a rare softness glimmering in his gray eyes. He said it's good. Blaise shook his head but smiled. All right, I concede. But just a reminder, Madame Pomfrey said Silder might be able to sit in a wheelchair next week. What are you planning to do? Push him everywhere? Theodore, never leaving his side. Of course, Theodore affirmed, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. After Blaise departed, the ward returned to its tranquil state. Theodore continued to feed Silder oranges, piece by piece, with the patience one would afford a fragile work of art. That's too much, Silder protested at the fifth segment, shaking his head slightly. Theodore immediately halted. Enough? Then have some water. He picked up a cup, inserted a straw, and offered it to Silder's lips. Silder took a few sips, then closed his eyes, appearing fatigued. Sleep now, Theodore whispered, gently stroking his hair. I'm here. Silder did not fall into a deep sleep, merely resting with his eyes closed. His consciousness floated between clarity and obscurity, feeling Theodore's hand in his hair, hearing the soft patter of rain outside, and inhaling the mingled scents of antiseptic and Theodore's familiar fragrance. Safe, warm, whole, even if the connection felt almost imperceptible. That resonance at the soul level had nearly severed when struck by the killing curse. Now only the faintest echo remained, like a distant reverberation. But Theodore was by his side, and that was enough. A week later, Silder was able to sit in a wheelchair. As Theodore slowly navigated the corridors of the castle, he drew numerous gazes. Students paused in their tracks, professors offered warm nods, and even the portraits seemed to whisper amongst themselves. Look, the Knot brothers. I've heard the younger one nearly perished. The elder has now taken on the role of his guardian. Silas reclined in his wheelchair, draped in a blanket. His complexion remained pale, yet his eyes sparkled with renewed vitality. He surveyed the restoration efforts along the corridor, remnants of the war still evident, but Hogwarts was healing. Where would you like to go? Theodore inquired softly, leaning in to whisper in his ear. The library, Silas replied, indicating their old spot by the window. That corner, where they had often sat since their second year, offered a view of the Black Lake and the distant mountains. Theodore propelled him towards the library, encountering Professor McGonagall along the way. Now acting as headmistress, she appeared weary but resolute. Mr. Knot, she acknowledged, her gaze landing on Silas. I am so pleased to see you recovering. Theodore, I have finished grading your potion essay. It's in your dormitory. You can review it when your brother feels better. Thank you, Professor, Theodore replied, though his mind was elsewhere. The essay seemed trivial compared to Silas's well-being. Professor McGonagall regarded him with a complex expression, understanding, sympathy, and perhaps a hint of concern. She recognized that such dependency could be unhealthy, yet she was acutely aware of the trials the brothers had endured. Take your time, she finally advised. Recovery demands patience, for both of you. As they continued on, they encountered Professor Flitwick, the diminutive charms instructor, whose eyes brightened at the sight of them. Silas, you're out and about. Splendid, he exclaimed before turning to Theodore. I've heard you've been taking care of him. It must be quite the endeavor. Not arduous, Theodore replied, placing a protective hand on Silas's shoulder. Professor Flitwick chuckled. Ah, young love. It reminds me of my youth, though without such drama. By the way, Theodore, regarding that variant of the joint protective charm you asked me about, I've located an ancient version that may prove beneficial for your circumstances. You can come by my office to discuss it further when your brother is feeling better. Thank you, Professor, Theodore acknowledged, though his thoughts remained elsewhere. The library was serene. With most bookshelves damaged in the war and under repair, yet their usual corner had miraculously escaped harm. Theodore wheeled Silas to the window, adjusting the position so that he could gaze at the outside scenery. The Black Lake shimmered with ripples in the gentle rain, while the distant mountains were shrouded in mist. Hogwarts was slowly but surely reviving. Theodore chose not to sit, but instead crouched beside Silas's wheelchair, resting his hand on his knee. Are you cold? Should I cover you more with the blanket? Silas shook his head. The view is splendid. We used to come here often. Indeed, Theodore replied, his voice tinged with nostalgia. You would lean against me while I read. Sometimes you would dream and speak in your sleep. Once, you remarked that my hair resembled cedar, which made me laugh. For you never said such things while awake. Silas's lips curled into a faint smile. Theodore gazed at him, his gray eyes brimming with a multitude of emotions. Love, guilt, relief, and a lingering fear, the fear of losing him once more. He extended his hand, gently grasping Silas's hand, which lay atop the blanket. It felt slightly cooler than usual. Yet it held more warmth than before. Silas, he murmured, I sometimes have nightmares. I dream of that night, the green light, of you collapsing. And I wake up needing to confirm that you are here, breathing, alive. Silas's fingers tightened slightly. I am here now. I know, Theodore replied, pressing his forehead gently against their joined hands, though the fear lingered. So if I seem overly watchful, if I don't let you out of my sight, forgive me. I need time. Silas, with his other hand, weakly lifted it to rest upon Theodore's head. What is there to forgive? Brother, you have always been my support. The word caused Theodore to close his eyes, tears welling once more, but this time, they were warm. He lifted his head, kissing the back of Silas's hand. Then the palm, a tender kiss filled with promise. I love you. His voice was soft yet resolute. Beyond brotherhood, you understand, don't you? Silas nodded. A glimmer of moisture in his midnight green eyes. I do too. No further words were needed. They exchanged glances in the library's tranquil corner by the rain-speckled window. During the first moment of calm following the war. 2 weeks later, Silas could briefly stand and walk, albeit with support. Theodore had become his human crutch, seldom leaving his side. At breakfast, Theodore meticulously cut Silas's food, ensuring each bite was easy to chew and swallow. In potions class, which Theodore insisted they attend together, even though Silas was unable to perform any practical work, he adjusted their seating so Silas could lean against him while he diligently took notes, ensuring Silas missed nothing. Even in the restroom, Theodore waited outside the door, checking in every few minutes with a concerned, "Are you all right? Your brother is a bit overprotective." Draco Malfoy remarked to Silas one day in the common room. Draco had changed, no longer arrogant, but imbued with a newfound steadiness. The war had transformed many. Silas leaned against the sofa, Theodore sitting beside him with an arm naturally draped around his shoulders. He knew he was overdoing it, but felt unable to control himself. "I noticed," Draco replied, his tone free from past sarcasm. "To be honest, when I thought that night you might die, I had never seen anyone like that. I felt he would have blown up Hogwarts if it meant saving you." Theodore did not deny it. He merely continued to gently massage Silas's shoulders, helping to ease the tension in his muscles. Blaise chimed in, "I can attest to that. He threatened to curse Madame Pomfrey if she couldn't save you." Merlin. That scene. Madame Pomfrey later told me she had never seen such family members in her 40 years of teaching. "I am not family," Theodore stated calmly. "I am his lover. It's different." Right, lover," Blaise rolled his eyes. "In any case, you're much better now, Silas. But Theodore, could you perhaps relax a little? Yesterday, when Silas merely wanted to use the restroom, you immediately jumped up to accompany him as if he would vanish within 5 steps. Theodore's grip on Silas's shoulder tightened slightly. The doctor said he still needs to be cautious, cannot afford to fall, cannot overexert himself, cannot breathe without your permission. Blaise interjected. Theodore shot him a glare, but Silas gently touched his hand. "Blaise is just joking." "I know," Theodore softened his tone, "but I am afraid, Silas. Every time you frown, every time your breath changes even slightly, I wonder if something is wrong, if the wound has reopened, if..." His voice trailed off. Silas turned his head, gently pressing his forehead against Theodore's cheek in a familiar gesture of intimacy. "I am here," Silas assured him. "I will not leave." Theodore closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before nodding. "All right. I will try to relax a bit." Chapter 87. The Greatness of Love. Yet, he did not truly relax. That afternoon, when Silvio expressed his desire to return a book to the library alone, a mere 5-minute walk from the common room, Theodore acquiesced, yet trailed behind him just 3 minutes later, maintaining a safe distance to ensure his well-being. Silvio was aware of his presence. His perceptiveness had largely returned. Though his magical abilities were nearly extinguished, with the light of his soul dimmed, even the simplest levitation charm eluded him. Nevertheless, he retained the capacity to observe, contemplate, and feel. He understood Theodore's fears and recognized his overprotectiveness, for if Theodore were injured, he would feel the same. Their bond, though weakened, had not diminished in love, rather, it had deepened and intensified in the wake of trauma. Mr. Nate was due to visit at the end of the month. Upon entering the hospital room, he found Theodore administering a calf massage to Silvio, whose muscles required movement after prolonged inactivity. Upon seeing his father, Theodore did not cease his ministrations, but merely nodded. Father. Mr. Nate stood at the threshold, gazing at his younger son's pale, yet alert face, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes. Approaching the bedside, he hesitated momentarily before gently placing his hand upon Silvio's head. Your mother would be proud of you, he finally said, his tone softer than usual. You have saved many lives, Silvio. Silvio offered a slight nod to his father. Mr. Nate turned to Theodore, and we have heard of your deeds, destroying Voldemort's physical form, safeguarding Silvio, and caring for him during this time. He paused. Eloise's diary mentioned that twin resonance might exhibit formidable power under extreme circumstances. Yet it could also lead to profound dependency. We are well, Theodore interjected, continuing his massage. Silvio is recovering. I am caring for him. That is all. But your studies, your future Silvio is my future, Theodore simply replied. Mr. Nate regarded him, then sighed. You are becoming more like her. Once Eloise set her mind on something, she would immerse herself completely, disregarding everything else. He seated himself on the chair beside the bed. The ministry is in the process of reconstruction. The Nate family has been spared most charges due to your actions and the records you provided. I may face a brief imprisonment, but I shall not go to Azkaban. We owe that to you both. Silvio's hand stirred faintly, and Theodore immediately grasped it. Father, none of that matters. What is crucial now is Silvio's recovery. I know, Mr. Nate replied. That is why I have brought this. He retrieved a small box from within his robes, opening it to reveal 2 rings, simple silver bands inscribed with ancient runes. These are the heirloom rings of the Nate family, he said, directing his gaze at Theodore. Typically designated for the heir, but I believe you both should possess them. The runes inscribed upon them are ancient protective spells that may enhance the wearer's vitality and magical recuperation, potentially beneficial for Silvio. Theodore accepted the box, inspecting the rings carefully before nodding in gratitude to his father. He took the smaller one and gently placed it upon Silvio's left ring finger. The ring adjusted itself to fit perfectly, the runes glowing faintly before returning to their normal state. Silvio felt a gentle warmth flow from the ring into his body, though faint. It was undeniably present. Theodore donned the other ring, and as their hands naturally intertwined, the rings emitted a subtle resonant sound upon contact. Mr. Nate observed this scene with a complex expression. Is your connection still intact? That light. Faint, Silvio replied, his voice slightly stronger than usual. Almost imperceptible, yet love remains. Love. Mr. Nate repeated, savoring the word like a fine vintage. Eloise often said that love is the oldest magic, more potent than any spell. It seems she was right. He rose to his feet. I shall return to see you both. Take good care, Silvio. And you, Theodore, remember to care for yourself while tending to him. After his father departed, Theodore gazed down at their clasped hands, the rings shimmering softly in the dim light. He is right, Theodore murmured. Love is the oldest magic. And our love has endured the killing curse, brushed against the precipice of death, and yet it remains. This is a testament to its strength, is it not? Silvio nodded, his fingers gently tightening. It is strong. That night, Theodore undertook an action he had long contemplated but hesitated to execute. Once he confirmed Silvio's condition was stable, he cautiously climbed into bed, lying beside Silvio. The hospital bed was sufficiently wide, yet Theodore positioned himself toward the edge, affording Silvio ample space. Theodore? Silvio inquired softly. I merely wish to be closer to you, Theodore replied, his hand delicately encircling Silvio's waist, as gentle as if handling glass. Is that permissible? Silvio nodded, then gradually turned to face Theodore. Their foreheads gently touched, their breaths mingling, reminiscent of countless moments shared at the Nate estate and in the Hogwarts dormitories. Yet this time felt different. Silvio's body remained frail, and Theodore could sense his emaciation, his vulnerability. Yet he also felt his breath, his heartbeat, his very existence, alive. Here. Together. Kiss me, Silvio whispered, his voice barely audible. Without hesitation, Theodore leaned down, his lips softly brushing against Silvio's, gentle, cherished, infused with love. It was not a kiss of passion, but one of affirmation, gratitude, and promise. As they parted, tears glistened in both their eyes, yet smiles adorned their faces. I love you, Theodore said, his thumb tenderly caressing Silvio's cheek. Forever. Forever, Silvio echoed, closing his eyes and burying his face into Theodore's neck. They embraced and drifted into slumber, Theodore's hand resting on Silvio's back, feeling the rhythm of his breath, as if guarding the most precious treasure. A month later, Silvio could walk short distances unaided, though he still required regular rest. Theodore began to permit him brief moments of solitude, yet never exceeding half an hour. The reconstruction of Hogwarts was nearing completion, with students preparing for their final examinations, the last moments for the 7th years at Hogwarts. Theodore and Silvio sat by the Black Lake, watching the giant squid languidly wave its tentacles across the surface. The sun radiated warmth, and the early summer breeze carried the scents of fresh grass and lake water. After graduation, Silvio mused, resting his head on Theodore's shoulder. What shall we do? Theodore's hand gently clasped his. Whatever you wish, we shall do. If you require more time to recover, we can travel and take it slow. If you wish to work, I will seek a position that allows us to be together. If you desire nothing at all, we can reside at the Nate estate, and I shall care for you. Silvio smiled faintly. You are still overly protective. Perhaps, Theodore conceded. But I consulted with Madame Pomfrey, and she indicated that healing from trauma necessitates time, not solely physical, but psychological as well. You have brushed against death, Silvio. Such an experience alters a person. So let us proceed slowly. We have a lifetime. A lifetime. The phrase resonated between them, suffused with hope. Connection, Silvio remarked. Can it still be restored? Theodore fell silent for a moment. I do not know. Madame Pomfrey mentioned that the magical core has suffered severe damage, which may be permanent. But that night, after you had exhausted all your strength to heal the wounded, as I held you close, I sensed not merely light, but warmth. It was faint, yet undeniably present. Love may not be magic, yet it conjures enchantments. Thus, perhaps the connection might return in varied forms. Or perhaps, connection is unnecessary, we still possess this. He raised their clasped hands, the rings glistening in the sunlight. And this. Sildur nodded, then performed an unexpected gesture. He gently tugged at Theodore's collar, his lips brushing against the skin above his brother's collarbone. Not a kiss, merely a touch, absorbing warmth and heartbeat. Theodore shivered slightly, but did not recoil. His hand found its way to Sildur's nape, tenderly caressing. Sildur's lips remained pressed against the skin. Remember this. I remember everything about you, Theodore murmured. Speaking of the way you slept against me, how you tugged at my sleeve, the way you kissed my cheek, the way you nibbled at my neck, all of it resides here. He pointed to his heart. Sildur lifted his gaze to meet his, then leaned in, pressing a brief yet heartfelt kiss to his lips. So do I. In the distance, Blaise and a few friends approached, witnessing the scene, and Blaise exclaimed loudly, Come on, lads, the war is over, peace has arrived. Do you still wish to challenge everyone's worldview? Theodore did not cease gazing at Sildur. He merely raised a hand, displaying a familiar middle finger. Laughter echoed by the lake, light-hearted, genuine, brimming with life. The war had concluded. The scars remained, yet they were healing. The connection may have weakened, but love was formidable. The future lay uncertain, yet they stood together. And for Theodore and Sildur that was wholeness. Not a perfect wholeness. Not one devoid of scars, but a choice to reassemble after experiencing fragmentation. A completeness rebuilt through the daily choices, each touch, every utterance of I love you. Even as the magical connection waned, they held hands, the rings touching, the sunlight warm, the wind caressing the Black Lake. Alive, together, in love, that was sufficient. Forever would it be enough. Chapter 88, An Island. In the post-war reckoning, the Knott family received leniency due to Theodore and Sildur's records. Sildur's mental archive contained meticulous observations of all Death Eater activities. Old Mr. Knott was sentenced to a short term of imprisonment rather than Azkaban, thanks to the critical information provided by his sons. Draco was also pardoned due to his last-minute defection. He had neither implicated Harry nor committed any actual harm during the war. The Malfoy family estate was confiscated, yet personal freedom remained intact. That summer, as Hogwarts was being rebuilt, Sildur and Theodore sat by the Black Lake, observing the restoration efforts in the distance. It is over, Theodore said, intertwining his fingers with Sildur's. The war. But our lives are just beginning, Sildur replied, resting his head on his shoulder. Without Voldemort's shadow, without the pressures of war, only us. Theodore turned to face him, cradling his face in his hands. So now, in peace, what do I desire? Sildur gazed at him, his midnight green eyes sparkling like jewels in the summer sun. What do I want? I wish to awaken each morning with you by my side. I long to touch you daily, affirming your existence. I yearn to deepen our connection, not for the sake of war, but solely for us. I desire to live with you, in our own way, unbothered and unjudged. That is simple, Sildur smiled. A genuine smile, for what I want is the same. He leaned in, kissing Theodore, a kiss in the sunlight, in peace, devoid of shadows. Tender, profound, filled with promise. In the distance, Blaise and a few friends approached, and upon witnessing this, Blaise called out, Come on, lads, the war has ended. Do you still wish to bend the worldview of those in peacetime? Theodore did not cease kissing. He merely raised a hand, displaying a middle finger. This muggle gesture was taught to him by Blaise. Laughter rang out by the lake, light-hearted, genuine, filled with hope. The era of Voldemort had concluded, and the era of the Knot brothers, their shared life, had just begun in peace. In their own way, wholly, profoundly, beneath the skin, within the soul, forever. During the first summer following the war, Theodore Knot did something that surprised everyone. He purchased an island. Not one vast enough to build a castle, but the smallest of a cluster of islands off the west coast of Scotland. It took merely 20 minutes to traverse from one end to the other. The highest point barely reaching 50 meters, the island was nearly devoid of anything except heather, moss, and a few gnarled pine trees shaped by the sea winds. Yet, there was a house on the island. To be precise, half a house. The other half had been swept into the sea during a storm 30 years prior, and the remaining portion had been forgotten for decades, until Theodore stumbled upon it in the Ministry of Magic's abandoned property listings. He used the remnants of the Knot family's post-war funds to acquire it, and spent the entire spring restoring it, without the use of magic, or at least, not much magic. Why? Sildur inquired when Theodore first brought him to the island. They stood before the remaining half of the stone cottage. The sea breeze tousling Sildur's light golden hair like a flag. The afternoon sun streamed through the window devoid of glass, casting diamond-shaped patterns on the floor. Theodore hesitated before responding. He approached, pushing open the creaking wooden door, the hinges emitting a long groan, akin to a sigh. Because here, there are no echoes. He finally spoke, his voice diluted by the sea wind. No memories of war, no shadows of family, no prying eyes of others. He turned to face Sildur, his gray eyes becoming strikingly clear under Sildur's gaze. Only the sea, the wind, and you. This is what I desire. Sildur stepped into the stone cottage. It had been simply restored. The floor was covered with thick woolen carpets, the walls repainted in a soft sand hue, and a stone fireplace dominated one wall. Its hearth prepared with firewood. The furnishings were sparse, a large sofa, a low table, a few chairs, and his gaze lingered on the doorway to the inner room. Through the half-open door, a bed was visible. It was large, occupying nearly the entirety of the room, adorned with deep green linen sheets, and at least 5 pillows. Come look, Theodore said, taking his hand. The inner room was simpler than the main house. Besides the bed, there was only a wardrobe, a window facing the sea, and a rocking chair by the window. Yet, the walls were etched with markings, not for decoration, but ancient protective runes, tranquility spells, stabilizing magic, and the Knot family's twin resonance symbol. 2 interwoven circles, repeated over and over again. I carved these, Theodore said, his fingers gently brushing over the etchings. During the months spent restoring this house, each time I thought of you, I carved a symbol. Now the entire wall is filled. Sildur regarded him, his midnight green eyes reflecting the sea's shimmer like 2 dark gemstones. You missed me, he stated, not as a question. Almost every day, Theodore replied, his voice low, nearly drowned out by the sound of the waves. While managing his father's legal affairs in London, attending the graduation ceremony at Hogwarts, and even during the final checkup at St. Mungo's, my thoughts were consumed by the question of how it would feel if you were here, if you were within my reach. He stepped closer, his hand gently cradling Sildur's face, his thumb caressing the contour of his cheekbone. During the war, we were always together. In this post-war world, it has grown vast and cacophonous. I yearn for a sanctuary that diminishes our world to just the 2 of us. Sildur closed his eyes, his face resting against Theodore's palm. This touch was as familiar as breathing, yet today it bore a different texture. It was not a desperate confirmation, nor an anchor amidst fear, but a gentler, more composed longing. Then this is the place, he said, opening his eyes. Our island, Theodore echoed, before kissing him. This kiss was unlike any that had come before. It was not a hurried solace born of war, nor a restrained assurance in public, nor a weary good night in the dead of night. This kiss was slow, profound, and imbued with patience, like the tide caressing the shore, ebbing and flowing, unhurried, aware of the infinite stretch of time. Sildur's hand slipped beneath Theodore's shirt hem, exploring the warmth within. Theodore's arms enveloped his waist, drawing him closer until no space remained between them. Amidst the briny sea breeze and the scent of stone, they exchanged breaths, akin to 2 sailors who had finally reached a safe harbor. As they parted, both breathed heavily. Theodore pressed his forehead against Sildur's, his voice husky. I wish to spend the entire summer here. Just us. Would you? Sildur did not respond with words, but with another kiss. In the first week, they scarcely left the stone house. Not from laziness, though Sildur was indeed rather lazy, yet Theodore was always brimming with energy. Rather, they needed time to relearn how to coexist in peace. During the war, their intimacy was always tinged with urgency. Touches were for confirming survival. Kisses were to combat the surrounding darkness, and connections were to protect one another. Now, with those external pressures dissipated, they needed to rediscover. Without those reasons, would we still touch like this? The answer soon became clear. Yes, and with greater frequency, calmness, and focus. Chapter 89, Quiet Moments. In the mornings, Theodore would awaken first. He would lie on his side, gazing at Silder's sleeping face illuminated by the morning light, his fingers gently tracing the contours of his brother's brow, nose, and lips, as if committing a precious painting to memory. Then Silder would awaken, not roused by the touch, but by the intensity of Theodore's gaze. His brain's library continued to catalog the changes in the environment, even in slumber. "You're watching me, brother," Silder would say, his eyes still half closed. "Always," Theodore replied, before kissing him. The first kiss of the morning. "Where would you like it today?" This was a new game. Theodore would enumerate a list of kissable locations: forehead, eyelids, tip of the nose, cheeks, chin, neck, collarbone, palms. Each morning, Silder could select a spot, not randomly, but based on his first feeling of the day. If he needed comfort, he would choose the forehead. If he desired energy, the palms. If he sought assurance, the lips. On the first day, Silder chose the collarbone. "Why?" Theodore asked, his lips already pressed against the prominent bone. "Because it's closest to the heart," Silder replied, his fingers weaving through Theodore's hair. "I can feel your breath and heartbeat." Theodore complied, not merely kissing, but caressing that patch of skin with his lips and tongue until it blushed softly in the morning light. Then he raised his head, a softness in his gray eyes that Silder had never seen before. "Now it's my turn. Today, I wish to kiss you here." He paused, his fingers gently brushing over Silder's eyelids. "Because you dreamed last night, your eyes darting beneath your lids. I want to kiss them, to help them remember tranquility." So, Silder closed his eyes and felt Theodore's lips alight on each eye like a butterfly. Indeed, he had dreamt of fragments from the war, not nightmares, merely pieces of memories. Those kisses acted as gentle erasers, softly blurring the sharp edges of those images. After breakfast, they would stroll across the island. Theodore always held Silder's hand or draped an arm around his shoulder. Their walks were leisurely, as Silder needed to pause and observe everything. The purple sea thrift growing in the crevices of the rocks, the varying depths of moss and damp areas, the flight patterns of seagulls. "You are documenting this island," Theodore remarked one day, his fingers tracing circles in Silder's palm. "I'm recording our time here," Silder replied, leaning against his shoulder. "Every detail. Today's wind direction is northwest, blowing at about 15 miles per hour. Waves are 2 feet high. The cloud type is stratocumulus. And your hand's temperature is 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, with a heartbeat of 68 beats per minute, calmer than yesterday." Theodore laughed, a light-hearted sound whisked away by the sea breeze, floating toward the ocean. "You even record my heartbeat?" "Everything about you," Silder said, simply and honestly, "is worth documenting." After their stroll, they would return to the stone house. The afternoons were typically spent reading, studying, or simply sitting in quietude. Silder curled up on the sofa, his head resting on Theodore's lap, while Theodore held a book in one hand, the other unconsciously running through his brother's hair. Yet their touches never ceased, even in silence. Even with their respective focuses on different pursuits, some part of their bodies always remained in contact. Ankles brushed, elbows lightly touched, shoulders leaned together, like two planets orbiting safely, both independent yet forever within each other's gravitational pull. On the second night, Theodore proposed another new ritual, pre-sleep touch. They lay side by side in bed, the lights extinguished, with only moonlight streaming through the window. Theodore turned to Silder, his hand gently resting on his brother's waist, feeling the contours of his body through the thin fabric of his nightclothes. "Tonight, I want," Silder watched as his clothes were shed, cooling on the floor. The greenhouse in the west wing of the Nate Manor glimmered like a massive emerald in the morning light, the droplets of dew on the glass dome refracting shards of rainbows. Silder Nate stood before a rare silver fern, his fingers hovering over the curled new leaves, sensing the faint pulse of life in the plant, while Theodore held his other hand, their fingers naturally intertwining like two vines that had coexisted for years. The ritual lasted the entire night. The silvery light of the soul no longer merely seeped from their skin, but filled the entire chamber, flowing like liquid moonlight. Within that glow, Silder felt his consciousness intertwined completely with Theodore's, not losing himself, but rather finding the boundaries of self becoming transparent, permeable. He sensed all of Theodore's desires, just as Theodore felt every trace of his. In that deepest moment, their magical cores, the invisible organs within a wizard that store magical power, experienced a fleeting resonance. It is not a mere merging, but rather a harmonious vibration, akin to two impeccably tuned instruments resonating together in a single chord. They kiss, their tenderness echoing the quietude of the night, as gentle as the renewal of a promise. Theodore's hand slips beneath Sildo's nightwear, caressing the curvature of his abdomen and the skin along his sides. Sildo's hand rests upon Theodore's heart, attuned to the rhythm of his heartbeat and breath. In their touch, That small existence sends forth a warm reverberation, as if participating in this intimate moment. Outside, the Nate estate lies tranquil and serene under the full moon. Within the greenhouse, a new family is birthed amid the wonders of magic and love. Chapter 90, Adopting a Child. In the autumn of the third year post-war, the Nate family lawyer sent a carefully worded letter. The opening lines conveyed routine greetings and an understanding of their secluded life on the island. However, upon reaching the third paragraph, the tone shifted to one of gravity, according to the stipulations of the Nate family trust. Should there be no legitimate heirs within 30 years following the demise of the fifth family head, namely, Mr. Fiolano Nate, the family's assets would automatically transfer to the Ministry of Magic's Historical Heritage Fund, designated for the preservation of historically significant pure-blood family legacies. The current clause initiates a countdown, 27 years and 4 months. Theodore placed the letter upon the old wooden table in the kitchen, his fingers unconsciously tapping along its edge. Outside, the sea off the Scottish coast in October was a steely gray, with waves rising higher and more ferocious than in summer. The heather on the island had withered, leaving only brittle yellow stalks quivering in the wind. Sildo wrapped his arms around Theodore's waist from behind, resting his chin on his shoulder. Casting a glance at the letter's contents, "Your father is still alive," he remarked, his voice imbued with its customary calm. "The clause will not trigger so soon. But he will not live forever," Theodore replied, his hand covering Sildo's hand encircling his waist. Moreover, the legitimate heir stipulated requires certification from the Ministry of Magic. We do not conform to the traditional definition. This was not a new dilemma. In the aftermath of the war, when Theodore and Sildo chose to live as partners, they understood that the Nate bloodline might cease with them. At that time, they cared little. The war had just ended, and survival itself felt miraculous. Who cared for familial legacies? Yet now, 3 years had passed, peace had become quotidian, and with it came new considerations. It was not that they had suddenly developed a yearning for tradition, but rather that they began to grasp. Inheritance is not merely property, it is memory, it is history. It is Eloise's smile and the accumulated knowledge within the Nate estate's library. "We can render the trust fund void," Sildo suggested, tracing circles on Theodore's palm with his finger. "Let the ministry take everything. Then we remain here or go anywhere." Theodore turned to face him, his gray eyes glinting like polished flint under the overcast light. But where would Mother's portrait go? Those notes she left behind, her research on the Rogier family's insights, the historical records father collected about twin residents, and the estate itself, those rooms in which we grew up? He paused, his fingers gently caressing Sildo's cheek. "I do not care for wealth or status, but I care for memories, for those things that affirm our existence." Sildo regarded him, his mind racing through options like a library catalog. Adoption, magical contract inheritance, bloodline magic continuation, special exemptions from the Ministry of Magic. Adoption, he proposed, presenting the most straightforward solution: a child, a legitimate heir certified by the Ministry of Magic. They need not share our blood, only our choice. Theodore fell silent. This was a notion they had never broached. Their world had always been one of two: brothers, halves, partners, husbands. Welcoming a third entity, even a child, implied a fundamental transformation. "Are you willing?" Theodore eventually inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. "To share our space, our time, our connection?" Sildo pondered. His instinct was to resist. Anything that disrupted the balance unsettled him. Yet he perceived the concern in Theodore's eyes, that yearning to safeguard familial memories, that insistence on preserving what mother had left behind. "If it is our choice," he said, placing his hand over Theodore's heart, "rather than an obligation. If it is someone we actively choose, rather than an arrangement we are compelled to accept, then I can consider it. To consider it, not to commit." But sufficient to prompt Theodore into action. In the ensuing 2 months, they approached the matter in their quintessential Nate manner, systematically, rationally, with copious observations and data collection. Theodore contacted the Department for Family and Child Services at the Ministry of Magic, obtaining a list of all magical orphanages within the UK and the profiles of children awaiting adoption. Sildo delved into the study of magical adoption, not merely the legal procedures, but deeper concepts: how to forge magical connections, how to ensure the child could adapt to their unique environment, how to balance the dynamics of a new member with their existing ties. Most adoptive families sought completeness. One night, Sildo remarked while curled up on the sofa before the fireplace, Theodore holding him from behind as he perused the files. "They seek to fill the void they perceive. But we are already whole," Sildo replied, his fingers tracing the intricate magical diagrams on the page. "To protect family memories, to safeguard mother's research, to ensure the Nate estate does not become a museum. Yet perhaps we could also give what they had: security, stability, unconditional acceptance, might offer a child in need of it." He closed the book and turned to Theodore. "But we must be honest. We will not be conventional parents. We will not pretend our family is normal. The child must comprehend our connection, our needs, our unique intimacy. Theodore nodded, his expression grave. Then we must find a child capable of understanding, or at least one who can adapt. They established criteria, not based on lineage or talent, but on compatibility, an age preferably between 5 and 8, sufficiently communicative, yet not fully formed in their notions of a normal family. Magical ability stable, but not necessarily formidable. Excessively strong talent might conflict with their energy field. A quiet or observant disposition, able to adjust to Sildo's silence and Theodore's protectiveness. An unspoken, yet vital criterion emerged. The child must possess some quality that reminded them of each other, not in appearance, but in the manner of their existence. There were numerous profiles, yet few met their standards. Most children in magical orphanages bore evident signs of post-traumatic stress, the war's aftermath, or harbored a fervent desire to be adopted into a normal family. What the Nate brothers could provide was nearly the opposite of normal. Until late November, they encountered her profile. Elia, surname unlisted. 7 years old. Her mother, a witch of Muggle descent, perished in the Battle of Hogwarts. Her father, a Muggle, could not accept the magical world and left. She had lived with Muggle relatives for 2 years until her magical abilities manifested, causing her bullying cousin to sprout rabbit ears, leading to her being sent to St. Mungo's for treatment, and subsequently transferred to a magical orphanage. The girl in the profile photo possessed deep brown curls, her eyes an extraordinary blend, one a pale gray, the other a deep green, as if two souls' gazes were fused within a single visage. She did not gaze into the camera, but rather fixed her eyes on some distant point beyond the photograph, her expression tranquil, yet not aloof, more akin to that of an observer. The note read, quiet, perceptive. Seldom initiates social interactions, but responds to kindness. Her magical abilities manifested as a gentle talent for transfiguration and acute perceptiveness. She had been considered for adoption 3 times. Yet each time was ultimately rejected for reasons such as her unsettling gaze, numerous issues, and lack of vivacity and charm. Chapter 91. The Uniqueness of Elia. They requested additional information. The orphanage's matron, a venerable witch named Marjorie Hope, consented to meet with them, not in her office, but in the communal lounge of the orphanage, allowing them to observe Elia in her natural state. The House of Hope, a magical orphanage located on the outskirts of London, was a Victorian-style red brick edifice shrouded in the winter's mist. As Theodore and Sildur materialized at the entrance, their hands clasped naturally, not for display, but out of habit. Ms. Hope greeted them at the door. She was a tall, slender witch, her gray hair neatly coiled into a tight bun, yet her gaze exuded warmth. Mr. and Mr. Nate, she said, her eyes lingering for a moment on their clasped hands, though she refrained from commenting. Thank you for coming. Elia was aware that visitors were arriving today, though she was unaware of the specific purpose. I wish to observe her natural reactions, Miss Hope stated. She guided them through the corridor adorned with children's drawings. Most were vibrant in color and joyful in theme, yet some corners displayed darker hues, depicting shattered castles, flying owls, and solitary figures standing in the rain. In the communal lounge, approximately a dozen children were engaged in various activities. Some played wizard chess, others read, while a few indulged in simple magical games. Elia sat in a corner by the window, a book resting on her lap, though she did not read. Instead, she gazed out at a tree in the yard, its bare branches hosting several sparrows. Sildur immediately noted the details. Her posture was defensive, leaning against the wall, able to observe the entire room, yet her shoulders were relaxed. Her fingers unconsciously traced circles along the edge of the book's pages, a habit akin to his own, when she noticed someone entering the room. Her gaze first swept over Theodore and Sildur before lingering on their clasped hands rather than their faces. She is assessing the level of threat, Sildur murmured to Theodore. First, she observes body language, then connections, and only then the faces. Miss Hope gestured for them to take a seat, and then approached Elia. Sildur and Theodore chose a couch not far from her, deliberately avoiding a direct confrontation, allowing her the space to observe without pressure. Elia, dear, Miss Hope said gently. These two are Theodore and Sildur Nate. They are here to visit us today. Elia lifted her gaze, her mismatched eyes regarding them. The gray of her left eye resembled morning mist, while the green of her right evoked the shadows of a deep forest. She did not speak, merely nodded, before her attention returned to their hands. You are brothers, she stated suddenly, her voice clearer than they had anticipated, imbued with the straightforwardness characteristic of childhood. Yes, Theodore replied, his tone calm. But not just that, she continued, tilting her head. You are like two vines intertwined. Sildur felt Theodore tighten his grip on his hand. Such keen observation was remarkable for a 7-year-old child. How do you know? Sildur inquired, maintaining a neutral tone. Elia pointed to the energy field between them. The light around you is woven together, not separate. And, she paused, seemingly searching for the right words. You breathe in sync. When you entered just now, your inhalation and exhalation were perfectly timed. Miss Hope looked at her in astonishment. Elia, dear, we discussed not speaking directly about things others might not comprehend. But they understand. Elia replied, her gaze shifting between Theodore and Sildur. They know what I am saying. She was correct. Sildur's mental library was recording visual magical perception talent. Possibly capable of seeing magical fields or soul auras, keen observation, noting subtle synchrony, a direct yet non-impulsive manner of communication. May we speak with her privately? Theodore inquired of Miss Hope. The matron hesitated for a moment before nodding. In this room, I will be just down the corridor. Elia, is that all right? The girl nodded, closing her book, yet remaining seated. After Miss Hope departed, Theodore and Sildur exchanged a glance, and then Theodore began. Elia, we are twins, but we are also partners. We live together on a small island off the coast of Scotland. Elia pondered this, her fingers continuing to trace circles on the book's pages. Like in the book Old Magical Families? She asked. Some families aren't just mothers and fathers and children, but other combinations. You've read that book? Sildur asked, intrigued. Ms. Hope gave it to me. She said my family might be different from others, but different is okay. Elia's gaze returned to their hands. You have been holding hands the whole time. Even while speaking, even while thinking. Why? Theodore looked down at their hands, and then back at the girl. Because touching makes us feel grounded. It confirms that we are here. It affirms. Affirms, Elia echoed, as if savoring the word. I understand. Sometimes at night, I need to touch my pillow to fall asleep. Ms. Hope says that is a substitute for a comfort blanket. Sildur felt a resonance. This child comprehended the fundamental need for affirmation of existence, for a sense of safety. Elia, Theodore said, his tone softening. If there were a family, they could understand your observations, accept your directness, and provide you with a safe space. But that family would not resemble most families. It would consist of just two individuals, both male, who are very close, and sometimes it might make you feel excluded. Would you consider joining such a family? The girl did not respond immediately. She looked outside. The sparrows had flown away. Then she turned back, her mismatched eyes locking onto theirs. You are asking me if I would want you to adopt me. The directness was startling. Theodore nodded. Yes, but this is not an immediate decision. We need to understand each other and see if it is a good fit. Good fit. Elia repeated, then asked, what does good fit mean? Like matching puzzle pieces? More like harmony, Sildur replied, finding the words. Different instruments can play beautiful music together. Even if they are not the same, we need to see if our music can harmonize. Elia contemplated this, then slid off her chair and approached them. She did not come too close, maintaining a comfortable distance. May I ask questions? Of course, Theodore replied. Would you expect me to call you Dad? No. You may call us Theodore and Sildur, or any name you feel comfortable with. If I have a nightmare, can I come to you? Anytime. If I do not wish to speak, can I remain silent? We enjoy silence. If I see things others cannot, can I tell you? We believe what you see is real. Will you leave me? Like others have. This question rendered the air palpable. The grip of Theodore's hand tightened upon Sildur's. No. He declared resolutely. Once we pledge ourselves, it is for eternity. We understand the weight of commitment. Illyria regarded them with an appraisal that transcended her years, her mismatched eyes reflecting a depth of understanding. After a moment, she nodded, as though arriving at a decision. I would like to try, she said softly. But let us proceed slowly, like learning a new song, one measure at a time. This metaphor resonated perfectly. Theodore felt something within his chest loosen, though not a complete release. It was a gentle dizziness at the prospect of possibility. We agree, he affirmed, then made a decisive gesture, extending his hand toward Illyria, palm upwards. An invitation, but not a demand. Illyria gazed at the hand, then turned her gaze to Sildur, who mirrored the gesture. The girl hesitated for a moment, then placed her small hands delicately upon theirs. At the instant of contact, Sildur sensed a subtle magical resonance, not the profound connection they shared, but a gentle, tentative vibration akin to a newly plucked string. Theodore clearly felt it too, as his breath momentarily caught. Illyria's eyes widened. Oh, she whispered, your light is so warm. Not glaring like some. She withdrew her hands, yet her expression shifted subtly. Not a smile, but the tension had dissipated. Next time you come, could you show me pictures of the island? I want to know if there are many birds. Many birds, Sildur replied, and sometimes seals. Seals, Illyria echoed, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in her eyes for the first time. Chapter 92, The Home of Three. At the conclusion of their meeting, Mrs. Hope escorted them to the door. She rarely speaks so much to visitors, the headmistress remarked, her tone laced with cautious optimism. You are different. Perhaps this is precisely what she needs. As they traversed the shimmering mirage of their return, Theodore clung tightly to Sildur, as if seeking affirmation of something. What do you think? he inquired as they landed before the stone house on their island. Sildur pondered, his mind a library processing all observational data. The girl's mismatched eyes, a coincidence or a mark of magic? Her perceptive abilities, perhaps a rare visual gift. Her direct communication style, reminiscent of Sildur himself, and her tentative acceptance of touch, she was adapting. It's not a perfect match, he ultimately responded. But there is the potential for harmony, much like a third instrument joining a duet. Adjustments are necessary, yet it could yield richer music. Theodore pressed a deep, grateful kiss to his forehead. Then we shall meet again. Several times. Slowly. In the ensuing 2 months, they visited Illyria in London once a week. Sometimes at the orphanage. Sometimes in the magical park of London, and once at Nate Manor. When the girl beheld the portraits in the library, her mismatched eyes widened in awe. Yet she did not dash about like most children. Instead, she stood quietly, absorbing everything. They move, she remarked, gazing at a portrait of a 17th century ancestor of the Nate family. But some move slowly, while others quickly. She pointed at Eloise's portrait. She hardly moves at all. Just smiles and watches us. Sildur exchanged a glance with Theodore. The portrait of Eloise was indeed distinct. It did not merely capture her appearance, but retained a fragment of her character and magical essence. Most visitors failed to notice this nuance. Can you see her? Theodore asked, his tone cautious. Illyria nodded. There is a gentle light around her, silver like moonlight. And she knows you. Her gaze follows you. Quite right, Sildur felt a shiver. Not of fear, but of realization regarding the depth of the girl's abilities. What she perceived might extend beyond the magical realm to the residual imprints of souls. During their third meeting, Illyria posed a pivotal question. If I were to live with you, would I need to change my name? To Illyria Nate? They sat in the greenhouse of Nate Manor, winter sunlight streaming through the glass, casting dappled shadows on the ferns. Theodore and Sildur occupied a long bench, while Illyria nestled in a wicker chair across from them, cradling a domestic raccoon from the manor on her lap. This creature, typically aloof with strangers, purred contentedly in her embrace. Do you wish to change? Theodore countered. The girl pondered, her fingers gently stroking the raccoon's ears. Illyria has no surname, she mused. At school, other children sometimes ask why I have no surname. I tell them it's because my story isn't finished, yet she looked up at them, a rare vulnerability glimmering in her mismatched eyes. If I had a surname, would that mean my story is complete? Sildur felt Theodore's grip tighten upon his hand. He spoke, his voice softer than usual. No, having a surname would merely mark the beginning of a new chapter. Your story is eternally unfolding, as are all of ours. Well then, Illyria bit her lip. May I try Illyria Nate? Like trying on a new robe to see if it fits. You may retain your original name, or hyphenate. Theodore suggested. Illyria no surname Nate, or even create an entirely new one. The choice is yours. The girl's eyes brightened. I can choose. In our family, Sildur affirmed. Everyone has the autonomy to become who they truly are. Sometimes guidance is needed, sometimes time, but the power of choice always resides within oneself. At the day's end, Illyria performed another unexpected gesture. She approached Theodore and extended her hand. He grasped it, and then she turned to Sildur, offering her other hand. As their 3 hands connected, she closed her eyes. The energy field is adjusting, she murmured, almost to herself. My pale blue, your silver green. They are seeking a harmonious way. Not merging, but dancing. Different steps. Yet the same rhythm. She opened her eyes, looking at them. Can I see you again? Next week? Of course, Theodore replied, his voice slightly taut. The week after as well? As long as you wish, he assured. All right, she nodded, then turned and dashed towards Mrs. Hope, who awaited her at the door. She paused at the threshold, looking back to say, I adore the metaphor of dance. It's better than a puzzle. After her departure, Theodore and Sildur lingered in the greenhouse for a considerable time, their hands still entwined. She is actively adjusting her magical field to attune to us. Sildur's mind analyzed the perceptual data just gathered. It is not coercion, but choice. She is learning our dance. She is also teaching us, Theodore remarked, his thumb gently caressing Sildur's hand, teaching us how to make space for a third. Their final meeting before formal adoption was scheduled on the island. Mrs. Hope believed Illyria needed to envision the environment of her future life, to experience that space devoid of other children and staff. The island in January was more desolate than ever, with the sea wind howling, the stone house standing stubbornly under the grim sky. Yet indoors, it was warm. The fire in the hearth crackling merrily, while Theodore prepared hot chocolate and gingerbread, and Sildur set up an observation station by the window, a telescope, a bird guide, and a notebook. As Arya arrived through the door key, the apparition is unsafe for children. She was enveloped in a thick cloak, revealing only her mismatched eyes. However, upon entering the stone cottage and beholding the sea through the window, the crackling fire in the hearth, and the large bed piled high with pillows, she shed her cloak and quietly surveyed her surroundings. She remained silent, wandering through each room, her fingers brushing against the walls, observing the furnishings. Pausing by the window to gaze at the sea, Theodore and Sildo allowed her the freedom to explore alone, refraining from interruption. Eventually, she approached them with a serious expression. There are only 3 rooms, she stated. Yes, Theodore confirmed. A bedroom, a living room, and a kitchen. There is also a small study upstairs. No separate room for me. Sildo felt a heaviness in his heart. They had considered this matter, but the space within the stone house was limited, and you will share the bedroom with us. Theodore said, his voice calm. At least for now. There is a bed prepared for you in that corner, and you may decorate it as you wish. If, when you grow older, you require more privacy, we can expand the house. Or, all right, Arya interjected, nodding. Sharing a room is better. When it is too quiet at night, I can hear others breathing. She walked to the corner where a small bed awaited her, adorned with deep green sheets, mirroring their own. She sat down, testing the mattress's resilience, then lay back, staring at the ceiling. I can see your large bed from here, she remarked. Indeed, Sildo said, sitting beside her. You may come over whenever you need. Arya turned to look at him, her mismatched eyes almost glowing in the dim light. Do you hold hands while you sleep? Sildo paused, then replied honestly, usually. Or we embrace. Touch helps us rest better. Like my pillow, Arya said, sitting up. May I see your bed? Theodore nodded. The girl approached the large bed, scrutinizing the 2 pillows nestled closely together, the sheets bearing faint indentations of their bodies, and the bedside table adorned with their rings, faintly glimmering in the candlelight. She reached out, but refrained from touching, her hand hovering just above the sheets. The energy field is strongest here, she whispered. In the middle, but there are edges too, like a halo. Then she did the most unexpected thing. She climbed onto the bed, lying between the 2 pillows, and closed her eyes. Theodore and Sildo exchanged a glance, but made no move to stop her. A minute later, Arya opened her eyes. It is warm here, and quiet. Not a silence devoid of sound, but a silence filled with energy, like the eye of a storm. She sat up, looking at them. If I am here, will I disturb your energy field? Sildo sensed Theodore's tension. This was a fundamental question. Their connection was the cornerstone of their existence, and any disruption could yield unpredictable consequences. We do not know, Theodore replied honestly, but we can try. Slowly, if you wish. Arya pondered for a moment, then shook her head. No, this is your space. I have my corner. But perhaps sometimes, if I have a nightmare, I could come over briefly, just for a few minutes? Anytime, Theodore said, the tension in his voice easing. For the remainder of the day, Arya behaved like an ordinary child. If an ordinary child were to systematically study avian migration patterns and record wind speeds, she utilized Sildo's telescope, perused his bird guide, and meticulously sketched the seagull she observed in her notebook. The drawings were astonishingly accurate. She also assisted Theodore in preparing lunch, albeit merely washing vegetables. Yet she did so with earnest concentration. In the afternoon, they took a walk together. The wind was strong, and Theodore held Arya's hand. She permitted it. While Sildo walked on the other side, his hand resting naturally on Theodore's lower back. This was a new arrangement. The 3 of them lined up in a row rather than the usual pair. By the seaside, Arya spotted a smooth green stone, polished by the waves. She picked it up, cradling it in her palm. May I keep this? She inquired. Of course, Sildo replied. You may collect anything from the island. As long as it is not alive. I will use it as a memory stone, the girl said, placing the stone in her pocket. Ms. Hope taught me a spell to store important memories in objects. This way, if I forget, I can touch the stone and recall them. On the way back to the stone cottage, Arya walked between them and suddenly said, I want to try out Arya Nate. Just this weekend. When you officially come to pick me up. Theodore halted, gazing at her. Are you certain? The girl nodded, a rare determination gleaming in her mismatched eyes. A new chapter of my story should have a new name. She hesitated briefly. Nate sounds strong, like the stone house, capable of withstanding storms. Sildo felt an emotional wave wash over him, not a surge of intense feeling, but a profound resonance. This child, this observer, this small being seeking her place in the world, had chosen them. She had chosen their name, their home, their imperfect, unconventional, yet genuine family. He extended his hand, not to hold hers, but with his palm facing upward. Arya looked at it, then placed her small hand atop his. Theodore also reached out, covering their hands with his own. 3 hands stacked together formed a small, warm pyramid against the cold sea breeze. Welcome home, Arya Nate, Theodore said, his voice carried away by the wind, yet the sentiment was unmistakable. The girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but she did not cry. She simply nodded, gripping their hands tightly. Chapter 93, The Final Choice. The adoption ceremony took place in a small conference room at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement within the Ministry of Magic. Simple, formal, with only the necessary witnesses, Ms. Hope, a ministry official, and Hermione Granger, serving as the family law consultant. Arya donned a newly purchased deep green robe of her own choosing, her hair having been painstakingly styled, yet still retaining its curls. As the official read the documents and posed a series of standard questions, she responded clearly and affirmatively. Arya, do you willingly consent to be adopted by Theodore Nate and Sildo Nate? Yes. Do you understand that they will be your legal guardians, responsible for your well-being, education, and growth? Yes. Do you comprehend that this decision is permanent? She paused, glancing at Theodore and Sildo, who stood on either side of her. Neither smiled, but their gazes were warm and reassuring. She turned back and affirmed, yes, permanent. The final procedure was the magical contract, not mandatory but a tradition of the Nate family. Theodore and Sildo each made a small incision on their fingers, allowing a drop of blood to fall into a silver bowl. Arya followed suit, albeit with some trepidation. But Theodore held her hand gently as she did. 3 droplets of blood merged in the bowl, not truly blending, but forming a tiny, swirling symbol under the influence of magic. It was not the Nate family's double rings, but rather 3 intertwined rings of silver, green, and light blue. Bloodline is not the only way to forge a family, the officiating wizard stated, as the liquid within the bowl transformed into 3 small silver pendants. Magic also acknowledges choice. These 3 talismans will remember the choice made today. Upon donning them, you officially become a family. They adorned Arya with a necklace, which she chose to wear around her neck, while Theodore and Sildur added their charms to their existing chains. As the metal made contact with her skin, Sildur felt a faint vibration, not the profound resonance shared among them, but rather the emergence of a new, lighter connection, akin to a slender yet resilient thread, linking the 3 points into a triangle. Once the ceremony concluded, Mrs. Hope embraced Arya, tears glistening in her eyes. Remember to write. Dear, share with us your adventures on the island. I will, Arya replied, then did something unexpected. She wrapped her arms around Mrs. Hope in a genuine embrace, one that transcended mere politeness. Thank you for finding them. The key to the door back to the island was an old seashell. The trio clasped hands to touch it, feeling a familiar tug, and soon they stood before the stone house. The sea breeze remained constant, and the sound of the waves was eternal. Yet, something had shifted. Arya stood at the door, gazing at the house before turning to face her new guardians. No, her family. I am Arya Nate now, she declared, as if testing the weight of this name in the air. Indeed, Theodore affirmed, unlocking the door. Welcome home. The girl stepped inside. This time not to explore but to walk directly to her corner, touching her own bed, her bookshelf, her little writing desk. Then she approached the window, gazing out at the sea. Sildur and Theodore lingered at the doorway, observing the presence that had just joined their world. Their hands naturally found each other, fingers intertwining. Are you nervous? Sildur whispered. Yes, Theodore admitted. But it feels right. That evening, they established a new routine. After dinner, Arya bathed and changed into her pajamas, a deep green, reminiscent of their bed linens, then settled on the carpet before the fireplace while Sildur read to her. Not fairy tales, but non-fiction about Scottish birds or marine life, for she preferred facts over fantasy. At 9 o'clock, it was bedtime. Arya climbed into her small bed, but sat up, watching them. What is the bedtime routine? She inquired. Theodore and Sildur exchanged glances. They had their own bedtime customs, kisses, touches, affirmations, but those felt too intimate. We could each say goodnight, Theodore proposed. Or, Arya interjected, Mrs. Hope would kiss my forehead, and then say, sleep well, dear, Sildur added. He approached her bedside, hesitated for a moment, then leaned down to gently kiss her forehead. Sleep well, Arya. The girl's eyes widened, yet she did not retreat. Thank you, she whispered. Theodore mirrored Sildur's gesture, though his kiss was directed towards Sildur. Good night. They extinguished the lights, leaving only a flicker from the fireplace, then climbed into their beds. As usual, Theodore extended his arm, and Sildur nestled into his embrace, their foreheads touching. Yet, in the darkness, they heard a tiny voice from the corner. Theodore? Silda? What's wrong? Theodore asked. I can hear your breathing. It's synchronized, like the waves. Am I disturbing you? A moment of silence ensued. No, it's comforting. Like knowing the eye of the storm is still there. Then silence descended. Minutes later, the sound of steady breathing indicated that Arya had fallen asleep. Sildur smiled in the dark, his face buried in Theodore's shoulder. She has adapted to our rhythm. We are adapting to hers, Theodore replied, gently stroking Sildur's back. It will be complex, but worth it. They shared a tender goodnight kiss, then settled into their familiar positions, legs entwined, arms embraced, breaths synchronized. At the opposite end of the room, the new family member turned in her sleep, clutching the silver pendant against her chest, a nearly imperceptible smile gracing her lips. Outside, the sound of the sea remained eternal, the tides ebbing and flowing, stars twinkling through gaps in the clouds. in the stone house on the island. A new family commenced its first night together. Unconventional, imperfect, but real. And, most importantly, chosen. Chapter 94. The children of the Pottermore family. The Hogwarts Express billowed white steam into the September morning fog, as the platform teemed with families bidding farewell. Arya Nate stood before the pillar of Platform 9, one hand firmly grasping the handle of her suitcase, the other hesitantly entwining with Theodore's hand. Not out of fear. 7 years of island life and 3 years of a magical family had imparted much wisdom, including how to maintain her center amidst a vast and cacophonous world. Yet the clamor of the platform, the hoots of owls, the shrieks of children, and those curious or evaluative gazes instinctively compelled her to seek a familiar anchor. Theodore looked down at her, a complex emotion swirling in his gray eyes, pride, concern, and a hint of nearly imperceptible reluctance. "You can write to us any time," he said, his voice softer than usual. "Use the school owls, or let Hedwig deliver a message to Uncle Harry. He knows how to forward it to us. Or come home for the weekend," Sildar added, standing on her other side. He did not touch her, but was close enough for Arya to feel the stabilizing aura of his presence. "The key to the door is set in the common room. You know the activation phrase." Arya nodded, her deep brown curls dancing in the morning breeze. She was now 11, having grown quite a bit, yet her mismatched eyes, one gray, the other green, remained her most striking feature. Today, she wore a simple, deep green robe, devoid of house colors, as she was yet unaware of her sorting fate. "I will be well," she said, her voice clear but not loud, just enough for the three of them to hear. "I've observed. Most of the first years are nervous. But excitement outweighs fear. The ratio is about 3 to 1. Sildar's lips curved slightly, a quintessential Arya observation. "Remember, data is a tool, not the entirety." The whistle blew. Students began to surge toward the train doors. Arya took a deep breath, releasing Theodore's hand as she turned to them. She performed an act that had become a habit over the past 3 years, albeit an unusual one. She extended her hand, palm upward. Theodore and Sildar exchanged glances. Then each placed their hand upon hers, not overlapping, but forming a triangle. 3 silver pendants glimmered faintly on their necklaces, the magical mark of their adoption ceremony. There was no discernible surge of magic, yet Arya felt that familiar warmth of connection, as if an invisible thread vibrated between them. "See you in a month," she said, then spun around, walking towards the train without looking back. She did not glance behind her, for she knew they would remain there until the train had entirely vanished. This was their understanding, a farewell devoid of drama, yet enduringly present. The carriage was already crowded. Arya dragged her suitcase through, her mismatched eyes swiftly scanning each compartment. Gryffindor's red and gold scarves, Hufflepuff's yellow and black, Slytherin's silver and green, Ravenclaw's blue and bronze. And those first years yet to don house colors, their faces a mixture of excitement and trepidation. In the middle section of the carriage, she discovered a partially vacant compartment. Inside sat a boy with black hair, a pair of oversized glasses perched upon his nose, intently gazing out of the window. He was clad in a simple black robe. Yet Arya noted a slender lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, not a wound, but rather a mark of magic. The son of Harry Potter, Albus Severus Potter. Her mind's library automatically retrieved information. Born in 2006, he had an elder brother named James and a younger sister named Lily. He was quiet in nature, fond of reading, gifted in Parseltongue yet reluctant to showcase it. "Is anyone here?" Arya inquired, her voice calm. The boy turned his head, his green eyes, like his father's, peering at her through the lenses. "Only me," he replied, then noticed her eyes, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. "Wow, your eyes are different colors." "Yes," Arya replied succinctly, placing her suitcase on the luggage rack before taking a seat. "Arya Nate," she introduced herself. "Albus Potter," the boy stated, extending his hand. Arya shook it, feeling a slight dampness from his palm, a sign of nervousness he was striving to conceal. "Are you nervous?" she asked. Not in idle conversation, but with genuine interest. Albus hesitated for a moment before nodding. "A bit. My dad is Harry Potter, you know. So, expectations." "I understand," Arya said, retrieving a copy of the expanded edition of Hogwarts, a history from her bag. "My family is also unusual. 2 fathers, both male, very close. Some people find it strange." Albus blinked. "Oh, that's cool. One of my godfathers also has 2 dads, Teddy Lupin. He's the head of Hufflepuff and says it's no big deal." Thus, the conversation unfolded naturally. Albus was not as extroverted as his brother James, yet he was intelligent, observant, and Arya soon noticed he possessed a quiet empathy, sensing others' discomfort without addressing it directly. As the train journeyed on, the compartment door was suddenly pulled open. A blond boy stood there, flanked by 2 slightly older students. He bore the pale complexion and light golden hair characteristic of the Malfoy family, though his eyes were a soft gray rather than a cold silver. his expression more curious than haughty. "Is there any space here?" he asked, his voice tinged with an unnaturally formal tone, as if reciting polite phrases. Arya glanced at Albus, who shrugged slightly. "Yes," she replied. The boy entered, while his companions, evidently relatives or friends, moved to another carriage. He settled in, adjusted his robe, and introduced himself. "Scorpius Malfoy, Albus Potter, Arya Nate." Scorpius's eyes widened noticeably upon hearing these names. "Oh," he said, then strove to regain his composure. "I've heard of you. My dad said, well, he mentioned you might be on the train. Which house do you hope to join?" Albus asked, breaking the brief silence. Scorpius pondered before responding. "My dad said Slytherin is traditionally the Malfoy family's house, but he said I could choose whichever I like." He paused. "But my uncle said if I go to Hufflepuff, he'll buy me a new broom, so." Albus chuckled. "My dad said Slytherin is a good house. But honestly, I'm a bit scared. My mum says to go where you're meant to be. My brother James bets I'll end up in Ravenclaw because I always hide in the library." "Me too," Arya chimed in, closing her book. "Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff? Slytherin is too noisy. Gryffindor is too impulsive." "Noisy?" Scorpius asked, intrigued. "Emotionally noisy," Arya explained. "Intense ambition, competition, a display of energy that creates an unstable atmosphere. Hufflepuff is stable, Ravenclaw is calm." Albus and Scorpius exchanged a glance, both seemingly comprehending her sentiments, even if not entirely. "You sound like you've done your research," Albus remarked. "Observation," Arya corrected. "The information is there." As their journey continued, they shared snacks brought from home. Arya had sea salt caramel made by Theodore. Albus had meat pies from Molly Weasley, and Scorpius had exquisite sandwiches prepared by a house elf, discussed their anticipations for classes, and skillfully navigated around sensitive family histories. Arya noticed Scorpius occasionally glancing at her eyes, not rudely staring, but observing with curiosity. When she met his gaze directly, he blushed and averted his eyes. "They are natural," she volunteered, aware of his curiosity. "My left eye comes from my birth mother, who is half Vila blood. My right eye is from my birth father, which is ordinary brown, but my magic altered it. Theodore suggested it might be due to my gift of perception, allowing my eyes to reflect an inner duality." Scorpius blinked. "You can perceive magic?" "To some extent," Arya replied, reluctant to divulge too much. "I see energy fields, people's emotions, the auras of magical objects, connections. For instance, you and Albus already share a thin line, woven in pale gold and deep green." Both boys were taken aback. Albus looked down at his hand as if he could see something. "A line? A connection of friendship," Arya explained, "new, delicate, yet present. Most first years do not have that yet." The compartment fell into a brief silence before Scorpius remarked, "That's cool. My dad always says Malfoys can sense bloodlines and magical purity, but that is a different thing." "That's prejudice," Arya stated directly, yet her tone remained calm, not accusatory. Scorpius did not take offense. He nodded. "Yes, my dad admitted it. He said the war changed a lot." The conversation shifted to lighter topics. By the time the train finally arrived at the Hogwarts platform, the three had formed a comfortable rapport, not a deep friendship, but a connection grounded in mutual understanding and respect for distance. During the sorting ceremony, Arya quietly stood among the first years, observing everything. The structure of the Great Hall's starry ceiling, not a real starry sky, but a complex glowing magical array. The faces at the staff table, Professor McGonagall appeared more imposing than in photographs, yet her gaze was gentle. The energy fields of the students at the four house tables were distinct. Gryffindor radiated a fervent red and gold, Hufflepuff a steady yellow pulse, Ravenclaw a serene blue whirlpool, and Slytherin an interwoven silver-green network. When Professor McGonagall called out Arya Nate, she calmly stepped forward, seating herself upon the three-legged stool. The sorting hat descended over her head, obscuring her vision. A voice echoed in her mind, less a voice and more a direct thought. "Interesting. Very interesting. A powerful observer, keen perception, a sincere thirst for knowledge without the desire to flaunt it, and an unusual familial connection, deep, very deep, like the roots of entwined trees." Arya responded in her mind. "I see things. Energy, connections, patterns. I wish to understand them." "Understanding, yes, but not for control," the sorting hat articulated. "For harmony. You wish to help things find their rightful place, to clarify the patterns. And you possess a courage that is not of the reckless kind, but the courage to remain authentic, even when it is unpopular." It paused. "So, where do you best fit? Slytherin could offer you ambition and resources, but your ambition is not for power, it is for understanding. Gryffindor would appreciate your bravery, yet you dislike unnecessary risks. Hufflepuff would provide you acceptance and stability, but you seek more intellectual challenges. Ravenclaw, thought Elia, a sanctuary of tranquility. It housed tomes of wisdom, where individuals esteem knowledge for its intrinsic value rather than for the rewards it might yield. The Sorting Hat appeared to chuckle. Indeed. Furthermore, the Ravenclaw Tower offered a splendid vantage point for stargazing. Thus, it was best to proceed. Ravenclaw, the hat proclaimed with vigor. The blue and bronze table erupted in applause. Elia removed the hat and approached the Ravenclaw table, settling beside a girl with light brown hair. The girl smiled warmly. Welcome. I am Lila Lovegood. My father collaborated with yours on research projects. Lovegood, Luna Lovegood's daughter. Elia nodded. I remember. The study on the perception of non-corporeal magical entities. Lila's eyes sparkled with excitement. You know of that research. Few take it seriously, but I believe. Her comment was interrupted by the next name called, Albus Severus Potter. A moment of stillness enveloped the hall. Albus stepped forward, and the hat nearly screamed as it touched his hair. Slytherin. A stunned silence reigned, followed by a hesitant round of applause from the Slytherin table. While the other tables offered polite clapping, Albus's complexion paled, yet he held himself erect as he made his way to the silver and green table. Elia perceived the fluctuations in his energy field, shock, concern, yet beneath it all, an odd sense of affirmation. Wow, Lila whispered in her ear, a Potter in Slytherin. This will stir quite a discussion. Scorpius Malfoy. Professor McGonagall continued. The hat took its time deliberating over Malfoy, eventually declaring, Ravenclaw. The surprise was palpable this time. Scorpius looked equally astonished, yet as he walked toward the Ravenclaw table, Elia glimpsed Draco Malfoy seated at the Slytherin table, attending as a governor. Draco's expression was a complex blend of surprise, with an almost imperceptible hint of relief. Scorpius sat across from Elia, his demeanor bewildered. I didn't expect this, he admitted. The hat saw something fitting for you, Elia remarked. Ravenclaw cherishes wisdom, creativity, and the acceptance of diversity. You're polite, yet you don't exhibit the typical Slytherin aggressiveness. Scorpius pondered this before nodding. I suppose so. My father says the Malfoy family needs to change. Perhaps it starts with me. Chapter 96. Elia's daily life. The feast continued amidst murmurs of conversation. Elia dined quietly, observing the faculty table. Professor McGonagall occasionally glanced at Albus, her expression inscrutable. Professor Snape's portrait. Yes. They had retained it. Hung on the wall behind the Slytherin table, his eyes seemingly tracking the new Potter in Slytherin, and Hagrid. Now the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures, animatedly conversed with Professor Flitwick. After the banquet, the prefect guided the first years to their dormitory. Entry to the Ravenclaw Tower necessitated answering a riddle. Today's riddle was, I am neither alive nor dead, yet have been both. I am silent yet speak. Invisible yet seen. What am I? Lila immediately raised her hand. Memory. The door's knocker turned in satisfaction, and the door swung open. The common room was circular, adorned with windows that brimmed with starlight, and its celestial ceiling felt more authentic than that of the great hall. Books were ubiquitous, on shelves, tables, and even some chairs. Scorpius surveyed the surroundings, his eyes wide with wonder. This is beyond my imagination. Knowledge friendly? Elia completed his thought. Indeed, he replied. They located their dormitories, girls in the left tower, boys in the right. Elia shared a room with Lila, alongside two other girls, one named Isabella Clear, whose parents were charm inventors, the other named Maisie Butt, hailing from an ancient pureblood family, yet possessing an open mind. On the first night, as Elia finally lay in her four-poster bed, she experienced a peculiar sense of solitude. It was not a sorrowful loneliness, merely a quiet one. Gone were Theodore's steady heartbeat from next door, Silas's synchronized breathing, and the ocean's sound as white noise. She retrieved the green stone from beneath her pillow, a memory stone she had found on the island 7 years prior. Holding it in her palm, she recalled that moment, the cold sea breeze, Theodore and Silas flanking her. 3 hands stacked together. Warmth coursed through her palm, alleviating her sense of isolation. She was not truly alone. The connection remained, albeit stretched across distance. Outside, the lights of Hogwarts twinkled in the darkness, reminiscent of an inverted starry sky. Somewhere, Albus Potter was acclimating to the green light of the Slytherin dungeon. Scorpius Malfoy was organizing books in the Ravenclaw Tower, and her 2 fathers were likely seated by the fireplace on the island, hand in hand, thinking of her. Elia closed her eyes, allowing these images to lull her into slumber like a lullaby. The first week at Hogwarts was an adjustment period. Elia's schedule was brimming with classes, charms, transfiguration, potions, herbology, astronomy, and a new course she particularly anticipated, magical perception and energy studies, taught by a retired seer. Her observational talent was quickly recognized, though not in the manner she expected. In charms class, as Professor Flitwick elucidated wand movements, Elia raised her hand. Professor, why does a clockwise turn produce a more stable light than a counterclockwise one? I perceive the direction of energy flow differently. Flitwick blinked. You perceive the flow of energy? Yes, like glowing rivers, Elia explained. When clockwise, it forms a complete circle. Counterclockwise, it tends to tangle. The class fell silent. Then Flitwick smiled. Miss Knott. That ventures into advanced magical theory. Yet you are correct. Most spells are based on natural energy flows, and clockwise is typically more stable. A remarkably astute observation. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall instructed them to transform matches into needles. Elia succeeded on her first attempt, the needle perfectly sharp and straight. How did you achieve this? Miss Knott. McGonagall inquired. I saw the similarities between the wooden structure of the match and the metallic structure of the needle. Both are linear with pointed ends, Elia explained. So, I simply guided the energy to rearrange rather than forcing a change. Professor McGonagall's expression turned contemplative. Your father, Theodore, once described advanced transformation in similar terms. He spoke of reading the possibilities of objects. Yes, Elia replied, he has taught me. Potions class proved more complex. Professor Slughorn returned from retirement due to longing for youthful vigor, favored vivacious students, whereas Elia was rather subdued. Yet when she meticulously sliced the powdered root with perfect uniformity, having discerned the optimal breaking point of the fibers, Slughorn was compelled to express his admiration. The not talent, I presume, he exclaimed, patting her shoulder. Your father, Theodore, was one of my finest students. Silas, though less traditional, has unique insights. Elia merely nodded, continuing her work. The truly intriguing class was magical perception, with only 10 students, all identified as possessing some form of extraordinary perceptive ability. The professor was Seraphina Ollivander, a sharp-eyed elder witch and niece of Mr. Ollivander. In the first lesson, she asked each student to describe their way of perceiving magic. When it was Elia's turn, she stated, I see colors and patterns. Each individual possesses a magical aura, imbued with a unique hue that is not fixed but rather fluctuates with their emotions. Objects too emanate a halo, some more potent than others. Connections manifest as luminous threads, varying in thickness and color. Seraphina leaned forward with keen interest. Can you perceive the connection between us? Illyria surveyed the classroom. You share a vibrant azure line with Lililov Good, strong and reminiscent of a teacher-student bond between Lila and Maisie, but there exists a pale green thread, signifying a budding friendship. A silver line connects you with that mirror in the corner, pulsating continuously, as if you were nurturing it. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Then Seraphina chuckled, a delightful sound. A once-in-a-century gift, Miss Nate. Are your parents aware? They know I can see things, but not the specifics, Illyria replied. Theodore stated that observation is a gift, yet sharing it requires caution. Wise counsel, Seraphina remarked. In this realm, extraordinary abilities may be misconstrued or exploited. However, in my class, you are free to explore. Our first task will be to learn shielding, not to shut down your gift, but to regulate the influx. Otherwise, the energies of Hogwarts will overwhelm you. Chapter 97, Friends. Indeed, Hogwarts presented a formidable challenge for Illyria's senses. The castle was rife with fragments of souls from magical portraits accumulated over millennia, echoes of ancient spells, and emotional fluctuations from countless students and teachers. By the end of the first week, she often suffered from headaches, necessitating retreats to quiet corners, typically the astronomy tower or the depths of the library, to regain her composure. Scorpius noticed this. One afternoon, he found her sitting with her eyes closed, fingers pressed against her temples at the back of the library. Another headache? He inquired softly. Illyria nodded without opening her eyes. Too much input. The castle is speaking. So many voices. Scorpius hesitated before retrieving a small vial from his bag. My mother gave this to me. She is a healer and said to drink it if I ever feel overwhelmed. It's a mild sedative that helps filter sensory input. Illyria opened her eyes and regarded the pale blue potion. Why offer this to me? Scorpius shrugged. Because you look like you need it. And we are classmates. Ravenclaws help each other, right? She accepted the vial and took a small sip. The effect was almost instantaneous. Not shutting down her perception, but rather adding a layer of filtration, softening the most intense fluctuations. Thank you, she said, genuine gratitude evident in her tone. This is quite helpful. You're welcome, Scorpius replied, settling onto the floor beside her, pulling out an old copy of Advanced Potion Making, its edges marked with notes. Are you hiding from something in particular? Illyria pondered how to articulate her thoughts. During dinner in the Great Hall, the emotional fluctuations are at their peak. Joy, anxiety, jealousy, excitement. They explode like colors. And over there, in the Slytherin dungeon, there are some dark echoes. Old pains that Haven Tea fully dissipated. Scorpius's expression turned serious. My father has mentioned something similar. He said Azkaban has that kind of feeling, accumulated sorrow. Perhaps certain parts of the castle retain the memories of the war. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Illyria asked, have you spoken with Albus since the sorting? Scorpius nodded. A few times. We're in the same group for potions. He is doing well. Some in Slytherin have been unkind, accusing him of betraying family traditions, but others are protecting him. Especially Malcolm Baddock. His father and mine are friends, so he feels responsible to help. What about his energy field? Illyria inquired, then realized how odd that sounded. I apologize. No, it's fine, Scorpius said, looking at her with curiosity. Can you see it? If I want to look, I can, Illyria admitted. But I don't do so casually. It feels like reading someone else's diary. What about mine? Scorpius asked, not in a provocative manner. Just curious if she didn't mind sharing. Illyria gazed at him, allowing her perception to slightly open. Scorpius's magical field was a soft blue, edged with silver-green speckles, a blend of his Ravenclaw essence and Malfoy heritage. Today, it was calm, though faint ripples of anxiety danced across its surface. It's a light blue. Stable, with silver-green flecks, she said. There's a hint of anxiety today, but overall, it's quite tranquil. You're adapting better than expected. Scorpius smiled. Thank you. I suppose I am. My father says it's important to find your own path, rather than follow one laid out by others. He paused. What about you? What is your energy field like? This question momentarily took Illyria aback. She seldom contemplated how she appeared. I don't know. I can't see my own. Just as eyes cannot perceive themselves. I can describe what I see, if you wish, Scorpius offered, then blushed. I mean, I don't possess any special gift. But you seem calm. Even amidst a headache, you are like the quiet center of a storm. This metaphor warmed Illyria's heart. She recalled Theodore saying something similar. That she resembled an anchor of energy. Thank you, she replied, then made a decision. If you're interested, I could teach you some basic perception techniques. Not to see energy fields, but to feel emotional atmospheres. Professor Ollivander mentioned that everyone can develop some perceptive abilities. It just requires practice. Scorpius's eyes sparkled. Really? That would be amazing. Thus began their informal weekly lessons. Illyria taught Scorpius how to perceive the emotional temperature of his surroundings through breathing and concentration, how to distinguish his emotions from those of the environment, and how to establish slight mental barriers for protection. In return, Scorpius shared his potion knowledge. His talent for potions was surprisingly adept, and assisted Illyria in navigating the social landscape of Hogwarts, who was friends with whom, what professors favored, and how to avoid unnecessary attention. Albus occasionally joined them, often in the library or the astronomy tower. The unusual mix of Slytherin and Ravenclaw was rare. Yet the post-war generation of Hogwarts was more open than previous ones. The war had receded 15 years prior, and for these children, it felt more like history than a living trauma. One weekend in October, Illyria used a portkey to return home. Theodore and Sildo awaited her in the stone cottage. Dinner already prepared, her favorite seafood stew, accompanied by freshly baked bread. How was it? Theodore inquired after dinner, as they settled in front of the fireplace. Just as they had before. Illyria detailed her experiences, classes, professors, her perception lessons, and her friendship with Scorpius and Albus. Sildo listened quietly, unconsciously tracing circles on Theodore's palm with his fingers, a familiar, soothing gesture. Scorpius Malfoy, Theodore repeated, his expression inscrutable. Draco's son. Is he like his father? In some respects. Illyria replied candidly, polite, concerned with appearances, a bit anxious. But softer, not as sharp. And he's in Ravenclaw, not Slytherin. Theodore and Sildo exchanged glances. Draco wrote to me, Theodore said, noting that Scorpius's sorting had been unexpected but perhaps for the best. He wants to know if you're looking out for him. I'm not looking out for him, Illyria clarified. We are friends, helping each other. That's good, Theodore remarked, his expression relaxing. Friendship is preferable to obligation. The moment finally arrived when Theodore spoke. Isn't your perception of the castle somewhat overwhelming? Illyria nodded. At times, it can be. However, I am learning to manage it. Professor Ollivander has been immensely helpful, and Scorpius provided me with a calming potion concocted by his mother. Theodore's fingers ceased their circular motion. Do you require further assistance? We could delve into some familial magic. There are certain techniques from the Rosier line. I'm fine for now, Illyria replied, but I will ask if the need arises. That evening, as she lay upon her former bed, Illyria discerned that this return home felt distinctly different. It was not unpleasant, rather. She realized she no longer belonged entirely to this place. She had cultivated her own life at Hogwarts, complete with friends and challenges. Growth, she mused, was the art of belonging to multiple realms simultaneously, without being wholly tethered to any one of them. Before her return to school, Theodore presented her with a small box. Open it with care, he advised. Inside lay a silver bracelet, adorned with intricate runes, not mere ornamentation, but authentic runic inscriptions, harmonized to form a stabilizing, filtering enchantment. It's my mother's design, Theodore explained, to assist you in regulating your sensory input. Wear it and adjust this portion when necessary. He gestured to a central rotating disc for filtering level adjustments. As Illyria donned the bracelet, she instantly felt a shift, not a suppression, but a clarity in the flow of energy, as if chaotic sounds had been organized into harmonious music. "Thank you," she said, embracing him, a rare display of initiative. Theodore also gifted her a present, a blank notebook, yet the pages were specially crafted to record magical observations. "When you perceive something worthy of remembrance, simply think of it. The pages will inscribe it," he explained, not as a substitute for your memory, but as an aid. On her journey back to Hogwarts, Aelia felt more equipped, not only with tangible tools, but also with the assurance that her fathers understood and supported her. Chapter 98, The Trio. In early November, Hogwarts commemorated the 15th anniversary of the post-war era. It was not a grand celebration, but a solemn reflection. Candles lit in the Great Hall, a few old songs sung, and current and former professors sharing memories. Aelia, Scorpius, and Albus sat by the Ravenclaw table, with Albus granted special permission to be there with his friends. When Harry Potter stood to speak, the hall fell silent. 15 years ago, Harry began, his voice calm, yet resonant. "Many made sacrifices that allow us to gather here today, students from different houses and backgrounds, yet all part of Hogwarts. I do not ask you to remember the war's details, those chronicled in history books. What I implore you to remember is this: choices matter. Every day, we choose kindness over indifference, understanding over prejudice, connection over division." He glanced toward the faculty table where Draco Malfoy sat as a board member, then turned his gaze to the student tables, landing on Albus and Scorpius. "My father once remarked that our choices reveal more about who we are than our abilities. Today, the choices I see give me hope." After the ceremony concluded, the students were dismissed. Aelia, Scorpius, and Albus lingered behind to assist in clearing the candles. "My dad seems anxious," Albus noted, collecting the used candles. "He always gets this way when speaking in public." "Mine does too," Scorpius replied, carefully avoiding wax drips on the floor. "He reflects on the choices he made during his youth every time he returns to Hogwarts, both good and bad." Aelia worked in silence, her perception wide open, a complex amalgamation of gratitude, nostalgia, hope, and a lingering ache, akin to an old wound felt in changing weather. "There are so many echoes here," she murmured, almost to herself. "Can you hear them?" Albus inquired. "Not here, but feel," Aelia responded, like layered memories intertwining, joyful, terrifying, mundane, all mingled together. Scorpius regarded her, then did something unexpected. He extended his hand, palm up, reminiscent of Aelia's gestures. It was not a request for a handshake, but an open invitation. Albus hesitated for a moment before extending his own hand. Aelia observed them, then placed her hand atop theirs. 3 hands stacked together in the empty hall, illuminated by the flickering light of hundreds of candles. "We shall not repeat their mistakes," Scorpius declared, his tone resolute. "We will do better," Albus added. Aelia felt a warm resonance flow through her hand, not magic, but the essence of human connection. "We have already begun," she affirmed. They parted and resumed their task. But something had shifted. It was not dramatic, but subtle, like 3 planets' orbits realigning into a more harmonious arrangement. As the term progressed, Aelia found her place within Ravenclaw. She was not the most sociable student, yet commanded respect for her quiet wisdom, her willingness to assist peers in grasping complex concepts, and her non-judgmental observance. Her friendship with Scorpius flourished steadily. They continued their perception lessons weekly, now also engaging in collaborative study, sharing books, and occasionally exploring the castle's secret corners, where Aelia's perceptive abilities proved particularly useful in locating hidden rooms. Though Albus resided in the dungeons, he frequently joined them. Life in Slytherin presented challenges for him, as some old-fashioned families still harbored resentment over Potter's presence in their house. Yet with Aelia and Scorpius, he could relax and be himself. "Sometimes, I feel as though I am caught between 2 worlds," Albus confided one evening in the library, referring to Slytherin's realm and the world of his family's expectations. "You need not choose," Aelia replied, her gaze fixed on her book. "You can belong to both, or even forge a third." Scorpius nodded. "My dad often says identity is not a box one is confined to. Rather, it is a house you build, using materials from various places." Albus pondered this, then smiled. "That's a wise sentiment. Did your father say that?" "Actually, it was my mother," Scorpius replied. "My dad related." Before Christmas, a significant event transpired. In their magical perception class, Professor Ollivander announced a special project. Each student was to investigate a specific form of magical perception and create a presentation. Aelia chose to explore the perception of connection. She could see the magical bonds between individuals. Her presentation included diagrams illustrating the energy patterns of various relationships: teacher-student, a clear single arrow; friendship, a reciprocal flow; family, a complex web, and then she hesitated. She wished to depict her connection with Theodore and Silas, but it felt too intimate. Yet, Professor Ollivander encouraged her. "True magical research requires courage, Miss Nate. If you are willing to share, I assure you it will be treated with respect and professionalism. Thus, Ilya began to draw, not a literal representation, but symbolic depictions, 3 dots forming an equilateral triangle, each side bearing distinct textures and colors. The line representing her bond with Theodore was silver green, stable, and profound, while her connection with Silas was silver blue, quiet and keen. The line between Theodore and Silas is composed of pure silver, almost materializing, symbolizing their profound bond as companions. At the center of the triangle lies an interwoven pattern, representing their collective energy as a family. This design is stable, and as she presents it, her voice quickens slightly, betraying her nervousness. Each connection supports the other two, forming a dynamic equilibrium. When one line is under strain, the remaining 2 strengthen to compensate. Professor Ollivander meticulously examines the diagram, which is exceedingly rare. She ultimately notes that most familial connections are hierarchical, with a strong bond between parents and children, while the relationship between the parents may vary. This egalitarian triangular structure necessitates deep mutual respect and clear boundaries of identity. Your fathers have imparted invaluable lessons to you. After the presentation, Scorpius and Albus await her outside the classroom. That was brave, Scorpius remarks, to share your family. People need to see that different models are possible. Alia responds, still trembling slightly from her presentation. Not just traditional families. Any connection based on love and respect is valid. Albus nods, saying, my dad would agree. He always says that family is what you create, not necessarily what you were born into. That evening, Alia penned letters to Theodore and Silas, detailing the presentation and the reactions it garnered. A reply swiftly arrived, delivered by Hedwig, who Harry generously offered for his owl service. Theodore's letter was characteristically pragmatic. Proud of you. Remember to balance study with rest. Attached was a note from Draco, stating that Scorpius mentioned her research in class, leaving a notable impression. Silas's letter, though shorter, carried profound weight. You revealed the unseen truth, which is the highest purpose of Rosiel's gift, not to see through the hidden, but to unveil the concealed beauty. Alia preserved both letters in her enchanted notebook, the pages automatically replicating the text. Adorned with delicate silver patterns at the edges, a celebratory gesture from the notebook itself. At the end of the academic year, Alia, Scorpius, and Albus sat beneath a tree by the Black Lake, gazing at the distant Hogwarts castle shimmering under the summer sun. Next school year, Scorpius began, reclining on the grass. My dad said I could invite friends to Malfoy Manor for the summer, if you both are willing. Albus straightened up. Really? My dad and Uncle Malfoy still. They might not be best friends, Scorpius conceded, but my mum says it's time to build bridges. Besides, the manor is vast, with plenty of places to explore. They all turned to Alia. She contemplated, I need to ask Theodore and Silas, but I believe they would agree. They advocate confronting history rather than fleeing from it. Then ask, Albus urged, his eyes glinting with a sense of adventure. Imagine, Potter, Malfoy, and not together at Malfoy Manor. Our parents would never have envisioned that in their youth. Alia smiled, a genuine, relaxed smile. Epilogue, the Shadow Game. Afternoons at Knot Manor were always tranquil, particularly in summer. The adults either napped or busied themselves in the cool study with important matters, as their father would say. 5-year-old Theodore and Silas were permitted to roam freely in the playroom and the adjacent small sitting room, provided they did not create too much noise. Today, making noise was not an issue. The concern lay with shadows. Silas discovered that if he pressed his small hand against the sunlit floor, a tiny, indistinct shadow would appear. If he spread his fingers, the shadow resembled a peculiar little creature. When he formed a fist, the shadow morphed into a round, plump stone. He had been lying on the carpet for 15 minutes, his light golden hair almost translucent in the sunlight, and his midnight green eyes intently focused on the transformation of his hand's shadow. Theodore sat on the nearby low sofa, feigning interest in a picture book, but his gaze drifted toward his brother every few seconds. Silas, Theodore finally spoke, his voice soft, as if afraid of scaring something away. What are you playing? Silas did not respond immediately. He stacked his left hand atop his right, creating a shadow of a monster with 2 heads. Shadows, he eventually said, they're dancing. Theodore set down the book, crawled off the sofa, and joined him on the carpet. His deep brown hair shimmered with a warm copper hue in the sunlight. Mimicking Silas, he pressed his hand against the sunlit floor, maintaining a distance from his brother's hand, neither too far nor too close, just enough to see the 2 shadows separate. My shadow is bigger, Theodore observed, for indeed, his hand was slightly larger. Silas turned to look at him, then did something that surprised Theodore. He shifted his position until his hand was right next to his brother's. Now the 2 shadows were touching, one slightly larger, the other smaller, like mismatched twins. Now they're together, Silas said, satisfaction evident in his voice. Theodore, too, relished the sight of their shadows side by side. He wiggled his fingers, and the shadows appeared to wave. Silas mimicked his actions, and the two shadows waved together. They're like us, Silas remarked, tilting his head. Your little hand is like my big hand. Theodore laughed. Let them hold hands. He carefully moved his hand until his pinky touched Silas's index finger. In the realm of shadows, the two small hand shadows gently intertwined. Silas gazed at their connection for a long while before stating, holding hands in shadows doesn't tire. But real hands do. Indeed, Theodore felt a slight ache in his arm from maintaining an unnatural position to keep their fingers touching. Yet, he did not withdraw his hand. I'm not tired, he fibbed, for the thought of separating their shadows was more uncomfortable than the ache in his arm. They maintained this position for several minutes, quietly observing the sunlight slowly traverse the floor, causing their shadows to stretch and warp. A distant chime echoed from somewhere in the manor, tolling 3 times, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, Silas withdrew his hand, but not to end the game. He sat up and patted the floor beside him. Lie down, brother. Theodore obediently reclined, his back against the carpet. Silas lay down too, but in the opposite direction, their heads close together. With Silas's light golden hair mingling with Theodore's deep brown, indistinguishable from one another. Look at the ceiling, Silas said. Theodore gazed up at the lofty ceiling. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting shifting light and shadow on the ceiling, the curtains fluttering in the breeze, the light rippling like water. Like water, Theodore remarked. Like water in a dream, Silas added, moving but soundless. They lay quietly, watching the light dance on the ceiling. Theodore felt Silas's head gently resting against him, warmth radiating through the strands of hair. His hand began to explore the floor until it found Silas's hand, and he grasped it. This time, it was a genuine hand-holding. Not merely shadows. Brother, Silas suddenly whispered, his voice barely audible. If I were a shadow, what would you be? Theodore pondered this question. If Silas is a shadow, then I am. I am light, he finally declared. Without light, there is no shadow. Silas turned to face him, their noses nearly touching. Then what if there were no shadows? He asked, his breath brushing against Theodore's cheek. Light would be lonely. Theodore suddenly felt a wave of peculiar sadness wash over him. Even though he understood that this was merely a game, one must require shadows to appreciate the essence of light. Sildo appeared content with this explanation. He turned back to gaze at the ceiling. I am your shadow, and you are my light. He concluded, we have always been together, just as we are now. Always together, Theodore echoed, gripping his brother's hand tightly. After a while, Sildo began to yawn, not from fatigue, but from that languid afternoon drowsiness. His eyelids grew heavy. Yet he struggled to keep them open, unwilling to miss the shifting patterns of light and shadow on the ceiling. Theodore sensed it. Do you wish to sleep? He inquired. Not sleep, Sildo replied, though his voice was already becoming indistinct. Just resting my eyes. Theodore understood, for he often witnessed his brother in this manner, his body present, yet a part of his thoughts drifting elsewhere. He remained still, allowing Sildo to lean against him. The sunlight continued its course, now illuminating their feet. Theodore's small feet, clad in white socks, basked in the light alongside Sildo's. The two little feet nestled together like two small creatures in a warm embrace. The door to the children's room was gently pushed open, and Dodo peeked in. Upon seeing the two children lying on the floor, heads touching and hands clasped, the house elf's large eyes softened. Little masters, it's time for a snack, she whispered, there's strawberry cake and mint tea. Theodore lifted his head, but Sildo remained unmoved. He had already slipped into a state of unrest. Sildo has fallen asleep, Theodore quietly informed Dodo. Can we wait a little longer? Dodo nodded, tiptoeing inside to place the tray on the small table. I'll return in 10 minutes, she whispered, before departing. The room fell silent once more. Theodore gazed at Sildo's profile, his eyelashes casting delicate shadows on his cheeks, lips slightly parted, breathing steadily. He knew he ought to wake his brother for a snack. The cake would grow cold, and the tea would cool. Yet he hesitated, unwilling to disrupt the sanctity of the moment. He counted Sildo's breaths, 1, 2, 3, until 17, at which point Sildo stirred awake. Not abruptly, but gradually, as if surfacing from the depths of a tranquil sea. I smell cake, Sildo murmured, eyes still closed but his nose twitching gently. Theodore chuckled. Bobby brought the strawberry cake. Sildo finally opened his eyes and sat up slowly. His hair was tousled, his face marked by the imprint of the carpet. Yet his expression radiated contentment, as if he had just emerged from a delightful dream. They sat side by side at the small table, indulging in their snack. Theodore used a tiny fork to neatly slice the cake into 4 portions, while Sildo opted to pluck the strawberries directly with his fingers, avoiding the cake itself. But you should use a fork, Theodore remarked, though his tone lacked reproach. My fingers can feel, Sildo explained, showcasing his cream-coated fingers. Soft and cool. While the fork is merely hard. Theodore pondered this and set down the fork, choosing instead to pick up a piece of cake with his fingers. Indeed, the sensation differed. It was not merely the taste, but also the texture, the temperature, and perhaps even the cake's sentiment? No, that's your notion, he retorted. Cakes possess no sentiments. Yet Sildo was intently focused on his strawberry, asserting, this strawberry is happy, it has grown in the sunlight for a long time. Theodore glanced at his own cake. Is my cake happy? Sildo tilted his head, scrutinizing it. Content, for it has been transformed into cake. It has fulfilled its purpose. Theodore nodded, deeming that a positive notion. He took a bite, indeed finding it more delectable than when eaten with a fork. Once they had finished their snack, their hands were smeared with cream. Before Dodo could fetch a damp cloth, Sildo performed an act that made Theodore's eyes widen in astonishment. He licked his own fingers, then grasped Theodore's hand, beginning to lick the cream off his brother's fingers. That's dirty, Theodore protested, yet he did not withdraw his hand. It's sweet, Sildo countered, his tongue delicately tracing Theodore's fingertips. And your hand is cleaner than mine. You started with a fork. Theodore felt an odd, ticklish sensation, warm, akin to being gently licked by a kitten. He observed Sildo's focused expression, his brother's eyelashes lowered, his small pink tongue reminiscent of a kitten's. When Sildo finished licking the cream and looked up at him, Theodore reciprocated by taking Sildo's wrist and leaning down to lick the remaining cream off his brother's fingers. It was indeed sweet, yet even sweeter was the act itself, sharing, cleansing, all intertwined. Now we are both clean, Theodore said, though his fingers remained clasped around Sildo's wrist. Sildo nodded, then naturally leaned closer, their foreheads touching. This gesture was one they often shared, especially in moments of quietude, as if exchanging unspoken secrets. Brother, Sildo murmured softly. Afternoons are the best, better than mornings, better than evenings. Why? Because afternoons have shadow games, cake, eye rests, and you, Sildo enumerated, as if listing precious treasures. Theodore's heart swelled with that familiar warmth once more. I also cherish afternoons, he said, adding, because of you. They remained forehead to forehead for a while until Dodo returned with a damp cloth. The house elf, noticing their already clean hands, blinked but asked nothing. Having spent ample time with the Nate twins, she had learned not to be surprised. After all, children have peculiar and adorable behaviors. Once their hands were washed, Sildo proposed a new game. Let us seek out more shadows. Where shall we find them? Theodore inquired. Wherever there is light, there are shadows, Sildo replied, as if stating the most obvious truth in the world. The corridor, the stairs, the hall. Thus, their afternoon adventure commenced. Hand in hand, they exited the children's room, traversing the lengthy corridor in search of the ideal interplay of light and shadow. Theodore observed that Sildo's fascination with shadows transcended mere play. He was observing, studying, much like a little scientist recording data about the shapes, lengths, and clarity of shadows. At the corner of the west staircase stood a stained glass window, through which the afternoon sun streamed, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on the floor. Sildo released Theodore's hand and sprinted into the patch of light, lifting his arms. The colorful shadows enveloped him and danced around, red, blue, and green, as if draping him in an invisible cloak of rainbows. Look, Sildo exclaimed, twirling, the shadows have color. Theodore stepped into the light as well, and now they were both adorned in vibrant shadows, resembling two little specters clad in whimsical attire. Theodore extended his hand, watching the blue and red patches intertwine on his palm. It feels like magic, he whispered. It is magic, Sildo corrected him with earnestness, light magic. The oldest magic of all. They frolicked in this colorful illumination for quite some time, experimenting with various poses to observe how their shadows transformed. Sildo discovered that if he stood close to the window, the shadows were small and vivid. If he stepped back, they became large and blurred. Theodore noted that the colors of the shadows gradually shifted as the sun moved, blue turning to purple, red to orange. When the colorful shadows finally faded from the floor, as the sun had shifted, Sildo appeared somewhat disheartened. The shadow has returned home, he remarked, gazing at the floor now illuminated only by the ordinary sunlight. He will come to play tomorrow, Theodore reassured him, just as he does every afternoon. Yet, tomorrow's shadow will not be today's shadow, Silvio proclaimed, displaying an astonishing philosophical insight for a 5-year-old. Today's shadow belongs to today, while tomorrow's shadow will be a companion of its own. Theodore pondered this notion. He did not quite grasp the distinction between today's shadow and tomorrow's. After all, a shadow is simply a shadow. Nevertheless, he understood Silvio's sentiments. He clasped his brother's hand and declared, "Then let us cherish today's shadow." Akin to remembering the taste of cake. Silvio regarded him, then nodded, indicating that they should remember it right here. He pointed to his heart, rather than his head. The heart remembers longer than the mind, Silvio stated, echoing their mother's words from long ago. Words that lingered even though they were too young to vividly recall her face. Then my heart shall remember today, Theodore affirmed, recalling the colorful shadows, the strawberry cake, and the moments to be cherished. He paused, overwhelmed by the multitude of memories to retain. The cream on their fingers, the interplay of light and shadow on the ceiling, the intertwined shadows of their hands, the warmth of their foreheads touching. Remember us, Silvio completed his thought, the us of this afternoon. The sun continued its westward descent, and the corridor dimmed gradually. Poppy appeared at the end of the corridor, calling them back to the nursery to prepare for dinner. As they made their way back, Silvio walked slowly, turning back every few steps, as if bidding farewell to today's shadow. Theodore patiently accompanied him, offering no urgings. At the nursery door, Silvio suddenly halted, turned, and enveloped Theodore in an embrace. Not a sudden one, but a slow and natural resting of his head on his brother's shoulder, arms encircling Theodore's waist. Theodore was taken aback for a moment, then reciprocated the embrace. They rarely embraced like this. Their affection was usually expressed through hand-holding, resting their heads together, or touching foreheads. Yet, today's embrace felt right, as if it punctuated the perfection of this afternoon. Will we play with shadows tomorrow? Silvio's voice was muffled against Theodore's shoulder. Indeed. Theodore replied, gently patting his brother's back. We shall play every afternoon. With you, brother? Forever with Silvio. When they parted, a smile graced Silvio's face, as if he had just uncovered a secret of the universe. During dinner, their father inquired about their afternoon activities. Theodore replied that they had played shadow games and savored cake. Silvio added that they had also discovered the magic of light. Mr. Not raised an eyebrow but refrained from further questioning, accustomed as he was to his younger son's peculiar expressions. That night, as Theodore lay in bed preparing to sleep, he glanced at Silvio in the adjacent bed. His brother had already succumbed to slumber, yet one hand emerged from beneath the covers, fingers slightly splayed, as if still yearning to grasp something in dreams, perhaps today's shadow, or merely seeking his brother's hand. Theodore extended his own hand, allowing his fingers to gently intertwine with Silvio's. Even in sleep, Silvio's fingers instinctively responded, softly tightening their grip. In the dark, devoid of shadows or vibrant light, only the hands of two 5-year-old boys remained connected, an extension of the day, an unvoiced promise. Tomorrow, the day after, every afternoon, we shall be together, seeking shadows, sharing cake, and cherishing one another. Outside, the moon ascended, casting its silvery glow over Knot Manor. Tomorrow would bring new light, new shadows, and new cake. Yet, some things would remain unchanged. The habit of hand-holding, the intimacy of foreheads touching, one calling brother while the other replies, I am here. This was their world, simple, complete, slowly revolving around one another, like the eternal dance of light and shadow. Epilogue. A rainy day's game. The sound of rain at Knot Manor is a peculiar melody. It is not the gentle patter of droplets, but rather the heavy drumming of a downpour against the ancient slate roof, mingling with the rush of rainwater cascading down the copper gutters, and the wind's wail as it sweeps through countless windows. 4-5-year-old Theodore and Silvio. This was not a signal of inclement weather, but an invitation to adventure. Silvio awakened at the onset of the rain, not startled, but as if some small creature could sense the change in weather, opening his eyes moments before the first raindrop fell. He lay still beneath the covers, listening as the rain transitioned from sparse to dense, akin to invisible fingers transforming from gentle taps to vigorous thwacks upon the rooftop. Theodore, in the adjacent bed, also awoke, feigning sleep, eyes closed, breathing deliberately steady. He was curious to see what Silvio would do. Silvio always exhibited a different demeanor on rainy days. Sometimes he would be as quiet as to merge with the sound of rain, while at other times he would exhibit an odd excitement, yearning to dash into the downpour. Today seemed to be one of those spirited days for Silvio. He quietly slid out of bed, his bare feet touching the carpet, and tiptoed to the window. He pulled back a corner of the curtain, pressing his small face against the cold glass, his nose flattening into a tiny round shape. Brother, he whispered. Even though Theodore pretended to be asleep, it's raining. Theodore relinquished his ruse, opening his eyes. I heard. It's a big, big rain, Silvio continued, not turning around. It's like the sky is crying, but in a happy way. Theodore joined him at the window. Outside, the manor's garden lay shrouded in a gray curtain of rain, the distant trees swaying in the wind as if engaged in a dance. Rain coursed down the glass, forming ever-changing rivulets. Look, Silvio said, tracing a finger along the glass. Following a stream of water. The water is racing to see who reaches the bottom first. Theodore observed intently. Indeed, raindrops coalesced on the glass, forming slender streams that raced downward, some merging into larger flows mid-journey, while others were diverted by the wind. That one will win, Theodore declared, pointing to the thickest stream in the center. Silvio shook his head. No, the little one will win. The big one is slow, like a fat person running. They watched for a moment until the stream Theodore had indicated indeed reached the bottom of the window frame first. Silvio pouted in disappointment. It cheated. It gobbled up other little raindrops to get bigger. Raindrops don't have mouths. How could they eat? Theodore inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. By hugging, Silvio replied earnestly. Little raindrops hug each other and become big raindrops. Just like when we hug, we become bigger. Theodore contemplated this metaphor. When he and Silvio embraced, he did indeed feel larger. The rain continued unabated, showing no signs of cessation. Typically, in such weather, they would remain in the nursery, reading or playing quietly. Yet today, Silvio seemed to have other plans. Let us go find Dodo, he said, departing from the window, inquiring if they could visit that place. Theodore knew precisely where that was, the small attic at the end of the east wing, once used for storing old furniture but now mostly empty. Save for a few boxes and an old sofa. They had visited it once on a rainy day last year. When Dodo had taken them there due to a slight smoke leak from the nursery's chimney that required ventilation. Silvio had immediately fallen in love with the attic. For the slanted roof bore a round window through which the sound of rain was particularly enchanting. Hand in hand, they exited the nursery, traversing the corridor towards the kitchen area. Dodo was preparing breakfast, and upon hearing their request, her large eyes blinked in surprise. My little masters wish to go to the attic? But it's cold and dirty there. In the warmth of the room, Sildur remarked, it isn't cold. We have blankets. And we possess the gift of turning a blind eye to the untidy corners. This reasoning elicited a chuckle from Bobby, who then turned to Theodore, the young master. What do you think, Theodore? In truth, Theodore yearned to remain in the cozy confines of their children's room. Yet upon witnessing the eager anticipation in Sildur's eyes, akin to a small creature seeking shelter from the rain, he relented. We can go for a little while, he said, clutching a book and a blanket. Bobby ultimately acquiesced, albeit with the stipulation that they must dress warmly and return within an hour for breakfast. She bestowed upon them a thick woolen blanket, a pot of hot cocoa, and a small basket of cookies. Rainy days call for something sweet, Bobby explained, fastening Sildur's coat buttons, ensuring he felt snug and secure. The path to the attic was somewhat convoluted, first ascending the grand staircase to the second floor, then traversing an infrequently used corridor to locate a small door disguised as part of the wall. Sildur remembered its location, as he claimed the door was breathing, slowly, almost imperceptibly. They then climbed a narrow spiral staircase. Theodore held the blanket and basket, while Sildur carefully carried the pot of cocoa, both ascending cautiously. The staircase was so narrow that they could only proceed one after the other, yet Sildur would glance back every few steps to ensure his brother was still behind him. I'm right here, Theodore would reassure him, though Sildur never asked. Upon finally reaching the attic, Theodore was slightly breathless, while Sildur seemed unperturbed, his eyes sparkling as he surveyed the dusty old space. The attic appeared even emptier than they remembered. The boxes they had seen during their last visit were gone, leaving only an old sofa and a few empty shelves. Yet the round window remained, with raindrops rhythmically tapping against the glass, sounding like a gentle knock. Listen, Sildur urged his brother, as he set down the cocoa pot and rushed to the window. The rain is speaking. Theodore spread out the blanket and attempted to brush the dust off the sofa, with limited success. What is it saying? Sildur pressed his ear against the glass, listening intently for a moment. It's saying, let me in, I have secrets to share with you. What secrets? Theodore inquired, well aware this was merely a game. I cannot say, Sildur replied mysteriously, for the secrets of the rain are reserved for its friends. I am a friend of the rain because I am unafraid of it. Theodore joined him, pressing his ear against the glass as well. The sound of the rain did indeed resemble a language, varying in pitch and tempo, both rhythmic and chaotic. I hear it saying, Theodore tried to join the game, that there are flowers below that need watering, grass that requires a bath, and birds in their nests waiting for the rain to cease. Sildur turned to him, eyes alight with excitement. You understand the rain too, brother? Only a little, Theodore replied, humble yet pleased. As an aside, on this rainy day, they nestled on the sofa, wrapped in the same blanket, resembling two small creatures huddled in a nest. Theodore poured 2 cups of hot cocoa, the steam rising in the chilly attic, forming delicate white clouds. Look, brother, Sildur exclaimed, pointing at the steam, the cocoa's spirit has come out to play. Theodore chuckled, blowing gently on his cup, watching more cocoa spirits take flight. Are they cold? Should they return to the cup? They're off on an adventure, Sildur declared, blowing on his cup as well. And they'll come back when they're tired. As they sipped their cocoa, gazing out at the rain, the attic's height provided a view of most of the garden, the distant trees, and the outlines of the hills beyond. Everything was shrouded in a gray veil of rain, softening the colors and blurring the edges. The rain makes the world softer, Sildur mused, resting his head on Theodore's shoulder. Like a watercolor painting diffusing in water. Theodore nodded in agreement. Indeed, The normally distinct shadows of trees, the edges of flower beds, and the outlines of paths became indistinct, gentle, and uncertain in the rain. "Do you prefer a hard world or a soft one?" Theodore queried. Sildar pondered for a moment. "Soft. Hard things can hurt, but soft things do not." Theodore recalled how Sildar sometimes bumped into the edges of furniture, leaving bruises on his knees or elbows. He himself had similar experiences. Yet Sildar seemed more sensitive to pain, not physically, but perceptually. Once, after colliding with a table corner, Sildar remarked that the table was angry because he hadn't seen it. "Today, there are no hard things that will hurt you," Theodore reassured him, wrapping an arm around his brother's shoulders. "Only soft blankets, soft cocoa, and the gentle sound of rain." Sildar hummed contentedly, snuggling closer to his brother. His hand slipped out from under the blanket, not to reach for a cookie, but to touch the hand that Theodore held the cup with. "Your hand is warmer than mine," he said, his fingers gliding gently over Theodore's hand like a little sun. "Because you always forget to wear gloves," Theodore replied, though his tone held no reproach. "Your hands are like little ice cubes." "Then let me warm them with your little sun," Sildar suggested, placing both of his hands atop Theodore's. They sat like that for a while, hand in hand, watching the rain, sipping cocoa, and occasionally nibbling on a cookie. Though the attic was cold, the blanket and their shared warmth kept them cozy. The sound of the rain served as the perfect backdrop, neither too loud nor too soft. Just enough to drown out other noises and create a private space that belonged solely to them. "This is our secret base," Sildar proclaimed, his voice brimming with satisfaction. "A place only we know." "Dodo knows too," Theodore reminded. "Dodo doesn't count," Sildar insisted. "Dodo is the guardian of the base, like a sprite from a storybook, safeguarding the secret entrance." Theodore found this notion delightful. In the few children's stories he had read, secret bases always held great significance, a place where heroes plotted adventures, friends shared secrets, and where they could evade villains. "Are we the kings of the base then?" he inquired. Sildar shook his head. "Kings have to look after many people, which is troublesome. We are friends of the rain, guests of the attic, users of the blanket, owners of the blanket," Theodore suggested. "Friends of the blanket," Sildar corrected. "The blanket keeps us warm, we are its friends." The reasoning was somewhat peculiar, yet Theodore accepted it. With Sildar, the world always operated according to his brother's strange, yet wondrous rules. The rain intensified, and the wind began to howl, causing the attic windows to tremble slightly. Sildar nervously grasped Theodore's sleeve. "Is the house shivering because it's cold?" "Not cold," Theodore reassured him. "The wind is merely playing with the house. The wind says, 'Let me in,' and the house replies, 'No, my little friends are inside.' The wind then nudges the window, saying, 'Let me have a look at them.'" Sildar relaxed, even chuckling. "The wind is a mischievous child, even naughtier than us." "The naughtiest of children," Theodore concurred. They began to weave a tale, not reading from a storybook, but creating one of their own. Theodore began. "Once upon a time, there were two friends of the rain who lived in a high attic." Sildar continued. "They had a magical blanket that could fly and a talking pot of hot cocoa." "What could the cocoa say?" Theodore asked. Sildar gazed at his cup. "My hot cocoa says, 'Drink me, drink me. I will make flowers bloom in your heart.'" "But flowers cannot bloom in the heart," Theodore pointed out scientifically. "Flowers need soil, sunlight, and water." "There is sunlight in the heart, brother, water, rain, and soil, cookie crumbs," Sildar countered, his logic impeccable. "Thus, they can bloom, small, invisible flowers." Theodore was persuaded. He took a sip of cocoa, envisioning a delicate flower blossoming in his heart, a warmth and joy unfurling akin to petals in bloom. The tale unfolds. The friends of rain encountered a lost bird, which was, in truth, a crow outside the window, and assisted it in finding its way home. They befriended the gentle breeze, promising to play together on sunny days. They even made a pact with the raindrops, requesting that they bring news of a rainbow upon their next visit. The narrative grew increasingly fantastical, yet the two narrators remained wholly engrossed. Theodore discovered a remarkable talent for weaving plots, while Sildar excelled at infusing magical details, singing spider webs, dust with memories, and shadows that changed hue. When weariness overtook them, they fell silent, continuing to observe the rain. Sildar began to yawn, despite it being only 9 in the morning. The rainy day always lulled him into drowsiness, as if the sound of the rain had cast a spell upon him. "Are you tired?" Theodore inquired. "My eyes are heavy, but my heart is awake," Sildar replied, though his eyelids were already beginning to droop. Theodore adjusted his posture, allowing Sildar to lean against him more comfortably. "Then let your eyes rest for a while your heart continues to watch the rain." Sildar nodded and closed his eyes. Moments later, his breathing became deep and even. Theodore remained still, one arm wrapped around his brother while the other cradled the now-cool cocoa cup. In the attic, only the sound of the rain and Sildar's rhythmic breathing could be heard. Theodore gazed at his brother's sleeping face, where his lashes cast tiny, fan-like shadows on his cheeks, lips slightly parted. One hand still grasping Theodore's shirt, as if fearing separation in slumber. An overwhelming surge of protectiveness washed over Theodore, akin to immense wings wishing to envelop this small, trusting being. He understood he was merely 5 years old, older than Sildo by just a few minutes, yet those minutes felt like years. Instilling within him a sense of responsibility to safeguard his brother, ensuring Sildo would forever feel secure, eternally warm, and always believe that rain was a friend rather than a foe. As the downpour began to subside, the rhythmic drumming softened to a gentle patter. A faint ray of sunlight endeavored to pierce the clouds, casting delicate patches of light upon the attic floor. Sildo stirred in his dreams, as if sensing the shift in luminosity. Theodore softly hummed a tune, not one that was widely known, but a simple series of notes, rising and falling like the melody of the rain. Sildo smiled in his sleep, his grip on the shirt loosening slightly. When Dodo quietly approached in search of them, this was the scene he beheld. 2 little boys wrapped in a blanket, one asleep, the other awake yet tranquil, resembling a tender painting. The domesticated house elf refrained from waking them immediately, instead standing at the staircase's edge, watching for several moments. His large eyes filled with warmth. What precious little masters they were. Eventually, it was Sildo who awakened on his own. He opened his eyes, blinking a few times, and looked at Theodore. "Are you not asleep?" "My heart is awake," Theodore replied, though he too began to yawn. "The rain has stopped," Sildo remarked, noticing the brightening light outside. "The rain friends have gone home." "Did they leave a rainbow?" Theodore asked, recalling their story. Sildo climbed to the window, pressing his nose against the glass, searching for the rainbow. Indeed, in the eastern sky, a faint rainbow was forming, its colors soft, like a gentle brush of watercolor. "There it is. A little rainbow, like a farewell gift from the rain." They watched the rainbow together until it slowly faded away. Then they gathered their belongings and followed Dodo downstairs for a belated breakfast. As they descended the stairs, Sildo's hand naturally found Theodore's. "Will it rain again tomorrow?" he asked, not addressing Dodo, but Theodore, as if his brother held the secret of the weather. "I don't know," Theodore replied honestly, "but if it rains, we shall return to our secret base." "With the same blanket," Sildo suggested. "The blanket will remember today's story." "And with the same cocoa," Theodore added. "And with the same us," Sildo affirmed, gripping his brother's hand tightly. Upon returning to the children's room, the sun had fully emerged, and the post-rain world sparkled, each leaf adorned with droplets resembling tiny diamonds. However, Sildo was not captivated by the scenery outside as he usually was. Instead, he looked at Theodore. "Brother," he said, his expression serious. "Yes? Thank you for being my rain friend." Theodore's heart swelled with that familiar warmth, akin to sipping hot cocoa, yet sweeter and more enduring. "You are my rain friend too, now and forever." That evening, when their father inquired about their day's activities, Theodore replied, "We watched the rain in the attic and drank cocoa." Sildo added, "And we spoke with the rain, listening to its secrets." Mr. Nate's expression grew pensive, though he did not probe further. He simply remarked that rainy days were suited for quiet games, suitable for secret bases, for shared blankets, for the invisible little flowers blooming in their hearts. Theodore thought silently, yet chose not to voice. Some secrets belonged solely to the friends of rain, to the guests of the attic, and to the shared world of 2 5-year-old boys. Outside, the stars emerged, shining particularly bright in the clear night sky after the rain. Tomorrow might bring sunshine or more rain, but it mattered not. They possessed a secret weapon to face any weather, each other, a thick blanket, and the knowledge that no matter how heavy the rain, there would always be a place where they could safely be together, listening to the rain's whispers and awaiting the arrival of the rainbow. Epilogue: The Pillow Game. Laundry day at Nate Manor bore a unique scent, not unpleasant, but the clean, sun-drenched aroma of linen mingled with the fragrance of soap. For 5-year-old Theodore and Sildo, the significance of laundry day lay not in the scent, but in the towering piles of clean sheets and pillows awaiting classification in the hallway. "Look, brother," Sildo whispered, pointing at the fluffy white mound at the end of the corridor, as if clouds had descended. Theodore peered over Sildo's shoulder. Indeed, the freshly laundered pillows were stacked nearly as high as Sildo, appearing exceptionally white and fluffy in the afternoon sunlight. Dodo and the other house elves were occupied elsewhere, organizing the cleaned garments, leaving no one to notice the pile of pillows for the moment. "We can't touch them," Theodore said, though a hint of hesitation lingered in his tone. "Dodo said they are clean and need to be put back," he added. "Just a little touch won't make them dirty." Sildo insisted, taking a step forward, and they seemed lonely, piled together, yet each separate. Theodore struggled to comprehend how pillows could feel lonely, but he understood Sildo's sentiment. The pile of pillows indeed appeared to be waiting for something, or inviting something. "Just one touch," Theodore proposed, following his brother toward the mound. intending to merely poke it before retreating. However, when Sildo's small hand pressed down on the top pillow, something shifted. The pillow was so fluffy that a gentle push caused it to indent, emitting a satisfying puff sound. Sildo's eyes widened in astonishment, and he pressed down again. With more force this time. They can talk, he exclaimed in a hushed voice. Listen. Puff, puff, as if urging them to play. Theodore also reached out to press the adjacent pillow. Indeed, the delightful sensation of sinking and the soft puff sound offered a peculiar satisfaction. He pressed again, then realized that if several pillows were stacked together, could they? Shall we build something? He suggested, inspiration suddenly dawning upon him, envisioning a pillow fort. Sildo immediately grasped the idea, his eyes shining as if he had discovered treasure. A pillow castle. Thus, the plan commenced, devoid of discussion or debate, merely a harmonious action. Theodore was tasked with the structural integrity. He discerned which cushions were firmer and suitable for the foundation and which were softer, ideal for the pinnacle. Sildo was entrusted with the aesthetic. He believed the cushions should be arranged in a dialogue of firmness, with the hard ones on the outside safeguarding the softer ones within. The initial challenge was the foundation. Theodore selected 4 of the thickest cushions, arranging them in a square. This is stable, he explained, pressing each cushion down firmly with his small hands. Sildo nodded, then ascended the foundation to test its stability. The cushions sank slightly, yet held firm. It's like sitting on a cloud, he remarked, gleefully bouncing atop it. Next came the walls. They utilized 8 medium-sized cushions, positioned upright around the foundation, leaning against one another and forming a supportive barrier. This required coordination. Theodore steadied a cushion while Sildo pushed another from the opposite side to prop it up. Or Sildo embraced a large cushion while Theodore adjusted its angle to ensure they embraced one another. They like to hug, Sildo said, observing the 2 cushions leaning snugly together. Just like when we sleep. Theodore chuckled and continued his labor. Before long, a rudimentary yet sturdy cushion structure had taken shape, a foundation for walls, and even an opening serving as a door, not a true door, but a gap between 2 cushions just wide enough for them to crawl through. Do we need a roof? Theodore inquired, gazing at the open sky above. Sildo pondered, acknowledging that a roof would bring darkness, yet if there were none, rain would intrude. But it won't rain inside, Theodore pointed out. Yet, imagining the rain coming in, Sildo mused, we need a translucent roof, like glass, but made of cushions. They attempted to span lighter cushions across the walls, but failed thrice, as the cushions were too soft and slid away. Eventually, Theodore devised a solution, placing 2 cushions diagonally, their tips touching, forming an unstable triangular roof that at least symbolically covered part of the space. All right, Theodore stepped back to admire their creation, the cushion castle. However, Sildo shook his head. Insufficient. The castle required magic. He dashed away, leading Theodore to believe he had abandoned their game. But a minute later, Sildo returned, clutching items he had retrieved from the children's room. A deep green blanket, the moat, several thick books, reinforcing stones for the walls, and most importantly, his treasured collection of feathers. Sildo carefully opened the small wooden box, revealing an assortment of feathers, raven-black plumes found in the garden, iridescent blue-green peacock feathers, and even a tiny silver down feather. These are the flags of the castle, he declared solemnly, inserting the feathers into the crevices of the cushions. To tell others this is a magical castle, guarded by feathers. Theodore was captivated by the notion. He too dashed off to fetch his collection. A few smooth pebbles, castle gems, a shell adorned with spiral patterns, a magical talisman, and his beloved little tin soldier. Not for play, but standing as a guard at the entrance of the castle. Now, the cushion castle transcended mere fabric. It embodied a genuine realm of imagination. Sildo crawled inside, surveying the surroundings. It had become a home. Theodore joined him. The space was snug, just enough for them to sit side by side, knees touching, their heads nearly brushing against the precarious cushion roof. Yet it felt perfect, private, secure, a sanctuary belonging solely to them. Our secret castle, Theodore exclaimed, leaning against a soft cushion wall. Just for us and the feathered guards, Sildo concurred, gently tapping the raven feather nestled beside him. They lingered in the castle for a while, quietly relishing their newfound space. Sunlight streamed through the corridor window, filtering through the gaps in the cushion roof, casting dappled shadows within the castle. Tiny dust particles floated in the air, dancing in the beams of light like miniature magical sprites. Look, Sildo pointed at the dust. The residents of the castle, they are having a ball. Theodore observed. Indeed, those swirling specks of dust appeared to be dancing to some unspoken melody. They were celebrating the completion of the castle. We should give them a gift, Sildo proposed, rummaging through his pocket. He produced a small piece of leftover candy from breakfast, slightly melted and wrapped in paper, and offered it to the dust sprites. Carefully, he unwrapped the paper, pinching a bit of sugary residue and scattering it in the sunlight. The sugar joined the dance, glimmering with tiny sparkles, brighter than the dust itself. Now they have a treat, Sildo said, contentedly leaning back against the cushions. The castle game evolved further. Theodore declared the need for a secret passageway to the treasure chamber. In truth, it was merely pushing 2 cushions apart slightly to create a narrow gap leading to the rear of the castle. There, they concealed the castle's treasures, Theodore's smooth pebbles, Sildo's feather box, and a small bag of cookies they shared, pilfered from the afternoon snack. If anyone attacks the castle, Theodore asserted solemnly, mimicking the knight's tales he had read, we shall escape through the secret passage with the treasure. Who would attack? Sildo queried, less than fond of the idea of an assault. Well, perhaps an imagined dragon? Or a storm giant? A dragon is fine, as long as it's a friendly one, Sildo replied, only wanting a visiting dragon to see the castle. Thus, the narrative shifted. It was no longer about defending against an attack, but rather welcoming guests. The cushioned castle transformed into a home for all things soft. Besides them, it housed imaginary plush animal friends, amicable dust sprites, and even a fantastical dragon merely seeking a place to lay its eggs. Where should the dragon egg be placed? Theodore inquired, embracing the spirit of the game. In the softest spot, Sildo suggested, patting the blanket beneath them. Here, in a nest made of feathers. They arranged the feathers into a rough nest shape. Sildo even contributed his most cherished silver down feather for the little dragon's crown, ensuring it would be regal at birth. Epilogue, the cushion game too. As the game reached its zenith, an unforeseen incident unfolded. Sildo endeavored to adjust a cushion on the wall, pulling too forcefully. The cushion slipped from the pile and collided with the one supporting the roof. A chain reaction ensued. One cushion toppled, knocking over another, which in turn toppled yet another. Careful, Theodore shouted, but it was too late. The cushion castle began to collapse, not with a thunderous crash, but gently and slowly. Cushions slid down one by one, falling and rolling away, feathers drifting from the gaps, twirling in the air. The blanket slipped down, and the books toppled askew. The entire process was almost silent, save for the soft thuds of cushions hitting the ground and the rustling of falling feathers. As the dust and feathers settled, the castle was no more, leaving only a disordered heap of cushions and 2 bewildered boys sitting amidst the wreckage. Sildo was the first to react. He surveyed the chaos around him. Then, to Theodore's surprise, he burst into laughter, not a hearty laugh, but that delightful, surprised giggle. The castle has turned into a cloud. He reached out to catch a slowly drifting peacock feather. Look, it's raining feathers. Initially apprehensive that his brother might cry, Theodore found himself infected by Sildo's joy. He too began to laugh, watching the rolling cushions, the scattering feathers, and the strange beauty in the delightful mess. Cushion avalanche, Theodore suggested, picking up a pillow and gently tossing it into the air. The pillow descended slowly, almost as if it were floating. This became their new game. They sat amidst the ruins of pillows, tossing them lightly and observing their slow-motion descent. They collected the drifting feathers, marveling at which one lingered the longest. They even reclined upon the scattered pillows, as if lying in a heap of clouds. Better than a castle, Silas declared, sprawling with arms outstretched atop a mound of pillows. A castle has walls. Here, there are no walls, only infinity. Theodore lay down beside his brother. Indeed, it felt far more liberating, devoid of any barriers. Allowing them to roll about freely, gaze at the patterns of sunlight dancing on the ceiling, and reach out to touch 5 or 6 pillows of varying softness and firmness. We built a castle, and then the castle transformed into a playground. Theodore summarized their day's adventure. Like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. Silas always had a knack for poetic metaphors. Hard things softened, small things grew larger, castles morphed into embraces. He rolled over, tumbling towards Theodore until their shoulders touched. Then he began to gather the pillows around them, not to reconstruct the castle, but to fashion something new, a pillow nest. He carefully piled the pillows around them, creating a loose encirclement without enclosing them. Now we are pillow birds, nestled in our nest, Silas declared, surveying their new arrangement with satisfaction. Theodore assisted in adjusting the nest to enhance its comfort. They utilized 8 pillows, 2 beneath their heads as actual pillows, 2 at their sides, 2 at their feet, and 2 loosely draped over them, not as blankets, but merely as symbolic coverings. What do pillow birds eat? Theodore inquired, fully embracing the role. Feather candy and cloud cookies. Silas replied, retrieving the last remnants of candy from his pocket, but today there was only sugar. They shared the sweet morsels, their tiny tongues licking the minuscule sugary grains off their palms. Then they fell into a serene silence, lying in the pillow nest, gazing at the ceiling, listening to the distant sounds of the house elves, feeling each other's warmth seep through the thin fabric of their clothes. Brother, Silas eventually murmured, his voice slightly slurred with sleep. Will we build a castle again on Laundry Day? If you wish. I want to. But next time, let us build a flying castle, tying the pillows together with ropes like balloons. Theodore envisioned the scene of a floating pillow castle, carrying them through the corridors, soaring down the stairs, and flying to the rooftop windows to see the birds outside. Then the birds will think we are peculiar cloudbirds and invite us to join their flock, Silas said, his eyes nearly closing in slumber. When Dodo finally found them, the sun had dipped low, casting a golden twilight over the corridor. The house elf, upon seeing the chaotic mound of pillows, first widened her eyes in astonishment, then noticed the two children peacefully asleep in the pillow nest. Silas's head rested against Theodore's shoulder, Theodore's arm loosely encircling his brother, both covered gently by feathers, as if tenderly buried beneath a miniature snowstorm. Dodo did not immediately rouse them, nor did she angrily tidy up. She merely stood there, watching for a long while, her large eyes brimming with tenderness. Then she quietly walked away, returning with two thin blankets to drape over the children, careful not to disturb their slumber. The pillows could be dealt with later. The castle could be rebuilt tomorrow. But such moments, the trustful sleeping posture, the shared dreams, the fleeting magic created on laundry day, were to be preserved and cherished. The last rays of the setting sun moved across the corridor, illuminating the final drifting feathers that twirled in the light. And within the pillow nest, beneath the blanket of feathers, Theodore gently tightened his embrace in his sleep, while Silas responded with a soft murmur, like two fledglings adjusting their positions in the nest, seeking the perfect fit between them. Their breaths synchronized, sharing a daydream known only to them, about the flying castle, friendly dragons, and the never-ending afternoons woven from pillows and feathers. Epilogue: The morning farewell. Before dawn at Nate Manor, a peculiar silence enveloped the air, not a complete stillness, but a clarity that rendered even the faintest sounds discernible. The distant final hoot of an owl, the sigh of the wind as it passed through ancient stone crevices, and even the slight creaking of the house's timber, reminiscent of a giant stirring in slumber. 5-year-old Theodore woke at this moment, not from natural repose, but roused by a gentle hand nudging his shoulder. He blinked groggily, discerning his father's silhouette in the dim light, dressed in a formal travel cloak, holding a lantern that emitted a soft golden glow. Theodore's father spoke in a low voice, almost a whisper, "Put on your clothes. We must depart." Theodore sat up, rubbing his eyes, his first instinct to glance at the adjacent bed. Silas still lay asleep, his golden hair splayed across the pillow, his face half buried within it. A small hand extending from beneath the covers, fingers slightly curled, as if grasping something unseen in his dreams. "Is Silas not coming?" Theodore asked, his voice thick with sleep. "No, just you and me," his father replied, placing a neatly folded set of clothes beside Theodore's bed. "There are matters to attend to in Diagon Alley. It would be inconvenient to bring both children, and Silas needs his rest." Theodore slowly swung his legs over the edge of the bed, beginning to dress in formal attire, a deep green robe, complete with a little cloak. The garments were somewhat intricate, with numerous buttons and lengthy ties. But his father showed no inclination to assist, simply holding the lantern and waiting. As he dressed, Theodore's gaze repeatedly drifted towards Silas. His brother was deeply ensconced in slumber, his breathing long and even, utterly unaware of Theodore's impending departure. A strange conflict stirred within Theodore. He longed to awaken Silas, to inform him of where he was going and when he would return. Yet their father had instructed him not to disturb his brother, knowing that Silas would be upset if awakened and would require a considerable amount of time to settle again. "Dodo will take care of him." His father seemed to perceive Theodore's hesitation. "We'll be back by afternoon." Theodore nodded, fastening the last button. He approached Silas's bedside, pausing for a long moment. In the soft glow of the lantern, Silas appeared exceptionally tranquil, his lashes casting tiny fan-shaped shadows upon his cheeks, his lips slightly parted, occasionally making soft smacking sounds in his dreams, as if savoring some delightful treat. Theodore made a decision. He gently bent down, his lips nearly brushing Silas's ear, and spoke in the softest of tones. "Silas, brother is going out with father for a bit. We'll be back this afternoon. You keep sleeping, all right?" He was uncertain if Silas could hear him in his dreams, yet their mother had once said that those in slumber could perceive important words. Moreover, Theodore felt Silas was special. Even in sleep, his brother could sense the happenings around him. Silas stirred slightly in his dream, his brow furrowing, but did not awaken. His hand extended further from the covers, fingers opening and closing as if searching for something. Theodore longed to grasp that hand, but their father coughed gently at the door, reminding them of the time. He cast one last glance at his brother before turning to follow his father. They exited the children's room, quietly closing the door behind them. The corridor was dimmer, illuminated only by the small circle of light from the lantern in his father's hand. Theodore followed his father, walking lightly, as if afraid to awaken the entire manor from its slumber. "Where are we going?" Theodore inquired as they descended the stairs. In Diagon Alley, their father responded succinctly. You require a genuine wand, not one for practice. There are also several other items needed. You are now 5 years old. It is time to commence your formal preparations. The notion of a wand weighed heavily upon Theodore. He understood its significance. No longer a mere toy or a simplified version for children, but a true wand. One that resonated with him, akin to those wielded by his father and the wizards in books. He ought to feel exhilarated, yet at that moment, his heart felt burdened, as if a small stone pressed down upon it. That stone bore the name of Sildur, who was no longer present. They traversed the manor's flue network to London and subsequently entered Diagon Alley through the leaky cauldron. The early morning streets of Diagon Alley were nearly desolate, with shops yet to open. Only a few early rising wizards hurried past, their cloaks billowing through the morning mist. The windows lining the streets remained dim. Yet some shop displays showcased magical items that glimmered faintly, revolving or levitating on their own. Theodore clung tightly to his father's cloak, his small hand grasping its edge. Though it was not his inaugural visit to Diagon Alley, he had always been accompanied by Sildur, their hands intertwined, with Sildur describing everything they encountered in his peculiar manner. That cauldron is yawning. That book is asleep, yet its eyelids flutter. That cloak longs to take flight, but is tethered by a rope. Now he stood alone, and those magical items appeared merely as they were, devoid of the animated interpretations Sildur had once bestowed upon them. Their first stop was Ollivander's wand shop. Although the shop had not officially opened, his father had made an advance appointment. Mr. Ollivander himself greeted them at the door, appearing quite elderly, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light in the dimness, reminiscent of a pond illuminated by moonlight. Ah, Mr. Knott, and young Mr. Knott, Ollivander said, his voice as soft as dust. Come in. Come in. We have long awaited this significant moment. Inside the wand shop, the expanse was far greater than it appeared from the outside, with thousands of slender boxes stacked from floor to ceiling. The air was permeated with the mingled scent of wood, dust, and some ancient magic. Theodore's eyes widened as he absorbed the spectacle, momentarily forgetting the weight upon his heart. Now, Ollivander turned to Theodore, bending down to meet his gaze. Let us discover which wand shall choose you. Extend your dominant hand, child. Theodore reached forth with his right hand. Ollivander unfurled a glowing measuring tape that began to flutter and record measurements in the air. Ah, he murmured. The dimensions bear some resemblance to your father's, though not entirely the same. Very well, let us commence the trials. For the next half hour, Theodore experimented with wand after wand. Some felt devoid of sensation, akin to ordinary sticks. Others sent tingling sensations through his fingers. One even caused several boxes on a nearby shelf to topple, prompting Ollivander to remark that it was too exuberant for him. With each failed attempt, the weight of the small stone within Theodore's heart intensified, not due to the wands rejecting him, but because Sildur was absent to witness it all. If only Sildur were here. What would he say? Perhaps he would suggest that one wand was shy, while another was overly proud. He would have infused the experience with his whimsical charm, transforming it into a game rather than a trial. Finally, after approximately 15 attempts, Ollivander retrieved an especially antiquated box, its silver lettering faded. Elder, Phoenix Feather. 14.5 inches, he murmured, almost to himself, sturdy yet flexible. Let us give it a try. Theodore accepted the wand, and the moment he grasped it, he sensed an undeniable difference. The wand emanated warmth, not in the physical sense, but as a resonant energy radiating from within. With a gentle flick, silver and gold sparks erupted from the wand's tip, spiraling through the air before dissipating. His father nodded, appearing satisfied. Theodore gazed at the wand in his hand. It indeed felt like an extension of himself, as if it were a finger reaching out. Yet his foremost thought was whether Sildur would delight in witnessing these sparks. Would he describe them as tears of stars or seeds of light? They procured the wand and proceeded to other shops. In a bookstore, his father selected several advanced spellbooks. In a robe shop, they ordered a custom robe for the upcoming formal lessons. And in a shop selling magical supplies, they acquired new quills, self-inking ink, and spill-proof ink bottles. At each location, Theodore endeavored to embody the seriousness and politeness his father expected. Nonetheless, a part of him remained elsewhere. In the children's room of Knott Manor, alongside the sleeping boy with golden hair. During a brief respite at Fawcett's ice cream parlor, his father allowed him a small serving of chocolate flavor as an exception. At that moment, Theodore finally posed the question that had lingered in his mind. Father, when will Sildur have a wand? His father gazed out at the increasingly bustling street, replying, when he is ready. Sildur requires more time. But he is clever, Theodore interjected. Almost defensively, he sees things differently, and that is his intelligence. I know, his father said, his voice laced with a complexity of emotions that Theodore struggled to comprehend. Yet the magical world does not always extend kindness to those who are different. He requires greater protection, more preparation. And you, he turned to Theodore. Part of your responsibility is to safeguard him, utilizing the magic you will learn with your wand. Epilogue, the bitterness of farewell. Theodore gazed down at the elder wand in his hand, contemplating the duty of protecting Sildar. The thought rendered the wand feel heavier, yet imbued it with greater significance. Perhaps this was why it was elder, symbolizing loyalty and protection. I will, he whispered resolutely. His father nodded, offering no further comment. As they journeyed back, nearing noon, Diagon Alley had fully awakened, bustling and noisy. Theodore clutched his father's hand tightly as they navigated through the throngs of people. He purchased a small token for Sildar, not with his father's money, but with a bit of pocket change he had saved, acquiring a transparent glass orb from a small stall, within which tiny silver snowflakes danced when shaken, settling gently to the bottom when still. For Sildar? His father inquired as Theodore paid. Yes, Theodore replied. He loves things that move and yet are tranquil. His father offered no comment, yet the corners of his mouth seemed to twitch in the faintest of smiles. The return journey to Knot Manor felt longer than their outbound trip. The Flu Network travel left Theodore slightly dizzy, yet he persevered. Upon finally arriving in the manor's grand hall, Theodore was eager to dash back to the children's room, but his father restrained him. Wait, he said, looking down at Theodore. Sildar may be feeling emotional. You must be prepared. Theodore did not fully grasp the meaning of emotional, yet he nodded, breaking free from his father's grasp and sprinting toward the staircase. The door to the children's room was closed. Theodore gently pushed it open, and the first sight he beheld caused his heart to momentarily cease. The room was dim, the curtains drawn. Sildar was not on the bed. Instead, he sat on the floor, leaning against the bed, his knees drawn to his chest, his face buried in his arms. Moto crouched beside him, whispering something. Yet Sildar remained motionless. Sildar? Theodore called softly. Sildar abruptly lifted his head. His face was wet, his eyes swollen, not the swollen state of one who has cried heavily, but rather the subtle puffiness of someone who has cried silently for a prolonged period. Upon seeing Theodore, Sildar's expression shifted from disbelief to a complex amalgamation of emotions, relief, grievance, anger, and comfort, all intertwining. Brother, Theodore, his voice hoarse, could barely be heard. Anxiously, Theodore rushed forward, kneeling before Sildar. I'm back. I told you I would return. Do you remember? I spoke those words while you were asleep. Sildar gazed intently at him, then extended his small hand, not for an embrace, but to gently touch Theodore's face, as if to ascertain that this was real, not a figment of his imagination. His fingers were icy cold. You vanished, Sildar murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. I awoke, and you were gone. The bed was cold, the room empty, save for the shape of your absence. A pang of anguish tightened in Theodore's chest as he grasped Sildar's hand. Father and I went to Diagon Alley, and I procured a wand, he said, producing the you wand. Yet Sildar did not focus on the wand. His attention remained fixed on Theodore's eyes. You promised to return in the afternoon. But it is still morning. You have already come back. The matter concluded sooner than anticipated, Theodore explained, setting the wand aside. I wish to return early. I brought you a gift. He unveiled the glass snow globe, giving it a gentle shake. Silver snowflakes whirled within, creating a miniature tempest before gradually settling. Sildar observed the snow globe for an extended period, a solitary tear gliding down his cheek, though he did not weep aloud. He accepted the glass orb, cradling it against his chest, as if it were something fragile and precious. It resembles my heart. He finally spoke, his voice still subdued. When you are absent, it snows inside. Cold, silent, everything sinking to the bottom. Theodore was at a loss for words. He extended his arms, drawing Sildar into an embrace. Sildar did not resist. Yet he did not entirely relax either, his body slightly tense, as though still fearing this might be a dream, shattering with a mere touch. I am sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry, Theodore whispered, burying his face in Sildar's shoulder. I should have communicated more clearly, or insisted that you accompany me. Sildar's hair brushed against Theodore's cheek as he murmured, Father would not have approved, I know that. But upon waking without you, I thought you no longer wanted me. Never. I would never, Theodore exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his tone. I understand. They remained in that embrace for an extended while, until Sildar's body finally relaxed against his brother. Dodo quietly slipped from the room, gently closing the door behind. What does the wand feel like? Sildar asked after a prolonged silence, his voice much calmer now. Theodore released the embrace, but remained close beside Sildar, their shoulders touching. He picked up the wand. It is warm, like holding a cup of hot cocoa, but the warmth resides within the heart, not merely in the hands. Sildar reached out, yet did not touch the wand. His fingers hovered just above it. It is glowing, a faint silver light, like moonlight filtering through clouds. It adores you, Theodore remarked. You glow as well. This is no metaphor, merely an observation. Your light is green, sometimes tinged with blue. Today, it has a hint of gray. Sildur gazed at his hands, noticing the snowfall had obscured the light. He paused, then added, "But when brother returns, the snow will cease. The light will gradually return." They fell into silence once more, before Theodore declared, "Let me show you what the wand can do." He concentrated, recalling the language of light that Sildur had taught him, not spells, merely intent. The tip of the wand ignited with a gentle glow. Not the silver and gold sparks of Ollivander's shop, but a soft, milky luminescence, steady and warm. Sildur's eyes widened as he reached out to touch that light. The light had no substance, yet as Sildur's fingers brushed through it, he seemed to feel something. It was singing. He whispered a soft song, akin to a lullaby. Theodore did not hear the melody, yet he believed his brother's words, allowing the light to persist until Sildur's face finally regained a hint of color. And the familiar spark of curiosity returned to his eyes, a glimmer of wonder as he observed the world. "Next time," Sildur said, leaning back against Theodore's shoulder, "if you must leave, leave something behind, like this." He lifted the snow globe. "That way, I will know you will return, for a gift awaits me." "Very well," Theodore replied, "I shall leave something every time. And I will whisper to you while you sleep, even if you cannot hear me." "I heard you," Sildur stated, his voice almost a whisper. "I heard you today, yet upon waking, I forgot, for dreams consume memories, leaving only an empty sensation." Theodore understood. Much like the times he awoke remembering fragments of dreams, only for them to dissipate swiftly, leaving behind merely emotions. "Then I shall say it thrice," he promised. "Once for your left ear, once for your right, and once for your forehead. Thus, dreams will not devour it all." Sildur finally smiled, a small, delicate smile, yet undeniably genuine. For the remainder of that day, they remained inseparable, even for a single minute. Theodore regaled Sildur with tales of Diagon Alley, the self-writing quills, the color-changing inks, the flying brooms gently swaying in the shop windows. Sildur clutched the snow globe, shaking it gently whenever he heard particularly intriguing parts, watching the snowflakes dance as if orchestrating a soundtrack for the stories. In the afternoon, when their father came to check on them, he found the two children seated on the floor, heads leaning together, Theodore reading from a book aloud, while Sildur attentively gazed at the pages, one hand cradling the snow globe and the other gently grasping Theodore's garment. Mr. Nate stood at the doorway for a moment, then quietly departed, not wishing to disturb them. At dinner, Sildur had regained much of his normal demeanor, though occasionally he would reach out to touch Theodore, as if to confirm his presence. Each time, Theodore would respond, gently touching back or offering a smile. Before bedtime, they established a new ritual. Theodore, true to his word, spoke thrice. "When you wake tomorrow, I shall be here. When you wake tomorrow, I shall be here. When you wake tomorrow, I shall be here." Left ear, right ear, forehead. Sildur nodded in satisfaction, then added, "If dreams seek to consume memories once more, I shall consume the dreams, transforming them into good dreams." As was their custom, they found each other as hands beneath the covers. But that night, Sildur held on particularly tightly, his fingers almost embedding into Theodore's palm. "Brother." "Yes?" "Can the light of the wand remain aglow?" "Just a little, like a nightlight." Theodore pondered for a moment, then retrieved the wand from the bedside table. He was uncertain if he could control such a diminutive light, yet for Sildur, he was willing to attempt. He concentrated, envisioning the smallest, gentlest light. The tip of the wand ignited with a pinpoint of light, nearly imperceptible, yet in the complete darkness, it resembled a miniature star. Sildur gazed at that tiny light, his eyes gradually closing. Like the light seed left by brother, it will not lose its way in the darkness. "Never will it lose its way," Theodore replied, watching as Sildur's sleeping face softened, the grip of his hand loosening slightly. "I shall always know the path back to your side." Outside, the moon ascended, and Nate Manor was enveloped in a silvery tranquility. Within the children's room, the minute light at the wand's tip continued to shine, a tangible manifestation of a promise. A memento of reunion after separation, embodying the first lesson learned by two 5-year-olds about trust, waiting, and the unwavering resolve to return to one another. And in his dreams, Sildur no longer beheld snowfall. His dreams were warm, illuminated, echoing with Theodore's whispered promise thrice spoken, the eternal dance of snowflakes within the glass orb. And the knowledge that no matter where one ventured or how long one remained away, there would always be a place, a person, rendering the act of returning the most significant matter of the day. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.